Chapter 891. Destroying the Persian Chariot. What was that just now? Abu, the general of the Arab Empire, was peeping at the battlefield, sweating profusely. The Han army's camp on the battlefield was filled with smoke, especially the Han army's position on the left, where there was intensive sound of matchlock guns. Not only that, the Han army used an unprecedented weapon that could easily destroy the Hob chariot. Abu has seen matchlock guns, but he has never seen Hongi cannons. At present, Chu Tian is still the only lord with artillery, although in the later stages, other lords may also exchange for the artillery unit. But so far, Chu Tian has brought the Hongi cannon, which will undoubtedly shock all the lords and their generals who have witnessed the power of the Hongi cannon. Abu was now shocked by the Hongi cannon that Chu Tian brought from the Han Empire, and his palms were sweating unknowingly. He couldn't even react to what was going on. With a loud roar and white smoke, several Hob tanks were easily destroyed. The Hongi cannon roared, and in cooperation with the Shinji battalion, dense shotguns and lead bullets fired at the Hob tank. The Hob chariot in the front row was riddled with holes under a volley of fire. The warhorse fell after being shot, and the chariot overturned. The Persian spearmen and archers standing on the Hob chariot were thrown out of the overturned chariot, hit the ground heavily, trampled by the horses, or crushed by the rear chariot. The Hob chariot was in a mess under the attack of Shinji battalion and Hongi artillery, and the possibility of attacking the Han army's flank was lost. The power of the Shinji battalion and the Hongi cannon proved to Darius I, the King of Kings, that times had changed. In front of Hongi's artillery, which is good at direct fire, the chariots that directly hit the enemy's formation were helpless. Of the 300 Hob chariots, Darius I sent 100 each to attack the left and right sides of the Han army. In order to break through, 10,000 elite infantrymen followed each 100 chariots to break the formation. However, the Hob chariots that attacked the left side of the Han army were almost completely wiped out, and nearly half of them were destroyed by other destroyed chariots. The Hob chariots that attacked the right side of the Han army also suffered heavy losses. There are 10 Hongi cannons on the right side of the Han army to bombard the chariots, and Liang Hung used Jianyan crossbowmen have an effect similar to the matchlock gunners in the Shinji camp. The Shinji Bao can also shoot through most armor at a certain distance. The crossbowmen in the front row fired flatly, while the crossbowmen in the back row fired. The rain of arrows covered the sky, harvesting the lives of horses, slaves, and soldiers. The Hob chariot was almost destroyed, and the Persian infantry behind the chariot was already fighting with the cavalry on both sides of the Han army. The Persian cavalry dispatched and circled left and right, still trying to break through the Han army's flanks with their superior strength. On the front of the Persian army, there were 100 Hob chariots. It is estimated that Darius I noticed that the Han army had set up a chariot formation in the middle, and the Hob chariots could not overwhelm the chariot formation connected by iron cables. So he stayed put for the time being and only waited for a breakthrough on the left and right wings to attack the Han army from 3 sides. Although the Hob chariot was defeated by a weapon of unknown origin when it first appeared, Darius I was still confident of victory while sitting in a magnificent chariot. He believed that with his huge military advantage, he would be able to defeat the Han army. However, this victory came a little hard. There were 100 Hob chariots arranged in the middle. Darius I believed that although the Hob chariots could not hit the backbone of the Han army did not dare to actively attack the Hob chariots. The infantry of the Han army defended with the assistance of the shooting arms, and they would definitely not take the initiative to attack the Persian army. Suddenly, Darius I's pupil shrank, and he almost stood up from the chariot. Wu Qi's Wei soldiers and Inxiang Xijia army left the chariot formation and attacked the backbone of the Persian army head-on. The Han army must be crazy. Their infantry has no long-range cover and will be overwhelmed by my chariot army. After which he attacked, Darius I ordered the remaining 100 chariots to attack the Wei soldiers, who came out from behind the chariot formation. The slave raised the reins and drove the horses to gallop, and 100 Hob chariots attacked the Wei soldiers. War horses gallop and chariots crush you. On the flat ground, Wei soldiers and Hob chariots are about to collide. Wei Wuzu used his divine arm bow to shoot at the Hob chariots. Many of the Hob chariots were shot into hedgehogs, but some chariots still rushed towards Wei Wuzu. When the Hob chariot approached the phalanx of Wei Wuzu and was about to collide, Wei Wuzu suddenly left the passage and allowed the Hob chariot to enter the phalanx. Then the spearmen and crossbowmen in the phalanx strangled the Hobs entering the formation. Chariot. The Hob chariot was destroyed again. The Wei soldiers' army, which was like an ancient beast devouring Hob chariots, started a fierce fight with the Persian infantry under the command of Wu Qi. Only Wu Qi's army of Wei warriors can temporarily change their formations and ask you to enter the urn when faced with the impact of chariots. Chu Tian witnessed the scene of Wu Qi's army strangling the Persian chariot and couldn't help but sigh. The hob chariots that Darius I had highly anticipated did not require the use of artillery and could be dealt with by infantry alone. Of course, most generals would be intimidated when faced with the terrifying chariot phalanx. Only a commander of Wu Qi's level could destroy the chariot army at a very small cost. The ensuing battle with the Persian infantry involved almost no trickery. Wu Qi relied on his high bonuses to the Wei soldiers and the Silver Spear army to attack the Persian Central Army and reduce the pressure on the Han army on both sides. The battle between the Han army and the Persian army is stalemate. The Chinese army led by Wu Qi was unexpected, and the Persian army was a little slow to react. It seems that it is currently suppressed by Wu Qi. The Han cavalry on both sides fought with the Persian cavalry. Hua Mulan even held a gun personally and killed dozens of Persian cavalry. This Persian army is an NPC army during the national war, so there is no psychological burden. The generals of the Chu Tian forces are not afraid of death. They can be resurrected after withdrawing from the national war anyway. Therefore, Hua Mulan went deep into the enemy's lines twice. As many as 74 Persian cavalry fell under her spear. The Silver Spear army formed a spear phalanx with enhanced attack power and formation breaking ability, and could overwhelm several rows of Persian infantry in front. Wu Qi's goal was to kill Darius I. Only in this way could the Han army's losses be minimized. Defeating the Persian army was not the ultimate goal. The enemy of the Han army may be any legion. If it overthrows Darius I and suffers heavy losses, it will not be far from being eliminated. Gaining the most military exploits with as little loss as possible is the ultimate goal. Wei Wuzu and Yinqiang Sijia's army were still invincible against ordinary Persian heavy infantry and crossbowmen. When Darius I saw Wu Qi's army approaching him, his face turned livid. Use the undead army! 10,000 undead troops appear on the battlefield. The undead army seems to be an army from H.L. And Emperor Darius the Great personally provides bonuses for it. When the undead army drew out its two swords, the entire battlefield focused on the undead army. Undead army! This undead army is more powerful than any undead army I have ever seen recruited by a Persian lord. Abu, the Arab Empire general who secretly observed the battlefield, was sweating profusely. The Immortal Army, the most elite unit of the First Persian Empire, was also the Imperial Guard of Emperor Darius the Great. During the period of Darius I, the undead army reached its peak and conquered all directions. It seems a little bad. This time the losses will be greater. Chu Tian could clearly feel that when the undead army was preparing to attack, the battlefield was filled with chills. Although it was clearly in the Gobi, it was still freezing cold. Wu Qi's Wei soldiers, Darius I's Immortal Army, and high-level infantry from East and West Asia were actually fighting on the same battlefield. Chapter 892 Defeat Darius, the Immortal Army of the First Persian Empire. Before the war started, Wu Qi heard Chu Tian mention that if the opponent was a legion of the Persian civilization, then he needed to be extra careful with the two legions, the most elite undead army of the First Persian Empire, and the most elite Holy Meteor cavalry of the Second Persian Empire. Since the opponent is Darius I, the legendary king of the First Empire of Persia, he can force Darius I to use the Praetorian Guards, which is enough to show that Darius I is panicked. He was afraid that Wu Qi would defeat the Persian Empire's central army and kill him. Although he is an NPC legendary king on the battlefield of national war, Darius I also has some memories and personality. 10,000 undead troops fought fiercely with Wei soldiers. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. The undead army was cold and cold, wearing bronze masks and holding spears, and brutally attacked the Wei soldiers. The undead army at the rear held two swords and was proficient in melee combat. With one strike, they cut off the shoulders of the Wei warriors. Assisting the undead army were Persian low-level infantry numbering around 50,000. They were driven by Emperor Darius the Great to attack the Han army without fear of life or death. This national war is basically a matter of life and death, and a bloody fight to the end. The pressure Wu Qi encountered was even more severe than the Battle of Mongshan and the Battle of Hedong within the Han Empire. When attacking the Guanzhong army, Wu Qi actually had a military advantage and overwhelmed the Qin army. At this time, Emperor Darius the Great had twice as many troops as Wu Qi, and also invested the most elite imperial guards of the First Persian Empire, making Wu Qi also fall into a bitter battle. The monarch's characteristic, King of Kings, is suppressing the morale of Wei soldiers. Wu Qi's characteristics prevent the morale of Wei soldiers from falling below 50. The morale of Wei soldiers is maintained between 50 and 70. The morale of the undead army is stronger. Their emperor is watching their every move. They must win and prove to their majesty that the undead army can conquer everything. Immortal, conquer for me! Darius I temporarily relaxed because the undead army entered the war, under the command of Emperor Darius the Great, who was most suitable for this army. The undead army exploded with a combat power even more powerful than the lords of the Persian Empire in the main world. The undead army in the hands of Darius I and the player Ardashir are two completely different armies. There are some legions that will suit their generals. Chu Tian fell into deep thought as he witnessed the undead army blocking the advance of Wei Wusu. Yu Fei fits the Yu family army. Wu Qi fits the Wei Wuzu. Wang Jian fits the Qin Ruishi. And Shen Qingji fits the White Robe army. When they command these legions, they are generally more powerful than other generals. The undead army was originally Darius I's exclusive unit. So in the hands of Darius I, it was at its peak. Jia Su, who served as military advisor, said, "My lord, if you want to win, you have to do it at any cost. The more you are afraid, the more severe the losses will be." That makes sense. Geng Yan. Chu Tian summoned Geng Yan, one of the 28 generals of Yantai. Geng Yan is a general of cavalry and siege type, which is quite practical. Geng Yan is here. You command 10,000 Yuzhou assault cavalry and 10,000 cavalry troops, a total of 20,000 cavalry troops, to destroy the undead army. No, attack the right side of the Persian army. Chu Tian did not hesitate to spend a lot of money this time. The cavalry army was composed of high-level cavalry such as the Qieshua army, the Xiongxia army, the Helihe army, the Huban army, and the Knights of the Round Table. There were approximately 20,000 people. Chu Tian directly assigned the 10,000 cavalry army to Geng Yan, who was commanded by Geng Yan. There are still 10,000 cavalry troops left, and Chu Tian retains them as a reserve force. No matter when, Chu Tian always has something to offer. There were hundreds of cavalry ambushing outside the battlefield. War Eagle couldn't tell whether they were ordinary cavalry or camel cavalry, so Chu Tian subconsciously defaulted to regular cavalry. Except for the western regions. In other states and counties of the Han Empire, camels were rarely seen, let alone camel cavalry. All the lords of the Han Empire had the impression that the cavalry was the mighty cavalry regiment on the prairie, not the camel cavalry that haunted the wind and sand. However, even Chu Tian and Hua Mulan could not imagine that it was not the prairie cavalry that was peeping at the battlefield, but the camel cavalry. In order to deal with the undead army, 10,000 Yuzhou sudden cavalry and 10,000 cavalry troops galloped out and entered the battlefield. Chu Tian did not send Geng Yan to attack the undead army head-on. Instead, he adopted Darius I's initial idea of attacking the Persian army's flanks. Chu Tian believed that Wu Qi could stop the undead army. Chu Tian was convinced of this. Wu Qi has 30,000 high-level infantry, and the undead army only has 10,000. Even though the rank of the undead army is higher than that of the Wei soldiers and the Silver Spear army, the victory of the Wei soldiers lies in their numbers. Geng Yan held a long spear, and with the Yuzhou cavalry as the main force, he joined Hua Mulan to launch a counterattack against the Persian army. The Persian cavalry rained down arrows. Hua Mulan had already attacked the Persian cavalry 3 times. More than 100 Persian cavalry were killed by Hua Mulan. The long spear broke due to wear and tear, and the Tang sword curled due to its reduced durability. The legions of Darius I showed the terrifying side of Persian civilization. Of the 10,000 Iron Eagle scouts, 2,000 were killed in the battle with the Persian cavalry. The general Hua Mulan was inevitably injured in the battle. At this time, Geng Yan and Yuzhou Tuqi, who were full of morale and physical strength, joined the battle. Yuzhou Tuqi launched a fierce assault and defeated the Persian right army. The Yuzhou assault cavalry armed with spears did not compete with the Persian cavalry in mounted shooting. Instead, they took advantage of the frontal advantage of the heavy cavalry to break the formation fiercely. Geng Yan drew his gun and picked off a Persian general. The Yuzhou cavalry trampled over the corpses of Persian infantry and horse archers. The Persian horse archers could not withstand the impact of Yuzhou's sudden cavalry, and were defeated one after another. Darius I saw that the situation was not good, so he sent Persian heavy cavalry. The Persian heavy cavalry wearing chain armor, also equipped with spears, fought fiercely with the Yuzhou cavalry. The cavalry army formed by the Shui army, the Xiongxia army, and the Huban army joined the battle and destroyed the Persian heavy cavalry. As a legendary king of the classical empire, Darius I did not absorb heavy cavalry from other dynasties, and was still a little behind in the mastery of cavalry. And Chu Tian, who had seen the cavalry of the Mongols, Huns, Xianbei, Jurchens, etc., was good at cavalry. The infantry battle between the Han army and the Persian army was extremely fierce, but the cavalry gradually gained the upper hand. Xuerengui held Fang Tian's painted halberd in one hand and cooperated with Liang Hongyu's Jianin crossbowmen to forcefully open the situation with the white-robed army as the main force. Xuerengui fought his way out alone, and the white-robed army only had to follow Xuerengui to tear open the breach. Wu Qi attracted the main force of Darius I to attack. The left and right sides of the Persian army were defeated, and he put pressure on the backbone of the Persian army. Originally, the Persian army's military formation was in the shape of a half-moon, but now the half-moon shape began to flip, and the balance of victory tipped towards the Han army. Invest the cavalry army, plus the Shinji battalion, Hami cannon, and Wu Qi as the backbone to contain the most powerful undead army of the Persian army. Naturally, we can win, but the losses will be greater. If another powerful army appears, then it's really not good. Seeing that the left and right armies were putting pressure on the Persian army, Chu Tian was not surprised to win. He was never prepared to fail. The cavalry army consists of 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry, and their average combat strength is almost the same as that of the undead army. The undead army does not number more than 10,000 people, and Chu Tian's mixed cavalry army is enough to destroy the undead army. What Chu Tian cares about is the loss. He cannot consume all his forces at once. In the fifth national war between kings and kings on the battlefield, no one knows when they will be attacked by armies of other civilizations. The Persian army remained resilient and tried to resist the Han advance in the presence of their king. The two armies fought from early morning to afternoon, which was extremely exhausting in the Gobi. The two wings of the Persian army completely collapsed under the iron cavalry of the Han army. Even the most elite of the undead armies had their corpses piled up on the battlefield. The spear phalanx of the Silver Spear army maintained its formation and moved forward, stabbing to death the undead soldiers who were not afraid of death. Many undead soldiers fell under the advance of the dense spear phalanx. In order to repel the undead army, the Silver Spear army also paid a heavy price. As long as the Silver Lancer is being held close by the undead army, the opponent's sword will cut off the Silver Spear army's shoulder armor or pierce the Silver Spear army's throat. Even if they were stabbed by spears, the soldiers of the undead army still wielded their swords and spears and attacked their enemies ferociously until they died in battle. The vitality of the undead army is extremely strong. Even a seriously injured undead army can get up and fight with the enemy until it is completely killed. At least hundreds of Wei warriors were killed by the undead soldiers, who got up because they did not pay attention to these seriously injured undead soldiers. Joan of Arc wanted to use the fanatical effect of boosting morale, but Chu Tian considered that there might be lords or kings of other civilizations nearby, and could not use all his means and troops to deal with Darius I. Your Majesty, our army seems to have failed. For your safety, please order a retreat and have a chance to defeat the invaders. Datis, the general of the Persian Empire, said to the King of Kings on the chariot, no matter how tenacious the immortal army's vitality is, it is not immortal, and it has already lost 3,000 people. Darius I originally looked relaxed after the immortal army was dispatched, but the Han army's cavalry army was fierce and trampled through the Persian army's right army, and Xuerengui defeated its left army. Of the 200,000 Persian troops, 70,000 to 80,000 were killed, and their morale dropped drastically. Withdraw troops? Darius I was obviously unwilling to give in, but he was undoubtedly defeated. Darius I controlled 3 cities and had room for detours. As a king of national war, Darius I, like other civilized kings, would try to replenish his troops when the situation was bad, until all enemy troops entering the territory were killed. This time, I was too careless. Darius I looked back and leapt in his chariot. As the king retreated, the Persian army collapsed completely and was defeated. The Persian army at the rear was still fighting with the Han army, and the corpses alone stretched for more than 10 miles. Wu Qi stood on the sword and persisted until now, but his physical strength has seriously declined. Not only does it take a lot of energy for a fierce general to charge into battle, but it also takes a lot of energy for a commander to command thousands of troops. Xuerengui led the white-robed army to pursue and kill in the rear to expand the results. Chu Tian also gained a lot of military exploits. Chapter 893 The Arab Empire Takes Action. I didn't expect that the Han army would win. The Persian emperor sent all his immortal troops to the battlefield, but he couldn't defeat the Han army. However, the Han army lost about 20,000 people, and the remaining legions were all at a low point in terms of morale and physical strength. For this is an opportunity for us. As soon as the Caliph comes, it's time for us to leave. Abu, the general of the Arab Empire, led 500 camel cavalry and disappeared into the wind and sand. The strong wind rose again, filling the air with yellow sand, and nearly 100,000 Persian troops died here. Hua Mulan used Tang Dao to support her body, and her physical strength dropped to the bottom. Darius actually still has a way to retreat. Could it be that he retreated into other cities? Chu Tian did not expect that Darius would retreat to the east instead of the north, where he had the city. This shows that Darius also had a city in the east. Chu Tian further speculated and concluded that Darius I had a sense of territory. A legendary king had at least 2 cities. This is important information. The territorial awareness of the legendary king can be used to deal with other lords, because the legendary king has only 1 imperial guard from 1 dynasty. It is still far behind the top 10 lords in the main world. Chu Tian's army has gathered elite troops from several dynasties, and can defeat many with less. But the legendary king's army is definitely not weak. For the lords at the bottom of the main world rankings, if they encounter a legendary king of the level of Darius I and his undead army, they may be completely wiped out. Moreover, if he wanted to completely annihilate Darius's army, even Chu Tian would have to pay the price of tens of thousands of people. Chu Tian looked at his military achievements in repelling the Persian army. In this battle, a total of about 80,000 Persian troops were killed, including the elite undead army, and 51,243 combat points were obtained. Killing low-level infantry and cavalry can earn an average of 0.5 merit points, while killing Persian generals and undead troops can earn more merit. The difficulty of this national war was not small. After all the efforts to defeat Darius I, he only had 50,000 military merits. Chu Tian looked at the rankings and saw that the other lords did not have many military exploits, and he suddenly felt mentally balanced. First place, Han Empire, Chu Tian, 51,243. Second place, Roman Empire, Constantine, 30,142. Third place, United States, Marshall, 25,005. Fourth place, Mongol Empire, Wokutai, 21,001. Fifth place, Kingdom of Sweden, Gustav, 18,599. Sixth place, Isabella, Spain, 14,950. Other lords also broke out in large or small battles one after another. This is only the second day of the national war. It seems that because each lord can be resurrected, their style is more aggressive. They will fight if they disagree, and even the 2 armies will meet and attack each other. There are also lords who are attacked by legendary monarchs and their Praetorian guards. Currently, Chu Tian is facing the most brutal battle. King Darius I of Persia personally leads an army of 200,000 and arrives, giving Chu Tian no chance to evade. Chu Tian killed 80,000 Persian troops, of which about 3,000 undead troops were killed, while 20,000 high-level soldiers on Chu Tian's side were killed. From the beginning, the characteristic of the King of Kings suppressed the morale of the Han army. It was also the first characteristic that Chu Tian encountered that could suppress his own momentum. The crisis has not been completely resolved. The surviving 80,000 Han troops were in poor condition, with both morale and physical strength in a relatively low state, on the national war battlefield, except for a few lords who are allies. The other lords and all legendary kings are all enemies. Because it can be resurrected, even the lords of small civilizations dare to offend the lords of large civilizations. Ekaterina's combat merit is only 189 points, which means she has not encountered a strong enemy yet. But how did she get 189 combat merit points? Following the practice of previous national wars, Chu Tian could get some useful information based on the rankings. In the northern ice field, Catherine personally led the Cossack cavalry to annihilate a small group of enemy reconnaissance cavalry. Could this type of armor be the Turkic cavalry? Ekaterina dismounted, exhaled cold air, and looked through the armor patterns of this cavalry unit. When she discovered that this was the armor standard of the Turks, she bit her lip. Among the monsters born in the East Asian monster room, Turks are extremely powerful and have influenced the history of Central Asia and West Asia. Many civilizations are Turkic languages, and even Turkish belongs to the Turkic language family. There are a large number of Turkic cavalry in Ogdi's empire, but it may also be the army of a certain NPC Turkic Khan. After Yekaterina recognized the Eastern-style Turkic armor, she was still unable to determine the origin of the other party. Turkic civilization once gave birth to many legendary figures. If it had not been for the powerful rise of the Tang dynasty, the Turks might have become as terrifying an empire as the Mongol Empire. The Turks also established countless khanates in the western regions, Central Asia, and West Asia. Your Majesty, another reconnaissance cavalry was found in the south. There is another cavalry? Do they want to trap us in this ice field? Break out to the south. Catherine realizes the danger is approaching. This national war is full of murderous intent, and the lords who are qualified to participate in the competition are not good. Moreover, the legendary kings on the battlefield of the national war also have very strong combat power. If they are besieged by several lords, they will almost certainly lose. The Han army cleared the battlefield, and Chu Tian discovered that no one in Darius I's army had surrendered, and all of them died in battle. This will make it more difficult. The whole army will rest, and we will attack the city again tomorrow. Chu Tian considered that his army was in poor condition, and night was approaching. If he attacked the city in poor condition, the condition would be even worse. No one knows whether Darius I will suddenly make a comeback. Never underestimate these legendary kings, especially the immortal army of Darius I. They were like ghosts in the dark night, etc. When Chu Tian's army returned to the temporary camp to rest, he suddenly noticed something and immediately summoned Hua Mulan. When the Han army was fighting with the Persian army, hundreds of cavalry were ambushing at the edge of the battlefield. Chu Tian believed that this was the elite cavalry secretly arranged by Darius I, preparing to raid Chu Tian's main formation when the battle was fierce. But until Darius was defeated, these hundreds of cavalry never appeared. If they were ordered by Darius to raid Chu Tian's main formation, then perhaps they should give it a go and try to turn the tide. Has the ambush cavalry squad disappeared outside the battlefield? There is no trace. What are their origins? Chu Tian believed that there were two possibilities. First, this cavalry group saw that their king was disadvantaged in the battle, so they did not risk death and attacked the Han army's main formation. Secondly, the cavalry squad that appeared on the periphery of the battlefield and remained calm was not the elite cavalry of Darius I at all, but a squad of scout cavalry. Because Hua Mulan focused on the decisive battle with Darius I, she had no time to find out the true identity of the cavalry squad that suddenly appeared on the outside of the battlefield. The Han army regarded the camel cavalry squad of the Arab Empire as the cavalry ambushed by Darius I. In fact, Darius I also noticed this camel cavalry and thought it was the cavalry ambushed by the Han army. Two big men made wrong judgments at the same time. When the war with Darius I temporarily came to an end, Chu Tian thought more and more something was wrong. If it is not the elite cavalry of Darius I, but the reconnaissance cavalry of other civilizations, this means that a powerful legion may have appeared within 100 miles, with a strength of no less than 100,000. Move positions! Chu Tian immediately ordered the entire army to break camp. Why did they have to move immediately after defeating the Persian army before clearing the battlefield? Not attacking the northern city? Chu Tian's generals were greatly puzzled when they learned of Chu Tian's decision. The Han army was victorious, and they should have taken advantage of the victory to pursue it and capture the city less than 20 miles away in one fell swoop. However, Chu Tian's first reaction was fear. Withdraw troops immediately! Wu Qi resolutely carried out Chu Tian's order and urged the generals to lead their troops and horses to retreat to the south. I have a bad feeling. There are several civilized lords. In this case, I am not willing to fight with them. There are only 80,000 soldiers and horses left in Chu Tian, and they are in bad condition. It will probably be difficult for them to meet the lords ranked in the front. Although the defeat of Darius I's Persian army suddenly brought Chu Tian to the first place in the national war rankings, if he accidentally wiped out the entire army, he would be eliminated on the third day of the national war, which meant that he would be caught up from behind. The final ranking is not ideal. What happened? Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua came to ask why Chu Tian suddenly gave up attacking the city. In addition to Darius I, there may be another legion nearby. If we attack the city by force, coupled with the losses in the battle with Darius I, they will take advantage of it. Chu Tian's premonition was very strong. I ordered the wolves to go and investigate. Xiao Chua also realized the seriousness of the problem. The real crisis may not be the threat posed by Darius I, but another imperial legion that has been sitting on the sidelines. In the northern area 100 miles away from the Han army, 100,000 Arab Empire troops were moving south rapidly. Abu's camel cavalry met the supreme ruler of the Arab Empire, Caliph Umayyad, in advance and reported to him the scene of the battle between the Han army and the Persian army. The Han army used a strange weapon to bombard the Persian army's chariots. It was probably a bronze cannon. There is indeed a legend that the first lord of the Han Empire said, "I just want to farm well." He is the only one known so far. The lord who obtained the artillery. The Umayyads were players in the Arab Empire, so they were not unfamiliar with bronze cannons. And naturally they were not afraid of them. Bronze artillery is not omnipotent, and it will also slow down their march, annihilate the Han army, and then capture the city for supplies. Based on the description of the camel cavalry, Umayyad judged that the morale and physical strength of the Han army were mostly exhausted, and considered it an opportunity to annihilate the Han army. Chu Tian is the first lord of the main world. By annihilating Chu Tian's legions, you can gain more military merits than by annihilating the legions of other lords. Moreover, Darius I was temporarily disabled by the Han army. After annihilating Chu Tian's army, he could go back and capture the city, recruit soldiers, and continue the campaign. The 100,000-strong Arab Empire army was mighty. Next to Umayyad, a general's eyes were as dark as the night. The Arab Empire's horse archers and camel cavalry appeared in the sand and dust and approached the Han army. Darkness falls again. The Arab Empire army came to the battlefield where the Han army and the Persian army were fighting, and temporarily stopped to rest. According to Umayyad's judgment, the Han army carried a large number of grain trucks and Hongi cannons, and was not marching very fast. In order not to give Chu Tian a chance to rest, Umayyad carried dry food and used the camels' carrying capacity and maneuverability in the desert to pursue him. Khalid, what's wrong? Umayyad saw that the first general of the Arab Empire, Khalid, the Sword of Allah, seemed to be thoughtful. So he asked him, "Our whereabouts may have been discovered by the Han army." Khalid spotted the wolf pack still lingering on the battlefield and close to the Arab Empire's army. "How is it possible? But even if the Han army discovers our whereabouts, there is nothing to be afraid of. They had just experienced a fierce battle. Their physical strength is exhausted, and it is impossible not to rest. As long as we catch up with them, we will win without a doubt. This desert, it's God's care for us." The Umayyads were sure of victory. No legion dared to fight the legions of the Arab Empire in the desert. Chapter 894, After the Break. The war eagle soars in the sky, and below it is the Arab Empire army wrapped in turbans, competing with the Han army in the Great Gobi. The wild wolves driven by Xiao Chua were always tracking the Arab Empire army, and the war eagles of the Iron Eagle scouts were also monitoring the whereabouts of the Arab Empire army. Camels. Lots of camels. An Iron Eagle scout Qian, who knelt in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian handed him the divine horse Sa Lu Zi and asked him to be responsible for detecting the reality of the incoming enemy from behind. Sa Lu Zi is the horse of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Even in the Gobi Desert, it is as smooth as walking on flat ground. Qian Hu, the Iron Eagle scout, used Sa Lu Zi's speed to obtain information that War Eagle could not obtain. He witnessed the endless camel cavalry. Desert boat? Chu Tian learned that a large number of camel cavalry appeared in the desert, and he probably knew which lord of the empire was chasing him. The Arab Empire stood east and west with the Tang Empire, and was called the Great Food Kingdom by the Tang dynasty. The Great Arab Conquest had a great impact on Central Asia, West Asia, and North Africa, even greater than the impact of Mongolia, because Arab culture changed many civilizations. At the same time, the Arab Empire is still the empire best at desert warfare. In this kind of terrain, being targeted by the Caliph of the Arabian Empire gave Chu Tian a chill. If Chu Tian were in the opponent's position, he would also pursue him and gain military exploits. "Our food and grass can last for 10 days at most, and it's already the 3rd day," Xiao Liang reminded Chu Tian. Chu Tian's expression changed uncertainly. The condition of the Han army was not very good. After the battle with Darius I of the Persian Empire, the Han army only took a short rest and did not recover its physical strength. The only ones currently maintaining their physical strength are the 10,000 cavalry troops. The 20,000 cavalry troops were regarded by Chu Tian as the main force. When Chu Tian defeated Darius I, he only gave Geng Yan 10,000 cavalry troops and another 10,000 cavalry troops as a reserve. The Hongi artillery also became a burden during its retreat. The heavy Hongi cannon and the long queue of grain trucks moved slowly. "If we continue like this, we will definitely be overtaken by the camel cavalry of the Arab Empire. For this plan, I personally cut off the rear and dealt with the cavalry of the Arab Empire. the grain carts, Han the artillery, and infantry went south. Wu Qi served as the commander and captured a city as a stronghold. Two troops and horses communicate with each other using war eagles. Chu Tian had to consider dividing his troops and personally contain the pursuing Arab Empire army. The Arab Empire's army came to pursue them lightly, so they probably couldn't hold on to food and supplies for long. As long as the Arabs realize that the costs of continuing to pursue them are greater than their benefits, the Arabs will retreat. Even though Chu Tian's 100,000 legions were at their peak, Chu Tian was not very willing to fight the Arab Empire's camel cavalry in the desert. The Arab Empire fought in the desert and looked down upon all other civilizations. Xiao Liang wants to stay. I will break up with you. Your physique is too poor. So you are working with Wu Qi, Gum Yan and others. When attacking the city, you may have to use honey cannon to scare the defenders. Chu Tian only left 3 light cavalry groups: the White Robe Army, the White Horse Eats Song, and the Iron Eagle Scouts, and a guard of the Xuanjiao Army, totaling about 20,000 people. The rest of the troops were handed over to Xiao Liang, Liang Hongyu, Wu Qi, and Gum Yan, Jia Su. Chu Tian himself, together with Xiao Chua, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, Yang Dian, and Xuerengui, blocked the pursuit of the 100,000 Arab Empire army. Khalid might be the holy commander of the Arab Empire. After all, he is the #1 general in the Arab Empire. During the Fourth National War, Khalid was already active and once caused trouble to Temujin and Toliai. Therefore, Chu Tian was not very willing to break out into a war with the Arab Empire. No matter whether Khalid is attacking fortresses, fighting in the field, or retreating, he has no obvious shortcomings. Chu Tian glanced at the 20,000 cavalry who stayed behind, but saw no fear in their eyes, because he could be resurrected. Chu Tian dared to use his hands and feet to block the Arab Empire legion with 20,000 cavalry. Even if the entire army is wiped out, they will only lose 20,000 cavalry. After the national war is over, they can return to the main world safely. If the 60,000 troops commanded by Xiao Liang and Wu Qi can capture a city, recruit troops, and rest under Chu Tian's cover, then Chu Tian's power will not be eliminated. At the moment of life and death, eggs cannot be put in one basket. Whether the Caliph of the Arab Empire has Khalid or other famous generals, if you want to be my enemy, you need to pay a corresponding price, and the price may be death. Chu Tian thinks that he is not broad-minded enough, and there is no need to be broad-minded. The Romans all said, tooth for tooth, eye for eye. The 100,000 Arab Empire troops were very close to the Han army. Abu, who was in charge of the investigation, knelt devoutly in front of the Umayyad and said, Your Majesty the Caliph, the Han army stopped marching 15 miles ahead and formed a formation. It seems that they do not want to continue fleeing. The First Lord of the Han Empire should have realized that it is impossible for him to escape our pursuit in the desert. Umayyad suddenly thought of something. No, they want to lose their car to save their commander. Abu said, Destroy this cavalry quickly, and you can catch up. Khalid looked around and observed the weather. Perhaps a strong wind will rise. 15 miles south, Chu Tian was riding on Juying, temporarily closing his eyes to rest. After defeating Darius I, the battle lasted for most of the day, and then the Han army began to retreat southward without rest. Not only was it physically exhausted, but it was also mentally exhausted. If he couldn't be resurrected, Chu Tian would be risking his life to deal with the two powerful enemies of the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire. Moreover, defeating the Arab Empire was even more difficult than defeating Darius I. The reason is also very simple. This is a desert and Gobi terrain. Not many lords were willing to fight the Arab Empire in a desert battle. If they were on the grasslands, the lords of the Arab Empire would not dare to fight with the lords of the East. It seems the wind is blowing. Xiao Chua was left by Chu Tian because she could control the wolves. When the hot wind in the desert began to flow rapidly, her expression changed. She also knew that during this national war, several empires were good at fighting in the desert, and Arabia was the leader among them. When a sandstorm breaks out in the desert, the situation will be even worse. Xiao Chua looked towards the horizon. Sand and dust were rolling in, covering the sky. Even the cavalry troops couldn't help but change their colors when faced with a big sandstorm. The worst thing is a situation like this. Chu Tian opened his eyes. Fortunately, he divided his troops and let Xiao Liang and Wu Qi go first. Otherwise the whole army might be annihilated this time. The Han cavalry had to continue to retreat south, trying to escape the sandstorm. Your Majesty, The enemy's cavalry is less than 30 miles away from us. Damn it. This is the territory of the Ashina family. The legendary king of the national war must have territorial awareness. And there are legendary kings in every place. When Chu Tian encountered a crisis, Ekaterina also felt uncomfortable. Her legion was surrounded and suppressed by the legendary Ashina family. Most players don't know about the Ashina family, but it was the Ashina family who led the Turks, who were still the iron-smelting slaves of the Ruran civilization at the time, to defeat Ruran and create the Turkic Khanate. Its influence spread from East Asia to Central Asia, West Asia, influence for more than 1,000 years. It is said that the Turks in Central Asia also provoked the Persian Empire to go to war with the Byzantine Empire, and repeatedly interfered with the Central Plains Kingdom in the northern and southern dynasties. Later, the Sui dynasty sent troops to defeat the Turks many times. At that time, the famous generals of the Sui dynasty, Yang Su, Gao Zhuang and others, relied on their military talents and huge national power to defeat the Turks. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Bai Khan, the first Turkic leader, led his army to surround Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty in Yan'an. Later, the Tang dynasty launched many campaigns and finally destroyed the Turkic Khanate in East Asia. And a lord in the Han Empire recruited a hero from the Ashina family, Liu Bei's general Ashina Shir. Ashina Shir was a Turkic prince who surrendered to the Tang dynasty. He conquered east and westerly Shimen and was considered a famous general of the Tang dynasty. Yekaterina learned from the captured scout cavalry that this was the territory of the Ashina family, a legendary Turkic royal family. If there were only Turkic cavalry led by the Ashina royal family, then Yekaterina, who established the Russian Empire, would not be too afraid. But in addition to the Turks, there was also a cavalry trying to surround Yekaterina. Ekaterina still doesn't know the origin of the other party. The Cossack cavalry of the Russian Empire. Ogdi stood in front of a pale-faced Cossack cavalry, and had already learned from his mouth that Catherine of the Russian Empire was nearby. Behind Ogdi are the team of the empire he built. Yeludashi, Timur, Mahmud, Batu and other heroes were all present. Timur said to Ogdi, Ekaterina is an ally of the Han Empire. If you want to defeat Chu Zimu in the future, you must try to suppress her. Chu Zimu is difficult to deal with alone, and with Yekaterina in the mix, it is indeed even more difficult to deal with. Capture Yekaterina alive. Ogdi was encouraged by Timur and decided to use troops against Catherine of St. Petersburg. Timur was regarded by Ogdi as one of the four heroes. Batu, Timur, Yeludashi, and Mahmud were by far his most important military commanders and four tycoon-level figures. The 100,000-strong army of the Ogdi Empire blocked Catherine's retreat. Chu Zimu took away my opportunity to become king, and also took away Xiaochua. This time, just treat it as interest. Timur thought of how he had been defeated by Chu Tian many times under Temujin's tent, and he always harbored hatred. Originally, he could have climbed to the position of king in Temujin's empire and then asked the Khitan tribe for Xiaochua. But Chu Tian destroyed the Mongol Empire and captured Xiaochua at the same time. The two armies of the Wokuotai and Ashina families fought fiercely with Yekaterina's army on the ice field. What kind of civilization's legendary king is that? After the king of the Songhai Empire was defeated by the musketeers of the United States, he fled to another place to rest. But he broke into the territory of a legendary king. A player from the Songhai Empire was lying on the hill, secretly peeping at the legendary king's legion, and his face changed. This kind of armor seems to come from the Far East. Chapter 895, The Legendary King of the East. This is the legendary king of the East. We cannot stay here, otherwise we will be killed by him. Players from the Songhai Empire turned pale as they recognized the Eastern-style weapons and armor. Those who are qualified to appear on the battlefield of national wars are all legendary kings. And the king of the East must be very cruel with the legions he commands. Players in the Songhai Empire don't think that with a group of defeated soldiers, they can provoke the Eastern king who is qualified to appear here. Suddenly, the legendary king passing below the hill seemed to notice the soldiers of the Songhai Empire who were peering at his legions. Kill them! The Eastern king calmly gave his orders. A group of black armored cavalry gathered into a torrent of steel and charged at the remnants of the Songhai Empire, strangling tens of thousands of Songhai Empire troops. No! The king of the East is so terrifying! After being defeated by the United States, the king of the Songhai Empire bumped into the Eastern king, who was patrolling the territory. With cold iron armor, heavy horseshoes, and sharp horseshoes, The heavy cavalry from the east ran rampant among the Songhai Empire's army, completely like entering an uninhabited land, destroying the Songhai Empire's legions. Warriors of the tribe, do not fear the enemy with your spears. The high priest of the tribe tried to strengthen the legion, but a fierce general from the eastern civilization came to kill him on horseback. The horse pierced the high priest's chest and picked up the high priest's body. The legendary kings of the east ruthlessly crushed the kings of the Songhai Empire, in addition to the powerful lords of the main world. Some weak lords, who came from the main world, are no match for these legendary kings unless they act carefully. At the end of the war, the Eastern King's legion killed tens of thousands of Songhai Empire's tribal troops, with thousands of casualties. The cold iron cavalry swept the battlefield, and the hoofs of the horses trampled the battle flag of the Songhai Empire. A terrifying legion! Which legendary king of Eastern civilization is this? While the legendary king of the East was mercilessly strangling the army of the Songhai Empire, several Macedonian cavalry partners were secretly conducting reconnaissance, breaking out in a cold sweat. None of the legendary kings on the national war battlefield was good, but there was also a big gap in strength. The legendary king of the East and the legion he commands are definitely at the forefront among this group of legendary kings. Darius I, who attacked Chutian, was also a strong man in Persian civilization. The Macedonian partner cavalry was deeply shocked when they witnessed the Eastern King's legions easily annihilating the army of an overworld lord. Although the Songhai Empire's army had been defeated by the musketeers of the United States before, with only 60,000 or 70,000 people left. The kings of the Songhai Empire were not the first group of kings in the main world, but they were so easily defeated by the Eastern King. The annihilation of the legion still shocked the Macedonians. Several Macedonian cavalry companions took advantage of the Eastern King's army to clean up the battlefield and disappeared silently. The moment the Macedonian companion cavalry left, the Eastern King on horseback subconsciously looked towards the place where the Macedonian cavalry had just ambushed. But the King of the East was indifferent, probably because he thought that a few small fish and shrimps were not worth his war. Alexander's 100,000 Macedonian army had captured a city. This city did not belong to the territory of the Eastern King, but belonged to another king. Alexander, like Chutian and Ekaterina, had realized that the legendary kings who appeared on the battlefield of the Fifth National War had territorial awareness. So he sent his companion cavalry to find out the strength of the nearby legendary kings. There are also 3 levels of legendary kings. If you rush into the territory of some legendary kings with terrifying power, you will end up like the king of the Songhai Empire, being wiped out by the terrifying king. It seems that there is a legendary king of the ancient Chinese civilization to the east. If we go to war with him, we will certainly gain a lot of military exploits, but my army will at least suffer heavy losses. Alexander learned from the returning Macedonian companion cavalry that there was a legendary king from the east to the east of the city he occupied. Even he was not very willing to fight against the legendary king from the east. This is just like Chutian is not very willing to fight Darius I, because even if they defeat them, it will be difficult to annihilate them all. Not only will they suffer heavy losses, but they will also easily overturn. Alexander was not necessarily sure of defeating the legendary king of the east. After recruiting soldiers and horses, marched to the west, Alexander decided to avoid the legendary king of the east. Macedonian General Seleucus said, "King, to the west is the desert and Gobi. Should we consider changing the direction of march?" In the desert and Gobi areas, sandstorms swept across. Wei Wuzu, In Gungziajan and other soldiers used grain trucks as city walls to block the wind and sand. The legions of the Arab Empire are easier to fight in the sand and dust. If not, they can be resurrected. Xiao Lian hid behind a grain truck and could barely open his eyes. The emergence of sandstorms made the Han army's situation even more critical. The wind roared, the yellow sand flew, and the dunes moved. A terrifying sandstorm swept past, and the sky and earth changed color. Many lords, legendary kings, and their legions in the desert were all attacked by sandstorms. Chutian climbed out of the thick pile of sand and patted the gravel off his armor. A sandstorm passed by, and yellow sand still filled the air. 20,000 Han cavalrymen stood up one after another, looking for their horses. Suddenly, Chu Tian's Ganjiang sword and Xiao Liang's Mosia's sword leapt to Xiaochuo trembled violently. Ganjiang Mosia's 2 swords may sound a warning if he encounters danger within a range of 10 meters. Danger comes from the desert. Mount up and fight. Chu Tian pressed down the trembling Ganjiang sword. He had a strong premonition. The sandstorm had a great impact on the Han army, but it may not have an impact on the Arab Empire army. Xuerengui also sensed the approaching danger and held Fang Tian's painted halberd tightly. There would soon be a fierce battle. The opponent is the Arab Empire, which is best at desert warfare in the entire world of lords. So far, no empire in the main world can destroy the Arab Empire, because no one can conquer the desert of the Arab Empire. Joan of Arc holds the holy flag in her right hand, which remains holy even after the sandstorm. She is one of the means left by Chu Tian. During the battle with Darius I, Joan of Arc's ability was never used. She looked at the yellow sand that still filled the air. Among the yellow sand, black shadows were looming. Camel cavalry of the Arab Empire. Xuerengui's expression was solemn, and Fang Tian clenched his halberd tighter. This time, I really have to risk my life to stop the Arab Empire. Chu Tian pulled out the Qishao sword. Because he can be resurrected, he is completely willing to fight, even if the opponent is the Arab Empire, which is known as the strongest civilization in the desert. In the second round of sandstorm, camel cavalry appeared one after another, their sharp Damascus swords glowing with cold light. Khalid, the sword of Allah and the first general of the Arab Empire, led 20,000 camel cavalry as the vanguard and braved the sandstorm to attack the Han army. Chapter 896 Desert Invincibility. In the desert, Chu Tian held his bleeding right arm. He had not been injured for a long time. Now Chu Tian's status in the Han Empire is equivalent to the uncrowned king. In this desert battle, Chu Tian went into battle in person and was wounded by the camel cavalry's Damascus sword. Khalid, the #1 general in the Arab Empire, is almost invincible in the desert with equal strength. He has a large number of terrain bonuses, as well as famous general bonuses, faith bonuses, and weather and timing bonuses, especially taking advantage of the sandstorm to launch an offensive. The Han cavalry's capabilities declined due to the sandstorm, and the troops were defeated by the Arab Empire's camel cavalry. In order to attract the 100,000 Arab Empire troops, Chu Tian fought and retreated, since winning all the time. This time in the desert terrain, Chu Tian suffered his first defeat. You cannot compete with the Arabs in the desert, and you cannot fight with the Muscovites in the cold winter. Chu Tian fled into the depths of the desert, and Joan of Arc was dressing Chu Tian's wounds. In the desert battle, the 20,000 Han army light cavalry responsible for breaking up the rear were split into two parts by Khalid, the sword of Allah, with the help of a sandstorm. Chu Tian, Xiaochua, Xuerengui, Yang Dian, Hua Mulan, and Joan of Arc were separated. Among them, Chu Tian, Xiaochua, Xuerengui, Yang Dian, Hua Mulan, and Joan of Arc were separated. Tian, Joan of Arc, and Yang Dian became one group of soldiers, while Hua Mulan, Xuerengui, and Xiaochua became another group of soldiers. This was a defeat that Chu Tian had rarely experienced in recent years. We have less than 3,000 troops along the way. Yang Dian was counting the troops and horses. Since the 20,000 Han cavalry behind them were defeated and dispersed, there were less than 3,000 cavalry following Chu Tian. Yang Dian retreated to protect Chu Tian, and his armor was cut with a scar by the camel cavalry's scimitar. The lord of the Arab Empire equipped his camel cavalry legions with weapons such as Damascus knives to enhance the lethality of the camel cavalry. At the same time, the camel cavalry came and went like the wind in the desert and was not affected much by sandstorms. The Arab player Umayyad is said to have recently unified various tribes in the Arabian Peninsula and conquered the chiefs of each tribe. From this point of view, the Arab Empire is really invincible in the desert. Chu Tian could feel the pain coming from his right arm. Before participating in the Fifth National War, Chu Tian specially asked people to collect intelligence about the lords of various civilizations. The overlords of each civilization are looking for ways to unify their empires or conquer nearby civilizations. The Arabian Peninsula was unified, and the Arab Empire was on the rise. No one could defeat the Arab Empire in the desert. The conquest of the desert would be impossible only with far greater forces than those of the Arab Empire. Chu Tian was able to withdraw because Joan of Arc used her ability to drive the legion into a frenzy and boost morale at the critical moment. She once repelled Khalid's attack, and the Han army fled in two directions. In any case, the loss of thousands of horses killed in battle can be regarded as a defeat. We stall for time. Wu Qi and the others should be relatively safe. As long as they capture a city, they can make a comeback. Chu Tian didn't care about the defeat. At least his goal had been achieved. In addition, in the battle with Khalid in the desert, the Han army gained 10,000 military exploits. Use the War Eagle to contact other generals. Chu Tian and the two armies of Hua Mulan and Wu Qi were lost. and the Han army was divided into 3 groups. Among them, Chu Tian and Hua Mulan only had a few thousand remaining light cavalry, while Wu Qi's main force still remained. As long as the main force is retained, there is a chance for a comeback. Chu Tian's military exploits ranked first, and because of the desert battle, the Han army gained another military exploit, and the gap between Chu Tian and the second place widened. The king of the Songhai Empire has been eliminated? He is worthy of being a non-chief. Chu Tian discovered that the Songhai Empire had been eliminated. This is the first great lord to be eliminated. At this time, it was only what happened on the 3rd day of the national war. In the desert, camel cavalry were chasing Chu Tian's cavalry. Chu Tian only left the light cavalry behind. They have strong mobility, and it is not difficult to leave. It's just that Chu Tian wanted to buy time for the main army, so he tried to hold off Khalid. Once you discover the Han cavalry, come back and report immediately. The expression of Umayyad, the Caliph of the Arab Empire, was not very good. This battle did not achieve very good results, because Chu Tian is the #1 lord in the main world. He defeated Chu Tian's legion and gained more military exploits than expected. Now the Arab Empire has obtained 30,000 military exploits. If Chu Tian's legions were completely wiped out, the military merits that could be gained can be imagined. The Han cavalry was found about 50 miles to the west. Keep chasing. Once Umayyad learned of Chu Tian's whereabouts, he persevered. Chu Tian provides too many military merits. On average, killing a soldier of Chu Tian's army can earn 3 points of military merits. Other lords may not have such treatment. When Khalid learned of Chu Tian's new position, he used his sword to draw the marching route of Chu Tian's cavalry on the sand, and fell into deep thought. The Han army has a broader field of vision than us, but we are still led by the Han army. Walk. Umayyad understood immediately. You mean the Han army has divided its forces before the battle? Exactly. You lead 20,000 camel cavalry to pursue this remnant army westward, and I will lead the main force southward. The Umayyads were able to unify the Arab Empire and conquer the various chiefs in the desert. Their abilities were not weak at all. They immediately thought of the location and direction of Chu Tian's division of troops. Khalid shook his head. The number of Han cavalry on this road is estimated to be less than 5,000. We only need 5,000 camel cavalry to make them suffer. Bring 8,000 camel cavalry. The Umayyads had absolute confidence in Khalid, and no one could defeat Khalid in the desert without taking advantage of their forces. The combination of Khalid's general bonus, the Arab Empire's fanatical characteristics, and the desert terrain bonus is simply terrifying. But Umayyad also asked Khalid to always maintain more troops, because Chu Tian was the first lord, and not long ago, he defeated the King of Kings of Persia head-on. If they were not in the desert, the Umayyads might not have a chance. Khalid led 8,000 camel cavalry and continued the pursuit. The Umayyads led the main force of the Arab Empire to turn south, while Chu Tian was containing the Arab Empire's army. The main forces of Wu Qi and Xiao Liang forcibly attacked the 3rd city controlled by Darius I. Darius controlled a total of 3 cities. Darius's main force retreated to the eastern city. The northern city was controlled by the Arab Empire, and the southern city remained. We must break the city within 1 day. Xiao Liang is already a little crazy. Chu Tian bought some time in the rear, but the Arab Empire has no shortage of capable people, and maybe they will soon understand the Han army's ideas. Princess Xiao personally supervises the battle and must capture the city as soon as possible. As a siege general, Geng Yan immediately organized his troops to storm the city. Wei Wuzu served as the main siege force and climbed the city wall regardless of the cost. Boom! The Shinji battalion used Hongi cannons to bombard the city wall, and the last solid bullets were consumed. The main force of the Han army was forced into a desperate situation, but they all fought bravely and captured the city on the 4th day, killing nearly 10,000 Persian defenders. The Han army immediately entered the city to defend the city. At the same time, they counted the population and weapons, and recruited soldiers. Only the special troops brought here can be recruited. Xiao Liang discovered the restrictions on recruiting soldiers in the barracks. This city has a population of about 400,000, and about 80,000 qualified young men, who can be transferred to high-level arms or low-level arms. The various weapons are quite complete, and can probably meet the weapon requirements of 40,000 high-level soldiers. There is actually a 9th-level firearms workshop. Xiao Liang came to the stone tablet of the city lord's mansion, saw the list of buildings in the city, and discovered the high-end firearms workshop. This kind of building does not even exist in Chu Tian, but it does exist in the city on the battlefield of the national war. with a high-end firearms workshop. You can supply black powder and even produce a batch of solid bullets and shotgun SH.LS. Xiao Liang is worried about what to do after the SH.LS of the Honey cannon are exhausted. The existence of advanced firearms workshops has completely solved this problem. Although the production speed of solid bullets, SH.LS, and black powder is very slow, supplies can finally be obtained. It is a pity that the advanced firearms workshop cannot be brought back to the main world. Otherwise, it's a pity that the summer is cold. I saw a lot of good things in this national war. Try to find the location of the Lord. After Xiao Liang had a city to defend, he ordered War Eagle of Iron Eagle Scout to find Chu Tian's location. Even if he could be resurrected, it would be a pity if he was eliminated on the 4th day. After the Han army finally had a stronghold, the Arab Empire's army came in pursuit. When the Umayyads saw the Han army's flag planted in the city, they had to give up. The Han army had a city to defend, but the Arab Empire army was unable to take advantage of its desert warfare and storm the city, and the winning rate was extremely low. The Han troops in the city can be divided into 2 or 3 groups, taking turns to rest and recover their strength. After all, it's still a little bit short. We can order Khalid to withdraw his troops. There is no need to be too desperate. We also need to occupy a city as soon as possible. Umayyad's judgment was accurate. The Han army was equipped with a large number of divine arm bows, which was extremely advantageous for defending the city. Arrows can also be produced in the city. The armies of the Arab Empire carried limited numbers of bows and arrows. The Arabs retreated. Liang Hongyu stood on the city wall and witnessed a large number of camel cavalry leaving. An important reason why the Arab Empire was invincible in the desert was that even their infantry had camels, which came and went in the desert like the wind. If you want to conquer the Arabian Peninsula in the future, you will definitely have to fight the Arab Empire again. At that time, you can only rely on your military superiority to sweep the desert. Xiao Liang watched the army of the Arab Empire leave, and she had already decided in her heart that she would conquer the Arabian Peninsula in the main world. Human capacity is limited. This time, after suffering a loss at the hands of the Arabs, it is difficult not to think about revenge. In the main world, with its population and military strength, it is possible to conquer the Arabian Peninsula. The Umayyads withdrew their troops, but the camel cavalry who went to contact Khalid could not contact Khalid so quickly. Khalid led 8,000 camel cavalry and was still chasing Chu Tian's less than 3,000 East Asian cavalry. Chapter 897 Surrounding Situation. We will definitely conquer the Arabian Peninsula in the future. Chu Tian Xiaoyu was pursued for 3 days, and there were still more than 1,000 cavalry around him. It seems that Khalid chose to give up the pursuit because he received the order from the Caliph, and the number of Han troops was very small. This national war can be resurrected. Even if Chu Tian is killed, it will not help. What the Arab Empire wanted was military success. After there were only 1,000 people left in Chu Tian, they lost interest in continuing the pursuit. Instead, they retreated and captured a city for supplies. Chu Tian was also able to escape. Chu Tian made a large detour, turning from the west to the south to avoid the Arab front. At the same time, he tried to avoid confrontation with the legendary king. So far, Chu Tian has fully understood the situation on the battlefield of the Fifth National War. According to Chu Tian's speculation, the National War battlefield was divided into dozens of areas, and each area was controlled by a legendary king and his legion. Once a lord enters their territory, the lord closest to the legendary king will be attacked by the king's guards. These legendary kings may come from any civilization. As long as they are lords coming from the main world, they are their enemies. There is no possibility of negotiation, and they can only fight against each other. There are also levels of legendary kings and their legions. Some powerful legendary kings, the more cities they control. Darius I was in charge of 3 cities, garrisoned one of them, and regarded the other 2 cities as his territory. He was already considered the best among legendary kings. Some weak legendary kings may only have 1 to 2 cities. The most powerful kings may own 4 to 5 cities. After understanding such rules, Chu Tian already knew that when he made a detour, he might enter the territory of other kings. So he had to be careful. To the west of Darius the Great, there was still a desert, and Chu Tian saw the cavalry of another powerful civilization. Chu Tian, who only had more than 1,000 cavalry, chose to give way. Is this the Ottoman Empire's army? Chu Tian saw the star and moon flag of the Ottoman Empire. He couldn't tell whether the west of the territory of Emperor Darius the Great was the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire, or whether it was the lord who came from the main world. Sultan Hurrem. Sultan Hurrem was besieged in Istanbul by Alexander, and may also participate in this national war. The Ottoman Empire also had many legendary kings, spanning Europe, Asia and Africa, overwhelming European civilization. Chutian was not very willing to fight the Ottoman Turkish Empire's army in this state. If the Arab Empire army could be lured into the territory of the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire and let them fight, it might be a good opportunity for Chutian. Arabs are likely to be fooled if they do not know such rules. Chutian fought against Darius I because they had just entered the national war battlefield, and almost all the lords did not know that the legendary king had territorial awareness. Chutian only stayed in the territory of the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire for a while. After the Ottoman Turkish Empire's scout cavalry appeared, he immediately fled to the southeast. Lord Sultan, a cavalry of 1,000 men appears in your territory. A group of Ottoman Turkish cavalry scouts returned to the city to report the news to their great sultan, the conqueror, Mehmed II. A level 9 firearms workshop can only produce 100 solid bullets per month. Such a restriction is too great. Xiao Liang ordered the 9th level firearms workshop to produce solid bullets. But in Lord, firearms were more restricted. When Xiao Liang saw that even the 9th level firearms workshop produced a small number of solid bullets, Xiao Liang couldn't help but shake his head. 100 solid bullets? In terms of lethality, in a battle of 100,000 people, can only kill a few hundred people at most. If you are unlucky, you may only kill a few dozen people. Of course, the biggest effect of the Hongi cannon is to intimidate the enemy and disrupt the enemy's formation. If you were to accumulate 1,200 solid bullets every year in the main world, it would actually be an amazing amount of armaments. The high-level units with cold weapons are still the main force in decisive battles. The Lord is back! Hurry up and open the city gate to welcome us! Xiao Liang heard that Chu Tian finally escaped and was overjoyed. He took people out to greet him. On the 7th day of the national war, Chu Tian finally joined the main force of the Han army before running out of dry food. At this time, the separated Xuerengui, Hua Mulan and others also successfully escaped. Chu Tian took stock and found that he led 20,000 high-level light cavalry to break off the rear. After being intercepted by Khalid, he lost about 12,000 cavalry. Such losses were almost close to those incurred during the war with Darius I. Xiao Liang has already begun to recruit high-level troops, and is also producing the solid bullets and black powder needed for the Hongi cannon, as well as the crossbow arrows used in the divine arm bow. Your arms! Xiao Liang couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw Chu Tian's right arm was tied with gauze, and his armor was damaged. The camel cavalry of the Arab Empire are equipped with extremely high-quality Damascus knives. This armor can block a few knives, which is pretty good. Chu Tian replaced the broken armor. The armor made by Oyezi also has durability value. It can save Chu Tian's life in a melee, which is worth the money. If they dare to hurt you, if they attack the Arabian Peninsula in the future, I will personally lead my troops to destroy them. Xiao Liang waved his fists, seeming a little angry. The Lord of the Arab Empire messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. There is no need to wait to return to the main world. As long as our troops recover, we will try to destroy them. After Chu Tian discovered the rules of the national war battlefield, he was already trying to win back the victory. In this national war, because it can be resurrected, it is difficult to capture the enemy. When the enemy general sees that the situation is not good, he can kill himself. Anyway, he can return directly to the main world after death. You can only use the legion of the legendary king to attack the enemy. Xiao Liang seemed to understand what Chu Tian meant. Provoke a legendary king and lead their army to fight with the Arab Empire's army? Exactly. There are 9th level firearms workshops in this city that can be used, as well as various military camps. And the Shinji battalion can also receive supplies. A 9th level firearms workshop. This is great stuff. When Chu Tian heard that there was a high-end firearms workshop, his eyes lit up. He was originally thinking of ways to replenish the solid bullets used by the Hongi cannon. But now there are buildings in this city that can produce solid bullets. After accumulating a batch of solid bullets, the Hongi cannon can continue to exert its power in this national war. We should capture a few more cities before retaliating against the Arab Empire. However, the number of solid bullets produced by the 9th level firearms workshop was limited. So Chu Tian could only think of ways to occupy a few more cities, speed up the production of solid bullets, and increase his own troop strength. In the north is the Lord Umayyad of the Arab Empire. And in the east is the legendary King Darius of the Persian Empire, National War NPC. During this period, the Iron Eagle Scout has been exploring to the west and south. To the west is the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire. To the south are the legendary kings of the Byzantine Empire. This group of people are all civilizations in West Asia. It seems that we are sandwiched between Persia, Turkey, and Byzantium. And there are also great lords from the main world. Chu Tian felt somewhat headache. These legendary kings of civilization are difficult to deal with. Player lords like the Umayyads of the Arab Empire are also difficult to deal with. The most important thing is the terrain. The desert terrain is not conducive to the performance of the Han army. Explore the number of nearby cities. We will focus on attacking the cities and recruiting troops. We will not fight to the death with these kings for the time being. Chu Tian has war eagles and wolves to expand his field of vision. So he is relatively capable. The top priority is to figure out the number of cities in this area. Select the weak ones in the early stage. And then destroy these legendary kings when the population and number of soldiers and horses increase. Therefore, the head-on confrontation with Darius I at the beginning was actually a slight disadvantage. Within the territory of Darius I, the king of kings of Persia, there were 3 cities, one occupied by the Arab Empire, one occupied by the Han Empire, and the other was the main city of Darius I. The 3 forces formed a situation of 3 kingdoms. They are all replenishing their troops. Darius I wanted to destroy 2 alien lords who entered his territory. The Han Empire and the Arab Empire were defending each other and trying to gain more military exploits. Dozens of war eagles and hundreds of wild wolves were sent out to explore the locations of all cities. Once the location of the city is discovered, the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry will be dispatched to collect more detailed intelligence. Pieces of intelligence gradually converged on the city where Chu Tian was located. While Chu Tian was replenishing his troops, a map marking this area gradually took shape. The area where Chu Tian is located is dominated by Gobi and desert terrain. But east of the city where Darius I is located is the plain. In other words, if Chu Tian captures the main city where Darius I is located, then the Han army can retreat to the plain terrain where it is good and when necessary. To the south is the territory of the legendary kings of the Byzantine Empire, who also control 3 cities. To the west is the territory of the legendary kings of the Ottoman Empire, who control 3 cities. There are a total of 9 cities in this area. By occupying these 9 cities, you can recruit hundreds of thousands of troops and then invade the eastern plains. This idea is undoubtedly good, but it is extremely difficult. None of the 3 legendary kings is mediocre. In addition to Chu Tian of the Han Empire and the Umayyads of the Arabian Empire, Chu Tian also discovered the legions of 2 other lords. In other words, there are only 9 cities in this area, but there are 3 legendary kings and 4 lords of the main world. There is a lord. It seems to be Li Chunggui of Goryeo, who can have his idea. Chu Tian focused his eyes on an unlucky guy. After announcing the restoration of the country, Li Chunggui, the king of Kanxian of Goryeo, participated in the national war and was randomly assigned by the system to the area where Chu Tian was located. Persimmons have to be picked on the weak, and Li Chunggui's Goryeo army should be the best to deal with in this area. Li Chunggui was in the sphere of influence of the legendary king of the Byzantine Empire. Chapter 898 Eliminate Goryeo. The army of the Goryeo Lord Li Chunggui stormed a city garrisoned by Byzantine Empire soldiers. Although there were only 10,000 defenders in the city, the battle was extremely difficult. After paying the price of 30,000 people, Li Chunggui took the city. But soon, the city of Goryeo was surrounded by the army of the Byzantine Emperor. The Goryeo army fell into an unprecedented fierce battle. This national war is too difficult for us. Goryeo player Li Minchiol was besieged by the Byzantine Empire army, and only then did he realize how difficult this national war was. The Byzantine Emperor's army numbered at least hundreds of thousands, while the Korean army only had 70,000 people left. Even recruiting low-level troops would take a certain amount of time. The most feared were the Byzantine Emperor's 2 elite guard legions. The difficulty of defeating the Emperor of the Byzantine Empire is not much different from that of defeating the King of Kings of the Persian Empire. If we look at the diversity of civilized arms, the arms of the Byzantine Empire are more complete than those of ancient Persia. The Byzantine Empire had heavy armored cavalry that ancient Persia did not have. Players of Goryeo know that the Byzantine Empire, also known as Eastern Rome, was once powerful. The Varangian guards of Catherine's general Harold came from the Byzantine Empire. Li Minja saw the Varangian guards holding battle axes from the Byzantine Empire's army. The Byzantine Empire's army on the national war battlefield has passed its peak. I am afraid that the Byzantine Empire's army in history could not achieve such a military strength. This is also the reason why Lee Mincheol, a player from Korea, felt frightened when he saw the army of the Byzantine Empire. After the Byzantine Emperor arrived, he immediately ordered a storming of the city occupied by the Koryo lords. Byzantine soldiers rushed to climb the city wall. The trebuchets of the Byzantine Empire bombarded the city wall. Huge rocks fell down one after another, and the city wall was shaking. Li Chunggui was also unlucky. After occupying a city in the territory of the Byzantine Empire, he was quickly attacked by the Byzantine Emperor. Li Chunggui's Koryo army came from the Koryo Legion formed in Mingguan, facing the fierce offensive of the Byzantine Legion. The Koryo defenders were constantly shot and killed by random arrows. The Byzantine Empire's army violently attacked Li Chunggui for 6 or 7 consecutive days, causing heavy casualties on both sides. The defenders of Korea relied on the towering city walls to continuously throw stones at the city walls and kill the infantry of the Byzantine Empire. The emperor of the Byzantine Empire was still unable to make a breakthrough, so he couldn't help but frown. Use the Varangian guards. 6,000 Varangian guards were mixed in with the ferocious siege troops. Among them were Viking berserkers carrying giant axes and striding like stars. The sky was covered with arrows, and the Viking berserkers ignored the casualties of their companions, braved the arrows and stones, and forced the city to attack. The Varangian guards are the most elite infantry of the Byzantine Empire. When the Viking berserkers among the Varangian guards attack the city wall, they immediately enter a berserk state and kill everyone. The elite military squad of Koryo Kingdom was massacred by the Varangian guards. Although they are both high-level units, the two legions are not opponents of the same level at all. The Varangian guards were like killing machines, sweeping away thousands of defenders on the city wall. The leader of the Beiwu band, Iguan, was killed by the Varangian guards with a giant axe. When Li Chunggui was besieged by the Byzantine Empire army, Chu Tian's army was resting and recuperating while accumulating solid bullets for Hongyi cannon. The legendary king of the Byzantine Empire sent out a large army to besiege Li Chunggui. Li Chunggui was defeated and had given up the occupied city. After the Han army basically restored its strength, news of Li Chunggui's defeat soon came. This was expected by Chu Tian, because according to the captured Byzantine reconnaissance cavalry, the south was the territory of Byzantine Emperor Basil II. Basil II was the founder of the Varangian Guards of the Byzantine Empire. The Varangian Guards he commanded had 6,000 men, which was more powerful than Catherine's 500 Varangian Guards. Li Chunggui was no match for Basil II. Li Chunggui rebuilt the kingdom of Koryo and jumped up and down in front of me all day long. Although he cannot be killed in this national war, he must be eliminated as soon as possible in order to avoid long nights and dreams. Chu Tian personally led the army out of the city. Li Chunggui's Goryeo army was forced to withdraw from the city because it was unable to defend the city, and the Byzantine army was still pursuing them. Is it possible that there is such an obvious gap between our country, Goryeo, and these powerful civilizations? Li Chunggui used the city wall to kill tens of thousands of people from the Byzantine Empire, but was still defeated. Now there are less than 30,000 Goryeo troops left. Basically all the Goryeo troops were injured. Li Chunggui broke away from the rule of the Han Empire. He was originally full of confidence and thought he could become a wise king. However, on the battlefield of the national war, he was defeated by the Byzantine Emperor, which frustrated Li Chunggui's confidence. Loss in the national war is nothing, as long as we unite in the main world, protect the kingdom of Korea, and enjoy glory and wealth for a lifetime. Korean players Lee Mincheol and Lee Sung-ji-wai have different ideas. He knew that he was no match for the Han Empire, and his only purpose was to protect the Goryeo kingdom from being annexed by the Han Empire. Li Chunggui cheered up a little after hearing the words of the stranger in front of him, who was worthy of his trust. You are right. I would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. As the king of Goryeo, I must lead my subjects to protect a corner of the country. Place. The Han Empire seems powerful, but because its territory is too large, once it falls into turmoil, it will be difficult to unify without decades or centuries of war. Our generation does not have the opportunity to conquer Liaodong, but it does not mean that there will not be opportunities in the future. Li Minjia is familiar with the history of ancient China and knows that long-lasting alliances must be divided. Very true. Very true. Li Chunggui's eyes were bright, and he seemed to have regained his confidence. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the Korean army. Li Chunggui subconsciously looked to the horizon, and a black torrent appeared. War horses gallop. Dragon Flags Hunt. A huge cavalry attacked Li Qinggui's defeated troops head-on. Mount your horse and fight! Li Qinggui's face twitched, and with an almost panicked tone, he ordered his cavalry to mount their horses urgently. Could it be that the Byzantine Empire ambushed a cavalry in front? Li Ninja was also very panicked at this time. He imagined the Byzantine Emperor Basil II to be so terrifying that he thought he had been ambushed by the Byzantines. No, it's not the Byzantine Empire, but the cavalry of the Han Empire. When Li Ninja slightly recognized the enemy's identity, he became even more panicked. If it was defeated by the Byzantine Empire, it was nothing to Goryeo. But just a few months after Goryeo announced its independence from the rule of the Han Empire, it was defeated by the suzerain state. It was a sudden slap in the face. The Kingdom of Korea has not completely recovered from the shadow of the Liaodong army. But this time, the Central Plains cavalry that replaced the Liaodong army came to kill. The 30,000 remnant soldiers of Goryeo fell into despair. They faced the Han cavalry with strong physical strength and morale. As the vanguard, tens of thousands of cavalry troops swept in. The cavalry of the Goryeo army had dismounted. But before they had time to adjust their formation, Xuerengui rushed to the front and killed the Goryeo general Jiang Hansen. Jiang Hansen's body turned into a white light and disappeared. When a general dies in battle, he will be teleported directly out of the national war battlefield. With iron cavalry running rampant, the 30,000-strong Goryeo army was defeated. Yang Dian led a group of Northern Wei Tiger pattern cavalry, charging straight at Li Qinggui. You are taking advantage of others' danger. The morale of Li Qinggui's legions was already low, and they were unable to withstand the cavalry assault, and were defeated one after another. He also recognized the Han Empire's army, and was very sad and angry. As a suzerain country, when faced with vassal countries, it also adopts sneak attack tactics. The cavalry army formed by Chu Tian added insult to injury, and immediately launched a surprise attack after the Goryeo army was defeated by the Byzantine emperor. With a clang, the saber in Li Qinggui's hand was thrown away by Yang Dian's horse. The next moment, King Li Qinggui of Goryeo was killed by Yang Dian. The heartbreaking pain gave Li Qinggui a splitting headache. Although the national war can be resurrected, there will still be strong pain when stabbed by a weapon. Li Qinggui opened his eyes, sweating profusely and panting violently. He had returned to the Goryeo kingdom in the main world. This also means that in the first month of the national war, Goryeo has been eliminated. The military power of the suzerain country is so strong. This cavalry should be the cavalry of King Xia of the Han Empire. What should I do? Li Qinggui's confidence was shaken. He found that he was a bit too big and dared to betray the Han Empire. King Xia of the Han Empire defeated the Liaodong army, which terrified Goryeo. This is not the first time that Li Qinggui has fought against Chu Tian. In the past national wars, the two sides actually fought briefly. At that time, Li Qinggui had not yet betrayed Cui Zishan, the first lord of Goryeo. Soon, except for a few captured soldiers, the entire Goryeo army was eliminated and returned to the main world. It's still comfortable to bully an opponent of the level of Goryeo. Chu Tian reined in his horse, and was very happy to see the battlefield littered with corpses. The Goryeo kingdom jumped left and right, which made Chu Tian very unhappy. At this time, he killed the Goryeo legion and eliminated them to collect some interest. A total of 19,831 military exploits were obtained. Li Qinggui's ranking among all the lords was not high, and the points gained from destroying the 30,000 Goryeo army were limited. Chu Tian's goal in sending troops this time was not Li Qinggui, but defeat the Byzantine emperor and capture 3 cities, and you can recruit an army of 200,000. Chu Tian's goal is to destroy the legendary king of Byzantium and capture the 3 cities in the south. The city occupied by the Arab Empire in the north was located deep in the desert. Chu Tian temporarily avoided confrontation with it, and instead changed its target to the Byzantine Empire. Basil II of Byzantium, with the Varangian Guard in its prime. And Chu Tian captured about 1,000 Korean soldiers who were not determined. Originally, Goryeo's soldiers only needed to die in battle before they could return to the main world, so they were difficult to capture. However, it took several years for the Goryeo kingdom to be conquered by the Liaodong army, so a group of local soldiers were afraid of the Han Empire and even surrendered on their own initiative. This finally gave Chu Tian more than 1,000 servants. Li Qinggui is the founder of Li's Korea after all, and his abilities are also extraordinary. The Byzantine emperor suffered a lot in order to regain the city occupied by Li Qinggui. Most of his army will return to the main city for supplies, and we can meet him halfway. Chu Tian couldn't help but be excited when he thought that after defeating Darius I, he would face a Byzantine emperor head-on. Chapter 899 Byzantine Empire. In Longqi County, the Xiliang army gathered troops to attack the rebellious Xiqiang tribes. Qin Liangyu led the remaining Wudong Feiyuan and Bygone soldiers to join the Xiliang army and assembled troops at Didao, the Longqi County government office, to prepare for the march to the western Chang tribe. 200,000 Xiliang troops, including 2 legions of Ma Teng and Ma Yuan, were dispatched, together with Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu, about 10,000 elite troops, for a total of 110,000 troops. Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Ma Yuan, and Han Sui all had the characteristics of suppressing the Chang tribe. The order they received was to put down the rebellion of the Xiqiang tribe before Chu Tian returned. "Dad, when will you teach me martial arts?" A girl in a green skirt held Ma Ting's arm before he set off. "Lure. Girls should learn to play music, chess, calligraphy and painting, so that they can easily marry into a famous family. Our branch of the Ma family has not produced a noble person for a long time." Ma Teng was very dissatisfied with Ma Yunlu's request to learn martial arts. As he gets older, Ma Yunlu has become somewhat slim and graceful. If possible, it would be best to make the Ma family a famous family through marriage. Preferably 4 generations and 3 sons. If you learn martial arts, you can be defeated by up to 10,000 people. But the highest level of marriage can be below 1 person or above 10,000 people. With a heroine in court, Ma Yunlu pouted. "But I also want to fight for His Royal Highness King Xia, like my father and brother. If I become a general, wouldn't it also be possible to bring glory to my family? In our family, it is enough for your brothers to serve as generals. That little guy Ma Dai can also be on his own in the future." Ma Teng also has several sons, Ma Chao, Ma Tai, and Ma Xiu, as well as his nephew Ma Dai. The second generation of the Ma family has no shortage of generals at all. "Humph. Then I will wait for His Highness King Xia to come back and ask to be appointed as a military commander." Ma Yunlu seems to be dissatisfied with his father's arrangements. Ma Teng held his forehead with a headache. Not only the Xiliang man, Ma Yunlu also has the potential to become a general. And sometimes his temper is no better than Ma Chao and the others. "Hurry back to the school in Xia City." Ma Teng was helpless about his daughter's willfulness, but still drove her away. There are many generals in Chu Tian's forces. In Ma Teng's view, by marrying these generals or their descendants, Ma Yunlu does not have to risk his life to perform meritorious service. "Ma Teng, it's time to go," Su Fengnian urged Ma Teng. Su Fengnian is now the commander of the Xiliang army and is in charge of 200,000 Xiliang troops. Ma Teng is one of the 4 commanders of the Xiliang army. When Su Fengnian urged Ma Teng to set off, Ma Teng set off immediately. "This time we must completely put down the Chang rebellion. Any rebels will be killed without mercy. Chu Zimu doesn't want to do anything that will affect his reputation. So let me do it." The Chang rebellion has consumed too much of Liangzhou's energy. As the lord of Liangzhou, Su Fengnian knew that the Chang tribe often rebelled. In the past, the princes were fighting each other, and each prince had a soft attitude towards the Chang tribe. With the reunification of the north, Su Fengnian could free his hands and send troops to suppress the western Chang tribe and completely resolve the never-ending Chang rebellion. Songhai Empire, Koryo Kingdom, Inca Empire, Swiss Confederation, and Siam Kingdom. 5 civilized lords have been eliminated. The difficulty of this national war seems to be beyond imagination. What is Chu Zimu doing at this time? Su Fengnian also paid attention to this national war. In less than a month, 5 great lords of civilization have been eliminated and returned to the main world in disgrace. Su Fengnian didn't know that Chu Tian was taking a bold adventure. He was lining up to deal with the emperor of the Byzantine Empire. After Basil II of the Byzantine Empire defeated Li Chengde, he lost tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, leaving 10,000 Byzantine soldiers to defend the city, and then returned to the main city of the division. Chu Tian used war eagles and wolves to speculate on the direction of the Byzantine army's return, and waited for work while the Byzantine emperor was on his way back. Chu Tian's military exploits are already ranked first, but Chu Tian still wants more military exploits. No one knows what kind of props can be exchanged for this national war. Naturally, the more, the better. The Byzantine Empire's army of 150,000 soldiers suffered 50,000 casualties in order to capture the city occupied by the Koryo Kingdom. Byzantine Emperor Basil II had only 100,000 troops left. After Chu Tian's troops were supplied, They were completely worthy of Basil II. The Byzantine Empire army is entering a low hilly area. A Byzantine cavalryman seemed to have discovered important news and galloped back without stopping. Emperor Basil II of the Byzantine Empire stretched out his hand to stop the marching Byzantine army. When the Byzantine Empire army, including the Varangian guards, saw their emperor ordering the march, they all stopped. There was a chill. "Your Majesty, there is a legion in front, already in formation. Who dares to be so bold?" Byzantine Emperor Basil II was greatly surprised. It would be fine if the other party found a way to set up an ambush. But the other party did not think about an ambush at all, but planned to defeat the Byzantine Empire's army head-on. "The terrain here is almost nothing but bare sand dunes. No wonder they faced them head-on instead of ambush." Basil II twisted his stiff neck because he was too focused on defeating Li Chengde of Goryeo. A Byzantine general asked their emperor for instructions. "Your Majesty, what should we do? How many people are there on the other side?" "Less than 100,000. The troops are evenly matched. But they dare to stop our army." The Byzantine army continued to advance. Basil II had just defeated Li Chengde. When he saw someone challenging his authority, he became arrogant and had to defeat the enemy army that faced him head-on. A strong wind passed by, and tens of thousands of Han troops lined up in the sand dunes, recharging their strength and waiting to fight the Byzantine Empire army. The Byzantine Empire army had experienced a difficult siege battle not long ago, and both physical strength and morale had declined. So Chu Tian was fully confident of defeating Basil II. And Chu Tian squinted his eyes and saw the imperial flag of the Byzantine Empire appearing. The 1,000-year Byzantine Empire spanned the east and west. Basil II was a king around the northern Song dynasty who hired Nordics to form the Varangian Guard. "It would be great if Catherine was here. She also had a Varangian Guard. But Catherine's Varangian Guards are far less numerous than Basil II's Varangian Guards." Chu Tian didn't look relaxed when he thought about fighting Basil II's Varangian Guards. Because of Ekaterina, Chu Tian was no stranger to the Varangian Guards. The Viking berserkers of the Varangian Guard enter a berserk state, which is equivalent to a 9th-level soldier. They will not stop fighting until they die in battle or their physical strength is exhausted. Just as the Hob chariot had its flaws, so did the Varangian Guard. First, the Viking berserkers in a violent state can hardly tell the difference between friend and foe. Secondly, the violent state makes the soldiers' physical strength drain faster, as long as they can survive the outbreak period of the Varangian Guards. The exhausted Varangian Guards will almost sit there and wait to die without reinforcements, in order to seize the 3 cities controlled by the legendary king of the Byzantine Empire. Basil II must be defeated. Winner takes all. The Han army already had a city, so Chu Tian did not have to worry about having no way to retreat. The 3 cities owned by Basil II of Byzantium could recruit at least 200,000 troops. So Chu Tian believed that as long as he defeated Basil II, it would be worthwhile. What's more, defeating the Byzantine Empire's army can itself gain a lot of military exploits. Wu Qi continued to command the central army, with the Yuo Tuki army serving as the left army and the Iron Cavalry army serving as the right army. The newly recruited White Robes and White Horse Yikon serve as a reserve army. They wait until the main force defeats the Byzantine army, and then go forward to harvest, gain experience, and improve their level. The Hongi cannon was left in the city by Chu Tian because it was too heavy. The Hongi cannon is not only used for attacking, but is actually used to defend the city. The effect is quite good, and it is more deterrent than the bed crossbow. Gung Yen is on the left and Shuai Gui is on the right. The 2 cavalry generals are ready for a fierce battle, except for the bastard civilization like Goryeo, which improvised an army of 100,000 people and could easily crush it. The other great lords and legendary kings had at least 1 or 2 formidable imperial guards, as well as a large number of high-level soldiers. The Byzantine Empire army approached the Han army camp. 2 empires, 6 armies fighting in front of them. The opponent's infantry phalanx is deep and thick, and it is an elite division. Basil II hesitated a bit after ordering the attack. He suddenly realized that the lord who dared to intercept his 100,000-strong army was not a good person. However, Basil II could no longer take back the order. If the military order is suddenly changed, the formation will be in chaos, and the soldiers will not know how to advance or retreat. The 6 armies fired thousands of arrows together, and the arrow rain came through the sky, covering the sky. Rows of dark Byzantine heavy infantry pressed forward, trying to overwhelm the Wei soldiers with momentum. Wu Qi led the Wei soldiers, not afraid of the Byzantine heavy infantry, and stepped forward to attack. It was different from the time of Darius I's war. Darius I brought a Persian army of 200,000, which was in full condition, while the Byzantine Empire only had an army of 100,000 left, and was in poor condition. In this case, Wu Qi has no reason to be afraid of the soldiers and horses of the Byzantine Empire. The Yuzhou assault cavalry of the left army and the iron cavalry of the right army launched a heavy cavalry charge. Geng Yan's Yuo cavalry was a trap. Although the capabilities of Yuzhou's assault cavalry are good, they may not necessarily be able to achieve huge results in front of the Byzantine Empire's armored cavalry. The real main force in breaking the formation is the cavalry army temporarily commanded by Xuerengui. It is composed of various high-level heavy cavalry, the best among the best. As long as he doesn't encounter an army that is invincible in certain terrains like the Arab Empire, Xuerengui has no pressure at all. Xuerengui waved the Fontion painted halberd in his hand, splitting away the rain of arrows, and charged into the Byzantine cavalry. 4 or 5 spears stabbed Xuerengui at the same time. Xuerengui waved the Fontion painting halberd with his right hand. The spear was broken by the huge force. The head of a Byzantine armored cavalry was broken and his helmet flew out. The cavalry troops at the rear fired arrows, and Shishua's army had the highest cavalry damage among the cavalry troops. The close-range penetrating power of the Mongolian bows combined with heavy arrows was enough to break armor. Put in the Varangian guards! Basil II's bad premonition grew stronger. The Han army and the Goryeo army in front of them are not enemies on the same level at all. The sense of oppression brought by the Han army to Basil II was far greater than that brought by Li Chengui. 6,000 Varangian guards went into battle, under the orders of Basil II, and were responsible for destroying Wu Qi's Wei army from the front. After Wu Qi encountered the undead army, he once again encountered a terrifying infantry. The Varangian guards broke out from the Byzantine Empire's army and went directly into a violent state. The size of the Viking berserkers suddenly increased. They wore Nordic horn helmets, swung their battle axes, and chopped down Wei soldiers along the way. Not sure enough. The armored holy cavalry is ready for battle. Basil II was inexplicably uneasy. Even after the Varangian guards went berserk, the destructive power they erupted was astonishing. Once their physical strength was exhausted, it would be quite dangerous. The armored holy cavalry of the Byzantine Empire held lances decorated with imperial flags and gathered behind the formation, their armors fierce. Chapter 900 The Two Great Guards of Byzantium. A Wei soldier watched in horror as a giant axe struck his cowhide shield. The shield was shattered by the astonishing destructive force. The axe blade penetrated the shield and killed the Wei soldier behind the shield. The Viking berserker holds the battle axe in his hand. His eyes are red, and he is killing everyone. This is a group of fighting machines that only know how to kill, possessing astonishing destructive power. Wu Qi organized the Wei soldiers to form a neat phalanx, further tightening it, and used the defensive power of the infantry phalanx to withstand the attack of the Viking berserkers. So far, in addition to dealing with Goryeo soldiers, the enemies Wu Qi has faced have been the elite legion undead army and the Varangian guards. Moreover, the opposing coach is the founder of these elite legions. Wei soldiers are holding fast, and the Shinji battalion is coming up to support them. Chu Tian saw the Varangian guards dispatched and knew that the Byzantine Emperor Basil II had used his elite guards infantry corps. Chu Tian has always been jealous that Yekaterina has such a unique unit as the Varangian guards, because the Varangian guards can enter a violent state and are comparable to 9th level heavy infantry. Now, however, it was not a pleasant feeling to be the enemy of the Varangian guard. Fortunately, Chu Tian had the Saint-level commander Wu Qi, and the main force was preserved in the battle with the Arab Empire. Some of Wei's battle-hardened soldiers are still alive. Otherwise, it would be difficult to block the attack of the Varangian guards. On the National War battlefield, the legendary King's Elite Legion ranges between level 60 and level 80. The average level of the Varangian Guard is level 80. The current solution is to wait until the physical strength of the Varangian Guards is exhausted. Then victory will belong to the Han army. Xiao Liang's Shinji battalion moved quickly and deployed behind Wei Wuzu. The violent Varangian Guards chopped down rows of Wei soldiers, and the Wei soldiers turned to defense. The dense forest of spears resembles hedgehogs. The Viking berserker's eyes were red with blood. He cut off his spear and forced his way into the spear formation of Wei Wuzu. The spear pierced the burly body of the Viking berserker. However, the Viking berserker's giant axe flew out and hit the Wei soldier in front of him. Wei Wuzu's helmet was split directly by the battle axe, and he was killed instantly. Xiao Liang's musketeers have arrived. The sound of neat muskets sounded, and white smoke filled the air. A Viking berserker was hit in the shoulder by a lead bullet. The impact of the lead bullet shook his majestic body, and the wound was filled with blood. After going berserk, the Viking berserker continued to carry the axe regardless of his injuries, and kept slashing like a god of war. However, no matter how stubborn the will is, it is still flesh and blood in the face of firearms. After 3 rounds of shooting by the Shinji battalion, at least hundreds of Viking berserkers were hit in the vital points by matchlocks, or died due to excessive bleeding. The battle of the Chinese army was still as fierce as when Darius I fought. Wu Qi continued to be the mainstay of the Han army. No matter who the opponent was, he never retreated and waited for opportunities to counterattack. The white gunpowder smoke had filled the air to an altitude of 10 meters. Byzantine Emperor Basil II was shocked when he witnessed the white gunpowder smoke produced by the firearms fired by the Shinji battalion. What kind of weapon is that? The Byzantine Emperor did not expect that the Varangian guards would encounter an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Although the violent Varangian guards caused a lot of losses to Wu Qi's legion, they were still unable to break through the defense of Wu Qi's legion. The Shinji battalion behind Wu Qi's army received a batch of black powder and lead bullets for supplies, and once again exerted its power. The bravest Viking berserker fell in front of the matchlock gun. Your Majesty, the cavalry archers have been fiercely attacked by the enemy's right army and are about to be defeated. The worst thing was not that the Varangian guards were shot by the Shinji battalion, but that the right army of the Han army led by Xuerengui suppressed the Byzantine Empire's cavalry. Iron-armored holy cavalry supports the left army. Basil II felt fear, and he had to send his last trump card to the battlefield. Byzantium's most elite cataphract cavalry. The cataphract, led by his most trusted military general. The super-heavy paladin cavalry had to enter the battlefield. Otherwise the left army of the Byzantine Empire would be destroyed by the cavalry army led by Xuerengui. Chu Tian successfully forced the Byzantine Emperor to use his 2 most important trump cards. Dealing with the Varangian guards and armored holy cavalry at the peak of the Byzantine Empire was definitely no less difficult than dealing with the Persian army of Darius I. The armored holy cavalry of the Byzantine Empire, armed with lances, launched a fierce attack on the right army of the Han army led by Xuerengui. The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the heavy horse armor was filled with cold light. The civilization of the Byzantine Empire, which did not appear in the main world, showed its terrifying side. If you underestimate the Byzantine Empire's touching too much, you may be defeated and killed. Xuerengui's right army collided with the Byzantine Empire's armored holy cavalry, and the Byzantine Empire's horse archers fired thousands of arrows. The cavalry braved the rain of arrows from the Byzantine Empire's horse archers and galloped with guns in hand. Xuerengui's Fangtian painted halberd hit the helmet of an armored holy cavalry. In an instant, the armored holy cavalry's helmet deformed, and a high-level cavalry was chopped off the horse by Xuerengui's halberd. The reaction force from the armored paladin's helmet made Xuerengui's right wrist holding Fangtian's painted halberd slightly numb. Obviously the armored paladin's defense was very high, and Xuerengui was not as simple as killing ordinary Byzantine horse archers. The defensive power of the Byzantine Empire's horse archers was not high, and they mainly relied on bows, arrows and sabers to cause casualties to the enemy. What really made Xuerengui feel a little troublesome was the super heavy cavalry of the Byzantine Empire. Its amazing defense and impact power exceeded that of the Iron Buddha, and it was one of the representative arms of the Byzantine Empire. The armored holy cavalry collided with the cavalry army led by Xuerengui, and the 2 torrents of steel seemed to converge together. The violent collision caused cavalrymen wearing heavy armor to fall off their horses and be trampled into pulp by the iron hoofs of the horses. The battle between the Han army and the Byzantine Empire army was extremely fierce, making Chu Tian seem to have returned to the scene when he fought with Darius I. However, after Chu Tian took precautions, it was no longer possible for the Arab Empire to take advantage of him. During the period when the Han army was resting, Chu Tian had already expanded his horizons. As long as the army was mobilized within a radius of several hundred miles, as long as the scale was more than 10,000 people, Chu Tian could basically obtain information immediately. Therefore, this time, Chu Tian can let go and fight Basil II. Chu Tian and Jia Su were watching the countless casualties, while waiting for the weather to arrive. The weather is not as good as the right place, and the right place is not as good as the people. The Arab Empire, in times like the Desert Storm, relied on the desert terrain and the people brought by faith. So the actual combat power that broke out in the desert battle was astonishing. Chu Tian was inspired by the war with the Arab Empire. However, waiting for the right time was not easy. Chu Tian and Jia Su could only summarize the simple rules based on the change of wind direction in the desert during this period. They were waiting for the change of wind direction.
Tian sure should be on my side.
Chu Tian has the property of being a son of the plain, which can improve his luck. But Chu Tian also has the element of gambling on luck.
Even if there won't be a sandstorm in a short period of time, as long as the wind direction is favorable, an ambush will be used.
Chu Tian was always paying attention to the change in wind direction. Before the battle with Basil II, Chu Tian had actually ordered a cavalry unit to ambush behind the nearby sand dunes. Wait for the wind direction to change. Then you can completely use the sandstorm to launch a surprise attack. This is a tactic learned from Khalid, the first general in the Arab Empire. Khalid also used this special tactic to divide the Han army and then defeat it one by one. Although Chu Tian's generals have no additional bonuses for fighting in desert terrain, neither does the Byzantine Empire. The battle between the two sides became more and more fierce. Xuerengui was covered in blood and killed many armored holy cavalry of the Byzantine Empire by himself. The armored holy cavalry also caused huge losses to Chu Tian's cavalry army. They are the few high-level cavalry that can withstand the impact of Chu Tian's heavy cavalry so far. In addition to the overweight armor, the armored paladin also has a holy light covering the armor, which strengthens the heavy cavalry's defense. This is the exclusive skill of the armored paladin and can be maintained for a period of time. When the battle between the two armies lasted for 3 hours, the number of soldiers killed on both sides was at least 10,000. The wind direction quietly changed, and the yellow sand in the desert began to flow with the wind direction. Outside the battlefield, Hua Mulan and Xiao Chue each commanded 5,000 light cavalry, always waiting for the wind to change. When the wind changes direction, their cavalry will jump into battle. Although the two men have only 10,000 cavalry combined, when the battle is in full swing, the sudden attack of 10,000 cavalry will completely determine the outcome.
We can't wait for the sandstorm. Even if there is a sandstorm, it may not be beneficial to us. We only need to use the short opportunity of the wind and sand to interfere with the sight of the Byzantine Empire army to determine the winner.
After Xiao Chue changed the direction of the wind, he suggested to Hua Mulan to join the battle. Hua Mulan nodded and pulled out the Tang Dao. She has recognized Xiao Chue's ability. Xiao Chue is both a commander and a counselor, with no shortcomings. 10,000 light cavalry rushed out from behind the ambush dunes. Similar to the cavalry of the Arab Empire, they were wrapped in veils and quickly approached the battlefield with the help of the diffuse yellow sand. The expression of Emperor Basil II of the Byzantine Empire became darker and darker at this time. His army was in a bitter battle and was on the verge of defeat. A Byzantine general suggested to Basil II,
"Your Majesty, neither the Varangian guards nor the ironclad holy cavalry can defeat the powerful enemy. We have just experienced a tragic siege not long ago and are physically exhausted. It is better to return to the main city to rest for the time being. How can the Byzantine army retreat?"
Just as Basil II finished speaking, the wind direction on the battlefield changed, and Basil II had to stretch out his hand to block the yellow sand. The cavalry general responsible for monitoring the surrounding situation came to report urgently,
"Your Majesty, a group of Eastern Light Cavalry is approaching quickly and is about to enter the battlefield."
Basil II had to stand up and look to the outside of the battlefield. Sure enough, a light cavalry broke into the battlefield, and the target was Basil II. Chapter 901 Reward for defeating the Byzantine Emperor.
Kill!
Hua Mulan's Tang sword killed a Byzantine Empire horse archer. The latter's half-armor broke, and a knife mark appeared. Most of the sabers used by the Han generals were forged by Oyezi and Moxie, and they cut iron like clay. Xiao Chue holds a Mongolian bow and is a skilled cavalryman. With his amazing waist strength, he can often hit the front of the Byzantine cavalry and kill them. Two cavalrymen, Hua Mulan and Xiao Chue, appeared behind the Byzantine Empire army, attacked the reserve team guarding the food and grass, and then went straight to the Byzantine Emperor's headquarters. Joan of Arc once again activated her motivational characteristics, and the iris flag overflowed with holy brilliance. Its command value was enough to cover a battlefield of 100,000 people. The Han army entered a state of religious fanaticism, and their morale increased significantly. Facing the exhausted Byzantine army, they counterattacked across the board. After the Varangian guard slaughtered thousands of Wei soldiers, their physical strength was finally exhausted. Under the attack of the Shinji battalion, the exhausted Varangian guards entered a state of fear, and their morale dropped rapidly. Soon, the Varangian guards, who were counterattacked, were killed in batches, and the burly Viking berserkers fell to the ground. The Viking berserkers were extremely ferocious when they broke out, but after the berserk ended, Their combat effectiveness dropped sharply, making them no match for Wuqi. The only Byzantine Empire's armored holy cavalry that was still desperately resisting Chu Tian's cavalry army. However, now even the armored holy cavalry are in panic, because their emperor is being attacked by the light cavalry ambushed by the Han army. They must not only resist the Han army's cavalry, but also try to turn around and rescue their great emperor. About 300 armored holy cavalry withdrew from the already tense battlefield and returned to support Basil II. The Han light cavalry had engaged Basil II's few troops. The Varangian guards and the armored holy cavalry are both the imperial guards of the Byzantine emperor. Just like the cavalry army, and the 5 schools of the northern army became the imperial guards of Chu Tian. When these 2 imperial guards were thrown into the battlefield by Basil II under the pressure of Chu Tian, then the guard force around Basil II was weak, with only a few thousand people left, and many of them were low-level troops. Xiao Chua and Hua Mulan wanted to make military exploits and ensure their future status, so they all fought hard. The Byzantine emperor is at hand. Due to the surprise attack on His Majesty the Great Emperor, the morale of the Byzantine Empire army dropped again. At the critical moment to decide the outcome, Chu Tian also sent 1,700 captured Goryeo soldiers to the battlefield. Many NPC soldiers in Goryeo are very afraid of the Han Empire, and are willing to be forced by the authority of the Han Empire, and be driven by the lords of the Han Empire. 10,000 Han light cavalry quickly defeated the guards around Basil II, before the armored holy cavalry returned for reinforcements. Xiao Chua shot an arrow, and passed through Basil II's ear. A strand of golden hair was cut off by the arrow.
If you don't want to die, lead your army and surrender.
Xiao Chua wanted to recruit Byzantine Emperor Basil II and his army for Chu Tian. Xiao Chua also saw that the Byzantine Empire army commanded by Basil II was at the pinnacle of Byzantine Empire civilization. It could fight fiercely with the 100,000 troops brought by Chu Tian from the main world, which was enough to prove its ability. If Basil II and his army can be recruited, it will undoubtedly be a powerful boost to Chu Tian. Xiao Chua can also get Chu Tian's favor. Facing the gradually deteriorating situation, Basil II not only did not panic, but seemed to accept his fate and calm down. He is just one of the legendary kings who was systematically arranged to contain the various overworld lords on the national war battlefield.
I am defeated this time, but the Byzantine emperor will not surrender. This is your reward for defeating me.
Basil II threw a token, and Xiao Chua subconsciously took the metallic token. When Xiao Chua looked at Basil II again, the remaining legions of the Byzantine Empire and their emperor disappeared on the battlefield. Xiao Chua and Hua Mulan, an ambush light cavalry group, suddenly entered the battlefield, forcing Byzantine Emperor Basil II to admit defeat and disappear from the national war battlefield. At the same time, his army also disappeared. The Han army, which was still fighting hard, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when the powerful enemy disappeared. In the battle with the Byzantine Empire's army, the losses of the Han army were not small. After all, they were the elite divisions of the Byzantine Empire. Maybe Chu Tian didn't expect that these legendary kings would disappear from the national war battlefield when they thought they had no way out or were defeated. Legendary kings cannot surrender to any lord. They have their pride. For the Han army, which suffered many casualties in the battle with the Varangian guards and the ironclad holy cavalry, Basil II took the initiative to disappear and did not instruct the Byzantine army to fight to the end, which could also reduce the casualties of the Han army. After 3 major battles with Darius, Khalid, and Basil II, the 100,000 Han troops brought by Chu Tian, including elites from hundreds of battles, many of whom had died in battle, returned to the main world. The Han troops in front of them, many of them were recruits recruited by Chu Tian in the city. The initial level of the new soldiers recruited in this national war battlefield is level 30, which is not too low, but it cannot be compared with the elite soldiers who have fought in hundreds of battles.
The legendary kings in this area are not easy to mess with.
Unless there is an absolute strength advantage, it will be quite difficult to fight against the legendary kings and their imperial guards.
Ding! You completely defeated Basil II, the legendary king of the Byzantine Empire, and received an additional 30,000 military merits. Ding! The 3 cities controlled by Byzantine King Basil II will randomly refresh 10,000 low-level Byzantine Empire defenders in each city to temporarily pledge their allegiance to you.
After Basil II disappeared, Chu Tian received a prompt from the system. This must be an additional reward for defeating the legendary king. After consecutively defeating Darius I of the Persian Empire and Basil II, Emperor of the Byzantine Empire, Chu Tian's points reached an astonishing level. while Mulan and Xiaochua led the remaining light cavalry to join Chu Tian. Because the Byzantine Empire army has disappeared, there is basically no need to clean up the battlefield. You only need to pick up the weapons and food left by the Byzantine Empire army. Xiaochua handed a token of Basil II to Chu Tian, which was also one of the rewards for defeating the legendary king.
Hero Recruitment Order of the Byzantine Empire Civilization.
The value of this token obtained by Chu Tian is not difficult to imagine. This recruitment order is specifically for recruiting civil servants and generals from the civilization of the Byzantine Empire. In other words, if you completely defeat Darius I of the Persian Empire, you can also get a recruitment order from the ancient Persian civilization. It is not easy to completely defeat these legendary kings, because these kings must be forced into a desperate situation and not given a chance to breathe. Chapter 902 Recruiting Byzantine Generals. The main city of Emperor Basil II of the Byzantine Empire. Chu Tian led the Han army into the city. There are 10,000 Byzantine defenders in this city, all of whom are low-level troops below level 4. Ordinary heavy infantry and heavy cavalry are level 4 arms, and above that are high-level special arms. Now, these 10,000 Byzantine city defense troops served Chu Tian, who defeated Basil II. Only in this way can we obtain the arms of other civilizations.
The main city of the legendary king has a population of 600,000, while ordinary cities only have a population of 400,000. That's it. The Byzantine Empire has 3 cities, with a population of 1.4 million, and can forcibly recruit more than 200,000 soldiers.
After Chu Tian defeated Basil II, he captured all 3 cities of Basil II, gained 30,000 low-level Byzantine Empire soldiers, and had a population of over 1 million. In this way, even if 30,000 soldiers were killed to defeat Basil II, it was not unacceptable. 10,000 Byzantine soldiers stood in front of Chu Tian. The Byzantine Empire inherited ancient Rome and was influenced by Greek, Persian and other civilizations, making it very complex. Chu Tian took a look at the Byzantine Empire's city defenders. The command was 78, and the force was 72. It was enough to command 10,000 Byzantine defenders. This is just an ordinary NPC general, not Basil II's capable general. Chu Tian flipped his wrist, and the recruitment order he obtained appeared. Chu Tian directly used this recruitment order.
Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of Nicephorus Siphias, the king-level commander of the Byzantine Empire.
Basil II's right-hand man appeared in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't know much about the Byzantine Empire, the successor to Rome in the Middle Ages, but he could still tell the abilities of a general based on his profile. Name, Nicephorus Siphias. Civilization, Byzantium. Talent, king-level commander, cavalry type. Level 80. Identity, during the period of Basil II, the commander of the Western teaching group assisted the emperor in destroying the First Kingdom of Bulgaria. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 90. Force, 87. Intelligence, 75. Politics, 50. Charm, 80. Phaseality, calm. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, Imperial Border General, S-level trait. When serving as a border guard general, Legion attack power plus 10%. Defense power plus 20%. Characteristic 2, Marching on mountain roads, S-level trait. Legion's marching speed in mountainous terrain plus 20%. Characteristic 3, Cavalry Raid, A-level trait. Cavalry impact plus 7%. Marching speed plus 5%. Special Arms, Western Teaching Group, 7th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 4,000. Chu Tian saw that the attributes of this famous Byzantine general were pretty good. Maybe among the many generals of Basil II who fought with the Han army just now, there was Siphias. If it was just a civil war in the Han Empire, then Chu Tian's current army would be enough. If he wanted to launch a great conquest, he might need to form a group of servant armies. King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table were incorporated into the cavalry and became part of the cavalry. The Protectorate Army of Joan of Arc and the Hussite Legion of the Bohemian Kingdom of Jeshka were unified into the Servant Legion of the Praetorian Guard, commanded by Joan of Arc. The main reason why the Servant Legion is organized in the Guards is to facilitate control. After acquiring King Arthur, Joan of Arc, and Jeshka, Chu Tian acquired another general who could serve as a general. Siphias of the Byzantine Empire.
The kings of Western civilization like to lead their troops in person, but the generals are ignored. I have never heard of this person.
Although Siphias seems to have good attributes, almost no one has heard of him. The reason is also very simple. As the emperor, Basil II went on many military expeditions. Of course, the glory was given to the emperor first, followed by the generals. The proportion of emperors in ancient China who conducted military campaigns personally was relatively small. Generally, the founding emperor would prefer to conduct military campaigns personally, and then leave it to the generals. For example, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty provided Wei Qing and Wu Zubing with a steady stream of troops and food in the rear, so that Wei Qing and Wu Zubing could wipe out the main force of the Xiongnu. Therefore, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty could not show military talents, but more political abilities. Emperors often get into trouble when they go on an expedition. In the Battle of Manzikert, the Byzantine Emperor Romanus IV personally led the expedition and was captured by the Seljuk Empire Sultan Alp Arslan. In the Battle of Tumibao, Wala defeated the Ming army and captured the Ming Emperor Song. Except for the founding emperor who had experienced hundreds of battles and had the ability to drive and conquer personally, other emperors basically relied on luck to go into battle.
Now that Sfias has been recruited, wouldn't it be possible to directly recruit the Western Teaching Corps,
plus the Byzantine defenders of the city, to form a Byzantine army?
Chu Tian inexplicably took over an Eastern Roman legion, because there is no Byzantine Empire in the world of lords. The generals of the Byzantine Empire were divided among different lords. After occupying 3 cities, Chu Tian began to recruit troops in several cities on a large scale, preparing to expand his sphere of influence, gain more military exploits, and receive recruitment orders. In addition to Basil II, there were many legendary kings in the Fifth National War, and Chu Tian only occupied a small area.
It's a pity that Alexander took away Belisarius. Other famous generals of the Byzantine Empire, I don't know whose hands they fell into.
Chu Tian asked people to spread out the map, and he needed to decide on the next target. The north is deep in the desert and occupied by the Arab Empire. Chu Tian is not very willing to fight the Arab Empire for the second time. Otherwise, it will be easy for both sides to lose.
There is a plain to the east, and it seems more advantageous to expand to the east. As for the Arab Empire, it will look for opportunities to retaliate and come back.
Chu Tian has discovered that the 4 cities he occupied are located in desert and Gobi terrain, with plains and hills to the east. Chu Tian's legion is mainly composed of cavalry, so the plain area is undoubtedly more conducive to the performance of his legion. Xiao Liang saw that Chu Tian changed his target to the east and said,
"If we expand to the eastern plains, then the Umayyad, the lord of the Arab Empire, may send his troops south and take away the 4 cities we occupied. The 4 cities are all within the scope of the desert terrain, and they may lose in a real field battle with the Arab Empire. Transport all weapons, grain, grass, and youth to the main city of the Byzantine Empire. Even if the other 3 cities are lost, the impact will not be much. However, the speed of producing solid bullets and crossbow arrows will be affected."
Chu Tian decided to focus his main efforts on the eastern plains. As the lord of a large river basin, Chu Tian still likes plain terrain. For Chu Tian, terrain like the desert was too uncertain. Chu Tian looked at the rankings. In the first month, Chu Tian defeated Darius I, had a brief confrontation with the Arab Empire, eliminated the kingdom of Koryo, and forced the Byzantine Emperor Basil II to admit defeat. Chu Tian's accumulated points have exceeded 100,000, and he is still at number 1 on the leaderboard. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. I just want to farm well. 147,555. Second place, Marshall, Governor of the United States. 115,787. Third place, 3 Emperors of the Roman Empire. Constantine, 108,501. Fourth place, Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire. Ajadai, 95,219. Fifth place, Caliph of the Arab Empire. Umayyad, 92,333. Sixth place, King of Macedonia. Alexander, 88,021. Seventh place, Khan of the Ilkhanate. Tolui, 85,112. Eighth, Holy Roman Emperor. Hohenzollern, 78,215. Ninth place, King Louis of France, 77,391. 10th place, Prince of the Mughal Empire in India, Brahmin, 74,426. 11th place, the 3 Emperors of the Roman Empire, Caesar. Behind them, there are Tom K and Liu Bei of the Han Empire, Gustav of the Kingdom of Sweden, Queen Isabella of Spain, the Amazon Empire, Oda Nobunaga and other lords.
The two sons of Genghis Khan did not disgrace their father's reputation.
Chu Tian couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw Waquitai and Tuolay entering the top 10 among many powerful lords. Ogdi used Turks from the Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm as his team to rebuild the Mongol Empire. It was also a Turkic empire and had ranked 4th. After the Umayyads of the Arab Empire unified the Arabian Peninsula, they showed the momentum of the Arab Empire's great conquest era. They were also the only lords so far who had made Chu Tian suffer losses in national wars. Umayyads' military exploits came from attacking Chu Tian and the main city of Darius I. The main force of Darius I was defeated in the battle with Chu Tian and suffered heavy losses, from which the Arab Empire gained a lot of benefits.
Historically, the Arab Empire rose to prominence after the war between the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. They really knew how to take advantage. Chu Tian shook his head. The most powerful enemy he imagined, Alexander the Great, had not yet shown a strong side in this national war, and was only ranked 5th. Correspondingly, the lords of the American civilization zone ranked 2nd. This lord named Marshall once suffered losses at the hands of Chu Tian and Ekaterina, but recently he has become more and more active, overwhelming the European heroes. After the three emperors co-ruled the Roman Empire, they took advantage in a war involving 100,000 people. Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey, the three Roman emperors, all participated in the war as lords, and each commanded an army of 100,000 people. Two of them ranked in the top 11, and Pompey ranked in the top 30, which can be regarded as a strong rise. Chu Tian didn't know where these powerful lords were.
Iron Eagle Scout went to the east to explore which legendary king's territory it is, or whether that king has been destroyed.
Some legendary legions, such as Basil II, disappeared after becoming familiar with the rules of the national war battlefield. Other major lords in the main world also began to fight back and attack the legendary king.
Where are Huan and Ekaterina at this time?
At the same time, Chu Tian stood firm and began to search for the locations of Huan and Ekaterina. Huan still retains his identity as a lord, because the Han Empire can have one more place during the national war. The Han Empire, with a population of 3 million, had fewer and fewer lords. What Chu Tian didn't expect was that Huan, King Liang of the Han Empire and protector of the western regions, was also in a very bad situation at this time. Chapter 903 Joan and Caesar. On the plain, a strong wind blew up, blowing the grass, and two armies faced each other. Huan held a broad-edged sword, his palms sweating. Hu Zibing, Ban Chao, Wang Xuanzi, Chen Tang, Wang Zhongzi, Gao Xianji, and other famous generals from the protectorate of the western regions were all brought by Huan to participate in this national war. The army of the protectorate of the western regions fought with the legendary King Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin. Both sides suffered losses, and then successfully captured the city as resting. However, when Huan planned to completely defeat Zhao Kuangyin, he encountered the powerful lord of other civilizations, Caesar the Great of the Roman Empire. Meeting Caesar at this time is not a good thing for Huan. As the most famous king of Roman civilization, Caesar's light was suppressed by Constantine because the Roman Empire gave birth to a capable player, Constantine. But Caesar's army was not that easy to deal with. This time, the Han Empire and the Roman Empire once again had friction. Huan's western region army faced the Roman conquerors. A group of generals from the western region protectorate were eager to take on the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire at its peak and the Han Empire at its peak were two giants from the east and the west, which were not easy to deal with. The eagle flags of the Roman Empire stood everywhere, and the Roman legions were ready. Roman Emperor Caesar rode a war horse and looked at the Western Legion on the opposite side.
This place seems to be the territory of an Eastern king, and the person in front of me is an Eastern lord. His name seems to be Huan. He is in charge of the western regions of the Han Empire and has conquered the Chaisher Kingdom, Wusun Kingdom, Dayuan Kingdom, Chiotzi Kingdom, etc. He can be regarded as the #1 person. Father, the Han Empire robbed us of 2 eagle flags. We spent 10,000 taels of gold, and Chu Zemu was unwilling to return those 2 eagle flags to us. If we can get 2 eagle flags, the size of our Roman legion will be even greater. Huge. And father, you can also become the most powerful among the 3 emperors. We cannot let Constantine steal the show.
Octavian, the adopted son of Caesar the Great, mentioned that the Han Empire had seized 2 eagle flags from the Roman Empire. Caesar observed the military formation of the Western Region Legion.
Octavian, take a long-term view and don't care too much about the Roman Legion. the knights and the musketeers. We need to absorb other civilizations. This is the true Roman spirit. Constantine to be able to be so strong. To a certain extent, it relied on the power of the Knights Hospitallers and the city-state of Carthage. Only the Roman legion had obvious shortcomings. After hearing Caesar's words, Octavian fell into a brief silence. Unless a civilization with an unusually long time span like ancient China could assemble various arms without the need for other civilizations would need to continuously absorb arms from other civilizations. After years of dealing with player lords, Caesar has gradually understood that the Roman legions are not omnipotent. Facing the super heavy cavalry and musket line phalanx, the Roman legions were already lagging behind. The three emperors of the Roman Empire have been trying to strengthen the Roman legion. The most effective way is to absorb the arms of other civilizations. Cooperating with the Roman legion, they will explode with amazing combat capabilities. Constantine absorbed the Maltese civilization and Carthage civilization, and tried to conquer Morocco, turning the Mediterranean into his own source of troops. Caesar returned his attention to the battlefield. The Western regions protectorate of the Han Empire controlled a population of approximately 10 million. The Dewan Kingdom produced good horses for the Western regions protectorate, and the Western regions protectorate's army had excellent cavalry. Huitubing, the general of the Han Empire, is capable of fighting the top generals of any civilization, and he is not weak in the slightest, especially in foreign wars. Huitubing's, sealing the wolf and Jushu, can exert his full combat power. In addition to Huitubing, Ban Chao, Chun Tang, Wang Zhongxi and others were also king-level commanders, and were not afraid of famous Roman generals. Caesar's side was still dominated by Octavian, Lepidus, and Antony, the last three giants of Rome. In addition to the three giants under Caesar, there were also famous Roman generals such as cavalry officer Marcus Agrippa and Fabian the Delayer. The Roman Empire can become an ancient empire in the West, with influence for thousands of years, the birth of many famous generals, and being divided up by Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey. Father, the legendary Eastern king here is said to be an emperor named Zhao Guanyin. We are fighting with the Western region army of the Han Empire. Will Zhao Guanyin benefit from it? Don't worry. The foreign lord in front of you fought with Zhao Guanyin not long ago. Our scouts have learned the news, and I will command the army and come to fight with him. Whether it is the person in front of me or the legendary king of the East, Zhao Guanyin, they will all be destroyed by us. Caesar is bound to win, except for Octavian, who stayed with Caesar as Caesar's adopted son. Antony, Lepidus, Fabian, Agrippa and other famous Roman generals went to command various legions. Caesar and Huan stood ready, waiting for the opportunity for a decisive battle. Caesar was wary of Huan's general Huitubing. Sweat flowed down Huan's armor. 6 Roman legions, or 7, in addition to the Roman legions. There are also some cavalry and archers, which do not seem to belong to the Roman legions. Could it be that Caesar has recruited some other civilized arms? Huan is not very willing to fight Caesar. He prefers to bully the lords of the Southeast Asian civilized zone, African civilized zone and other places, rather than a famous lord like Caesar. However, there is no escape but a fight. So what if Caesar defeats Caesar, and our Western region protectorate will become famous all over the world? Huan knows that he can be resurrected, so he can give it a try. The sound of war drums and horns echoed throughout the battlefield. The pikemen of the Western region legion formed an infantry phalanx, under the command of Gao Xianji and Li Sai. They served as the central army and pressed against the Roman legion. Li Sai's Tang Dynasty Modeo army has always been the main infantry force of the Western region legion, enough to cut off heavy cavalry. Huitubing and Wang Zhongxi's cavalry served as the left and right wings, trying to cooperate with the Chinese army to attack the Roman legions and annihilate Caesar. Two powerful civilizations broke out on the national war battlefield. The Roman legion was good at close quarters combat, and Li Sai's Mo Dao team was also good at hand-to-hand combat. The two infantrymen fought with daggers and Mo Dao, leaving corpses everywhere. The shortcoming of the Roman legion is the cavalry. Use the cavalry to destroy the flanks of the Roman legion. Even if the opponent is Caesar, he will be defeated. Huan was nervous and a little hysterical. Against Caesar with equal strength, Huan still has a winning rate. Huitubing's Han Empire hussars attacked the cavalry responsible for protecting the Roman legions. The cavalry led by Caesar's general Antony was inferior to Huitubing, and was defeated by Huitubing. Huitubing even single-handedly killed dozens of cavalry, and led hundreds of hussars to open a gap. The light cavalry behind him followed and pushed forward, tearing open the gap in Antony's cavalry square. Antony fought hard, but still couldn't match Witzubing's triumphant victory. Emperor Caesar frowned slightly. He had tried his best to recruit more elite cavalry to protect the flanks. But Witzubing's 9th-level light cavalry came and went like the wind, and had the impact of heavy cavalry. Every time Witzubing acted as the main force to break the formation, the enemy's flanks often will be defeated quickly. This is the practicality of a small number of elite cavalry. As long as Witzubing opens a gap, the enemy will often be defeated quickly. Antony fought hard, but was still defeated by Witzubing. Then the Roman legion, as the backbone, might be attacked from the side by Witzubing, which would lead to a complete defeat of the Roman legion.
Father, I will lead the cavalry to support Antony.
Octavian did not expect that Antony's cavalry would be defeated so quickly, so he volunteered to lead a cavalry to support Antony, Caesar's capable general. Caesar took off his cloak and boarded the horse himself.
The one who can defeat Antony must be Witzubing. Only if I go into battle can I curb his offensive. You take over my command and reinforcements will arrive soon. I actually want you, Father,
to fight in person. Octavian knew that Caesar had the characteristics of a monarch. With this characteristic, he surpassed Scipio and was the strongest person in Roman civilization. The Eastern general named Witzubing was proud of being able to force Caesar to take action. After all, Witzubing had no monarchical characteristics and could already force Caesar to go into battle himself. Octavian originally didn't think highly of one, who was equivalent to the governor of the western region of the Han Empire. But the explosive combat power of Huan's legions had a tendency to defeat the Roman legions. This was undoubtedly beyond Octavian's imagination.
Wait, reinforcements? What does this mean? Is Father going to join forces with that person?
After Caesar personally went to war, Octavian's face couldn't help but change when he thought of what Caesar said to him. The reserve force commanded by Caesar himself joined with his general Antony and finally stabilized the flanks. Witzubing and Zhao Pona fought with Caesar and Antony, and the two cavalry charges back and forth, in order to maintain the dignity of the Western Region Protectorate. Witzubing and his general Zhao Pona attacked Caesar's cavalry at all costs. Thousands of cavalry fell to the horses of Witzubing and Zhao Pona.
It seems that we can still compete with Caesar.
Huan also left a reserve team, ready to enter the battlefield at a critical moment. Wang Xuanzi, who was responsible for monitoring the movements on the battlefield, suddenly reminded Huan,
My lord, there are a large number of soldiers and horses approaching the battlefield. Which legion? The Eagle of Rome. Oops. There are 2 Roman lords here. Order Witzubing and others to retreat immediately, and I will personally cut off the rear.
When Huan heard that the second group of Roman Empire troops appeared on the battlefield, he immediately understood that in addition to Caesar, another Roman Empire lord was also nearby. The battle flags of the Knights Hospitaller and the Byzantine heavy cavalry were waving, and behind them were the Roman legion, the Carthaginian war elephant legion, and the Genoese crossbow legion, which were marching rapidly for dozens of miles. Constantine, one of the 3 emperors of Rome, had a sharp vision and personally served as the commander-in-chief of the Knights Hospitallers. The Knights Hospitaller, one of the 3 major knightly orders in Europe, appeared before the Eastern lords for the first time. Caesar finally chose to join forces with Constantine in this national war. This time Joan had to deal with 2 Roman lords, who had an army of more than 200,000. Chapter 904 Turkic Hero.
Romans, don't go too far.
Joan led the cavalry to retreat to the west, and was pursued by Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus. Caesar and Constantine joined forces to defeat Joan, who had to withdraw from the battlefield, facing 2 Roman emperors at the same time, plus a group of troops from North Africa. Huan was unable to fight anymore.
Octavian, he doesn't have many troops left. We just want to gain military exploits. There is no need to spend time chasing him. We can't kill him.
Antony persuaded Octavian to stop the pursuit. This time the national war can be resurrected, so it is impossible for them to kill Huan. At most, they will force Huan to withdraw from the national war battlefield. Octavian disagreed.
We have made a grudge against him this time. If we don't eliminate him, if he comes to trouble us in the next few months, something bad will happen. He only has more than 10,000 remaining soldiers. What can he do? We have chased him for 300 miles. There is no need to continue the pursuit. We have to go back and join forces with His Majesty to defeat the King of the East.
Antony reined in his horse and ordered the cavalry to stop the pursuit.
Antony is right. Constantine cannot be allowed to take away the extra military merits that belong to His Majesty. If you can defeat the King of the East,
You might be able to get extra rewards.
Another of Caesar's generals, Lepidus, sided with Antony. Octavian glanced sideways at Antony and Lepidus, uneasy about two of Caesar's generals joining forces. As Caesar's adopted son, Octavian was naturally Caesar's heir. However, Caesar's two generals Antony and Lepidus seemed not to be convinced by the young Octavian. Instead, they joined forces with each other and tended to compete with Octavian. After Lepidus and Antony gave up chasing Hone, Octavian also had to give up the idea of pursuing Hone, because Hone still had tens of thousands of troops. If Octavian was the only one left to pursue him, he was defeated by Hua An's counterattack. Octavian's military ability was not as good as Caesar's. What was truly outstanding was his political ability and demagoguery. Caesar and Constantine met on the battlefield where Joan and Caesar had fought not long ago.
Caesar, you are already old. Even the governor of the western regions of the Han Empire cannot be defeated by your own strength.
Constantine looked at the elderly Caesar, suspecting that Caesar's abilities had declined. Caesar put on his cloak again.
I am joining forces with you just to reduce unnecessary losses. We are both the pride of Rome, and there is nothing wrong with fighting the enemy together. The enemy this time is not much worse than us. This area is owned by an eastern king named Xiao Kuangyin. Now that we have driven away Huan, it is time to attack this legendary king. Sure enough, Caesar, you are not as confident as before. Otherwise you would dare to attack the king of the east alone. If you have any chance, why not give your territory to me, and I will lead the Roman Empire to glory. Octavian's still a little worse. As for Pompey, he was originally not qualified to be tied with us. He only became one of the three emperors in order to maintain the balance of the Roman Empire.
Constantine tried to persuade Caesar to choose his successor and unify the Roman Empire.
Although you are indeed capable, I am not that easy to die.
Caesar ordered his legions to march to the main city where Xiao Kuangyin was located. Constantine chased after him.
Let's join forces to defeat the king of the east and sweep away other nearby kings. With the combined strength of the two of us, there are basically few people who are our opponents. As for the reward, we will share it equally. Recruit a Dongfang. It seems good to use our military generals. Boy, just follow me.
Caesar got on his horse, seemed to agree with Constantine, and chose to continue to join forces with Constantine.
The lords of Rome actually chose to join forces. They defeated the enemy, and it seemed that the rewards were reduced by half. But in fact, almost no one was their opponent, and the rewards they received increased instead of decreasing.
After Octavian and others withdrew their troops, Joan escaped and was unable to fight back against Caesar and Constantine. Constantine had famous generals such as Scipio the Great and Little, Marius the Reformer, and Hamilcar the Lightning, who cooperated with Caesar in launching an attack, which led to the defeat of the Western Region Protectorate's army.
There are only 17,000 people left. This amount of troops simply cannot survive on the battlefield of the national war.
Hua knew that every legendary king on the national war battlefield had at least 100,000 troops, and each lord also had a large number of troops. If there was only one defeated army left, it would be difficult to compete with any lord on the battlefield.
There are so many powerful enemies on this battlefield. That Roman is like a beast.
Huitzubing's armor cracked, and he was injured trying to block the pursuers with Huan. Huitzubing fought against famous Roman generals such as Caesar and Scipio, and found that these famous Roman generals were also very good at fighting, and became famous for their military exploits. Not only that, during the battle with Constantine's legion, a fierce general, who looked like a beast, used force to injure Huitzubing, which left a great shock to Huitzubing.
That man is not a Roman, but a Roman gladiator, a Greek named Spartacus. He should be one of the most powerful people in the Western continent. If Chuzimu is here, we join forces with him. Even if we join forces with Constantine, we can still defeat them. It's just that we are not as lucky as they are, and our birthplaces are not close to each other.
Huan couldn't help but secretly cried out that he was unlucky. Some civilizations have multiple lords participating in national wars. If the location of their arrival is random, theoretically there will be situations where lords of the same civilization will arrive at similar locations. Huitzubing took the initiative to ask Huan,
Master, where should we go next? Wandering around, there might be a chance.
Huan's more than 10,000 people turned into a bandit-like team, plundering food and grass everywhere, and trying to attack the city. In a city in the north of the battlefield, Catherine led the remnants of the Russian Empire to recuperate. Her army was attacked by Ajadai and the Ashina Turks, legendary king. Only 30,000 people were left. Only by Huan's army, The situation is better. After the war broke out between the Tsarist Empire and the Ashina Turks, Ogdi sent troops to encircle and suppress Yekaterina's army, causing Yekaterina to fall into trouble. In order to protect Catherine, the Viking hero Harold led the Varangian Guard to death and returned to the main world. The number of troops under Catherine's command was getting smaller and smaller. The Polish hero Bathory said,
"Your Majesty, there is a plain to the south. If you leave this city, you will leave the ice field. After replenishing our troops, go south to the plains and temporarily avoid the front of Ogdi's troops. Ogdi and the Ashina family have a large number of Turkic cavalry, and we are no match for them. The Mongols seem to have a restraining effect on us Tsarist Russia."
Catherine turned the front to the eastern plain, a main city of the Turks in the northern ice field. After defeating Yekaterina, Ogdi sent troops to attack the legendary King Ashina Turks. The lame Timur was riding a war horse to supervise the battle under the city. The Turkic general Mahmud was the first to ascend the city wall and defeated the defenders. The allied forces of Mongolia, Turks, and India broke into the city, and the city was engulfed by the flames of war. The new Mongol Empire created by Ogdi was a mixture of Mongols, Turks, and Indians.
"I can't possibly serve you. This is the reward you deserve for defeating me."
Ashina Tuman, the founder of the Turkic Khanate, threw a token to Timur, and then disappeared on the battlefield of the national war with the Ashina Turk army. Timur clenched the recruitment order in his hand, his eyes flickering. After hesitating for a while, Timur chose to hand over the recruitment order to Ogdi. Timur established the Delhi Khanate in the main world. But he was not actually a lord, because the team of the Delhi Khanate he established was the 100,000 Mongolian and Turkic cavalry given to him by Ogdi, and Mongols and Turks ruled the Indians. Therefore, Timur had to respect Ogdi as his lord.
Compared with getting this recruitment order from the Turkic civilization, what I am more happy to see is your loyalty.
Ogdi took over the Turkic civilization recruitment order handed over by Timur, and was very satisfied with the loyalty shown by Timur. Wakwati did not hesitate to use this recruitment order, and a hero of the Turkic civilization appeared in front of Wakwati.
"Ashnadu Jishur, I have seen the great Khan, a member of the Ashina family."
After Ogdi fought with Ashina Tuman, the founder of the Turkic Khanate, he gained the allegiance of a Turk named Ashina Dujishi.
"What is this person capable of?"
Wakwati looked at a player from the Eastern Han dynasty who was loyal to him. As an NPC lord, Wakwati may not necessarily know all the talents, so he needs a player who is proficient in all historical figures to serve as a strategist. There are a lot of players in the Donhan district. As long as you are willing to spend money, it is easy to recruit a player as a strategist. The players in the Eastern Han district hesitated for a while.
"Ashina Dujishi, this name seems to have some impression."
Except for the Han Empire, the real names of heroes from other civilizations are very complicated, which makes players in the Eastern Han dynasty think deeply.
"Yes, this man is Shibi Khan, who besieged Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty in Yan'an. In the troubled times of the late Sui dynasty, various princes, including Dojienda, Lu Wuzhou, Wang Shichong and others, once professed their vassalage to this man. Even Li Yuan, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. I had to make good friends with him and use the momentum of the Turks to seize the world."
Players in the Eastern Han dynasty finally identified the origin of this person.
"This person's talent cannot be said to be too high or too low. But he besieged Yang Guang, just like Mao Nanshan Yu besieging Han Gaozu. He has a place. Ashnadu Jishur. From now on, you will be in charge of the 5th Turkic army."
Wakwati conquered Shibi Khan, who besieged Yang Guang, expanded massively, and formed the 5th Turkic Legion. Yeludashi said to Wakwati,
"The great Khan has a new general who will definitely surpass the name of Genghis Khan. I'm still far from being my father. I'm not allowed to fight with the lords of the Han Empire until I have accumulated enough strength. This time I defeated the woman of Chuzemu, which is a bit of a chance. Great Khan, I request a cavalry to go south to pursue Catherine."
Timur took the initiative to ask Ogdi to fight. Chapter 905 Chutian's Plan.
Caesar and Constantine's points are rising almost at the same time. What's going on? Are they joining forces to fight?
Chu Tian discovered important information in the leader rankings of this national war. The Roman Emperor Constantine, who was originally ranked 3rd on the rankings, rose to 2nd place with 140,412 points. And Caesar, who was ranked 11th, rose to 5th place with 94,125 points. The points of the two people rose almost on the same day. since the lords of the same civilization were allies during the national war. Chu Tian deduced that Constantine and Caesar joined together, and the two Roman emperors fought together. The two Roman emperors joined forces to gain military exploits, and their efficiency was probably even faster than Chu Tian's. Chu Tian crushed Darius I and Basil II head-on, and easily eliminated the lords of Korea, and then reached the top position in terms of military exploits. Caesar and Constantine joined forces to gain military exploits. Chu Tian thought this was a bit cheating. However, thinking about the Third National War, he seemed to have achieved military exploits with Catherine, and he seemed to be unqualified to blame Caesar and Constantine.
Ekaterina, 51,215 points. This is not in line with her style. Her territory now has a population of at least 50 million.
Chu Tian saw that Ekaterina only had 50,000 points. As the Tsar of the Russian Empire, the population she ruled ranked among the top in the Western continent, and she had gained so few military exploits, which was a bit abnormal. The only explanation is that Ekaterina's army was attacked by two or more lords at the beginning, which prevented it from developing in the early stage.
Huan's points are only about 40,000.
Chu Tian discovered that Huan's points were not high. Huan has Hu Zibing as his general, and he should be quite ferocious in a national war involving 100,000 people. However, Huan's ranking is not high. Both allies have problems, and don't know where they are. The only good news is that the national war can be revived this time. So Chu Tian is not worried about the safety of Ekaterina and Huan. After Chu Tian defeated Basil II, he gathered weapons, food, grass, and youth from the four cities, and recruited soldiers on a large scale. The high-level military units have relatively high requirements for soldiers, and Chu Tian ordered the young and strong men who were not physically fit to be transferred to the low-level military units to expand their military strength as much as possible. At the same time, Iron Eagle Scout also figured out the identity of the legendary king of the Eastern Plains. The ruler of the Eastern Plains was Chandragupta, the moon guardian of ancient India.
When Alexander conquered northwest ancient India, this man was almost executed by Alexander. Later Alexander died of illness, and the moon guardian led the rebel army to expel the Macedonian occupying forces and establish the Mauryan dynasty. Later, Seleucus, the successor, took over Alexander's work in Central Asia, and the territory of West Asia once again invaded the northwest of ancient India and was defeated by the Moon Protector King. The Yu Protector King of Yu in the Warring States period of ancient China and his Maurya dynasty should be relatively famous in the history of ancient India.
Xiao Liang takes stock of Yu Huang's experiences, defeating Seleucus, one of Alexander's successors, and creating the Mauryan dynasty. He is indeed qualified to become a member of the legendary kings.
The war elephant corps of the ancient Indian civilization is very famous. Even the Seleucids and the Persian kings often asked ancient India for war elephants. Prepare firearms and rockets to deal with the war elephants.
Chu Tian is already familiar with the war elephant army. Chu Tian participated in at least hundreds of battles, big and small, and saw all types of soldiers, including the War Elephant Legion. Although the War Elephant Legion has many weaknesses, as an enemy of the War Elephant Legion, you must prepare supplies to deal with the war elephants. Otherwise you will be slaughtered by the war elephants. This undoubtedly adds a lot of pressure to the enemies of the War Elephant Legion.
Dealing with the Moon Guardian King in the plains should be less difficult than dealing with the Arabian Empire deep in the desert.
Chu Tian learned that the opponent was the Moon Protector King, so he planned to march to the east according to the original plan. The plain area is beneficial to Chu Tian, and it is also beneficial to the Moon Guardian King's War Elephant Legion, and the influence of the terrain is offset.
King Moon Guardian has a total of 3 cities, one of which is occupied by Queen Isabella of Spain, and the other is occupied by Oda Nobunaga of Japan. Isabella. Oda Nobunaga?
Chu Tian not long ago eliminated Li Chunggui of Goryeo and returned to the main world. And now, he discovered Oda Nobunaga. For these lords who were jumping up and down near the Han Empire, Chu Tian believed that it was necessary to teach them a lesson before they would settle down, and it was unreasonable to reason with them.
If we attack the city of King Sukigo, will Isabella and Oda Nobunaga join forces? Will we be able to withstand the attack of 3 legions?
Xiao Chua considered the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is that Chu Tian marches to the eastern plains. Isabella and Oda Nobunaga will choose to join forces to deal with Chu Tian, who is ranked first, and the legendary king of ancient India, King Yuehu, will also choose to attack the strongest army of Chu Tian. Chu Tian ranks first in the main world. If Isabella and Oda Nobunaga attack Chutian's army, the merits they gain are enough to be divided between them, which is still more than enough. Otherwise, they will be defeated by Chutian one by one. So there are reasons we'll join forces. As for the Moon Protector King, if it is based on the principle of attacking the strongest person who enters the territory, then it is possible that Chutian will be attacked first. Chutian imagined the worst-case scenario and was attacked by 3 legions at the same time. Xiao Liang interjected.
No, this is not the worst situation. If the lords of the Arab Empire take this opportunity to go south to attack our 4 cities, we will be even more in danger. It seems that marching eastward is not that simple. It requires taking risks. But no matter what strategy you adopt, isn't it a risk?
Chutian counted the weapons reserves and found that 300 solid bullets for Hongi cannons had been produced, which was equivalent to the 20 Hongi cannons brought. On average, each Hongi cannon had a reserve of 15 solid bullets. This reserve is barely enough to damage the enemy's morale. Among these young men, Chutian recruited 100,000 low-level soldiers, and quickly increased his strength to 100,000, raising his strength to 200,000, including 30,000 Byzantine Empire defenders. High-level troops are being recruited quickly, including the Western Teaching Regiment composed of 4,000 Byzantine Empire heavy cavalry under the Byzantine General Siphias. In Chutian's plan, after adding a group of high-level troops, he would launch a large-scale invasion of the eastern plains.
Xiaochua, you lead a group of cavalry, disguised as Arabs, and go to provoke the legendary king in the west, the emperor of the Ottoman Empire, Mehmed II. Try to make Mehmed II delay the Arabs, and then we can use all our strength head east.
After Chutian lost to the Arabs in the desert battle, he knew that it would be difficult to defeat the Arab Empire in the desert terrain. So he began to play dirty tricks. The battlefield is not just a head-on confrontation. The so-called soldiers are also deceitful.
Are you sure you want me to provoke 2 forces alone?
Xiaochua, who had always shown obedience, couldn't help feeling tremendous pressure at this time. Provoking the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire and asking him to attack the lords of the Arab Empire is difficult for ordinary generals to do. So Chutian chose Xiaochua, who was good at strategy and could command troops, to carry out this dangerous task.
It shouldn't be difficult for you to choose 3,000 cavalry. Take away the camels obtained from 4 cities, and disguise yourself as camel cavalry. I believe you. If you encounter danger, you can return to the main world. Alright.
Xiaochua obtained 3,000 white-robed troops and took a group of camels to attack the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire.
My matey too,
Xiao Liang said.
My matey too led a large army to capture Constantinople, destroy the Byzantine Empire, and rename Constantinople to Istanbul. It was not a good move in history. Can Xiaochua complete the task? Her ability is not inferior to that of Mehmed II. At that time, the Ottoman Turkish Empire was in a period of rising national power, and it was not difficult to destroy the Byzantine Empire in its decline. When Xiaochua angers Mehmed II, we can march east if we advance. We don't have to worry about the lords of the Arab Empire attacking our rear.
After Chutian sent Xiaochua, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Xiao Liang and Xiaochua should be the 2 smartest women in Chutian's power, so Chutian does not doubt their abilities. Xiaochua led 3,000 white-robed troops disguised as camel cavalry from the Arab Empire to march towards the territory of the Ottoman Emperor in the west. Chutian is speeding up the recruitment of troops. In a city in the eastern plains, Oda Nobunaga is preparing to attack the ancient Indian moon guardian king. Yusuji Kenshin, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Shimazu Hisa, Tachibana Michiyuki and others had to temporarily succumb to the rule of Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga is also loyal to the ancient Japanese General Minamoto Yoshitsune and the player Takeda Tadayoshi. Oda Nobunaga, who had not experienced the incident at Hinnoji Temple, promulgated the order of general peace in the world and was nominally the shogun of Japan. Takeda Tadayoshi, who inherited the Takeda family, said,
"It is better to wait for Queen Isabella of Spain to fight with the moon guardian of ancient India, and we reap the benefits. The moon guardian of ancient India was not an ordinary person, and we only occupied 2 cities. A city belonging to the moon protector king, and another city belonging to Zhao Kuangyin in the east. Zhao Kuangyin's fight with Huang gave us a chance. We don't need to take the initiative to attack the moon protector king and give the opportunity to Queen Isabella."
When Oda Nobunaga convened several Japanese military generals for discussion, a military general quietly appeared next to Tokugawa Ieyasu and reported information to him. Takeda Tadayoshi looked at this man, and he recognized the identity of this general. Hattori Hanzo, one of the 16 Tokugawa divine generals. Hattori Hanzo is in charge of the Tokugawa family's IGA Ninja Army. IGA Ninja, like the Iron Eagle Scout, is a reconnaissance-type unit with certain combat capabilities. Oda Nobunaga cooperated with Tokugawa Ieyasu. Tokugawa Ieyasu has always been calm and did not disobey Oda Nobunaga's orders. Therefore, a considerable part of Oda Nobunaga's current information comes from Tokugawa Ieyasu. As long as Oda Nobunaga survived, Tokugawa Ieyasu never acted rashly. Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was younger than Chution, said,
"To the west of the territory of King Uehu is the city occupied by Chuzemu, the lord of the Eastern Han dynasty."
Oda Nobunaga, Yusuji Kenshin, Tachibana Michiyuki, and others were all shocked. This time it was unlucky. They were too close to Chution. Chapter 906 Queen Isabella. A group of Ottoman Turkish Empire city defense troops patrolled the outside of the city, numbering about 300 horses. The desert around the city is filled with sand and dust from time to time. Suddenly, figures holding scimitars emerged from the sand and attacked the patrolling Ottoman Turkish cavalry. The camel cavalry passed by like a whirlwind and easily slaughtered the patrolling cavalry. Only a dozen Ottoman cavalry escaped back to the city. Xiaochua wore a veil and a turban, revealing only a pair of clear and cunning eyes. He disguised himself as a camel cavalryman from the Arab Empire and deliberately let a dozen people live.
"This outfit is really annoying."
Xiaochua did not object to Chution's request for her to provoke the Ottoman Empire. What she objected to was just asking her to pretend to be an Arab. Even heroines are naturally fond of beauty. Chution assigned 3,000 white-robed troops to Xiaochua. These 3,000 white-robed troops attacked the patrol soldiers of the Ottoman Empire with ease. In the territory of the legendary king of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, Mehmet II, the patrolling cavalry were attacked by camel cavalry one after another, which completely angered the proud Mehmet II.
"Completely destroy this camel cavalry."
Mehmet II personally commanded an army of more than 200,000 people and personally conquered the camel cavalry led by Xiaochua. The Ottoman Empire's army was dispatched in a mighty manner, with the star and moon flags ringing. Xiaochua deliberately lingered outside a city to attract Mehmet II to attack. A white-robed army commander said,
"Sir, can the king opposite really know how to attack the general? Don't underestimate a man's self-esteem and pride, especially those in high positions. Not to mention this Mehmet II. Even the Lord may not be immune to the trap."
Xiaochua has a deep understanding of people's hearts. Chution seemed to want to use the Ottoman Empire to contain the Arab Empire. But in fact, he was jealous of the Arabs, and wanted to severely undermine the Arab Empire's popularity. After Xiaochua attacked the Ottoman Empire's cavalry one after another, the army of Mehmet II arrived as expected, and it was extremely powerful. Before retreating, Xiaochua still pretended to attack the city, and showed off his power under the opponent's city. When Mehmet II's cavalry was less than 20 miles away from Xiaochua left. Xiaochua, who had a ruthless style of doing things, hung up the Ottoman cavalry he killed, deliberately humiliating Mehmet II. Mehmet II was indeed angry, and ordered to pursue Xiaochua. The white-robed troops came and went like the wind, holding down the cavalry of Mehmet II along the way.
"A group of camel cavalry? How dare they challenge my authority? They will be killed."
Mehmet II was furious and led an army in hot pursuit. The city occupied by the Arab Empire. The Lord Umayyad captured the city occupied by Darius I. After defeating the first lord of the Han Empire and defeating Darius I, the Umayyads became more confident and dominated the battlefield of national wars. The Umayyad Arab Empire army that descended on the desert terrain was invincible in the desert. But soon the Umayyads were counterattacked by Chution, the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire. Mehmet II, who was in the west, was angered by the camel cavalry and thought that it was the camel cavalry of the Arab Empire. So they swept through the desert in revenge.
"I clearly did not invade Mehmet II's territory. So why would he raise troops to attack? Could it be that these legendary kings would cross their own territories and attack enemies in other territories?"
The more Umayyad thought about it, the more he thought about it, thinking that the legendary king would take the initiative to attack players in other territories. The war between the two big men was provoked by Xiaochua, and Umayyad was unable to distract himself from dealing with Chution in the south.
"Sir, we have successfully completed the mission of the Lord. It is time to go back and join the Lord. No, if we continue to stay here, maybe we can reap the benefits."
Unexpectedly, Xiaochua did not think about leaving. In her view, the war between the Ottoman Empire and the Arab Empire could be extremely fierce. Xiaochua restrained the two big shots, and Chu Tian's plan to advance eastward was successfully implemented. Chu Tian organized an army of more than 200,000, leaving 50,000 low-level soldiers to guard the main city. In the remaining 3 cities, each city only left 5,000 low-level soldiers as defenders, and took away 150,000 soldiers. Chu Tian temporarily established a Byzantine legion. This legion was led by the Byzantine military general Siphias, and consisted of 4,000 temporarily recruited heavy cavalry, 7th level, of the Western Teaching Regiment, and 10,000 selected from the 30,000 Byzantine defenders. The low-level Byzantine Empire cavalry consists of a total of 14,000 people.
The target of this expedition is King Tsukugo. We are sending people to intimidate Queen Isabella of Spain and make her panic. If Shogun Oda Nobunaga intervenes, he will be destroyed.
Chu Tian considered that the city where Oda Nobunaga was located was the farthest among the 3 cities in the east, so it was impossible to cross the Moon Guardian to attack Oda Nobunaga, and he had to get rid of the Moon Guardian first. Lord Shiva may be one of the most powerful ancient Indian kings. For Oda Nobunaga, Chu Tian deliberately taught him a lesson. He did not deliberately win over Oda Nobunaga, but instead tried to win over and intimidate the Queen of Spain. Chu Tian didn't care whether Queen Isabella of Spain would be on his side, as long as Queen Isabella didn't interfere in his battle with Moon Guardian and Oda Nobunaga. In Chu Tian's era, Spain no longer had much of a presence because of its small population. However, Spain also had a glorious history. It started the age of discovery earlier than the Netherlands and England. The Spanish fleet in the 16th century could be called the Invincible Fleet. The Spanish Grand Square used by the Spanish infantry was once at the forefront of the world. The legions brought by Queen Isabella to participate in the national war must be the elite of the Kingdom of Spain. Queen Isabella is a legendary figure. She unified Spain and funded Columbus's voyages. She is a very famous queen, second only to Queen Victoria of England. It was the first time for Chu Tian to deal with this queen. Oda Nobunaga, the
6th Demon King
of the Japanese civilization, is no stranger to players in the Eastern Han Dynasty. An army of 150,000 soldiers set off for the battle, and the Byzantine Western Teaching Corps of Cepheus held lances with the battle flag of Byzantine civilization. Queen Isabella, the Spanish lord, received the envoys sent by Chu Tian.
From Ireland to Cathay, everyone is praising your reputation. Queen, our king is willing to live in peace and develop together with Her Royal Highness Queen Isabella of Spain.
Chu Tian sent a Byzantine guard to lobby Queen Isabella. If possible, Chu Tian would naturally not try to be brave and go against all the lords. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Even if they can't be friends and remain neutral, Chu Tian can accept it.
The Lord of the East said, I just want to farm well. Does he also know that Isabella, is still there in the Western continent? I thought that the first Lord of the Han Empire was unattainable.
Queen Isabella rules a kingdom with extraordinary abilities, and is considered one of the most famous queens in the West. However, in Isabella's eyes, Chu Tian, as the first lord of the main world, is more powerful than her.
Then, Your Majesty the Queen, have you agreed to cooperate with our Lord? Although he is powerful, why should I cooperate with him? The difference between the civilizations of the Eastern continent and the Western continent is not small. The Western lords choose them who offended, including Alexander, Constantine, and Caesar, are almost countless. If I cooperate with his cooperation, the lords of the Western continent will have an excuse to invade the Kingdom of Spain.
Isabella hesitated again and again, but still rejected the envoy sent by Chu Tian. The population she ruled was only tens of millions. Unlike Catherine, who was powerful and feared no one. If she was not careful, she would be declared war by the Kingdom of France. The Roman Empire was also happy to conquer the Kingdom of Spain. As a queen, she must carefully navigate among the many powerful lords in the Western continent to ensure that the Kingdom of Spain will not be annexed by the surrounding powerful enemies. By cooperating with Chu Tian, faraway water cannot quench the near thirst. It is better to have a good relationship with the surrounding lords and be able to join forces vertically and horizontally.
Our king has said that if Her Majesty the Queen is unwilling to join forces with our king, then please stand aside and do not interfere in the war initiated by our king. Otherwise our king will become your enemy. Is this a threat? Please weigh the pros and cons. I took it as a threat.
Queen Isabella fell silent. If ordinary people threaten her, Isabella may not care. But the other party is currently the lord who ranks first in national wars, so she has to take it seriously. After Chu Tian's envoy left, Takanaka Hanbei, the envoy sent by Oda Nobunaga, came to lobby Queen Isabella, who played an important role in the competition in this area. The stance Isabella chooses will affect the ownership of the cities in this area. If Isabella and Oda Nobunaga join forces, the weak will join forces to balance the strong. This kind of alliance is also very common. The Six Kingdoms conquered Qin in this form. Takanaka Hanbei saw Isabella.
Your Highness, Chu-Zimu is getting stronger and stronger, annexing various countries, destroying one country today, and 10 countries tomorrow. However, there are only 100 countries in the world, and the number of people who worship Chu-Zimu is huge. The invasion becomes more urgent. One day, the world will be annexed by Chu-Zi. Is he really capable of annexing the entire world? If he captures half of the territory, the remaining lords will join forces to compete with him. So he cannot conquer. When Chu-Zimu owns half of the world, it will be too late. Her Royal Highness, this is definitely not alarmist.
Takanaka Hanbei's words made Isabella deep in thought. Chu Tian indeed showed the momentum to conquer the entire world. Chu Tian now has 2 to 3 million troops. Once the Han Empire is unified, it may be able to maintain more troops and have enough war potential to launch a major conquest.
But these are not issues that a medium-sized lord like me should consider. Alexander, Caesar, Hohenzollern, Louis, and Charles are the lights of Europe.
Isabella fell into a longer silence. She really couldn't deal with an opponent of Chu Tian's level. Chu Tian's population was at least 10 times hers. Takanaka Hanbei looked at Queen Isabella.
Then, Your Highness, what is your answer?
Chapter 907, Crusade against the Moon Protector King. Boom! The army of war elephants marched, leaving their mark on the ground of the plains and shaking the mountains. Chandragupta, the founder of the Mauryan dynasty in ancient India, sat on the back of a war elephant, looking down at his army. This time, Moon Guardian King used 900 war elephants and 1,000 chariots to fight against the enemies who entered his territory. Like the stereotype of ancient Indian kings with large armies, Lord Shiva's army was also more numerous than that of other legendary kings. The Moon Protector King initially had an army of 600,000, most of which were low-level units. And the low-level units were basically infantry, famous for their human sea tactics. In addition to a large number of infantry, the Moon Guard King also had 30,000 cavalry. Kautilya, the minister who assisted Moon Guru to establish the Maurya dynasty, sat on another war elephant.
There are no permanent enemies and no permanent friends. But this battlefield is an exception.
The 600,000 strong army was on the battlefield of the national war, and the scale was extremely large. The Moon Guardian King has the largest number of troops among all the legendary kings of the national war, and also has the lowest proportion of high-level troops. Even so, not many lords could withstand the Moon Guardian King's mass tactics. Oda Nobunaga and Isabella have not been able to destroy the Moon Guardian King because of the large number of Moon Guardian Kings, and ordinary lords really cannot destroy the 600,000 strong army. However, after the consumption of Oda Nobunaga and Isabella, only 400,000 troops were left in the Moon Guardian. This is why Chu Tian chose Moon Guardian King to attack. The 400,000 strong army of the Moon Guardian King looks very large, but it may not be stronger than the armies of Darius I and Basil II. Darius I's immortal army, Basil II's Varangian guards, and the armored holy cavalry were all top-notch units of each civilization, which brought quite a shock to Chu Tian. In contrast, the Moon Protector King has two methods.
First, war elephants and chariots are powerful units. Secondly, low-level infantry combined with war elephants and chariots are the main force of human sea tactics.
Chu Tian led an army of 150,000 to begin the eastward march, in order to compete with Marshal, Constantine, Caesar and other lords for first place. Chu Tian had to speed up the progress. Chu Tian suspected that Constantine and Caesar had joined forces to gain military exploits, and their points were rising rapidly. So the competition between the various lords was extremely fierce. On Chu Tian's march to the east, the envoy sent by Chu Tian to win over Queen Isabella returned and reported to Chu Tian.
What's Isabella's attitude like? She did not give a positive reply, but said she needed time to think about it. It seems that Isabella is a loser, at least hovering between our power and the threat of the Western King.
Chu Tian probably guessed that the envoy he sent had scared Queen Isabella of Spain. As long as Isabella stays put until Chu Tian defeats King Yuehu, it is already an ideal situation for Chu Tian. As for Oda Nobunaga,
Oda Nobunaga is probably not willing to let me succeed, so he will send troops to assist the Moon Guardian. Try to defeat the Moon Guardian before Oda Nobunaga's army arrives, and then teach Oda Nobunaga a lesson.
Chu Tian was unable to kill Oda Nobunaga in this national war, so he could only suppress Oda Nobunaga's momentum to prevent him from jumping down and running in the main world. Xiao Liang said,
Oda Nobunaga has a population of 30 million after all. If divided equally among 300 daimyo, each daimyo will only have a population of 100,000, which is equivalent to a small city. However, Oda Nobunaga nominally unified Japan, so it can be used. There are a lot of troops, equivalent to 3 Western Region Protectorate. Indeed, Japan's population always seems to be very small, but in fact it is quite a lot, more than Korea.
Chu Tian is prone to misunderstandings. The population of Japan during the Warring States period was actually similar to that of the late Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. However, there were too many daimyo in the early period, so each daimyo had very few troops. Just like a village war. When the shogun appeared to unify Japan, Japan could use a lot more troops. The number of troops in the Kyushu expedition, Odawara battle, and Sekigahara battle has exceeded 200,000. In the Wanli year, the Ming dynasty fought fiercely with Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Toyotomi Hideyoshi sent more than 100,000 troops to the Lee dynasty's Joseon kingdom and almost destroyed the Lee dynasty's Korea. There was also a reserve army on the Japanese island. Of course, the Ming emperor sent reinforcements, fought Toyotomi Hideyoshi for several years, and finally defeated Toyotomi Hideyoshi. And, Lord, recruitment and training are faster. The Western Region Protectorate has a population of 10 million. But Huan just feeds an army of 400,000 and a city defense force. Therefore, Japan, with a population of 30 million, can have hundreds of thousands of troops for expeditions. If we fight on the 4 islands of Japan, we may even have 1 million soldiers and horses. After all, the population base determines the number of soldiers recruited.
The combined population of Qingzhou and Shuzhou is more than that of Japan.
Chu Tian compared the population. His territory, Qingzhou and Shuzhou, must have more people than Japan. Xiao Liang reminded.
If Oda Nobunaga annexes Luzon Kingdom, ancient Philippine civilization, then maybe it will happen. What is the population of Luzon? According to data provided by players in Luzon, it is estimated that there are approximately 20 million people. 20 million! More than I thought.
Chu Tian couldn't help but have a headache. Originally, it was okay for the Goryeo Kingdom and the Japanese shogunate to jump up and down in front of Chu Tian. But if the Southeast Asian civilization with a large population jumps up and down again, Chu Tian would be angered. The population of Southeast Asian civilization is less than half that of the Han Empire. However, this is already a quite astonishing population size.
It is not easy to conquer Southeast Asia. There are a large number of tropical rainforests and islands there. Their troops are as difficult to deal with in the tropical rainforest as the Arabs are in the desert.
Xiao Liang muttered.
First deal with the Moon Guardian King in front of you.
Chu Tian returned his attention to the battlefield of the national war. Only by strengthening one's own power through national war can we pacify the clowns around us.
Hattori Hanzo, is the information you provided true? Chu Zimu, the great lord of the Han Empire, really dares to march eastward?
Tokugawa Ieyasu repeatedly confirmed with Hanzo Hattori, the ninja leader in charge of IGA. Hattori Hanzo nodded silently.
The lords of the Han Empire actually attacked King Yuehu's city under our threat. They really don't take our Japanese shogunate seriously.
When Oda Nobunaga heard the news, there was a hint of anger in his tone. This time Oda Nobunaga gave a precious national war qualification to Tokugawa Ieyasu's subordinate Hattori Hanzo to spy on the news. Hattori Hanzo lived up to his expectations and learned the marching movements of the Han army immediately.
King Yuehu is our prey. We cannot let Chu Zimu snatch him away.
Oda Nobunaga finally chose to send troops and organized 6 regiments: Oda Corps, Tokugawa Corps, Yusuji Corps, Shimazu Corps, Maori Corps, Takeda Corps, temporarily composed of Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Yusuji Kenshin, commanded by Yahisa Shimazu, Takahashi Kobayakawa, and Tadayoshi Takeda, player. As for Takeda Shinjin, due to the pressure of Oda Nobunaga and because of his serious illness, he had to retire and leave the Takeda family to Takeda Tadayoshi. Takeda Shinjin and Yusuji Kenshin were suppressed by Oda Nobunaga with their population advantage and matchlock advantage. After their defeat, their territory was reduced. It was difficult to refuse Oda Nobunaga's order. In the face of the absolute economic gap,
Even if Oda Nobunaga's commander may not be higher than Takeda Shinjin and Usuji Kenshin, he can still suppress it with economic advantages. Usuji Kenshin was somewhat dissatisfied with Oda Nobunaga's rule, but Japanese players seemed to have had enough of the melee between daimyo, and chose to side with Oda Nobunaga's camp to end the warring states period. Of course, the troubled times are far from over. Once the Han Empire is unified, the Japanese shogunate will face the greatest test. Among the 6 Japanese legions, the Oda Legion has a strength of 40,000, and the other 5 legions combined have only 80,000 troops. In addition to these generals, Hattori Hanzo is responsible for reconnaissance. Takanaka Habe serves as the military advisor, and Kyushu military god Tachibana Michiyuki serves as the deputy military advisor and reserve military commander. Oda Nobunaga brought General Shibata Katsui. Another spot was given to Tokugawa Ieyasu's fierce general, Honda Tadakatsu, who was compared to Zhang Fei by the Japanese. Counting Oda Nobunaga, there are 11 important figures in total. Oda Nobunaga deliberately clashed with Chutian and wanted to test Chutian's strength, so as to avoid Chutian's crusade against Japan in the future, and he would be helpless. The pressure brought by the sovereign state is terrifying. The lineup that Oda Nobunaga brought to the battle was already quite a dream for Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga's Iron Artillery Team, the Takeda family's Akabi Cavalry, the Shimazu family's Satsuma Samurai, and the IJ country's ninjas. I always feel like something is wrong. As a player, Takeda Tadayoshi was a little uneasy about challenging the authority of the suzerain country. Although there will be no death in this national war, if Chutian is angered and Chutian vents his anger to the Japanese shogunate in the main world, then blood will be shed for thousands of miles. I wonder if I can meet Himiko and Emperor Suko. Takeda Tadayoshi thought of 2 legendary kings of Japanese civilization, Queen Yamatai Himiko during the Three Kingdoms period, and the first female emperor, Emperor Suko during the Sui and Tang dynasties. If the national war battlefield consists of the territories of various legendary kings, then it is very likely that Queen Himiko and Emperor Suko are also among them. The 6 legions of Oda Nobunaga marched towards the city where the Moon Guardian King of the Mauryan dynasty of ancient India was located. Takeda Tadayoshi commanded the Akabi cavalry as the vanguard. On the other side, Chutian's army was approaching King Yuehu's city. Hundreds of horses dragged 20 Hongi cannons to the battlefield. Seeing the plains covered with weeds, Chutian couldn't help but sigh that he had finally left the terrain dominated by deserts and gobi. According to the intelligence, King Yuehu has about 400,000 troops. Try to capture or kill him alive. He has a token on him. Get it for me. Although Chutian had no good impression of the civil servants and generals of ancient India, he didn't have much interest either. But don't give up the props you can get for free. Even if they rot in your own hands, you can't take advantage of others. Jiasu reminded Chutian. My lord, the army of King Yuehu is coming. Chutian yawned and looked to the horizon. A dense army of ancient Indians was coming. The difference was that on the battlefield of the national war, the legions of the classical period were also equipped with iron weapons. Ancient India was more fond of using human sea tactics than ancient China. But the price paid is the lack of high-level troops. Chapter 908 Arrangement. Human wave tactics. Wuchi saw the incoming ancient Indian army covering the battlefield. Their number was almost 3 times that of the Han army, which made people feel numb. It is said that at the beginning, King Yuehu's troops were 600,000. In the battle with Queen Isabella of Spain and Shogun Oda Nobunaga, he lost 200,000 soldiers and horses, leaving 400,000. Otherwise, the Han army would have faced 4 times as many enemies. The Han army was known for its numbers. But ancient India was a civilization that preferred to use human sea tactics, and the lives of lower castes were worthless. 900 huge war elephants are arranged in the middle, with Indian archers and spearmen sitting on the wooden towers on the elephants' backs. Even the Moon Protector King and his most important minister Kautilya all rode war elephants, overlooking the entire battlefield from a high position. Anyone who dares to offend my authority will be punished. Moon Guardian King activated his abilities, and the morale of the 400,000 ancient Indian army was boosted. With the blessing of the founder of the Mauryan dynasty like Moon Guru, the ancient Indian army looked impressive and well prepared. 1,000 chariots are located on both wings, and will cooperate with the war elephant in the center to destroy the 3 lines of the Han army in one go. The chariot is also a combination of archers, spearmen, and slaves. Chariot again! Chutian saw that the ancient Indian army had 1,000 chariots, which was larger than the 300 hob chariots of Darius I. He couldn't help but compare the ancient Indian army of King Yuehu with the ancient Persian army of Darius I. Difference between ancient Indian chariots did not have sharp blades on the axles. They were similar to ancient Chinese chariots. They relied on the impact of the chariot and the archers and chunga on the chariot to harvest enemies. There are dozens of infantry behind each chariot. After the chariot destroys the enemy's formation and the infantry presses forward, the opponent is basically defeated. Before the rise of more rigorous infantry phalanxes and cavalry becoming the main force, the status of chariots was unshakable. But times have changed. What the Han army was even more worried about was the war elephant corps of ancient India. War elephants without armor belonged to the 8th level arms, and armored war elephants belonged to the 9th level arms. And there is no upper limit on the number. In other words, the number of war elephants is the upper limit. The Han army entered the battlefield in advance, and Chu Tian ordered the entire army to build positions immediately. Chu Tian's army was already familiar with the road. According to conventional operations, they dug a trench in front of the entire army. Wei Wu soldiers, Yin Chong Xiujia army, Jian Yan crossbowmen, and Shinji battalion hid behind the trench. The trenches had passages at regular intervals for counterattacks. Wei Wu soldiers used large cowhide shields or large wooden shields to form the second temporary fortification. Not only that, Chu Tian brought Hongi cannons and crossbows used in siege and defense, and evenly distributed them in the trenches, turning hand-to-hand combat in the wild into defensive warfare. Although the Han army, who was born in the desert terrain, faced a harsh environment, it was not entirely unlucky. Chu Tian obtained a group of camels. Camels can be used for transportation as well. Chu Tian ordered 1,000 camels to be deployed in front of the battle array. Such a deployment is very cruel. Wu Qi couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw 20 red barbarian cannons and hundreds of bed crossbows, including 8 oxen crossbows, scattered at equal distances in front. You know, heavy weapons such as Hongi cannon and bed crossbow can even be used to destroy city walls, while Chu Tian uses it to shoot directly from the front, if it is hit from the front. Not to mention heavy infantry. Even war elephants will die. Even Wu Qi was not very willing to be shot head-on by Hongi cannons and crossbows. That would mean sacrificing the lives of many soldiers in order to capture the enemy position. 300 solid bullets and 1,500 giant crossbow arrows are enough for the Moon Guardian to enjoy. Originally, I wanted to let Oda Nobunaga try the feeling of being shot from the front by a heavy weapon. But the top priority is to defeat the Moon Guardian. Chu Tian looked at the fortification set up with satisfaction. At the rear of the Han army, there was a temporary camp composed of grain trucks. The significance of the trench is that it will not be destroyed by the opponent's war elephants, chariots, and human sea tactics as soon as the battle begins, and it will play a blocking role. As for the Hongi cannon and the large bed crossbow, King Yuehu, it's gone this time. Before Xiao Liang started the battle, he knew the outcome after seeing Chu Tian's arrangement. King Moon Guardian's army is mainly composed of infantry. Among the 400,000 troops, more than 300,000 are infantry. The main force on Chu Tian's side is the cavalry. In a sense, cavalry is enough to crush infantry. Now Chu Tian is on the defensive. If the Moon Protector King chooses not to fight against Chu Tian, the 400,000 army will be exhausted and will soon fall into a state of fatigue. When the time comes, there will be many flaws. Chu Tian will send out cavalry to attack, and the 400,000 army will fall apart. Just now, King Yuehu used his ability to boost morale before the battle. Therefore, King Yuehu had to take the initiative to attack. And if King Yuehu launches an attack and fails to break through the Han army's defense line, the consequences will be imagined. Xiao Chue hasn't come back yet. Could it be that she was besieged by the Ottoman Empire army and returned to the main world? Chu Tian's order to Xiao Chue was to provoke him to provoke the Ottoman Empire, divert trouble eastwards, frame the situation and blame it on the Arabs, and then return to join Chu Tian. But Xiao Chue has no intention of coming back yet. Now, a decisive battle is about to break out between the Han army and the ancient Indian army. She shouldn't die so easily. Otherwise she wouldn't be Xiao Chue. Xiao Liang still knows this potential competitor very well. Xiao Chue is also the only person who can threaten her status. In the desert, yellow sand filled the air, and 2 armies faced each other here because of Xiao Chue's instigation. The legendary king of the Ottoman Empire, Mehmed II, confronts the player lord of the Arab Empire, Umayyad. Both of them are very arrogant. Umayyad now knew that someone was framing the situation and deliberately provoking a war between the 2 forces. But at this time, both sides were riding a tiger, and it was difficult to get off.
The legendary king regards all lords coming from the main world as enemies. So Mehmed II is unwilling to let go of the player lords of the Arabian Empire. It was impossible for Umayyad to escape. So he led the Ottoman army into the depths of the desert. And only after entering the invincible terrain of the Arab Empire did he choose to fight the Ottoman army. Opposite is the conqueror of the Ottoman Empire, Mehmed II, who made 26 expeditions in his life and personally buried the Byzantine Empire. Shao Chui was brave and led a few camel cavalry to a sand dune, lying down to observe the battle between two huge legions. The Ottoman Empire dispatched more than 200,000 troops, and the Umayyads of the Arab Empire supplemented their troops to more than 100,000. A white-robed cavalryman whispered to Shao Chui, "Sir, the number of troops on the opposite side is almost twice that of the Arabs. The Arabs will suffer a loss this time. Our lord suffered a small loss at the hands of the Arabs not long ago. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen killed in battle. This time we can avenge our lord." Shao Chui observed the momentum of the two armies and shook his head slightly. "You are wrong. The Arabs led the proud Ottoman Empire army into the depths of the desert. This place is not close to the city and supplies are difficult. The Ottoman Empire army's grain trucks have been disconnected from the main force. In addition, the Arabs are familiar with the weather changes in the desert, and they only need to use the weather to launch a surprise attack with the help of sandstorms. In other words, they are invincible in the desert, unless they have 5 or 10 times more people than they do. Troops." The white-robed cavalry took a breath. "Then how should we avenge our lord?" Shao Chui thought for a while. "You follow my order. In a moment, we will use our own strength to avenge the lord. This is why I chose to stay here and not go back to join the lord." Because Chu Tian gave Shao Chui 3,000 white-robe troops as a 7th Order light cavalry. The white-robe army is actually quite rare. Only Hu Zibing's 9th Order light cavalry, the Imperial Hussars, can surpass the white-robe army. It was precisely because he had 3,000 white-robe troops at his disposal that Shao Chui dared to conceive of a bold plan to avenge Chu Tian for the defeat in the desert battle. Huan led 17,000 remaining soldiers and horses, wandering around, trying to find an empty city to replace it and supply troops and food. Which legendary king's territory is the north? Huan fled to the north and sent a large number of reconnaissance cavalry. "Lord, we captured several scout cavalry alive. One of them did not commit suicide and claimed to be from the Kingdom of Macedonia." "Macedonia? This is Alexander's scout cavalry. I am no match for him now." Huan was sweating like rain. He was besieged by Caesar and Constantine, with only 17,000 soldiers and horses left. If he encountered Alexander of Macedonia again in this state, it would be a one-sided massacre, no matter how hard he fought. It was impossible to defeat the enemy, who had several times the military advantage. Alexander was not a peasant army general, so it would be difficult for him to be defeated by his opponent with superior strength. We marched southwest. After Huan learned that Alexander's army was nearby, he immediately changed the direction of his advance to avoid Alexander. It didn't matter if he was defeated. If he couldn't defeat him, he could just run away. It was just that Huan was unwilling to give Alexander military honors. "Where is Chu Zimu? If I join him and reorganize our forces, I will definitely look good to the Romans." Huan was very resentful about being attacked by 2 Roman emperors. It was really hard for 2 Roman emperors to bully a lord who was similar to the governor of the western regions of the Han Empire. Huan wanted to find Chu Tian and teach Constantine and Caesar a lesson, since Chu Tian wanted to merge the western region protectorate into his own territory. It was normal for his younger brother to send troops to regain the situation after his younger brother was bullied by the Romans. Chapter 909, SH. Ling the War Elephant. The 400,000-year-old Indian army has launched an attack. Chariots and war elephants are galloping, and under the cover of hundreds of thousands of infantry, they are storming the Han army's defense line. The sky was covered with arrows, and the armored war elephants pushed forward despite the arrows, like a copper wall. Ordinary crossbow arrows could not even break through the defenses. The chariots at the front tried to overwhelm the Han army's phalanx with their impact, but what awaited them was the large number of crossbow arrows produced by Chu Tian people during this period. The divine armed bows equipped by Jianyan crossbowmen and Wei Wu soldiers fired thousands of arrows. Many chariots were shot into hedgehogs by crossbow arrows. The horses and soldiers on the chariots were shot through by random arrows and fell to the ground. The overturned carriage rolled over the infantry between the chariots. The huge inertia pushed the infantry to the ground and rubbed them. Their internal organs were ruptured, and they died in a terrible way. Behind 1,000 chariots, were the terrifying army of war elephants. The earth trembled, and the soil accumulated on the side of the trench shook off. It was rare for the Silver Spear army to encounter the War Elephant Legion. They nervously clenched the spear in their hands, sweat dripping to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, with loud noises, white gunpowder smoke filled the air, and 20 solid bullets fell into the chariot and the War Elephant army. The huge kinetic energy shattered the chariot and killed the War Elephant. A War Elephant was hit by a solid bullet. It howled and fell to the ground, crushing and injuring a dozen low-level infantrymen. The solid bullets ricocheted among the infantrymen covering the War Elephants, and the infantrymen who were hit along the way were bloody. The huge recoil pushed the bronze cannon backwards, and the gunner had to pull the bronze cannon back to its original position, clear the barrel, and then reload with solid ammunition. Hundreds of large crossbows used to attack and defend the city made the sound of crossbow arrows piercing the air. A meter-long crossbow arrow was shot out, penetrating an ancient Indian chariot and piercing the soldiers on the second ancient Indian chariot. The destructive power of the large bed crossbow at close range is also extremely amazing. Not only the penetration power, but also the impact force is enough to rupture the internal organs of the soldiers in the armor and kill them. A giant crossbow arrow pierced the body of the War Elephant, and blood splattered. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of intensive arquebuses sounded. The arquebusiers of the Shinji Battalion used their silver guns to block the defense line built by the army on the side of the trench to resist the enemy. They calmly fired 3 rounds at the ancient Indian army. When the ancient Indian chariots rushed in front of the Han army, they found an almost insurmountable trench. The Silver Spear soldiers held silver spears and formed a dense phalanx of spears to block them. As a result, the chariots fell into the trench and all capsized. Even if the chariots attacked the Han army along the passage between the trenches, they could not break through the spear phalanx of the Silver Spear army. The Silver Spear army resisted the impact of the ancient Indian army. Solid bullets, lead bullets, and crossbow bolts were fired. The roar of cannon, the sound of matchlocks, and the whistling of crossbow bolts sent war elephants and chariots into panic, especially the War Elephant Legion, the most important thing of the Moon Guardian King. The war elephants were frightened by the sound of firearms and the shouts of killing that echoed throughout the battlefield. Even the elephant slaves who trained the war elephants could not contain the increasingly anxious war elephants. Elephant. The war elephant is gradually getting out of control. Some skilled elephant slaves have noticed that the behavior of war elephants is a sign of extreme uneasiness. Firearms have the effect of frightening enemy troops. War elephants are very sensitive to the noise produced by firearms and are on the verge of losing control. Not only the War Elephant Legion, but also the infantry and cavalry of the ancient Indian Legion were frightened by firearms and crossbows, and their morale was declining rapidly. Although the Han army was not as numerous as the 400,000 ancient Indian army, various long-range weapons fired continuously, and the sudden burst of damage caused thousands of ancient Indian infantry, chariots, and war elephants to fall in front of the Han army. Use the fire camel! When the ancient Indian army's offensive came to a standstill, the Han army released a large number of camels. Each camel carries hay on its back, and the hay is set ablaze. The Han army did not hesitate to use red-hot irons to hit the camels, forcing them to run in the direction of the ancient Indian army. 1,000 panicked camels were forced to rush towards the densely packed ancient Indian army, which meant that after the Han army blocked the first round of offensive by the ancient Indian army all over the mountains and fields, they could not wait to launch a counterattack. The Hongi cannon was still roaring, and solid bullets were fired every 2 or 3 minutes. In less than an hour, 300 solid bullets were poured out, and more than a dozen fearsome war elephants were directly killed by the Hongi cannon and fell down. The earth is shaking. Also consumed were thousands of large crossbow arrows, firearms, matchlocks, crossbows, and divine arm bows shot at the ancient Indian army at all costs, and destroyed the formation of the ancient Indian army. At the same time, thousands of fire camels ran around, causing the ancient Indian war elephant army to collapse at an accelerated pace. The cavalry troops rushed out of the reserved passages between the trenches, followed the fire camels, and fiercely charged into the enemy's most chaotic gaps. Shuai and Gui took the lead, dragging Fang Tian's Huaji. Fang Tian's Huaji danced wildly, harvesting the low-level infantrymen of ancient India like cutting crops. Dozens of low-level infantrymen from ancient India were driven away by Shuai and Gui, unable to fight back. These low-level infantrymen of ancient India were originally cannon fodder used to protect war elephants and consume the enemy's physical strength. They were from lower castes and had no decent armor. They were no harder than paper in front of the fierce generals of ancient China. Xuerengui rushed into the low-level soldiers and killed everyone. The only thing that could limit him was his own physical strength.
Hua Mulan and Siphias each lead a team of light cavalry to outflank the enemy.
Chu Tian sent 2 cavalry generals to bypass the trench and flank the ancient Indian army. Chu Tian has experienced hundreds of battles and has become proficient in the use of cavalry. In the eyes of Chu Tian now, the Moon Protector King knows nothing about cavalry. Times have changed. Thousands of camels were sacrificed. The cavalry completely destroyed the ancient Indian army from the front. The light cavalry carried out a side attack. The war elephants and the ancient Indian cavalry were attacked by artillery and muskets. The fire camels and the cavalry attacked again. They were dominated by chaos and fear. Almost there was no room for maneuver. So they had to turn around and escape, which disrupted the huge infantry formation of ancient India. Dozens of huge war elephants finally couldn't bear the excitement and went into a frenzy as they retreated, trampling the infantry following them. Hundreds of ancient Indian infantrymen were trampled to pulp by war elephants. The Indian spearmen and archers on the backs of the war elephants were thrown off by the violent war elephants and were trampled to death in the chaos.
No! They're completely out of control.
Seeing such a terrifying scene, the elephant slave turned around and ran away. The power of the violent elephant was unmatched. Even the super heavy cavalry would be pushed away by the violent elephant. After the 400,000 strong army fell into chaos, the violent war elephants were rampaging without direction, increasing casualties, and more war elephants gradually lost control due to panic. Hua Mulan commanded 15,000 Han Empire cavalry, while Siphias led 14,000 Byzantine Empire cavalry. They detoured from left and right to designated positions to flank the 400,000 ancient Indian army. The Wei Wu soldiers and Yin Chong Sijie troops, commanded by Wu Qi, also crossed the ditch and faced the assault of the ancient Indian army from the front. The Han army was clearly small in number, but it drove away the 400,000 ancient Indian army like shepherd dogs. While forcing the 400,000 ancient Indian army to retreat, it continued to encroach on the ancient Indian army. The ancient Indian army was completely out of control. Even the Moon Guardian King and his minister Kautilya were unable to regroup in the chaotic battlefield. It is naturally best to crush the opponent with superior force. But the larger the force, the harder it is to control it once it gets out of control. Even Han Xian, Bai Qi could not immediately restore order after the collapse of his million-strong army. The shortcomings of the human sea tactic are obvious. Not to mention that the Moon Guardian King brought 900 war elephants that were out of control and could not be controlled at all. The army was defeated like a mountain. And the 400,000-year-old Indian army was defeated again and again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Moon Guardian and Kautilya retreated on their war elephants in the rear. The 400,000-strong army was defeated and returned to the main city. All the Han cavalry came out to pursue him from behind.
Sure enough, the legendary kings of the classical era have 2 ancient arms. Without more cavalry and firearms, they still cannot compare with the lords of the main world.
Xiao Liang saw King Yuehu defeated and fell into deep thought. The number of Yuang's cavalry was obviously insufficient, and they could not compete with Chu Tian, who was best at cavalry combat. Classical lords such as Caesar in the main world have realized this. So they have absorbed legions from other civilizations to supplement the shortcomings of the Roman legions. After Constantine absorbed the Hospitallers and Byzantine heavy cavalry, he would no longer be defeated by the lack of heavy cavalry. Trouble. Absorbing the Genoese crossbow corps can make up for the lack of long-range troops. Alexander absorbed the Huns' light cavalry. The legendary king of the classical era on the national war battlefield lacked elite cavalry and firearms units. So he only had to attack his weak points.
The hard-earned solid ammunition has been exhausted.
Although Chu Tian defeated the 400,000-strong army of King Yuehu, he was still distressed about the solid bullets he had finally accumulated. All 300 solid bullets were used to frighten the war elephant army and destroy the formation of the ancient Indian army. Xiao Liang, as the commander of the firearms corps, was checking the attributes of the 20 Hongyi cannons.
Not only the consumption of solid bullets, but also the durability of the Hongyi cannons. One of the Hongyi cannons has been scrapped, and the others, the condition of the 19 Hongyi cannons is not very good, and they might explode in the next battle. There are too many restrictions on firearm services. The early artillery had various problems, but despite this, it is still the most powerful firearm in
Banlord. Summerstall hands. Seeing Xiao Liang's helpless expression, Chu Tian really wanted to bully her.
Ahem. The top priority is to hunt down the Moon Protector King.
Regardless of the durability loss of the Hongyi cannon, Chu Tian wanted to get the benefits that were about to be obtained first. Oda Nobunaga's army was still on the way, and the Moon Guardian King had been defeated. Oda Nobunaga was stunned when he received the news. King Yuehu had an army of 400,000. But he was defeated by Chu Tian in a battle, and was completely defeated.
Is this the strength of the suzerain country?
Beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowed down Oda Nobunaga's forehead, and the palms of his hands holding the famous, press-cut, sword were sweating. Not long ago, he fought against the Moon Guardian King. The mighty human wave tactics of the Moon Guardian King made Oda Nobunaga feel a little uncomfortable. But Chu Tian quickly defeated the Moon Guardian King, which shocked Oda Nobunaga. If he claims to be a member of the world, then the emperor of the suzerain country is probably Tian. Chapter 910 Xiaochua's Revenge. When Chu Tian defeated the Moon Guardian King and let the Moon Guardian feel the terror of iron cavalry and firearms, the Ottoman Empire and the Arab Empire were fighting in the desert. And the fighting between the two sides was extremely fierce. The Arab Empire army was just as Xiaochua expected. When strong winds broke out in the desert, Khalid led the camel cavalry and took advantage of the sandstorm to launch an attack from the flank. When the Ottoman Empire army could not open its eyes, the camel cavalry with only one pair of eyes exposed looked like the whirlwind arrived and quickly defeated the enemy.
The direction of the wind in the desert is really unpredictable. Sir, the white-robed army has assembled. Follow me.
Xiaochua's prediction was correct. The Arab Empire army once again launched a surprise attack with the help of sandstorms. When the sandstorms covered the sky and made the sky dark, this was the opportunity for the white robes. Almost all the main forces of the Arab Empire were deployed in the camp. No one knew that a cavalry force had arrived near the battlefield. The white robes were equipped with camels, and were dressed almost exactly the same as the Arab cavalry. Only one pair of eyes was exposed, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other, minimizing the adverse effects of the desert terrain. In order to distinguish friendly troops, 3,000 white-robed troops tied black cloth strips on their arms, followed Xiaochua, and attacked the main formation of the Arab Empire army. The Arab Empire army caused a lot of losses to the white robes not long ago, and now the white robes finally have a chance to fight back.
Most of the Ottoman Empire's army was brought here by Chu Zimu of the Han Empire. Once I defeat my matey two of the Ottoman Empire, I will go south, and all 4 cities of Chu Zimu will belong to me.
When Amaya saw the wind blowing in the desert, he felt like he had a winning ticket. He had completely realized that the legendary king of the Ottoman Empire, Mehmet II, suddenly came to attack. It was probably Chu Tian who deliberately instigated it. The dust filled the air, and the Ottoman army gradually collapsed. The Umayyads only waited for Khalid and a few generals to completely defeat the Ottoman army and gain military exploits. A detachment of camel cavalry approached the Umayyad escort.
Which general's cavalry are you? Khalid? Abbas? Abu? Said?
In the desert, the Umayyad guards had discovered this 3,000 white-robed army approaching in the dark, because the white robes were disguised as camel cavalry from the Arab Empire, and their vision was blurred. It was impossible to identify which army of the Arab Empire this was for a while. There were also many famous generals in the Arab Empire, each of whom commanded cavalry or infantry. Umayya also noticed the cavalry approaching him in the yellow sand, and couldn't help but frown. No matter which general's camel cavalry is unable to control his cavalry, he will definitely be punished after defeating the Ottoman Empire. Suddenly, Umayya discovered that the right arms of these 3,000 camel cavalry were tied with black cloth strips, and realized that these were not his army.
This is the enemy!
Just as Umayyad spoke, 3,000 camel cavalry pulled out their bright tang knives and attacked Umayyad's guards. Xiaochua, among the 3,000 camel cavalry, holding the Moxie sword in his hand, killed a cavalryman of the Caliphate Guard. As an imperial-level weapon, Moi's sword can easily cut off the opponent's weapon, truly cutting through iron like clay, without even losing a bit of durability. The Umayyad Caliphate Guards were powerful, and fought hard to protect their caliphate. However, in order to deal with the powerful Ottoman army, the Umayyads threw almost all their troops into the war. When Khalid took advantage of the sandstorm to launch Operation Storm, the Umayyads also put a reserve team into the battlefield. There were only the Caliphate Guards of less than a few hundred people left beside you, and a second reserve team of 5,000 people in the distance. 3,000 white-robed troops disguised as camel cavalry wanted to avenge Chu Tian regardless of the cost. They violently attacked the Caliphate Guards. Tang knives and Damascus knives slashed at each other. The sharp blades rubbed violently, creating scattered sparks in the yellow sand.
Huan Sha wears golden armor in 100 battles. In order to protect their lord the Caliph, the Caliphate guards fought frantically without anyone retreating, while the white robes also attacked desperately for their lord. Xiao Chua always remained calm on the chaotic battlefield, scanning the battlefield, looking for traces of Umayyad. In his slightly dim vision, Umayyad saw a cold light approaching him. The intuition of danger he had developed during the unification of the Arabian Peninsula made him subconsciously lean to one side and escape. An armor-piercing arrow hit Umayyad's right chest. The violent impact caused Umayyad's body to sway, and he almost fell off the camel's back. Heartbreaking pain came from the wound. Fortunately, as the Caliph of the Arabian Empire, his high-quality armor saved his life. The armor-piercing arrow could not completely break through the armor's protection. However, a second arrow came and hit Umayyad's shoulder, and Umayyad was injured again. The third arrow shot at the Umayyad's facade. At this time, a cavalryman from the Caliphate Guard blocked in front of the Umayyad and was killed by Xiao Chua with an arrow. Umayyad saw a cavalry member of the Caliphate Guards being shot and killed in front of him, with blood splattering on his face. He rarely feared death. Xiao Chua's eyebrows were raised. Her strength was still not high enough, and 3 arrows could not kill Umayyad if they were at the level of Xuan Gui or Li Guang. Even if the Umayyads had higher quality armor, they could still be killed with 1 arrow at such a distance.
Sir, the opponent's reserve team has arrived. We must withdraw.
The white-robed cavalry were worried about being surrounded by the Arab Empire army, so they reminded Xiao Chua to leave. The Caliphate Guards of the Arab Empire have a very strong combat effectiveness, and the reserve team composed of 5,000 cavalry comes to attack. Once they are surrounded by the Arab Empire army, the White Robes army, which is not good at desert warfare, is expected to be completely annihilated. Xiao Chua was not an impulsive person. He succeeded in one attack and immediately led the white-robed army to retreat. 3,000 white robes carried out an operation to behead the Caliph of the Arab Empire, which was half successful. They killed about 300 Caliphate Guard cavalry and 700 camel cavalry, and lost 400 of their own. Xiao Chua led the remaining white-robed cavalry to disappear into the yellow sand and went to join Chu Tian. The Arab Empire's army originally led the Ottoman Empire's army into the desert and annihilated them. However, because the Umayyads were attacked by the white robes, the Arab Empire's generals, who were fighting in the front, had to divide their forces to come back for reinforcements. As a result, the Ottoman Empire's army escaped, and both sides suffered no losses. Small, the epic victory of the Arab Empire's army turned into a tragic victory.
Lord Caliph, are you okay?
Khalid, Abu, Abbas and other generals came to join the Umayyads after the war.
The arrows they used were of the Eastern Standard. The cavalry that attacked me were obviously that person's army.
Umayyad's right chest was slightly injured, and his left shoulder was seriously injured. He had to endure the pain and comfort many generals. When the physician accompanying the army pulled out the arrow that hit him, Umayyad had discovered the origin of the cavalry attacking him. Not long ago, he made Chu Tian suffer a loss. But this time Xiao Chua came back with revenge, and the Arab Empire lost more than 1,000 cavalry. Abu, who fought against Gao Xinji in history, said to Umayyad,
Lord Caliph, we should take advantage of the victory and annex 3 cities of the Ottoman Empire. Combine the power of 5 cities, and go south to seize 4 cities of the Han Empire, for a total of 9 cities. Completely destroy the legions of the Han Empire.
Umayyad was not a person who was willing to suffer losses. He broke the shaft of the arrow that hit him.
I will avenge this sooner or later.
Chu Tian's army was currently fiercely attacking the main city where King Yuehu was located. The 400,000-strong army of the Moon Protector King was defeated and crowded together. It was not easy to kill the Moon Protector King. The Moon Protector King fled back to the city with the defeated soldiers and relied on the city to hold on. The Han army took advantage of the situation and attacked the city.
Oda Nobunaga's army is approaching here. It seems that they want to prevent us from capturing the city of the Moon Guardian. Traces of ninjas have been found around. The Iron Eagle Scouts have had a small-scale conflict with the Japanese IGA ninjas. There have been more than a dozen people. An IGA ninja was killed by the Iron Eagle Scout, and a team of the Iron Eagle Scout was ambushed by the IGA ninja.
Hua Mulan reminded Chu Tian.
IGA ninja. This is a scout working for Tokugawa Ieyasu.
Chu Tian heard a little bit about it. There is nothing mysterious about the ninja. Like the Iron Eagle Scout and the Scout Cavalry, they are just units used for reconnaissance. During the Warring States period of Japan, the Koga ninjas who worked for Oda Nobunaga and the IGA ninjas
who worked for Tokugawa Ieyasu, were both quite famous. They secretly spied on the enemy's situation for the daimyo, and did some shady things. After the world is pacified, these ninjas are often silenced by the daimyo, because they have some information about the daimyo, and they are no longer needed. Since the IGA ninja as a reconnaissance force appears here, it means that Oda Nobunaga is about to arrive.
Schwerengue. Siphias, go and stop Oda Nobunaga.
Chutian said 2 cavalry generals to block Oda Nobunaga's army, and then continue to attack the city. As long as Queen Isabella of the Kingdom of Spain does not intervene in this war, Chutian will have nothing to fear. Chutian was somewhat afraid of Isabella's Spanish Grand Formation and the Knights of Santiago. She had no shortage of knights and firearms troops. As for Oda Nobunaga, there will be a battle sooner or later. Take advantage of the national war to measure the opponent's strength. Oda Nobunaga's size cannot be said to be small, equivalent to the level of prefecture pastor of the Han Empire. The difficulty of pacifying Japan is equivalent to attacking a state of the Han Empire, at least more capable than Li Chungue. Japan often beat Goryeo violently. Schwerengue and Siphias took away about 20,000 cavalry to contain Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga had a team of iron artillery, which was not weak in power, and was equipped with Spanish and Portuguese localized matchlocks. It could basically break through the defenses of all cavalry.
Continue to storm the city and get down before Oda Nobunaga arrives. He has nothing to do with us.
Under the fierce offensive of the Han army, the city where King Yuehu was located was crumbling. Yang Dian, the first fierce general of the Northern Wei dynasty, attacked the city on foot. His characteristic,
jumping away like flying,
came into play at this time. He ran faster and climbed up the city wall quickly, fight with the defenders, and capture the city wall by force. Moon Guardian King City is destroyed. Chapter 911 Butcher Su Fengyan. The wooden door burst, and the Shiliang cavalry galloped in, breaking through the mountain stronghold occupied by the rebellious Huang Zhong Yitsunghu. Ma Chao held the Tiger Head Zhan golden gun forged from pure iron and rushed into the stronghold. Ma Chao rushed to the front single-handedly, sweeping across with an iron gun weighing hundreds of kilograms. Huang Zhong Yitsunghu, who was hit by the iron gun, could not withstand the terrifying impact. He flew upside down like a kite that was out of line, knocking down everyone in the cottage, log cabin. Dozens of Huang Zhong Yitsunghu armed with swords and guns tried to surround Ma Chao. However, Ma Chao, who inherited some of Wang Yanzhong's characteristics, was extremely brave. The iron gun weighing 100 kilograms was like a hot wheel in Ma Chao's hands. Whenever he was touched by the iron gun, Huang would be killed. Zhong Yitsunghu's weapons were all knocked away. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of Huang Zhong Yitsunghu who surrounded Ma Chao were killed by Ma Chao alone.
Ma Chao is here. How dare he not surrender?
Ma Chao glared at Yitsunghu and Huang Zhong. This group of soldiers who rebelled repeatedly made Ma Chao somewhat angry.
This is the son of Ma Tung.
The other Huang Zhong Yitsunghu looked at the people in front of them in horror, and they all put down their weapons and surrendered. Ma Yuan, Ma Tung, Ma Chao, and others all have the characteristics of intimidating the Shiqiang. So when Ma Chao showed his power, these soldiers from the Shiqiang tribe were frightened and forced by the characteristics of Ma Teng and Ma Chao. So they chose to surrender one way. In this mountain stronghold, a total of 900 rebel Huang Zhong Yitsunghu were captured, as well as 3,000 old, young, women and children. In another mountain stronghold, under the panicked eyes of the rebels, an unusually tall general broke open the wooden door of the stronghold. He dragged a mace with his head and hammered a Huang Zhong Yitsunghu general to death. Xin Lianyu came in with a gun. Thousands of Huang Zhong Yitsunghu were blocked in the mountain stronghold and fled to the back mountain. Xin Lianyu pursued them and made an emergency landing. 800 Huang Zhong Yitsunghu were killed, and 400 of them were killed. Huang Zhong Yitsunghu was an elite unit of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Their commanders were Beigong Boye and Li Wenho. Beigong Boye had been killed in battle, and his commander became Li Wenho. However, as one of the elite troops of the Eastern Han Empire, the Yitsunghu and Shiqiang tribes in Huangzhong continued to launch rebellions, becoming an important factor leading to instability in Shiliang. This time, the Shiliang army sent 110,000 troops into Jincheng County to attack the rebellious Huangzhong Yitsunghu, the prefect of the 3 counties, and the Shiqiang tribe. So far, Ma Tung, Ma Yuan, and Qin Liangyu have captured about 3,000 rebel Huangzhong Yitsunghu, and have asked Su Fengyan, the leader of the Shiliang army, for instructions on how to deal with them.
Everyone from low-ranking officers to above will be killed.
Su Fengnian's reply was extremely cold. Among the 3,000 Huangzhong Yitsenghu, at least hundreds of small leaders were killed. In other words, with just one sentence, hundreds of heads fell to the ground. Su Fengnian's methods of suppressing the rebellion were even more ruthless than Chu Tian's. Except for the lowest level soldiers and officers. He killed all the officers. He would rather kill the wrong one than let one go. Many times, in this kind of rebellious legion, the soldiers follow the generals to cause trouble. Only by clearing out all the generals and reappointing a group of captains and corps commanders can the rectification be completely completed. For a time, the surviving Huangzhong Yitsenghu soldiers were solemn and did not dare to cause trouble again. If it weren't for the purpose of preserving a special force that was good at mountain warfare, Su Fengnian wouldn't mind killing them all. The Xiliang army continued to advance towards the Xiqiang tribe. Li Wenho, the leader of Huangzhong Yitsenghu, was horrified when he heard that 3,000 of his tribesmen had been captured by Su Fengnian, and that all the captured officers of Huangzhong Yitsenghu had been killed. He begged Su Fengnian to surrender, and asked for mercy on the generals of Huangzhong Yitsenghu. Su Fengnian didn't allow it. The Xiliang crusade continues to advance, aiming to clear out all the Yitsenghu generals in Huangzhong, completely rectify the Yitsenghu in Huangzhong, and re-establish a new Yitsenghu in Huangzhong. Not only General Hu from Yitseng in Huangzhong, but also all the leaders of all the surrounding rebellious Xiqiang tribes were executed by the Xiliang Crusade Army. For a time, thousands of people were executed in Jincheng County. Whenever Su Fengnian, the leader of the Xiliang army, was mentioned, the Chang people's expressions changed. They were greatly afraid of Su Fengnian and called him a butcher. In order to build his reputation, Chu Tian had to restrain himself from many things. This was the helplessness of being in a high position, but he could let others take the blame. The Xia Palace turned a blind eye to the nobles and generals at all levels, who Su Fengnian had purged of rebellion in Liangzhou. If these people are not eliminated, Liangzhou will never be completely pacified. At the same time, Prince Xia's mansion hopes that Su Fengnian can take advantage of this opportunity to suppress the rebellion and completely integrate Jincheng County, Qinghai and other places into Chu Tian's territory of power. Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu participated in the counterinsurgency. Qin Liangyu sent Xiao Zhurong to Xiaqing, let her study in a school, and went out in person to participate in the Xiliang army's crusade against the Xiqiang tribe. At the same time, Ma Yunlu became a disciple of Mu Guiying. Liao Hua joined the army, and Zhuge Liang entered the official ranks of Langya Kingdom. Chu Tian did not lack military advisors, and mainly wanted to train Zhuge Liang as an auxiliary minister. The Chu Tian forces have established a complete promotion mechanism. Langya Kingdom is the current center of power. Zhuge Liang entered the official class of Langya Kingdom, which is equivalent to a Zhili official, and is different from local officials. The order of promotion is to stand out from the Langya Kingdom, enter the official class of Shuzhou, and then enter the Xia Palace or the Han Dynasty. The official positions in the Han Dynasty were generally empty. On the surface, Sun Yu was basically responsible for maintaining the operation of the Han Dynasty. Those who enter the official class of Xia Prince's mansion are in charge of real power. Chu Tian has arranged a promotion path for Zhuge Liang. As long as nothing goes wrong, it will be a smooth process from being an official of Langya Kingdom to Shuzhou Biajia and governor, and then to being the minister of Xia Palace. Chu Wu and Chu Xian entered the school to study, and Chu Wu also began to practice martial arts to lay a foundation. Joan of Arc's daughter Chu Qi is still carefree in Prince Xia's palace. In Liaodong City, Cao Cao, Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu, Li Guang and others were ordered to capture the city and completely destroy Mingwan's power in Liaodong. Many armies composed of players hired by Mingwan surrendered to Chu Tian. They originally stayed in Liaodong City, but after Mingwan fled to West Asia, there was no need for them to continue to resist. The Xia army divided its troops and took over each city until it faced the Goryeo kingdom across the river. King Li Chunggui of Goryeo was very nervous and sent 200,000 troops to the north to prevent Cao Cao, Wei Qing and others from crossing the Yalu River. Li Chunggui was eliminated and returned to the main world, and the system's protection of Goryeo disappeared. So the Han Empire could attack Goryeo. If the Prince of Xia hadn't been conservative and unwilling to start another war while Chu Tian was away, perhaps the Prince of Xia would have given instructions for the army to attack Liaodong and take advantage of the situation to attack the kingdom of Goryeo. On the battlefield of the national war, Liu Bei, as a lord, formed a force with Yang Su to participate in the war. He led Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Yang Su, Wu Han, Wang Ming, Ashina Shir, Hu Luguang, Lanling King, Sherwan's way, etc. People sweep across one side. Liu Bei's military strength is not weak either. However, Liu Bei encountered the French army led by Louis, the Lord of the French Kingdom. Chapter 9:12 Zhang Fei fights the Paladin. Zhang Fei's 8-foot-long snake spear penetrated the plate armor of a French knight, lifted the noble French knight up, and then fell heavily. A bloody hole appeared in the French knight's plate armor. Even the plate armor, with astonishing defensive power, could not withstand the piercing of the 8-foot-long snake spear. The soldiers of the French royal army were surprised by Zhang Fei's force, and retreated to the rear of the mountain road.
France is nothing more than that. Please surrender to me as soon as possible. Brother!
Zhang Fei roared. And the French soldiers panicked. The current kingdom of France is basically still in the medieval era, with French knights as the main force. French knights equipped with plate armor have amazing defense and impact. The disadvantage is that they are expensive, and there are fewer full-body armor knights. King Louis of France encountered Liu Bei's army in mountainous terrain, and a battle broke out with Liu Bei's army. Zhang Fei's cavalry was equivalent to 1,000, and he killed all directions in the narrow mountain road. He gave full play to the role of a fierce general, and led a small number of elite cavalry to repel tens of thousands of French soldiers. When the French soldiers retreated, Zhang Fei was still pursuing them. 30 expensive knights had already been killed by Zhang Fei's huge force in order to stop Zhang Fei.
People from the east. Our king deliberately avoided it, and this gave you an opportunity to take advantage of it. Don't push it too far. Otherwise you will be defeated by my sword.
A knight hero blocked Zhang Fei, and there were hundreds of knights behind him. Knights are high-level soldiers, and Zhang Fei needs to expend a lot of energy to kill them. The knight hero is equivalent to the military general in the Middle Ages. Zhang Fei stared at the knight in front of him, who was not wearing full plate armor. His momentum was unstoppable, and other knights could not compare with it. It was obvious that the knight in front of him was the leader of this group of French knights.
I've heard what the military counselor said a long time ago, that the knights in the West also have some martial arts. Let me see what you are capable of today.
Zhang Fei used his horse to attack, and swung his snake spear 8 feet long, making a sound of breaking through the air. The knight on the opposite side drew his knight's sword with murderous intent.
Lord Roland, this Eastern general is very powerful, and cannot be easily fought against.
The French knights who were in the rear couldn't help but worry when they saw their captain attacking Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei had just killed everyone. At least 30 ordinary knights, 50 trainee knights, and auxiliary soldiers fell under Zhang Fei's 8-foot snake spear. In the eyes of this group of French knights, there is not much difference between Zhang Fei and Satan. However, the knightly hero known as Roland by the French knights bravely faced the great devil of the East. Zhang Fei originally had great contempt for these knights, but when the knights drew their swords, Zhang Fei quickly retracted his contempt and fought with all his strength. The Zhangba snake spear collided with the holy sword, and the harsh sound made people's scalp numb. Both Zhang Fei and Roland were shocked in their hearts. Zhang Fei was confident in his own power. However, this knight hero named Roland blocked Zhang Fei's attack.
Very good. Take another move from me.
Zhang Fei met a well-matched opponent. Unexpectedly, his veins popped out, and he burst out with powerful combat power. The 8-foot-long snake spear pierced countless ghosts, and enveloped Luolan. Luolan erupted at the same time, and the holy sword, Durandal, exuded holy light. Luolan's attack speed accelerated, and he actually blocked Zhang Fei's offensive. The two men fought fiercely, and even the French knights were shocked, because Roland's strength far exceeded that of the other knights.
Father, let me help you.
Zhang Fei's son, Zhang Bao, also held a snake spear and led a group of cavalry. He found that a Western knight could stop Zhang Fei, a 10,000 enemy who was famous for his force. So he wanted to help Zhang Fei and killed this extraordinary Western knight. Take it.
No need for help. I will take it down by myself.
Zhang Fei was blocked by the Western knights and became even more brave. The two fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds, but they still couldn't decide the winner. Roland's will is extremely strong, and he can draw his sword extremely fast. At the same time, his weapon is at the same level as Zhang Fei's Zhangba snake spear, and neither of their weapons can be cut off by the other. Zhang Bao watched the battle anxiously. He still underestimated the heroes of the West. The Eastern continent is famous for its fierce generals, but the combined population of many civilizations in the Western continent will also give birth to a group of people with higher martial arts.
Third brother can't defeat this knight. Who is he?
Guan Yu is holding the Qinglong Yenyu sword, and behind him are 500 axemen.
Although Guan Yu's sword and axe men have a simple name, they are high-level heavy cavalry. Guan Ping stood beside Guan Yu. He did not step forward immediately to join forces with Zhang Fei to defeat the knight Roland. Guan Yu also had his own arrogance. He would only join forces with Zhang Fei to defeat the opponent unless he saw that the other party was really unhappy. The two men were still fighting, and they had already fought for 200 rounds. The soldiers on both sides were all stunned. Zhang Fei and Roland were sweating profusely. One represented the Eastern warriors, and the other represented the Western knights. The two camps were at loggerheads. In Lords, there is a delicate balance between the Eastern continent and the Western continent. Both sides have commanders and generals who restrain each other. The knightly group was an important military force in the Western Middle Ages. There are three major knights in Europe: the Knights Templar, the Teutonic Knights, and the Knights Hospitaller, as well as the Knights of Santiago in Spain and the Knights of the Round Table in England. When Liu Bei arrived, Zhang Fei and Liu Lan had already separated. Both sides were severely exhausted and panting.
Second brother. Third brother. What is going on?
Liu Bei was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu represented the highest force of Liu Bei's forces. However, when Zhang Fei pursued the French army, he was stopped by the knights who had broken the rear, and the battle ended in a draw. The player Chen Shi served as one of Liu Bei's strategists. He saw a French knight hero holding the holy sword, Durandal, and confronting Liu Bei's army. One man was like 1,000 troops, with only 100 knights behind him. He was somewhat shocked. Chen Shi rarely sees Western warriors, but it is not that there are no warriors in the West, but players in the Eastern Han dynasty know less about them. The gladiator of the Roman Empire, Spartacus, was extremely ferocious. In the melee of this national war, he injured Witzhubing, who was not a top-notch warrior. King Leonidas of Sparta was also very fierce. When Chen Shi saw this knight, he thought of a hero on the hero rankings. He was very sure that the person in front of him was the knight Roland, one of the most famous knights. Just like the heroes in the novels such as Muguing and Wu Tugu appeared in the Eastern Han dynasty, there are also some legendary figures in the West, such as King Arthur and the knight Roland. Knight Roland is not entirely a legend. Like Mulan, it has a certain historical prototype. That is, the general and bodyguard of the Frankish king Charlemagne. Charlemagne was the Frankish king during the Tang dynasty in the Middle Ages. After his death, the Frankish kingdom was divided into three. The kingdom of West Francia evolved into the kingdom of France. The kingdom of East Francia evolved into the kingdom of Germany, and later merged with the kingdom of Northern Italy and Bohemia to form the Holy Roman Empire. The Middle Frankish kingdom split and evolved into the Principality of Burgundy, the Principality of Lorraine, and the Italian states. The Principality of Burgundy and the Principality of Lorraine first joined the Holy Roman Empire and were later annexed by the Kingdom of France. The Italian states merged into the Kingdom of Italy. Therefore, Charlemagne's kingdom basically covered most of Western Europe and was the father of Europe. Knight Roland is one of the 12 paladins under Charlemagne, and he is also the most powerful paladin. Chen Shi had seen Knight Roland's name on the hero rankings, so he was deeply impressed. Whether it is the Kingdom of France or the Holy Roman Empire, as a civilization after the split of the Frankish kingdom, it is possible to recruit military generals from the Frankish kingdom. You can see which heroes have been recruited in the hero rankings, but you can't see which lord they have been recruited by. Now Chen Shi is very sure that Paladin Roland was recruited by King Louis of the Kingdom of France. Louis is a player in the Kingdom of France. After Chu Tian defeated the lord who recruited Joan of Arc and stole Joan of Arc, the player Lord Louis rose up, unified the Kingdom of France, recruited the Paladin Roland, and became one of the strongest powers in the Western continent. Although it was humiliated, the Kingdom of France was actually not weak. If Chu Tian hadn't snatched away Joan of Arc, who could quickly replenish troops in the Kingdom of France, and the rise of the Holy Roman Empire represented by German civilization, then the Kingdom of France would have had a stronger sense of existence. After Chen Shi guessed the identity of this knight, he immediately said to Guan Yu,
Knight Roland is exhausted. Please ask General Guan to take action and capture him. If you gain the allegiance of this man, my lord's strength will be greatly increased.
Chen Shi thought that Chu Tian captured and subdued Joan of Arc, so he might not be able to subdue the Paladin Roland by spending some thought and means. After all, Roland was the most powerful knight among the 12 paladins under Charlemagne, the father of Europe. The knight army he commanded also had high bonuses, similar to that of King Arthur. Chu Tian unified the north, which put too much pressure on Liu Bei and Tang Ke in the south.
Obtaining generals from other civilizations is one of the few ways to strengthen Liu Bei's power. Moreover, no one knows whether Chutian will recruit generals from other civilizations in this national war. The Chutian force has France's Joan of Arc and Gilles de Rais, England's King Arthur and Bedivere, Bohemia's Jeshka, and Byzantium's Siphias. It can be regarded as the Han Empire, with the most generals from other civilizations. Lord. Therefore, Chen Shi wants to recruit Paladin Roland for Liu Bei. If Roland's physical strength was exhausted by Zhang Fei, then Guan Yu would have a chance of capturing Roland alive. Guan Yu looked at Liu Bei, as if asking Liu Bei if he wanted to do this.
According to what the military advisor said, capture this person.
Liu Bei was thirsty for talents. When Liu Bei saw the paladin who could fight Zhang Fei undefeated, he naturally wanted to bring the paladin Roland into his account for a decisive battle with Chu Tian in the future. Guan Yu nodded and held up the Qing Long Yenyu sword. The sound of intensive horse hoofbeats sounded, and Paladin Roland seemed to know that his lord had already formed a formation on the other side of the mountain with the time he bought. So he chose to retreat.
Follow me!
Liu Bei didn't want to let Paladin Roland go. Chapter 913 Knights Templar. The fleur-de-lis emblem flag of the French royal family roared. And 80,000 French royal troops set up a formation on the plain at the exit of the mountain road to meet the attacking Liu Bei's army. Paladin Roland led a small group of French knights to join King Louis. Roland made a knightly salute.
I lived up to your majesty's expectations and successfully delayed the enemy. A third-ranked lord of the Han Empire dared to chase us. If the second and third lords of the Han Empire had not been defeated by the first lord, Liu Bei would not have been able to rank third. Do all the lords of the world think that we as France easy to bully? After all, we in France have a population of 30 to 40 million, which is at least equivalent to the state pastors of the Han Empire.
King Louis of France fought with Liu Bei. Under Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Sherwan Sui's pig attack tactics, he lost a number of troops. Under the pressure of Liu Bei, he moved to the other side along the mountain road. But Liu Bei pursued him, thinking that he could completely defeat the enemy, annihilate Louis. Liu Bei's army emerged from the mountain road and confronted Louis.
Strange. Why did the French give up space so that we have enough time to arrange our troops?
Chen Shi had an uneasy premonition when Liu Bei's army was confronting the French royal army. He looked at Liu Bei's other military advisor, Wang Ming. Wang Ming's expression was similar to Chen Shi's. Worried? If they were Louis, they would either continue to retreat or attack when Liu Bei's army was halfway out of the mountain road. Instead of waiting patiently for Liu Bei's army to form a formation, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei held their weapons and looked down upon the French army opposite them. Their force can at least ensure that they will not be captured easily.
Western civilization is nothing more than that.
Yang Su teamed up with Liu Bei to repel Louis and pursued him all the way, which made him underestimate the French civilization. King Lanling took off his ferocious mask. With a resolute and handsome face,
it may not be easy for them to be qualified to participate in this war.
As the first commander-in-chief of the Sui dynasty, Yang Su occupies the qualification of the emperor-level commander of the Sui dynasty. He is not lacking in brains. When he heard what King Lanling said, put away the contempt. The most proud thing of the French royal army is the knight army. Opposite, among the French royal army, a group of French knights has assembled. The fleur-de-lis pattern that can be seen on the flag of Joan of Arc can also be seen everywhere on the flags of the French knights. In addition, there are also the Templar Knights, the regimental battle flag. The Knights Templar, one of the three major knights in Europe, was controlled by the French Lord Louis. Among the Knights Templar, in addition to ordinary knights, there are also Paladin. The Knights of the Knights Templar are already high-level soldiers, and the Paladins who are selected from the Knights and transferred to different professions are of a higher rank than ordinary knights, which is equivalent to the relationship between Qin Ruisher and Iron Eagle Ruisher. The French commander-in-chief was Bertrand du Guesclin, the French commander known as the
Eagle of Brittany,
during the 100 Years' War between England and France. Originally, Joan of Arc was supposed to be in the French royal army, fighting alongside French heroes such as the Eagle of Breton and the Paladin Roland. Such a lineup might even be troublesome for the coalition forces of Liu Bei and Yang Su. But Joan of Arc is not here, and the French army lacks a general who can boost morale, and its combat effectiveness will be reduced.
If Liu Bei continues to be so aggressive, the Knights Templar will have to send out paladins to attack Liu Bei's army head-on.
Although Liu Bei and Yang Su have many powerful generals, Louis also has some confidence in the Paladin army. After all, the name of the Paladin sounds a bit scary. and he is one of the top cavalry in the Western continent.
Your Majesty, Roland is willing to lead the Knights and Paladins of the Templar Order to attack the Eastern Army from one side and compete with the Eastern Armored Cavalry.
Paladin Roland was appointed by Louis as the leader of the Paladin army. His force and loyalty are also qualified to take charge of this most disturbing heavy cavalry force in the Kingdom of France. Louis was observing the changes in the projection of the fleur-de-lis flag on the ground.
Count Roland, sometimes diplomacy can avoid many unnecessary casualties. Sometimes, we can even compromise with our opponents.
Paladin Roland was puzzled.
We want to negotiate with the Eastern Army? I have tried, but Liu Bei did not agree to negotiate peace with us. Originally, I did not want to fight with the lords of the Han Empire to avoid losing both sides, but Liu Bei pursued me closely, wanting to destroy my army and gain military merit. He obviously made a mistake. The plan is settled. That's what you mean. Join forces with the Germans, the Templar Knights and the Teutonic Knights, the two major knights. Join forces to see if Liu Bei can block the impact of the two major knights.
Louis was reluctant, but Liu Bei forced him to the point where he could not retreat. In addition to Louis and Liu Bei, there was also Hohenzollern of the Holy Roman Empire nearby. Hohenzollern was a great lord who was at odds with Catherine for control of the Kingdom of Poland. The Teutonic Knights, whose white background and black cross flag stretches for more than 10 miles, are the absolute main cavalry force of the Holy Roman Empire. The Knights of the Sword, an independent branch of the Teutonic Knights, also participated in the national war. In addition, the Holy Roman Empire also had Doppler swordsmen equipped with heavy two-handed swords, black-shirt knights equipped with firearms and lances, and hussars recruited after conquering the Kingdom of Hungary. Hohenzollern's army appeared within Liu Beijuan's field of vision. No matter Liu Bei, Chun Shi, or Wang Meng, they all changed colors. They pursued too deeply and forced Louis to join up with the Hohenzollern.
The enemy vanguard's flag is a black cross. Lord, you can retreat immediately.
When Chun Shi heard that it was a black cross, he quickly changed his mind. This is the fearsome symbol of the Teutonic Knights. Liu Bei can fight anyone on the other side, but if two of them join forces, Liu Bei's army may be wiped out. The lords of French civilization and German civilization have been developing for a long time. Liu Bei finally gained a foothold in Izhou and was able to support the two major Western lords. It was really difficult for Liu Bei.
As a result, the strongman Roland has no chance of conquering him.
Liu Bei couldn't help but regret. Originally, he had a chance to capture Roland, the paladin of the Kingdom of France, alive. But Zhang Fei and Roland fought alone, giving Roland a chance to escape.
There is ample time.
Chun Shi was a little anxious, because when Liu Bei began to withdraw his troops, the French royal army had already launched a counterattack. Paladin Roland, Grand Master of the Knights Templar, serves as the vanguard, commanding the paladins, knights, and trainee knights of the Knights Templar, and launches a charge.
Eldest brother and third brother leave first. I will take the lead.
Guan Yu turned his wrist, and the Qinglong Yanyu sword seemed to make a faint dragon roar. And Guan Ping and the 500 swordsmen faced the impact of the Templar Knights. The armor, shields, and robes of the Knights Templar exude the brilliance of holiness, and they actually have a divine aura that is unspeakable.
After the scale of the Templars reaches a certain level, skills can be triggered to greatly increase defense and morale for a period of time.
Louis couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the mighty and holy Knights Templar launching an offensive. Liu Bei wanted to chase him, but was bidden back by the French royal army. Moreover, the army of Holy Roman Emperor Hohenzollern was entering the battlefield. Hohenzollern personally commanded the Hungarian hussars to rush forward. Guan Yu's Qinglong Yanyu sword was swinging. Lai Chi couldn't see clearly when Guan Yu drew the sword, but the green light killed an ordinary Templar knight. The knight's armor left a terrifying knife mark. The Qinglong Yanyu sword is enough to cut through most armor. A paladin stabbed at Guan Yu with a spear. Guan Yu swung his sword away and hit the paladin on the shoulder, breaking off one of his arms. The injured paladin stabbed Guan Yu with his remaining arm. Guan Yu still blocked the paladin's lance and slashed his neck with his next sword, completely wiping out this paladin. Guan Yu frowned slightly. The paladin is fighting head-on, and it takes him only 2 moves to kill, which is equivalent to increasing the amount of physical energy consumed. When Guan Yu's Qinglong Yanyu sword hit the paladin's armor, Guan Yu could clearly feel the holy light flowing from the paladin's armor, which slightly offset the power of the Qinglong Yanyu sword. If the Qinglong Yanyu sword was not a magic weapon, and Guan Yu used the sword himself, it might not be able to kill the paladin relatively cleanly. Roland appeared among the knights. holding a holy sword, and fought with Guan Yu. And 80 paladins besieged Zhang Fei. The Knights Templar cavalry passed between the two groups of fighting troops and pursued Liu Bei. Zhang Bao and Guan Ping led their troops to fight to the death. Liu Bei's army gradually retreated into the mountain road, and both sides fought and retreated. Guan Yu fought with Paladin Roland, and he probably felt what Zhang Fei felt. Roland's attack speed and defense were unusual. The Qinglong Yanyu sword was so bold and powerful that it was blocked by Roland. Roland was also unable to defeat Guan Yu. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were not worried about the paladins. The Hungarian hussars led by the Holy Roman Emperor Hohenzollern had arrived, raining arrows covering the retreating troops of Liu Bei's army.
Second brother, there are many thieves. Let's go first.
Zhang Fei picked up a paladin, and the paladin's body fell to the ground. The holy light disappeared and was trampled into dirt by the war horse. Guan Yu struck with all his strength, and the green dragon Yan Yu's sword flourished with green light, forcing the holy knight Roland back. He joined Zhang Fei, and the two 10,000 enemies joined forces to attack.
This is the Hungarian light cavalry?
Louis saw the light cavalry under Hohenzollern and quickly guessed their origin.
It's really disturbing. Don't let Hohenzollern become the second Charlemagne. But if the Western continent wants to stop Chu Zimu, the lord of the Eastern continent, it may need a commander. Hohenzollern, Caesar, Gentleman Tantin, or Alexander?
Louis took charge of the paladins, but still with some reluctance. The Kingdom of France was sandwiched between the Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, the Netherlands, England, and the Swiss Confederation neutral zone, making it difficult to expand.
By the way, Hohenzollern invited me to defeat Ekaterina in the main world and divide her territory. And I can get the territory of the Low Countries as compensation.
Louis thought of Hohenzollern's recent proposal to him to form a Western alliance to deal with Catherine and Chutian's Xiaoqing alliance.
Perhaps I should take this opportunity to have a good talk with Hohenzollern about this matter.
Chapter 914 Ancient Indian Civilization Recruitment Order. After Xiaochua cheated the Arab Empire, he came back to join Chutian. Chutian has captured the city of King Yuehu. King Yuehu admitted defeat, left a token, and disappeared on the battlefield of the national war with the ancient Indian army. Chutian held a recruitment order from the ancient Indian civilization in his hand, and his heart was extremely complicated. This is an additional reward for defeating the Moon Guardian, and it is also the most exciting reward for all the lords. Unfortunately, it is the recruitment order of ancient Indian civilization, among many civilizations, perhaps because of the principle that neighbors are enemies. Indian civilization really does not have much appeal to Chutian, at least when Chutian received the hero recruitment order from the ancient Indian civilization. He was not as excited as when he received the hero recruitment order from the Byzantine Empire. However, it is better to get the recruitment order left by the Moon Guardian King than to let this recruitment order fall into the hands of other lords. Although the battlefield of the national war is full of powerful enemies, it is also an opportunity to plunder the heroes of other civilizations. There are heroes of Eastern civilization who are recruited by the lords of the Western continent, and there are also heroes of Western civilization who are plundered by the lords of the East, destroying the order and balance between the East and the West. Chutian has not tried to recruit generals from the ancient Indian civilization, so Chutian did not hesitate to use this ancient Indian civilization recruitment order.
Ding! You have gained the allegiance of Kautilya, the first minister of the Mauryan dynasty in ancient India. His.
Chutian had some impression of this name. Kautilya is a minister of King Yuehu. The relationship between them is equivalent to the relationship between Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei, probably during the Warring States period. With the assistance of Kautilya, the Moon Guardian expelled the Macedonian garrison and established the Mauryan dynasty in ancient India. This is an ancient Indian counselor and politician, so he is proficient in strategy and power, and has the book Arthashastra. Generally speaking, those who left writings in ancient times were big men. As far as ancient Indian civilization is concerned, Kautilya is enough to become an imperial civil servant of ancient Indian civilization. After all, the Mauryan dynasty is still very famous. When talking about ancient India, we cannot do without the Mauryan dynasty. A Mauryan dynasty minister wearing ancient Indian robes appeared in front of Chutian. His body was a little thin, but his eyes showed a bit of shrewdness. He can become the #1 minister of a famous dynasty, but he is definitely not an honest person. Chutian's forces already have many civil servants, but that's all. If the Indian peninsula is conquered in the future, it would be good to arrange for Kautilya to win over people. compared with recruiting some chaotic military generals from ancient India. Obtaining the first civil servant of the Mauryan dynasty was a very good result. Chu Tian glanced at the data panel of this important figure from the Maurya dynasty. Name, Kautilya. Civilization, Ancient India Maurya dynasty. Talent, Imperial civil servant. Level 80. Identity, born as a Brahmin. Assisted Chandragupta I in establishing the Mauryan dynasty. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 50, Force, 37, Intelligence, 94, Politics, 97, Charm, 90. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, Theory of Ancient Indian Government, SS level features. Economic development speed plus 10%. Agricultural development speed plus 10%. Rebellion level minus 10%. Monarch authority plus 15%. Only applicable to the Indian Peninsula. Characteristic 2, Mastermind, SS level trait. When accompanying the army in battle, there is a high probability of putting forward proposals, and a high probability of increasing the success rate of the strategy. Characteristic 3, Assistant, S level trait. Personal administrative efficiency plus 30%. Loyalty to the king increases faster. Characteristic 4, Brahmin, A level trait. When in a high position, it has a suppressive effect on the lower castes of Indian civilization. The rebellion degree is minus 15%. Special treasure, Arthashastra. Those who hold this book can temporarily obtain the SS level characteristic. Ancient Indian government theory. Chu Tian fell into silence after reading Kautilya's attribute panel. In Indian civilization, this must be a big shot figure, with high intelligence and politics. And he is also a big book publisher. Big book publishers generally have very high profiles. For example, Sun Wu's The Art of War elevated Sun Wu to the status of a military sage. Ancient China, Ancient India, Ancient Egypt, and Ancient Babylon were the 4 major ancient civilizations. Among them, Ancient India naturally had its imperial heroes, and Kautilya was one of them. SS level characteristics will always be passed down to future generations. This is a very practical treasure. Unfortunately, the effect of the SS level characteristic, Ancient Indian polity theory, only applies to the Indian Peninsula and does not apply to other civilizations. It can be seen from the name of the characteristic that other regions are different from the Indian Peninsula. In other words, this special treasure was very useful to the lords who occupied the Indian Peninsula. If Chu Tian occupied the Indian Peninsula in the future and equipped the local governor with this special treasure, he could plunder more wealth from the Indian Peninsula. Kautilya is the mastermind and chief minister of the Moon Guardian King. He also has the S-level characteristic, Assistant, to ensure his loyalty. He will be one of the officials to govern the Indian Peninsula in the future. Kautilya was also a Brahmin noble of the highest caste in India. In ancient India, people of Brahmin origin could look down on other castes. This can be regarded as a characteristic of ancient Indian civilization. To sum up, obtaining Kautilya will not be of great use before occupying the Indian Peninsula, but it can already be of great use. Moreover, Chu Tian felt that it was not bad, and plundering the chief minister of the Mauryan dynasty in ancient India was equivalent to indirectly weakening the strength of the Indian civilization zone. In short, even if you don't use it, you can't let others get it. As the Western Lord said, Chu Tian did not do anything related to people, and was secretly feeling sad. In the recent battle between Chu Tian and Moon Guardian, Kautilya was still assisting Moon Guardian. Now, Kautilya has become the minister of Chu Tian and the first minister of ancient Indian civilization. Very good. Just follow me from now on. In Lords, there are no communication barriers between civilizations. So in theory, if a lord has a collecting habit, he can collect the civil servants and generals of all civilizations. Kautilya looked at the Eastern Lord in front of him and raised his eyebrows. This Eastern Lord seemed a little informal. Chu Tian rested in the city of King Yuehu. As usual, he obtained 10,000 low-level Indian soldiers as city defense troops, and also obtained an additional 100 war elephants. The world rankings also changed because Chu Tian destroyed King Yuehu. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. I just want to farm well. 215,550. Second place, Marshall, Governor of the United States. 177,685. Third place, 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Constantine, 169,005. Fourth place, Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire. Ajadai, 167,217. 5th place, 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Caesar, 159,816. 6th place, King of Macedonia. Alexander, 150,003. 7th place, Caliph of the Arab Empire. Umayyad, 148,351. 8th, Holy Roman Emperor. Hohenzollern, 134,219. 9th place, King Wu of the Han Empire. Bronsberg, 129,298. 10th place, Khan of the Ilkhanate. Tolui, 129,155. 11th place, Prince of the Mughal Empire in India. Brahmin, 114,456. The points gained from defeating the ancient Indian army were not as many as expected, but seemed a little less, because most of the Moon Guardian King's army were cannon fodder infantry. You get more points by killing elite units. As for killing low-level cannon fodder, you get very few points. Tang Ke and Sun Jian's Jiandong army also began to rise, and squeezed into the top 10.
Ekaterina's points are currently only 70,000, which is very abnormal.
When Chu Tian was looking at the New World rankings, a cavalryman came to report.
My lord, Miss Xiao is back. She's finally back. What is she doing?
Chu Tian sent someone to summon Xiao Chua to see him. Xiao Chua had already changed out of his Arab-style robes, and put on Eastern-style armor.
You said you almost killed the Umayyads of the Arab Empire?
Chu Tian heard that Xiao Chua seriously injured the Caliph of the Arabian Empire with 3 arrows. He looked at this proud-looking woman, and was somewhat shocked. He just asked Xiao Chua to provoke the Ottoman Empire army, and make it delay the Arab Empire army. As a result, Xiao Chua overfulfilled the task, and almost killed the Umayyad. If Xiao Chua had more troops at that time, or had a strong general who charged into the battle, then the Arab Empire would have been eliminated by now.
It's unimaginable.
Chu Tian thought for a while, and it seemed that many people had fallen victim to Xiao Chua's men. This time, he could indirectly avenge himself for his defeat in the Desert War. Khalid, the #1 general in the Arab Empire, must have been at a holy level in desert warfare, and was almost invincible in the desert. But this was not necessarily true for the Umayyads. That's why Xiao Chua tried to raid the Umayyads and want to kill them, causing the collapse of the Arab Empire's army. However, Umayyad was the Caliph of the Arab Empire after all, and his caliphate's guard was not weak in actual combat power.
May I ask, my lord, if there is any reward? What reward do you want? You can go to Xiao Liang and ask her to give you an extra 1,000 taels for household expenses.
Chu Tian thought for a moment, and found out that in addition to receiving her salary as a general from the treasury, Xiao Chua also received personal household expenses from Prince Xiao's mansion. Chu Tian's family wealth is more than 10 million taels, and Xiao Liang usually takes care of it, so it is not a problem to come up with 1,000 taels. Xiao Chua rolled his eyes and said quietly,
Master, I want a child.
Chu Tian was stunned. Gold and silver were okay. Just let Xiao Liang transfer a sum of money. But if you want a child, you can't just ask for it. Chapter 9:15 Ekaterina's Crisis.
Damn Timur. I swear in the name of the Tsar, if you are caught alive in the future, you will be executed.
Ekaterina's army fled all the way south, and was chased by Timur's army, which did not give Ekaterina a chance to rest. For the proud Catherine, this time she fell into the hands of the Mongols and Turks, and was defeated, which was a shame. Until now, when Chu Tian's points have risen to 210,000, Ekaterina's points are only 70,000. In the past, in every national competition, Ekaterina had to stay in the top 10 at least. But this time she may not even be able to enter the top 20. After learning that the hero Timur was chasing her from the rear, Ekaterina put Timur on her must-kill list. Now Yekaterina only has 20,000 troops left. Because of Timur's pursuit, she has no time to capture the city for supplies, and she is trapped in an endless loop. Catherine could have chosen to withdraw from the national war, but her pride prevented her from doing so. She fled all the way south, no longer caring which legendary king's territory she belonged to, because if she stopped, she would be overtaken by Timur's cavalry. Timur suffered losses at the hands of Chu Tian and Yekaterina many times, so he regarded Chu Tian and Yekaterina as his enemies, and had the opportunity to eliminate Yekaterina. So Timur pursued him closely. On the eastern plains, a group of cavalry were gathering together to rest. This large army had recently fought against another legendary king of Persian civilization, Abbas the Great.
Emperor Abbas's army was extremely powerful, and the army of the Ilkhanate that was dragging mines fought with it. For the time being, it could only barely defeat Abbas the Great, but it was actually unable to destroy Emperor Abbas in one battle. After Tolui planned to rest, he would launch a second offensive to completely destroy Emperor Abbas. Mingwan and the fierce General Chan Yuchen, who had followed Mingwan for a long time, were in the army dragging thunder. For some reasons, Mingwan chose to serve in the Ilkhanate established by Tuolei. Although Chan Yuchen did not like Tuolei, he still followed his lord. Tuolei gave Mingwan 2 places, Mingwan himself and Chan Yuchen. The battle with Abbas the Great, the most powerful emperor in the Persian Empire after the Middle Ages, was extremely fierce. Mingwan and Chan Yuchen, as fierce generals, were actually injured in the battle, because Abbas the Great had an elite cold weapon army and bronze cannon. Mingwan was observing the generals brought by Tuolei. Tuolei's 3 most outstanding sons, Mengge, Kublai Khan, and Hulagu. Players in the Eastern Han dynasty may be familiar with Mengge and Kublai Khan as Mongol Khans who took over the Central Plains. In the words of Hulagu, the real founder of the Ilkhanate in history, he conquered Persia and destroyed the Arab Empire. Originally Hulagu planned to personally conquer Egypt, but because Mengge died in battle, Hulagu gave up the personal expedition and only sent his favorite general Coward Buhua to lead 20,000 cavalry to attack Egypt. As a result, Coward Buhua was defeated by the Egyptian Mamluk cavalry. If Hulagu led the main Mongolian army to expedition to Egypt, it is difficult to say whether Egypt would be conquered by the Mongols. Judging from historical achievements, Mingwan believes that compared with Mengge and Kublai Khan, Hulagu is the son with the most military talent of Tolui, and is as heroic as Timur. The golden family of Genghis Khan and Temujin are indeed quite terrifying. In addition to his 3 sons, Tolui also brought 3 elders of the Mongol Empire, Subutai, Gibi, and Mawali. Temujin left most of his military power to his beloved youngest son Tolui. Mingwan, Chan Yuchen, Tuolei Sanzi, and Mongolia's 3 elders accounted for a total of 8 places. In addition, there were 2 rebel generals from other civilizations. Mawali's Tanmachi brought back the news. The Great Khan found a cavalry with a double-headed eagle as its flag. It may be the lord of the Tsarist Russian Empire. Mingwan was shocked when he heard about the flag of the Russian Empire. Tsar Catherine of the Russian Empire was a woman from Chutian. Tuolei stood up. How many people did she bring? Tanmachi continued. There are about 20,000 people, and there seems to be a cavalry chasing them in the rear. The number is at least twice as many as hers. That's weird. Mingwan knew that Tanmachi was the same as the Iron Eagle scout. The War Eagle could detect enemy troops at a long distance. So Tanmachi was enough to discover the strength of the pursuers behind Yekaterina. Father Khan was intercepted by Ekaterina's troops on the Ukrainian grasslands and was seriously injured and died in the battle. This debt must be settled with her. Tolui thought of Temujin's death in the final battle of the Eastern European War, and his face became gloomy. Ekaterina seems to be being hunted. There is no easier time to eliminate Ekaterina than at this time. Mingwan remained silent. Tuolei's cavalry and Timur's cavalry formed a pincer attack to attack Catherine's remaining soldiers. Timur, who led 50,000 cavalrymen to pursue Catherine, saw a War Eagle landing on his shoulder, and knew that it was Tanmachi's War Eagle. It seems that after encountering Tuolei's legion, Ekaterina can't escape this time. It's a pity that in this battle, no one can be truly killed. In addition to suffering a loss when dealing with Chu Tian, Timur basically made great progress. This time he was sure to win. Bolin volcano invades like fire. Takeda Tadayoshi inherited the trait. Wind forest volcano. From the famous Japanese Warring States dynasty. Tiger of Kai. Takeda Shinjin. Switching to the aggression like fire state, the attack power of the Takeda family's red cavalry increased. Even after mastering the characteristics of Takeda Shinjin, who was seriously ill, Takeda Tadayoshi still felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Because Chutian sent 2 cavalrymen, Shwaragui and Siphias, to block Oda Nobunaga's advance. Shwaragui, holding a Fong Tian painted halberd, silver armor and white robes, rushed into the Takeda family's red cavalry. Wherever he went, the red cavalry fell. Takeda Tadayoshi increased the attack power of the red cavalry and put pressure on Shwaragui. Oda Nobunaga's iron artillery team and the Satsuma warriors of the Shimeza regiment entered the battlefield one after another, forcing Shwaragui and Siphias' cavalry to retreat. Oda Nobunaga has 120,000 troops, and Shwaragui and Siphias have 20,000 troops.
They are not stupid enough to be surrounded by Oda Nobunaga.
Why is there a strange cavalry among the Han Empire's army?
Oda Nobunaga witnessed a Byzantine cavalry serving Chutian. Its armor style and appearance were different from those of the Han cavalry. Takanaka Hanbei said,
Most of them are temporarily recruited troops. We may have arrived too late. Isabella of the Kingdom of Spain seems to have been affected by Chu Zimu's intimidation strategy and has not dared to take action.
Oda Nobunaga snorted.
I didn't expect Westerners to bully the weak and fear the strong.
In the area where Huan was originally located, the two Roman emperors Caesar and Constantine joined forces to defeat Huan and attack the legendary King Zhao Kuangyin, who was entrenched in the local area. Zhao Kuangyin had fought with Hua and not long ago, and his strength was somewhat damaged. Caesar and Constantine joined forces to storm the city where Zhao Kuangyin was located. Gladiator Spartacus led a group of brave and skilled Roman gladiators. And under the cover of Genoese crossbowmen, Roman legions, and ballistae, they attacked the city at all costs. Spartacus was so cruel that he tore a Song soldier guarding the city into two pieces. The Song soldiers around him were all horrified. Caesar saw the terrifying force of Spartacus.
Constantine, I didn't expect that you also cultivated a group of life-threatening slaves. With their bravery, if they were only used for the entertainment of Roman citizens in the Colosseum, then it would be too much of a waste. And it is indeed good to use it to attack the city. Zhao Kuangyin. It is said that he is not the most powerful king in the Eastern Han dynasty. If there is a chance, we will look for the territories of Yingzheng, Li Shimin, and Zhu Yuanzhang.
Constantine had greater ambitions. Chapter 916 finally reunited.
I don't know if there are cities belonging to Li Shimin, Yingzheng, Luxiu, and Zhu Yuanzhang during this national war.
Chutian has already met the kings and lords of ancient Persia, ancient India, Ottoman Turkey, and the Arab Empire. Basically all civilizations in West Asia and South Asia. So far, Chutian has not seen the legendary king of ancient Chinese civilization. Nor has he seen the legendary king of European civilization. Fighting against the legendary king of your own civilization is not easy. Especially a king like Lu Xiu is too random. After killing King Yuehu, he reorganized his army. This national war is simply a good opportunity to plunder the civil servants and generals of other civilizations. Moreover, the civil servants and generals obtained this time are of high quality. They are all important figures, and their quality is at least above the king level. With 2 recruitment orders, Chutian recruited the king-level Byzantine cavalry commander Siphias and the emperor-level chief assistant Kautilya of the ancient Indian Maurya dynasty. What is a pity is that if the Arab Empire had not intervened, Chutian might have been able to kill Darius I and recruit a Persian general. This made Chutian even more resentful towards the lords of the Arab Empire. Oda Nobunaga was blocked by Schwer and Gui and Siphias, and learned that the Moon Guardian King had been destroyed. So he retreated to his own city and waited to see what would happen. Queen Isabella of the Kingdom of Spain was indeed threatened by Chutian. Before she could react, the Moon Guardian King had disappeared, and Chutian was sitting on the Moon Guardian King's city to replenish his troops. This area has become a situation where the 3 kingdoms Chutian, Isabella, and Oda Nobunaga are at odds. In fact, Chutian's military is stronger than the other 2.
Isabella is still sensible. Let's not deal with her for the time being. We will first pacify Oda Nobunaga, and then look for other legendary kings who have not been destroyed yet.
Chutian no longer has much interest in Oda Nobunaga, and Oda Nobunaga will not have recruitment orders on his body. Only the legendary kings on the national war battlefields carry recruitment orders from their respective civilizations, as long as the strength is strong enough. Even if the opponent is a legendary king, he is just prey. Chutian is most worried about Yekaterina's situation. And secondly, Huan's situation is also disturbing. For now, Chutian and the lords of the Arab Empire seem to be on a par with each other, and Oda Nobunaga is unhappy. If he really wants to unite with anyone, it may be the Queen of Spain next to him. However, even if there is no need for an alliance, Chutian doesn't care much. Fighting alone, Chutian believed that no one could be his opponent on this battlefield. After all, 3 legendary kings had fallen at Chutian's hands. Just be careful and guard against combinations, like Caesar and Constantine, who deliberately joined forces to gain military exploits.
I fell into the trap. I didn't expect that King Xia from the east would conquer King Yuehu so quickly.
Queen Isabella's city. She was really successfully intimidated by Chutian. But there was no movement for a long time. At the moment of hesitation, The ancient Indian moon guardian king disappeared into ashes. At this time, Chutian's power became more powerful, and Isabella's city was in danger of being annexed.
It seems that I need to go to other cities to avoid this man.
Isabella was not very willing to intervene in the battle between Chutian and Oda Nobunaga here, and wanted to leave this city and find another one. A cavalry force of only 5,000 men entered Isabella's territory and continued to flee south. Catherine was hit by 4 arrows. Under the protection of Cossack cavalry, she escaped from Timur and Talyui. The most elite Tsarist guards were completely wiped out in order to protect Catherine. Timur and Talyui were both cavalry geniuses. The two of them joined forces, and Yekaterina could only keep retreating south.
The flag of a double-headed eagle? This may be the cavalry of the Tsarist Empire. I heard that the Tsar has a relationship with the King of Xia, so ignore this cavalry.
Isabella heard that the Spanish reconnaissance cavalry deployed nearby detected a group of Cossack cavalry entering the territory, forced by the threat posed by Chutian. No troops were sent to intercept Catherine. She had no connection with the Katerina, let alone hatred. She wouldn't offend Chutian just for some military exploits. Catherine's cavalry of less than 5,000 men provided only about 10,000 battle merits. As if destined by fate, Catherine's cavalry fled south again and entered Chutian's territory. The war eagle soars in the sky, looking down at the cavalry below.
Your Majesty the Tsar. War eagle. It's Tonmachi who is dragging the thunder. They are catching up again.
The Cossack leader Yermak looked pale when he saw the war eagle. Yekaterina's lips turned white, and she looked at the war eagle in the sky. But her eyes suddenly burst with energy.
No, this is not the thunder-trailing Tonmachi, but the Iron Eagle Scout's war eagle. These war eagles are almost identical. How can you tell them apart? Your Majesty? Intuition.
Yekaterina blew a crisp whistle, and the war eagle seemed to receive the signal, landed on Yekaterina's shoulder, and cleaned its wings with its beak.
It is indeed Iron Eagle Scout's war eagle.
The surviving Cossack cavalry cheered. It was obvious that the Mongolian war eagle would not get close to Catherine.
Bring my message to your master.
Ekaterina stroked the wings of the war eagle, and the war eagle understood and circled up. Chutian was counting his troops and preparing to attack Oda Nobunaga. Hua Mulan came back with shocking information, and Ekaterina unexpectedly broke into his territory.
I'll pick her up.
Xiao Liang took the initiative to lead troops to meet Yekaterina. Soon, Xiao Liang came back with the injured Ekaterina. But Ekaterina was seriously injured and almost dying.
This is how the same thing.
Chutian was a little annoyed when he saw the injured Ekaterina. He looked at the generals, who were following Yekaterina. Bathory of Poland, Yermak of the Cossacks and others were still with Yekaterina. As for Harold of the Varangian Guards, who was killed in battle and returned to main world. Being able to force Ekaterina to this point shows that the other party is not a good person. Bathory said to Chutian,
Your Majesty was attacked by the legendary kings of the Turkic Khanate Ashina Tuman and Ajadai. Although he defeated Ashina Tuman and successfully escaped from Ajadai's attack, OGDI General Timur of Taiwan led tens of thousands of cavalry in hot pursuit. Later, they were attacked by mines from the Ilkhanate, leaving only 5,000 cavalry. The Cossack cavalry moved quickly and escaped. These are all lords who have had grievances in the past.
Chutian and Yekaterina provoked many lords. So if there was a chance, these lords would not let them go. Chutian also understood why Yekaterina was defeated. Ashina Tuman defeated Rurin and established the Turkic Khanate. He was a hero in himself. And the Turkic cavalry was not bad. Wokuatai almost unified the countries in Central Asia. Plus tow mines.
It seems that the grievances with them have become deeper. This debt will have to be settled with them sooner or later. You will recover from your injuries for the time being. And I will use the strong men in the city of Moon Protector to help you recruit a group of troops as a reward for participating in the Battle of Western Liaoning.
Since Yekaterina sent troops to participate in the Battle of Western Liaoning and help her defeat Mingguan, Chutian decided to give up some of her troops in return. It was not easy to find an ally, but Yekaterina only had 5,000 troops left. Unable to form a fighting force, Yekaterina's tribe met with Chutian, and Chutian also learned the location of these lords. To the north of Isabella are soldiers and horses dragging mines, and further north may be Wokuatai. Tolai and Wokuatai are powerful enemies. They are even more difficult to deal with than Oda Nobunaga and Isabella. According to the national war rankings, Chutian speculated that they may have destroyed 1 to 3 legendary kings, occupied 2 to 5 cities, and had many soldiers and horses.
When Catherine's injury improves a little, attack Oda Nobunaga's 2 cities according to the original plan. Chu Tian generously gave up the 60,000 troops in the Moon Guard city to Yekaterina, allowing her to basically restore her strength. Ekaterina's attributes are actually quite scary. As long as she has the strength, she is a reliable ally. Moreover, Ekaterina can also recruit Tsarist guards similar to the Shinji battalion. In Chu Tian's view, the benefits of the Fifth National War are not as good as the benefits of having an ally in the main world. After all, Yekaterina is the only ally Chu Tian has outside the Han Empire. If Yekaterina sides with the Western continent, then the problem will be very serious. On the other hand, it was also out of guilt that Chu Peter and Chu Anna were basically raised by Ekaterina. When Chu Tian was preparing to attack Oda Nobunaga was already panicking and summoned the daimyo and generals he brought to the castle lord's palace. Although Oda Nobunaga owned 2 cities and had a military strength of 150,000 including the garrison, Chu Tian's performance of destroying the Moon Guardian of ancient India in one fell swoop shocked Oda Nobunaga and many famous military commanders. With our strength alone, we simply cannot compete with Chu Zimu. Chu Zimu may have 5 cities, and his military exploits rank first. Takeda Tadayoshi can clearly see that Chu Tian ranks first with 210,000 combat merits. Oda Nobunaga's points are ranked outside the 10th place. There are many powerful lords in the main world of lords. Civilizations such as the Han Empire and the Roman Empire even have 2 lords on the list. If Lao Qin and Ming Guan were still lords, the Han Empire might have 3 lords on the list. In comparison, Oda Nobunaga, who is equivalent to the prefecture pastoral level of the Han Empire, could not make it into the top 10. To the east were the territories of 2 Roman emperors. Takeda Tadayoshi reminded Oda Nobunaga, as the representative of the Takeda family, during the National War, he did not want Oda Nobunaga to be easily defeated. At this time, we could only rely on the power of the great Roman emperor. As the hegemon of the Mediterranean, Rome was famous for its strong military. It gave birth to many famous commanders and emperors, including the reformer Marius, the procrastinator Fabian, the triumvirate, the last triumvirate, Scipio and the Great, and the 5 good emperors. Do the Romans have a tougher attitude than the Spanish? Oda Nobunaga was not satisfied with Isabella's timidity, and only hoped that the 2 Roman emperors would not be afraid of Chu Tian. Takeda Tadayoshi said, "The Romans still have 2 eagle flags collecting dust in Chu Zimu's treasury. I think if there is a chance, they will not make it easy for Chu Zimu." Chapter 917, The Decision of 2 Roman Emperors. Sun Ce galloped through the jungle on his horse, followed closely by the fierce General Zhou Tai. The 2 of them fought with a group of jaguar warriors. The spear spun like a whirling cherry in the hands of Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiandong, killing more than a dozen jaguar warriors. What the hell is this terrain? Sun Ce couldn't help but complain when he saw the jaguar warriors lying dead everywhere. This is the warrior of the Amazon Empire. The Amazon Empire is a civilization ruled by white people in the civilized area of South America, but it can also recruit special troops from the Amazon tribe. These jaguar warriors have high bonuses in the jungle, can throw javelins, and can appear and disappear in the jungle. The joint forces of Tonkei and Sun Jian were born in a jungle terrain. They encountered the Amazon Empire's army, and the battle between the 2 sides was very fierce. The ancient ingot knife in Sun Jian's hand flashed and killed an Amazon huntress. As a hero, Sun Jian didn't think there was anything wrong. The Amazon Empire has a high proportion of female warriors, which is a characteristic of Amazon civilization. Don't underestimate these strong Amazon female warriors in the jungle. Otherwise they will kill you. At least 1,000 of Sun Jian's troops were killed by the Amazon huntress's sneak attack. In frontal combat, the Amazon Empire's jaguar warriors attacked Tonkei and Sun Jian's legions, killing tens of thousands. However, Tonkei and Sun Jian relied on absolute force to capture a city occupied by the Amazon Empire, and pursued the lord of the Amazon Empire. The fierce General Xiaomok fought his way into a group of jaguar warriors, single-handedly killed 50 jaguar warriors, and came out safe and sound. The jaguar warriors were afraid of his force and retreated again and again. Don't continue to pursue, otherwise you will fall into their trap, the mastermind Chen Ping reminded Tonkei. The jungle is the home of Amazon civilization. After we get supplies, we leave this ghost place. Although the bronze bird temporarily defeated the Amazon Empire, it was still afraid of the jungle terrain. The Arab Empire in the desert, the Amazon Empire in the rainforest, Moscow in the cold winter, and England on the sea can unleash more terrifying combat power than usual. After replenishing their troops,
weapons, and food and grass. Jianlong army and Beifu army left the jungle and abandoned the occupied cities. Sun Jian can also see the standings of the national war. Chu Tian's name seemed to appear in the first position.
This in-law is really amazing.
Sun Jian is slightly older than Chu Tian, but he regards Chu Tian as a person of the same generation as him. If his daughter marries Chu Tian's son, then they will be in-laws, provided that Chu Tian will not regret the marriage. Jiandong's army is heading towards plain areas. Any civilization born in a large river basin has an inexplicable affinity for the plains. So most lords converge on the plains. The city of Zhaoquangyin, the legendary king of ancient Chinese civilization, was captured by two Roman emperors, Caesar and Constantine.
Romans, this is your reward.
After Zhaoquangyin left a recruitment order, he disappeared with his northern Song army. Constantine received the recruitment order, 5 dynasties, and 10 kingdoms to the northern Song dynasty. He looked at Caesar.
I will accept this recruitment order first. When we work together to destroy the next legendary king, the recruitment order will be yours.
Caesar fell into a brief silence, and then replied,
Yes.
Constantine used the recruitment order in front of the already somewhat old Caesar. An Eastern general appeared before Constantine.
Is this the attribute of Eastern military generals?
Constantine recruited generals from the East for the first time.
Your Majesty, Tadayoshi Takeda, a native of Japan, would like to see you. Let him see us.
Although Constantine did not understand the intentions of the Japanese, there was no harm in receiving the envoys sent by the Japanese. Japanese player Takeda Tadayoshi entered the city, and was slightly shocked when he heard that Caesar and Constantine teamed up to defeat Zhaoquangyin's army. Caesar and Constantine had more than 200,000 troops. They joined forces to gain military exploits very quickly. Moreover, there were not many legendary kings who could compete with 2 Roman emperors alone. Their troops were more powerful than the average legendary king.
It turns out that to the west of us, in addition to Oda Nobunaga, there is also Chu Zimu of the Han Empire.
Constantine and Caesar fell silent. The Roman Empire represented by these two people suffered a loss at the hands of Chu Tian in the Third National War. The 2 eagle flags were captured by Chu Tian and enshrined as souvenirs by Chu Tian to show off their military power to outsiders. The 2 Roman emperors were naturally willing to teach Chu Tian a lesson, but they also had to consider whether it was worth it.
If we fight Chu Zimu now and lose too many troops, and we are unable to accumulate enough military exploits, then we will actually lose.
Constantine can rely on his identity as a player to become a consul during the Roman Republic and one of the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire, keeping his mind clear at all times. He knew when was the time to attack Chu Tian. Caesar's ideas were similar to those of Constantine. Now the 2 Roman emperors joined forces to gain military exploits very quickly, and ordinary legendary kings are no match for them. If they fail in the decisive battle with Chu Tian, they may be eliminated and lose the opportunity to gain more military exploits. In other words, if the 2 Roman emperors wanted to fight Chu Tian, the best time would be, Constantine said to Takeda Tadayoshi, who came to lobby.
In the last month of this national war, we will have a decisive battle with Chu Zimu and knock him off the #1 throne.
Takeda Tadayoshi said.
If you don't suppress Chu Zimu's military expansion in the middle and early stages, then you may not be his opponent in the later stages. Tadayoshi Takeda, you just hope to use our strength to defeat Chu Zimu and keep your army in the civilized area. Before the decisive battle with Chu Zimu,
our 2 Roman Augustus can provide you with shelter. If Chu Zimu, if you want to have a decisive battle in advance, you have to pass our test. I believe he will not insist on destroying your army after you have obtained asylum.
Constantine made a compromise and kept Oda Nobunaga at the same time without conflict with Chu Tian. Constantine also knew that Oda Nobunaga was one of the means to check the Han Empire, so he was happy to provide asylum to Oda Nobunaga. The deterrent power of the 2 Roman emperors was still very powerful. Takeda Tadayoshi couldn't help but worry when he heard that the Romans were only willing to provide asylum to Oda Nobunaga unless they could let go of a showdown with Chu Tian in the last month. Would Chu Tian not dare to attack Oda Nobunaga because 2 Roman emperors were protecting him? Takeda Tadayoshi expressed doubts. After all, Chu Tian's actions cannot be guessed based on common sense. It is evident that he dared to destroy the Moon Guardian King under the eyes of Isabella and Oda Nobunaga. Isabella was threatened. Oda Nobunaga had no time to react, and the Moon Guardian King was gone. In the south of the plain, the Lord of Dai Viet, who came from the main world, stepped into the territory of a legendary Eastern king and fell into endless despair. The army of Dai Viet was besieged by the army of this legendary king. The Lord of Dai Viet led his army to break through the encirclement many times, but was crushed by the army of the legendary king. A commander who was comparable to a god of murder defeated the army of Dai Viet and killed them all. The Lord of Dai Viet looked at the approaching Black Legion with an extremely desperate expression. This place seems to be the territory of the legendary king of Qin, and that general may be Bai Qi, the god of death. The legions of the legendary king are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 levels in strength. The legion of the legendary king in front of you is undoubtedly one of the most powerful legions. Chapter 918 IGA Ninja. The front seems to be Queen Isabella's territory. Catherine's remaining soldiers fled south and passed through Queen Isabella's territory. There is no need to continue the pursuit. Mingguan reined in his horse and looked at Tuolei and Timur with the corner of his eye. Tuolei and Timur are not ordinary people. Especially Timur, who is physically disabled and strong-willed, passionate about power, and is an absolute tyrant. If you marry Queen Isabella of Spain, can you annex the territory of the Kingdom of Spain? Timur heard that the other party was the Queen of the Kingdom of Spain, and he couldn't help but get interested. If it were just beauty, it would not be attracted to Timur. Now Timur established the Delhi Khanate and wanted beautiful women easily. What Timur really cared about was the benefits that could be gained from it. If you can take the opportunity to annex the territory of the Kingdom of Spain, then try to capture Queen Isabella, and you will definitely make a profit. Mingguan denied Timur's idea. As a queen, she should know her situation and not be manipulated by others so easily. As long as you have enough strength, no matter who the queen is, she will surrender. Timur was unwilling to accept his fate easily. In Timur's view, strength is everything. Where did Yekaterina escape to? What kind of lord is south of Isabella? Go quickly and find out. Tuolei originally pursued Yekaterina with Tamerlane, but lost the trace of Yekaterina at this time. So he sent Tan Machi all the way south. My lord, the IGA ninjas threw letters into the city, claiming that the 2 Roman emperors in the east were willing to provide them with asylum. They are not willing to antagonize us for the time being. If we go to attack them, the 2 Roman emperors will intervene. The 2 great Roman emperors are probably Caesar and Constantine. It seems that the Japanese knew that they were no match for us, so they chose to seek asylum from the Romans. After receiving the protection of the Roman emperor, Oda Nobunaga declared to Chu Tian to avoid Chu Tian's sudden attack. They think I'll let them go if they seek refuge with the Romans? After Chu Tian learned that Oda Nobunaga sought protection from the Roman emperor, he still did not give up his intention to eliminate Oda Nobunaga. As for Caesar and Constantine, Chu Tian may not be afraid. At most it's a little troublesome. After a few days of rest, Ekaterina finally recovered and no permanent damage was caused. Catherine's generals recruited soldiers in the city's barracks, and their strength was slightly restored. High-level units such as the Tsarist Guards, Boyar Cavalry, and Polish Hussars are still being recruited. The Iron Eagle Scouts noticed Tuolei and Timur's cavalry heading south, and urgently reported to Chu Tian. Chu Tian also learned that Tuolei and Timur had been chasing them all the way here. They were really persistent and pursued us for at least 1,000 miles. Ekaterina came out tied with gauze. She has now included Tuolei on her must-kill list. It seems that you have provoked more enemies than I have. Chu Tian thought that not only Timur, but also Tuolei had joined in the pursuit of Yekaterina, which was equivalent to offending almost all the forces in Central Asia and West Asia. They should not dare to enter my territory. Otherwise, if they fight with me, their troops will suffer heavy losses, and their own city will be attacked. Chu Tian was confident that there was Queen Isabella between him and Tuolei. Tuolei and Timur joined forces, and may not be Chu Tian's opponent. Even if Tuolei wins, it will be a miserable victory at best. The consequences of a tragic victory will be a loss for both sides. By then, maybe Isabella of Spain will become the biggest winner. Therefore, Chu Tian judged that Tuolei would not lose his mind and come madly to attack him. If you are sensible, Tuolei should be able to retreat. You lend me your troops this time, and I will kill Tuolei and Timur to avenge you. And I will try to return your troops later. Yekaterina directly borrowed troops from Chu Tian. Only Chu Tian's military strength can compete with Tuolei and Timur. There is no need to rush to deal with them. You need to recover from your injuries first, and the future will be long. Chu Tian didn't want to fight Tuolei and Timur, who were good at cavalry, and it would definitely take a lot of time and energy. I must kill him. I didn't expect you to be alive. This is the first time I've seen you look so angry after failure. I'm really embarrassed. Xiao Liang appears and deliberately stimulates Yekaterina. Instead, Yekaterina calmed down and snorted. I don't need your sympathy yet. Dot! Chu Tian was secretly surprised that the friendship between women was really strange. After resting, attack Oda Nobunaga first. As for the 2 Roman emperors and the 2 Mongol Khans, we will live in peace with them for the time being. Can we find out what kind of king or lord city is to the south of us? Chu Tian sent Iron Eagle scouts to continue to explore the surrounding situation. He currently owns 5 cities, one of which allowed Yekaterina to recruit troops and gain an ally. Another ally, Huan, is unknown. You can also try to drag Isabella into the water, but she is not an easy person to control. Ekaterina seems to have adjusted and is gathering strength with peace of mind. Oda Nobunaga's IGA ninjas were active near Chutian city. After defecting to the Romans, Oda Nobunaga still suspected that Chu Tian would take the opportunity to attack the Japanese army. Chu Tian is indeed doing this. Outside the city, Hua Mulan led the Iron Eagle scouts on patrol and encountered a group of IGA ninjas. Hattori Hanzo, carrying a tachi on his back, led 200 IGA ninjas to conduct a reconnaissance 3 miles away from Chutian Castle. Although the ninjas of the Japanese Warring States period would be crushed by cavalry in frontal combat, in small-scale battles, the IGA ninjas were not weak in combat power. They could even defeat more with fewer through sneak attacks and traps. Hattori Hanzo is one of the 16 Tokugawa divine generals. He lacks the ability to command an army, but his force is quite good, and he is good at spying on intelligence. Hua Mulan learned that a Japanese cavalry team was monitoring Chu Tian's every move in the city, and immediately led a cavalry team to expel it. The wind was strong, and the grass was strong. Hua Mulan saw a Japanese cavalry team in strange costumes. General, are we going to lay siege to it? Scout Iron Eagle asked Hua Mulan for instructions. We Iron Eagle scouts are spying on our lord. How could we let the enemy's scouts be so close to our lord? Hua Mulan had heard that in addition to spying on intelligence and serving as bodyguards, Japanese ninjas might also assassinate daimyo or retainers. If Oda Nobunaga or Tokugawa Ieyasu sends ninjas to assassinate Chu Tian, then Hua Mulan will blame herself. Moreover, the tyranny of the Han Empire made Hua Mulan not allow the enemy's scouts to be so arrogant. About 200 Iron Eagle scouts approached Hattori Hanzo's IGA ninjas. Sir, the cavalry of the Han army has arrived. Let me see what the big deal is about the Eastern Han cavalry, who killed many of our ninjas. Hattori Hanzo reached behind his back and drew his katana. A group of IGA ninjas all drew out their samurai swords, their sharp samurai swords glowing coldly, waiting to fight the Iron Eagle scout. A melee involving only a few hundred people broke out between the 2 reconnaissance units. Tang swords and samurai swords clashed with each other, with swords and swords flashing and shadows. Hua Mulan's Tang sword flashed past, and an IGA ninja was chopped into 2 pieces and fell off his horse. IGA ninjas are also considered high-level units, but in front of Hua Mulan with 95 strength, there is basically no one-match enemy. Hua Mulan's sword skills are gorgeous. Like a floating dream, the sword light plunders, and all the IGA ninjas fall off their horses. It wasn't until Hattori Hanzo drew his sword and slashed at Hua Mulan with a cold light that Hua Mulan's offensive was contained. At the same time, Hua Mulan used her sword to block, and with a flick of her wrist, she swung Hattori Hanzo's sword away. Both of them swung their swords extremely fast. Hattori Hanzo found that his own strength was inferior to that of his opponent, and there was a faint tendency to be suppressed. The advantage of the IGA ninjas is that they have stronger stealth capabilities, and the Iron Eagle scouts can charge forward on the frontal battlefield. 200 Iron Eagle scouts form a cavalry charge square to attack, breaking down the formation of the IGA ninjas, using bows, arrows, spears, and Tang swords. Kill the ninja. Soon, most of Hattori Hanzo's IGA ninja team were slaughtered. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hattori Hanzo took out the hidden weapon from his arms and threw it at Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan knocked away several hidden weapons, and a cross nail hit Hua Mulan's armor. It was blocked by Mulan's armor and almost pierced the armor. The impact of the cross nails made Hua Mulan groan. If her armor and weapons were not made by the legendary swordsmith Imosia, she might have been damaged by the cross nails. When the IGA ninja retreated, like Hattori Hanzo, he threw a cross nail in his hand, forcing the Iron Eagle scout to return to defense. The dozen Iron Eagle scout cavalry did not expect that the opponent would use the hidden weapons that were not practical on large-scale battlefields, but were used for sneak attacks in small-scale battles. They were caught off guard and were injured or killed by cross nails.
The eyeball of an Iron Eagle Scout cavalry was penetrated by a cross nail, dripping with blood. The injured Iron Eagle Scout cavalry covered his injured eyeball and screamed in pain. In addition, some Iron Eagle Scouts were tripped or killed by horse traps set by IGA ninjas while pursuing them.
No need to pursue.
Hua Mulan discovered that the IGA ninjas were not good at frontal combat, but were good at using hidden weapons and traps. So she ordered the Iron Eagle Scout to turn back.
Great Khan. To the south of Isabella's territory is the territory of Chu Zimu of the Han Empire. Chu Zimu of the Han Empire.
When Tulay, Timur, and Mingwan heard the news, they all fell silent, except for Tuolei, who did not confront Chu Tian personally. Timur and Mingwan were both defeated by Chu Tian, so they were shocked when they heard this name. Tuolei did not fight Chu Tian, but Tuolei also knew that his father Temujin and several brothers had lost in battles with Chu Tian, so he was also in awe of Chu Tian. Timur seemed to think of the previous defeat scenes, and said to Tuolei,
Great Khan, this is a good opportunity to defeat Chu Zimu.
Tuolei shook his head.
No, let's go back and deal with Emperor Abbas of Persia. He may have what I want. It just so happens that Ogodai sent you here. If we join forces, we can completely defeat Emperor Abbas.
Su Liu asked Tuolei,
Father, are we going to let Chu Zimu and Yekaterina go? Originally, I thought I had a chance to fight against the most powerful lord. Sooner or later, we will fight with them in the future. But in this war, each lord is doing what he wants, and there is no need to care about the previous grudges. Here, there is no way to really kill Chu Zimu and Yekaterina.
Tuolei did not listen to his son's advice. He knows what he wants. Mingguan took another look at Tuolei. This person was not simple either. The battlefield of the national war does not necessarily have to be a life and death struggle for past grievances. Everyone should get what they need before fighting to the death. Chapter 919 Feng Linhua. In the third month of the national war, Catherine added 60,000 troops and reorganized the Tsarist Guard and a group of cavalry. Some of the matchlocks required by the Tsarist Guards can be supplied at the Level 9 Firearms Workshop. Chu Tian's troops reached 180,000, leaving 30,000 troops to defend the city, and sent 150,000 troops to attack Oda Nobunaga. Catherine followed with 60,000 troops. The two men combined for a total of 210,000 troops. Ekaterina has her own pride and wants to be in the top 10. After all, she has too many enemies. If she does not have the strength to protect herself in the main world, the empire she established may be destroyed. The 210,000 strong army was mighty, with dragon flags and eagle flags fluttering. When Chu Tian's army came out of the city, the IGA ninja hiding not far away immediately reacted and went back to report to Tokugawa Ieyasu.
Sure enough, Chu Zimu came to attack us. He sent people to tell Caesar and Constantine that they must drag the Romans into the water. Otherwise we may be destroyed by Chu Zimu.
Takeda Tadayoshi heard that Chu Tian was launching troops, so he immediately sent people to inform Caesar and Constantine, believing that only these two emperors could contain Chu Tian's troops.
We cannot rely entirely on the Romans. We must rely on our own strength to repel Chu Zimu.
Oda Nobunaga put on his cloak and prepared to lead the Japanese army to attack. Japanese daimyo or generals such as Yasuji Kenshin, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Kobayakawa Kitaka, Tachibana Michiyuki, Shibata Katsui, etc., successively picked up their samurai swords and fought against the odds. If they were completely defeated by Chu Tian, then they would not only be eliminated, but they would also lose confidence in fighting Chu Tian in the main world. Correspondingly, if they can win, then they may gain the confidence to face Chu Tian. At least it will not turn into a one-sided slaughter.
We suffered a loss at his hands a few years ago. Today, we must ask for advice again.
Yasuji Kenshin looked at Takeda Tadayoshi aside.
I heard that the tiger was seriously ill. You should have inherited the tiger's wind forest volcano ability.
Do not disappoint me. Takeda Tadayoshi was somewhat in awe of Yasuji Kenshin. The
Dragon of Ekigo.
Yasuji Kenshin, the Dragon of Ekigo, and Takeda Shinjin, the Tiger of Kai, are evenly matched rivals. When the two powers competed, it gave Oda Nobunaga a chance to rise. Oda Nobunaga relied on his population advantage and player support to sow discord between the two and join forces with Tokugawa Ieyasu. Takeda Shinjin was seriously ill and was unable to prevent Oda Nobunaga's rise. Takeda Tadayoshi inherited the position of Takeda family governor, and also inherited Takeda Shinjin's characteristic.
Wind forest and fire mountain.
Bonlin volcano is an interesting feature. derived from The Art of War by Sun Tzu, and has 4 different states. First, it is as fast as the wind, with marching speed plus 10%, force marching speed plus 20%, battlefield maneuvering speed plus 15%, and adverse terrain effects minus 20%. Secondly, with Su ruling, the military formation maintains plus 40%, making it less likely to cause confusion or fear and other unfavorable states. Third, invade like fire. The legion's attack power plus 30%, attack speed plus 10%, and enemy morale decrease speed plus 15%. Fourth, immobile as a mountain. Defense power plus 40%, morale decline rate minus 30%. Fenglin Huishan has 4 effects, but the limitation is that only one effect can be applied at a time. In other words, the general needs to decide to apply one of the 4 effects to his legion based on the ever-changing battlefield situation. Although only one effect can be applied, it has higher practical value. Fenglin Volcano is already one of the most powerful characteristics of the Japanese civilization zone. That's why Yasuji Kenshin and Takeda Shinjin are considered the dragon and tiger of Japan's warring states period. Takeda Tadayoshi, who inherited this characteristic, did not look very relaxed, because the enemy he was about to face was the most powerful lord of the Han Empire. The characteristics of
Fenglin Hua
still come from
Sun Tzu's Art of War.
Takeda Tadayoshi has reason to suspect that
Fenglin Hua
is just a characteristic of Sun Wu.
We must wait until the Romans send troops before we can fight Chu Zima decisively. Otherwise we will go and die.
Takeda Tadayoshi still believed that he should wait until the arrival of the legions of the 2 Roman emperors before he could fight Chu Tian. Neither Caesar nor Constantine commanded a legion that was inferior to that of Oda Nobunaga.
Takeda, do you think too highly of Chu Zima? He suffered a lot in defeating the Moon Protector King, and his troops should not be much more than ours. There may be tens of thousands more, but it is by no means 10 times the difference in the main world.
Tachibana Michuki thought that Takeda Tadayoshi looked down on Chu Tian.
This is not a matter of size, but of his terrifying cavalry army, which is mixed with several terrifying heavy cavalry. The only cavalry we can use is red. Therefore, I suggest holding on to the city and waiting for Rome. If people come to support him, Chu Zima will definitely retreat. The Takeda family, which has always been brave and good at fighting, actually chose to defend the city to the death.
The various daimyo and military commanders were a little surprised by Takeda Tadayoshi's choice. Takeda Tadayoshi's choice was to regard himself as an absolute disadvantage, so he chose to stick to one path.
If the Romans don't come to our aid, we will be forced to leave.
Oda Nobunaga was already prepared to fight in the wild, but Takeda Tadayoshi's suggestion made Oda Nobunaga hesitate and doubt whether he should act in this way.
Please trust my judgment. The Romans will come to our rescue. In that case, we choose to fight cowardly.
Considering the comparison of strength, Oda Nobunaga finally agreed to Takeda Tadayoshi's turtle tactics. The turtle tactic seems very useless, but in fact, it is often very practical. Groups of soldiers from the Japanese shogunate boarded the city. The family flags of each daimyo were placed on the city wall. Archers and matchlock gunners were in place. Crossbows were moved onto the city wall by samurai to strengthen the defense. Some warriors even wrapped stones in coarse cloth and used them as throwing weapons. Tachibana Michuki stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. The Han army was approaching the city. Strictly speaking, this was the first serious war between the 2 civilizations. The Japanese shogunate once again tried to challenge the status of the sovereign state.
Your Majesty the Queen, the army of the lords of the Han Empire has left the city and is marching in the direction of the city where the shogunate Oda Nobunaga is.
The scout cavalry deployed by Queen Isabella of the Kingdom of Spain noticed Chu Tian's intention to attack Oda Nobunaga.
Damn it! This guy doesn't take me seriously at all.
As one of the strong women, Isabella was ignored by Chu Tian many times. Chu Tian attacked the Moon Guardian King under Isabella's eyes, and then sent troops to attack Oda Nobunaga. He really regarded Isabella as nothing. Even though Spain is not a large civilization due to its population size, it still has a glorious history such as the Invincible Fleet,
opening of new sea routes,
and Spanish phalanx. However, Isabella is also angry when she is ignored like this.
Cordoba, gather the army and intervene in the battle between Chu Tian and Oda Nobunaga.
Isabella recruited a Spanish general, Gonzalo de Cordoba, founder of the Spanish Grand Front, and what she saw as a battle of dignity. Cordoba cautiously asked Isabella for instructions.
Your Majesty the Queen, Do we really want to intervene in the war between the Eastern Lords? I'm afraid that our Spanish Grand Formation may not be able to defeat the First Lord of the Han Empire. If we are defeated, may be eliminated.
Isabella regained her composure after being reminded by Córdoba, the famous general of the Kingdom of Spain. The decisive battle between Chu Tian and Oda Nobunaga may be quite brutal. After all, the Romans may also intervene in the war. Once multiple forces intervene in a war, the tragedy may be unimaginable.
This is probably the helplessness of medium-sized civilization.
Although Isabella was angry that Chu Tian ignored her, she had nothing to do because Chu Tian was stronger, and only those with stronger strength had the right to speak. In the world of lords, kingdoms with a population of less than 10 million are considered small kingdoms or principalities. Civilizations with a population of 10 to 30 million are considered medium-sized kingdoms. And kingdoms with a population of more than 30 million are already at the level of large kingdoms or empires. Isabella's Spanish kingdom is somewhere between a small kingdom and a large kingdom, with a right to speak that is neither big nor small.
It could be Tilley in the north, Umayyad in the west, and Alexander in the east. How should I break the situation?
Isabella fell silent. When Isabella was hesitant, the coalition forces of Chu Tian and Ekaterina had already arrived at Oda Nobunaga's city. The 210,000-strong army stretched endlessly, and the IGA ninjas' field of vision had been compressed to the city. Nearby, Chu Tian brought a large number of siege crossbows and trebuchet parts, as well as Hani cannons. Chu Tian originally thought that Oda Nobunaga would choose to fight in the wild, but now it seems that Oda Nobunaga chose the safest way to defend the city. The outdoor battle turned into a siege battle. For Chu Tian, the loss of troops may be even greater.
Build trebuchets, set up siege crossbows, and red barbarian cannons.
Chu Tian was no stranger to siege warfare. With the addition of Hani cannon, Chu Tian's siege firepower was even stronger. The combination of bows, catapults, and Hani cannons was enough to suppress the defenders' bows and arrows.
The Romans may send troops to assist Oda Nobunaga, but must leave a reserve legion.
Chu Tian camped under Oda Nobunaga's city. This was regarded as a preview of the future crusade against Japan. It would be best if some of Japan's trump cards could be played out. What makes Chu Tian more uneasy are the two lords in the east, Caesar and Constantine. In this siege, Gung Yen served as the siege commander, while Wu Qi held a camp outside the city to guard against the Roman legions that might support Oda Nobunaga at any time. The Japanese defenders were displayed on the city wall. Extremely nervous, they could already see the endless stretch of Han and Russian troops,
swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. With my ability wind, forest, and volcano, I can only choose the mountain-like state for this city defense battle.
Before the war began, Takeda Tadayoshi took the lead in converting the
wind, forest, and volcano
feature added to the Takeda Legion to the
mountain-like
state, which improved the Legion's defense and reduced the rate of morale decline.
The Han Empire, according to foreigners, is a mountain that is difficult for us to climb.
On the sixth day, Demon King Oda Nobunaga also saw the endless Han army. Chapter 920 Battle against Oda Nobunaga. 150,000 Han troops and 60,000 Tsarist Russian troops gathered below the city. A large number of trebuchets and crossbows roared. Stones and crossbow arrows were thrown, destroying arrow towers and city walls. Chu Tian can directly make Xiangyang cannons, projecting hundreds of kilograms of boulders and fireballs. The cracking fireballs cause broken flames to spread on the city wall, and the smoke is everywhere. Siege weapons such as carts, siege towers, and ladder carts were pushed up by ancient Indian soldiers to storm the Japanese city. While replenishing troops and horses, Chu Tian imagined that there might be a brutal siege battle, so he ordered a large number of siege equipment to be built. The Hani cannon has not been used yet, and the number of solid bullets is limited, so it must be used sparingly. The Xiangyang cannon was powerful enough to shake most city walls. The first batch sent to attack the city were 10,000 ancient Indian infantry and archers. This was one of the additional rewards Chu Tian received after defeating King Yuehao. None of Chu Tian's generals were suitable to command the ancient Indian infantry, so Chu Tian simply regarded these ancient Indian infantry as cannon fodder to consume the physical strength of the defenders. The ancient Indian infantrymen wearing turbans and almost no decent armor carried simple ladders and braved the dense rain of arrows to set up the ladders to open the passage to the city wall for the Han army behind them. At the same time, the ancient Indian infantry filled the trenches and moats and pushed the huge siege tower close to the city wall. Boom! A fireball fell on the city wall and exploded next to Tokugawa Ieyasu. Honda Tadakatsu held a dragonfly cutter and blocked Tokugawa Ieyasu from the flying gravel.
Lord! The city is in danger. Retreat quickly. The Han army's military strength is so strong.
Tokugawa Ieyasu couldn't help but be afraid when he saw dozens of Xiangyang cannons and hundreds of crossbows focused on bombarding a city. After Chu Tian obtained the Xiangyang cannon from the Mongolian Empire, it was often used to attack cities. The supply was more convenient than the Hami cannon. As soon as the Han army came up, they used a large number of Xiangyang cannons and crossbows. Hundreds of Japanese warriors and Ishigaru archers were killed, and the defenders on the city wall fell to pieces. Even Honda Tadakatsu, who had relatively high military force in Japan, did not dare to catch the fireball thrown by the Xiangyang cannon. When the Japanese army was on the defensive, 10,000 ancient Indian infantrymen had already approached the city wall carrying a ladder. The Iron Artillery team and Ishigaru archers shot at the ancient Indian infantry. Groups of ancient Indian soldiers who lacked armor were shot and killed, and the ladder fell to the ground. There are many things everywhere, but there is still a ladder hooked to the edge of the city wall. The ancient Indian infantry held wooden shields, climbed the city wall, and fought with the warriors on the wall. Stones and kerosene rolled down from the top of the city, and ancient Indian infantrymen were constantly being hit and rolling down from midair. Chu Tian led a group of generals to watch the battle below the city. Chu Tian did not care about the consumption of 10,000 Indian soldiers. The purpose of these arms' existence is to serve as cannon fodder, consuming the Japanese army's arrows and lead bullets.
The soldiers of Wei are preparing to attack the city.
Wuqi sent 10,000 Wei warriors and 20,000 low-level infantry as the second batch of siege troops, and built a Yen crossbowmen and Shinji battalion for cover. Oda Nobunaga and other daimyo and military commanders experienced the most brutal battle since the Japanese Civil War. 210,000 Han troops and Tsarist Russian troops besieged 150,000 Japanese troops in a city. Dense siege equipment bombarded the city walls and built flaming crossbows. Thousands of arrows were fired from hand, and there was almost no place to stand on the city wall. The Japanese warriors were fierce and aggressive, but they were not easily defeated. Groups of warriors came to the city wall and tried to counter-suppress the siege troops, using crossbows to shoot at the attacking Han troops. The bed crossbows set up on the city wall made a sharp whistling sound and killed 2 Wei soldiers. The crossbow arrows sank into the ground and were stained with blood.
Use the Iron Artillery team.
Oda Nobunaga ordered the Iron Artillery team to ascend the city. The Iron Artillery team formed 3 rows and took turns shooting at the enemy troops below. Arrow rain obscured the battlefield. White gunpowder smoke filled the air. Sharp samurai swords chopped down the siege soldiers who boarded the city, and the shouts of killing shook the heaven and earth. The Japanese generals and samurai who were in reserve in the city were frightened. Even if they had a strong city to hold on to, this would be an extremely brutal battle. Oda Nobunaga arranged for 6 legions to take turns defending the city wall where the Han army was mainly attacking, so that there would be enough time to restore morale and physical strength. The large trebuchets brought by the Han army had a considerable impact on the morale of the defenders. If the fighting continued, the Japanese defenders might collapse due to the decline in morale. The first one responsible for defending the city was Oda Nobunaga's own regiment. The Iron Artillery team used matchlock guns to forcefully suppress the opponent's momentum. But this also meant that Oda Nobunaga's Iron Artillery team was attacked by trebuchets, crossbows, rain of arrows, constant losses. The corners of Oda Nobunaga's eyes were twitching. Fortunately, the national war can be revived this time. Otherwise, the loss of the precious Iron Artillery team would have hurt Oda Nobunaga as much as a knife.
The Oda family's Iron Artillery team is almost unique in the world.
Yasuji Kenshin was good at cavalry and infantry, but not at Iron Artillery.
By using the Iron Artillery team so quickly, it seems that Oda Nobunaga also knew that the pressure he faced this time was unprecedented.
Takeda Tadayoshi knew that Oda Nobunaga had spared no expense to build a sizable Iron Artillery team, and he sent the Oda Iron Artillery team directly from the beginning of the city defense battle. The Satsuma Samurai and Iron Artillery teams of the Shimazu Corps were preparing for battle in the city, preparing to take over the defense of the city from the Oda Corps after the Oda Corps was exhausted. Although the Shimazu family had a small population, a high proportion of samurai were born. Samurai are the elite arms of Japanese civilization. The huge rocks thrown by the Xiangyang cannon continued to bombard the city wall. The Satsuma warriors were wiping their katana swords, and Shimazu Yahisa, the commander-in-chief of the Shimazu army, had swayed palms holding his katana swords. When the Oda regiment retreated, The Satsuma samurai and Shimadzu iron artillery troops went into battle. This is so difficult under the premise of defending the city. If fighting in the field, we can only rely on the iron artillery teams of the Oda and Shimazu families, the cavalry of the Takeda and Yasuji families, and the samurai. The Han army's attacks continued, and Catherine also sent soldiers to attack the city. The two armies fell into a bloody battle. 5 of the Hongi cannons were ordered to bombard the city wall. With a loud noise, 5 solid bullets severely damaged a stone arrow tower. A warrior was hit by a solid bullet, and his flesh and blood were bloody. The Hongi cannon only symbolically bombarded the city to dampen the morale of the Japanese defenders.
One of the characteristics of the Japanese civilization is the iron artillery team that was rampant during the Warring States period. If we can get the Japanese iron artillery team and strengthen the Shinji battalion, then
Chutian began to covet Japan's iron artillery unit. Chutian's forces can produce matchlocks, but they lack military units. Currently, only the Shinji battalion can equip matchlocks. Although the land of Japan is not large, it happens to be in the Warring States period of Japan, which is equivalent to the Middle and Late Ming dynasty. Iron artillery teams are relatively common. What Chutian needs is a firearms unit that can be equipped with matchlock guns. In the future, if we want to try to plunder the Japanese iron artillery team, it would be best if we get similar military symbols. The iron artillery team is more powerful when defending the city. The disadvantage is that in Lord, the production speed of black powder is not fast. If too much is consumed, it may not be able to defend the city. Chutian sent out the Shinji battalion, plus Jianyan crossbowmen and Wei Wu soldiers equipped with divine arm bows, to forcibly suppress the iron artillery team, allowing the infantry to take advantage. The fierce battle between the two sides lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the price paid was tens of thousands. There were already conflicts between the Han Empire and Japan, so when they fought, both sides got angry. Oda Nobunaga's 3,000 iron artillery team lost more than 1,500 people. As for the samurai and Ishigaru, their corpses were everywhere. Corpses, armor, shields and stones were piled under the city, and the city was filled with black smoke. In 3 days, the Han army's trebuchets threw at least thousands of boulders into the city. More than 1,000 defenders were directly killed by the stones, and another 1,000 soldiers were injured by fireballs or gravel. Dozens of arrow towers in the city were either destroyed or severely damaged, leaving the archers unable to gain a foothold.
The Oda family lost 15,400 people. The Shimazu family lost 7,200 people. The Takeda family lost 6,500 people. The Mori family died 7,000 people. The Yasuji family died 7,100 people. And the Tokugawa family died 6,700 people. In 3 days, a total of 50,000 people were killed.
Military advisor Takanaka Hanbei counted the casualties. The Han army's high-intensity siege lasted for 3 days, causing heavy damage to the 6 daimyo legions. The Japanese army had 150,000 men and lost 1/3 of its strength at once. If it were not possible to resurrect, perhaps the Japanese army was on the verge of collapse.
Have the Romans not arrived yet?
Oda Nobunaga originally wanted to use his own strength to defeat Chutian, but now it seems that just defending the city has been extremely difficult for the Japanese army. Fighting in the wild may have been defeated by the Han army. The Han army's Hongi artillery fired 30 solid bullets into the city, destroying a wooden house. Several unlucky warriors were hit by solid bullets that crossed the city wall and were killed instantly, causing panic in the city. Therefore, both Oda Nobunaga and Takeda Tadayoshi and others hoped that the Romans could come to rescue them. Otherwise, if this continues, this city will fall sooner or later.
Oda Nobunaga may have the characteristics 3-stage strike and 6th heavenly demon king, while the Shimadzu family may have the characteristics wild fishing ambush, as well as the Takeda family's Furin volcano, and the Yasuji family's the dragon of Ekago.
When Chutian was attacking the city, he could already roughly guess the abilities of some famous figures. Some characteristics may be similar, such as Oda Nobunaga's characteristic
3-stage attack,
which Ryo Xiatian also has. As for the Takeda families,
Bong Lin Shan,
Sun Wu, the Sage of War, may also have one. The Japanese army relied on its strong city, iron artillery team, and warriors to defend it, and its will was stronger than Chutian imagined.
My lord, Iron Eagle Scout discovered the Roman Empire's army.
On the 4th day of the siege, just as Chutian expected, The two emperors of the Roman Empire finally chose to support Oda Nobunaga in order to contain the increasingly powerful Chu Tian. Western emperors and kings have realized the threat posed by Chu Tian. For those with a long-term vision, Alexander regarded Chu Tian as his strongest enemy, while Hohenzollern was committed to forming the Western Continent Kingdom Army, hoping to become the master of Europe like Charlemagne.
It's been a long time since we fought against Rome. The two eagle flags of the Roman legions are still there. I heard that Rome exchanged more eagle flags in the last national war. There should be 31 Roman legions now?
Chu Tian thought of the Roman eagle flag placed in the warehouse of Prince Xiao's mansion. But Chu Tian really didn't pay much attention to it. Chapter 921 The Roman Emperor is coming. The eagle flag of the Roman Empire fluttered. Caesar the Great sat on a chariot, followed by Octavian, Lepidus, Antony, Fabian and other famous Roman generals. And the Roman army was mighty. Oda Nobunaga asked the Roman emperor for help, and the Roman legion responded to Oda Nobunaga's request. The two Roman emperors assembled an army of 270,000 to come to the rescue.
Chu Zimu of the Han Empire really didn't give us any face. We claimed to provide asylum for Oda Nobunaga, but he dared to attack Oda Nobunaga and didn't take us seriously at all.
Octavian accuses Caesar of Chu Tian's contempt. In the eyes of the Romans, Chu Tian completely ignored Isabella of the Kingdom of Spain and Caesar and Constantine of the Roman Empire, and forcibly attacked Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga vowed not to stop.
What is the conflict between their two kingdoms?
Caesar couldn't understand it either. Was Chu Tian too confident in himself? Or was the two civilizations so hostile to each other that he attacked Oda Nobunaga, who was protected by two Roman emperors?
Caesar and I have an army of 270,000. It is impossible that we cannot defeat Chu Zimu.
Constantine led the Knights Hospitaller as the vanguard. As a player, Constantine is now more inclined to command the Knights Hospitaller than the Roman Legion. Compared with the holy damage reduction brilliance of the Knights Templar, the special ability of the Knights Hospitaller lies in its healing ability, which can help injured companions recover from their injuries and return to the fight. After the Knights Hospitallers entered the battlefield of the National War, Constantine's confidence surged. There was also a recruited Eastern general who joined Constantine's legions. At this time, the Roman Empire's military power reached a new peak, occupying the Italian peninsula, Sicily, Malta, and Carthage. A group of IGA ninjas found the Roman legions, and Hattori Hanzo ventured out of the city at night to ask for help from the Roman emperor. Hattori Hanzo was injured in the abdomen and looked pale.
The Han army attacked fiercely. We lost 50,000 soldiers and horses in 3 days. If the Roman legions do not arrive in 3 days, the city may be lost.
Constantine couldn't help but be moved. Oda Nobunaga occupied 2 cities and concentrated 150,000 troops to defend one of the cities. As a result, 50,000 soldiers and horses were killed in 3 days. The war was more tragic than Caesar and Constantine imagined. If the enemy is evenly matched, the same force can hold on for at least a few months until the end of the national war. But under the current situation, it is estimated that Oda Nobunaga will not be able to hold on for 10 days.
He is worthy of being the first lord of the Han Empire and the first lord of the world.
Caesar sighed. Constantine said,
Only the second lord, the Marshal of the United States, can sanction.
Because Hattori Hanzo risked his life to break out and ask for help, Caesar and Constantine ordered the Roman legions to speed up their march. The 2 Roman emperors assembled a large number of troops, including 20 Roman legions, about 100,000 to 120,000 people, 7,000 Knights Hospitallers, 20,000 Genoese crossbowmen, 20,000 Carthaginian legions, and Venetian heavy infantry, 5,000 people, and an auxiliary corps composed of lower-level units. According to the estimates of Caesar and Constantine, an army of 270,000 of this size could easily defeat Chu Tian if they attacked the Han army, which was hurting both sides.
It's impossible to lose.
No matter how much Constantine calculated, he would never fail. There were 20 regular Roman legions alone, all in full condition, plus Genoese crossbows, Carthaginian cavalry, and the Knights Hospitaller. He could find no reason to fail.
Cavalry! A cavalry is approaching.
As Caesar and Constantine march, a cavalry appears on the horizon.
Cavalry from the Han Empire? Array! Array!
The Roman imperial commanders Scipio the Great and Scipio the Younger commanded 10 Roman legions and stopped marching. Together, they might be able to hold off Wuqi's Wei soldiers. Caesar also ordered a halt to the advance. The Roman army was powerful, and not afraid of Chu Tian's army. Caesar and Constantine squinted their eyes and looked at the light cavalry appearing on the horizon.
Double-headed eagle flag. They are not the cavalry of the Han army.
The Carthaginian cavalry at the forefront sent back the news and informed Emperors Caesar and Constantine.
What's going on? Two-headed eagle?
Constantine thought for a moment and realized that it was probably Catherine of the Russian Empire. She was the only ally of Chu Tian in the entire western continent, so it was not difficult to guess Chu Tian's intentions. Now that Catherine's cavalry appears here, Chu Tian's intention to intercept the Roman Empire army is very obvious. There were no knights like the three major knights in the Tsarist Empire, because the Grand Duchy of Moscow had just been established at the end of the Middle Ages. But the Tsarist Empire had excellent light cavalry from the western continent, targeted by the Cossack cavalry. It was extremely difficult for the Roman legions to annihilate Catherine's legion. This is evident from the fact that even Tamerlane and Toulay, who had a large number of light cavalry, could not completely destroy Yekaterina's army after pursuing them for thousands of miles. Chu Tian gave Yekaterina the opportunity to reorganize the army. At this time, Yekaterina came in handy to block the 270,000-strong army of the Roman Empire and buy Chu Tian time. Sure enough, after the 270,000 Roman Empire army was targeted by Catherine's Tsarist guards, Polish hussars, Cossack cavalry, and boy cavalry, the marching speed was affected. Catherine pulled out her slender long sword and led a group of cavalry to circle around the outside of the Roman Empire army without engaging in direct combat with the Roman Empire army. Catherine did not dare to use 60,000 newly recruited cavalry to attack the 270,000 Roman army head-on.
The Roman civilization is really powerful. Even with the 100,000 legions that I just entered the battlefield, I can't defeat such a military force.
Catherine's face became solemn when she saw the powerful strength of the Roman army. The opponent is 2 Roman emperors joining forces, 20 Roman legions, and combined with the arms of other civilizations. It is simply terrifying, becoming a ruthless score-boosting machine, and ordinary legendary kings will be crushed by them head-on. During the Third National War, the Roman lords mainly relied on the Roman legions, and their flaws were quite obvious. However, in the Fifth National War, there were more arms from other civilizations, and with the cooperation of multiple arms, the strength rose by more than one level. Catherine was observing the strength of the Roman army. She had a hunch that sooner or later, she would go to war with the Roman Empire. Suddenly, Ekaterina saw a cavalry.
Strange. What kind of cavalry is that one? Why is it similar to Chu Tian's Far Eastern cavalry?
The cavalry of the Han Empire was very different from the cavalry of the West and the cavalry of North Africa, so Catherine could easily tell the difference. Yekaterina thought of a possibility. There were a large number of legendary kings on the national war battlefield. As long as they were completely defeated, they could get a recruitment order.
Could it be that Caesar and Constantine defeated a legendary king from the East? With their current military strength, it would be difficult for ordinary legendary kings to withstand their attack.
Catherine also knew something about the legendary king. Generally speaking, legendary kings on the battlefields of national wars have about 100,000 to 200,000 troops. Except for kings like the Moon Protector who rely on human sea tactics. The Roman Empire army in front of them has exceeded 200,000 troops, almost reaching 300,000 troops, which is even more exaggerated than most legendary kings. Caesar himself was a legendary king, plus famous generals from various Roman eras. There may only be a few legendary kings who can resist them. Even so, Catherine still wanted to help Chu Tian contain the 270,000 Roman army. If Chu Tian had not provided troops to replenish her strength, she might have considered withdrawing from the national war. So even if she consumed 60,000 cavalry, Catherine would try her best to delay the Roman army. Among the Roman army, the Knights Hospitaller rushed out and tried to expel Catherine. At the same time, the Eastern cavalry that Catherine witnessed in the Roman Empire army were also ordered to go out to fight and cooperate with the Knights Hospitaller to attack the opponent. The civil servants and generals recruited by the recruitment order have no concept of camp. Whoever uses the recruitment order will serve first.
Ekaterina, my husband ordered me to help you.
Xiaochua led a group of Whitehorse Eats Song to join Yekaterina.
It's you?
Yekaterina was also a little wary of Xiaochua. In Chu Tian's harem, Xiao Liang, Xiaochua, and Ekaterina have almost the same ability to wield power, and the three of them can be regarded as a kind of check and balance. Triangles are stable shapes.
The Romans' military strength is really terrifying.
Even Xiaochua couldn't help but sigh when he saw the Roman Empire's army. If you don't count the Eastern Roman civilization, Byzantine Empire. Then the Roman civilization can also be traced back from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period to the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties. And many famous generals were born. Ekaterina said to Xiao Chua,
"This time we join forces."
Chapter 922, Defeat Oda Nobunaga.
Schwerin-gui, Yang Dian, take this city for me.
Chu Tian looked at the city filled with black smoke. Oda Nobunaga's Japanese samurai army was still resisting desperately. So he dispatched the two fierce generals he brought to attack the city with all his strength. All 10,000 Indian soldiers have been killed. And Wei soldiers have become the absolute main force in the siege. Chu Tian has learned that the two emperors of the Roman Empire have led nearly 300,000 troops to support Oda Nobunaga, and that Catherine and Xiao Chua are trying their best to intercept the Roman army. He had to capture Oda Nobunaga's city before the Roman army arrived. With the current military strength of the two Roman emperors, and the fact that Chu Tian suffered a lot of losses in the siege, they would most likely lose in a head-on battle with the Roman army. At this time, Hongyi cannon no longer saves solid ammunition. Trebuchets, Hongyi cannons, crossbows, and divine arm bows bombarded the city with all their strength. Schwerin-gui and Yang Dian led the Wei soldiers to attack the city with all their strength. The white-robed troops abandoned their war horses and participated in the siege. The samurai under Oda Nobunaga were engaged in an unprecedented bitter battle. Solid bullets, stones, and crossbow arrows fell on the city wall. Many city bricks had been penetrated by 1-meter-long crossbow arrows and inserted into the rammed earth layer. The military commander Shimizu Yahisa from the Shimizu family was shot by a crossbow arrow. His whole body was penetrated, and he was nailed to the castle tower. A large number of bed crossbows and divine arm bows are still the main means of killing, and the dense crossbow arrows cover the sky and the entire battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of crossbow arrows were thrown into the city, and the city walls were filled with crossbow arrows.
"General!"
The Satsuma samurai and iron artillery team of the Shimizu family couldn't help but fear when they saw that their leader was killed after being shot by a crossbow. They were leaderless.
"You obey my orders."
Oda Nobunaga took over the Shimadzu family's iron artillery team and provided bonuses for the Shimadzu family's iron artillery team. Boom! A solid bullet hit the city wall. Oda Nobunaga's general Shibata Katsui was killed by the solid bullet and fell heavily to the ground. The samurai of the Oda family struggled to help Shibata Katsui up, but Shibata Katsui was already dying. Another general was killed, and the morale of the Oda regiment was severely damaged. If this were in the main world, the Japanese civilization would have lost its troops and generals. The Han army launched another round of offensive. This time, the offensive was far greater than before. The offensive continued continuously. All the reserves of solid bullets, stones, and crossbow arrows were used. A large number of warriors were killed. Yang Dian led a group of tiger guards to climb the city wall first, holding spears in hand, and killed dozens of warriors. Yang Dian's body was flexible, and he moved around the small battlefield, shooting down the surrounding warriors. Honda Tadakatsu held the dragonfly cutter and led the Tokugawa family's samurai to surround Yang Dian, who was on the city, trying to drive Yang Dian out of the city. The two fierce generals were fighting on the narrow city wall, surrounded by crowded tiger guards and Tokugawa samurai. From time to time, soldiers were shot away and rolled down from the top of the city. More and more Wei soldiers have climbed onto the city wall. The two sides surrounded the city wall, constantly dispatching troops, and fought repeatedly.
"If we continue to fight like this, we may fall. Why haven't reinforcements from Rome arrived yet?"
Tokugawa Ieyasu used his sword to kill a Wei soldier who had climbed onto the city, causing the Tokugawa warriors to pour kerosene down the ladder, and a scream was heard below. All the Japanese troops participating in the national war are concentrated in this city. If the battle continues, the outcome will most likely be the annihilation of the entire army.
"We need to be prepared to withdraw from this city. There is no need to fight to the end."
Takeda Tadayoshi's Takeda Legion increases the defense of Takeda Legion due to the immovable effect of Furin Volcano. The Takeda Legion withstood a large number of attacks, but its losses were no more than those of other legions. The Han army looked like they had to go to the city, which made Takeda Tadayoshi a little scared. Chu Tian believed that if he did not attack Oda Nobunaga, whatever his next actions were, he might be attacked by Oda Nobunaga. So before being attacked by Oda Nobunaga, destroy him first. Sharp weapons collided, and Yang Dian and Honda Tadakatsu fought fiercely on the city wall. The distance between the two men was tens of meters long.
Hundreds of soldiers fell in the battle between the two men on the way. Honda Tadakatsu was locked in a tough fight. But from behind, a Fong Tian painted halberd was stabbed at him. Honda Tadakatsu had to turn around to block it. Fong Tian painted halberd hit the dragonfly cutter. Honda Tadakatsu was suppressed by Schwerengue and hit him. He fell back and hit the battlements hard. The original city wall was already crumbling after being continuously bombarded by Hongi cannons and trebuchets. However, it was hit by Honda Tadakatsu, and the battlements were scattered with dust. Schwerengue appeared in front of Honda Tadakatsu. Fong Tian painted a halberd and attacked fiercely, and a battlement was directly smashed by Fong Tian's painted halberd. Honda Tadakatsu's muscles were trembling, and he was jointly attacked by Schwerengue and Yang Dian, and fell into a desperate situation. He can't be a match for two strong men, being attacked by Schwerengue and Yang Dian with all their strength. Honda Tadakatsu was killed by Schwerengue after sustaining dozens of moves. His whole body was dripping with blood. Tokugawa Ieyasu's fierce General Honda Tadakatsu was killed in battle, and the morale of the Tokugawa army dropped. With the deaths of generals such as Shimazu Yahisa, Honda Tadakatsu, and Shibata Katsui, the war was completely unfavorable to Oda Nobunaga's side. Schwerengue and Yang Dian were not restrained by anyone. With the assistance of Wei soldiers, they massacred all sides on the city wall. The battlements were shattered, and the warriors rolled down. Retreat! Oda Nobunaga found that after the general was killed, no one could lead the samurai to counterattack. So he chose to abandon the city. Daimyos and generals such as Oda Nobunaga, Yasuji Kenshin, Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Takeda Tadayoshi led their respective samurai and legions to break out of one of the city gates. This city was completely destroyed. The Han army occupied this city and paid a price of tens of thousands of people. Of the 150,000 Japanese troops, at least 70,000 died while defending the city. They broke out and were hunted down, and another 20,000 were killed. In addition, several fierce generals were killed, and their strength was greatly reduced. Remove all weapons, food, grass and youth. Chu Tian saw that the city was almost razed to the ground by a strong attack and could no longer be defended. Before the Roman army arrived, Chu Tian ordered all the loot to be swept away. Chu Tian looked at his military exploits and found that he had earned approximately 70,000, bringing the total military exploits to almost 300,000. The Japanese army caused far more casualties to the Han army than the Goryeo army, which is enough to prove that in the East Asian Circle, the Han Empire is at the top of the food chain, followed by the Japanese, and then Goryeo. After defeating Oda Nobunaga and making him lose his combat effectiveness, Chu Tian notified Yekaterina and Xiao Chua, who were responsible for blocking Caesar and Constantine, to retreat. At this time, Catherine led the flexible Cossack cavalry to fight Constantine's Knights Hospitaller, trying to delay as much time as possible. The Knights Hospitallers have healing skills. If equipped with heavy plate armor, their survivability is extremely strong. But the price paid is that they are not flexible enough and cannot catch up with the Cossacks facing light cavalry. The advantages of the light cavalry were fully utilized. The Roman legion and the Knights Hospitaller were unable to catch up. They wanted to fight but could not. On the contrary, the Eastern cavalry and Carthaginian cavalry recruited by Constantine beat Catherine's Cossack cavalry, causing considerable losses to the Cossack cavalry. This is a battle between light cavalry. A war eagle landed on Xiao Chua's arm. My lord has captured the city where Oda Nobunaga is, and has defeated Oda Nobunaga. We can retreat. Walk. After losing tens of thousands of cavalry, Catherine retreated to the rear. The marching speed of the Roman army was affected. When Catherine withdrew her troops, the Roman army returned to its normal marching speed. They finally retreated. Have the Japanese lost their city? Constantine did not relax, because Catherine and Xiao Chua chose to withdraw their troops, indicating that the city held by the Japanese army commanded by Oda Nobunaga had been lost. Sure enough, when Caesar and Constantine's Roman army marched 80 kilometers forward, they encountered the defeated army of Oda Nobunaga, leaving only about 60,000 people. The Japanese army, which lost such powerful generals as Honda Tadakatsu, Shimazu Yahisa, and Shibata Katsui, lost some of its offensive capabilities. Constantine saw a group of gray-headed Japanese warriors. Some warriors were tied with gauze and seriously injured, indicating that they had experienced a tragic battle not long ago and the city had been lost. The first lord of the Han Empire attacked so fast. It's really unimaginable. When Constantine saw the defeated Oda Nobunaga,
He couldn't help but sigh at the speed of Chutian's offensive. Before the Roman army had time to assist Oda Nobunaga, he had already defeated Oda Nobunaga, probably because he could not really kill the Japanese daimyo during the national war, and he was worried about encountering the Roman army during the pursuit. Chutian did not kill them all and severely wounded Oda Nobunaga, so that he lost his combat effectiveness. At this time, both Caesar and Constantine were in a dilemma. They didn't know whether they should take advantage of this opportunity to advance or retreat temporarily, and decide the winner with Chutian in the 6th month of the national war, which was the last month. Surrounding Caesar and Constantine were other lords, possibly Alexander of Macedon. If Chutian and Catherine chose to defend the city, the Roman legions might have to pay half the price to win. Takanaka Hanbei said. The Han army lost at least 40,000 to 60,000 people in order to attack the city. Please send troops to attack it quickly, and you can win. Caesar and Constantine looked at each other, weighing the pros and cons. Caesar said, Constantine, you have obtained a recruitment order with my help, but I have not obtained even one recruitment order with your help. We should collect more recruitment orders and then communicate with Chu Zima fights decisively. Constantine nodded. According to the information we have learned, Chu Zimu also has a city in the desert. If he escapes into the desert, it will be time-consuming and laborious for us to pursue him. The eastern generals recruited by Constantine gained tens of thousands in battles with Catherine, which gave Constantine a taste of the sweetness and believed that the benefits of defeating the legendary king were far greater than those of defeating normal lords. Caesar and Constantine still chose to avoid Chutian and used their troops to mop up the nearby legendary kings. After Takeda Tadayoshi learned of the decisions of the two Roman emperors, he couldn't help feeling regretful. Rome's current military strength was the best chance to defeat Chutian. But Caesar and Constantine still could not refuse the temptation of the recruitment order. Chapter 923 Queen Himehu. To the south is the legendary king of Japan. Chutian returned to the city he had captured from King Yuehu, and sent the cavalry back to the south to investigate, and successfully discovered the identity of the legendary king in the south, Queen Himehu of the ancient Yamatai of the East Japan Kingdom. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, all the vassal states of Japan jointly elected Queen Baimehu of the Yamatai Kingdom as their king. Baimehu developed the economy internally and actively communicated with the outside world. She had contacts with Gong Sun Kong of Liaodong, Silla, and Chao Wei. Chao Wei named her the Pro-Wei Japanese king, and she was regarded as the Japanese king, a legendary figure. Chutian did not expect that there would be a Japanese king from the same period as the three kingdoms figures in the south. However, among a group of legendary kings, Himehu may not be able to rank at the front. Relatively weak legendary kings will be regarded as prey by the lords. Himehu's ability to persist until now was a bit beyond Chutian's expectation. Iron Eagle Scout brought back more detailed information. A lord's legion defeated Himehu and is besieging Himehu's city. If this continues, she will most likely be defeated. If she can be intercepted, it would be good to rob a Japanese general. The Eastern Han District and the Japanese District have some characteristics in common, because Han culture had a huge influence on ancient Japan. A few generals had similar abilities. If you completely defeat Himehu, you can get a recruitment order from the ancient Japanese civilization and recruit a general from the ancient Japanese civilization. This time it may be necessary to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. My lord, after the Roman army joined Oda Nobunaga, they returned to their territory. As expected, Caesar and Constantine do not dare to go out to fight with all their strength. Otherwise, if we retreat to the desert, they will delay me for at least a month. Chutian has prepared a retreat. The 270,000-strong Roman army has arrived. At worst, Chutian will retreat to the city in the desert to defend itself, and will consume each other with the Roman army. As a result, Caesar and Constantine will lose many military exploits and opportunities to obtain recruitment orders. Therefore, Caesar and Constantine chose to withdraw their troops, considering peace as the most important thing. Now Chutian has changed his target to Queen Himehu in the south. The south of the city occupied by Chutian was originally the territory of Himiko, the legendary king of Japan. The English Lord Charles led an army to attack Beimehu's city and defeated Beimehu. Beimehu was defeated and lost 2 cities, leaving only the last city. The legendary English hero the Black Prince led a group of English longbowmen to suppress the defenders of the city wall. The dense rain of arrows covered the defenders, and Himehu's legion suffered heavy losses. If this were on the sea, the fleet led by Drake could easily defeat the Japanese. The English Lord Charles supervised the battle below the city. English swordsmen,
Knights on foot and other troops climbed the city wall and braved the rain of arrows to attack the city. Because this national war was dominated by land warfare, the English civilized lords were unable to show their strongest side. They basically relied on the legion built with the Black Prince's English longbowmen as the core, and took advantage of long-range weapons to suppress the defenders. Military. Although Charlie didn't have much interest in generals from the Japanese civilization, he would rather get generals from Roman, Byzantine and other civilizations. But it was not easy to defeat a legendary king. Under the suppression of the archers of Edward the Black Prince, the city defended by Himihu was crumbling. Queen Himihu came to the city and decorated it gorgeously. With her appearance, the city that was about to fall stabilized due to the rapid increase in morale of the defenders. And the defenders went crazy. Some Japanese soldiers even hugged the English heavy swordsmen who were attacking the city, and rolled down the city wall together, smashing into pieces. Under the counterattack of the increasingly crazy Japanese soldiers, the English army's offensive came to a halt. Himihu held the branch in her hand and waved it, muttering to herself. Her Yamatai guards had ghost and god patterns on their bodies. All attributes increased, and they frantically killed the English swordsman who came to the city. A Yamatai guard was hit by an arrow thrown by an English longbow and penetrated his chest. However, the Yamatai guard forcibly pulled out the arrow that hit his chest. Regardless of the casualties, he knocked down an English heavy swordsman, walls, and he himself fell on the battlements. Queen Himihu raised her eyebrows slightly. With her support, the defenders barely managed to repel an attack from the English lords. However, the Black Prince's English longbow core shot and killed a large number of defenders. If this trend continues, the city will fall sooner or later. As a legendary king, there are no reinforcements. She could only lead her own legions and desperately block the offensive of the English lords. This female queen has the power to confuse people's hearts. After another round of offensives by the English Lord Charles was repelled, he sent generals to suppress some of the rebellious soldiers. There is something special about Himihu's abilities, and a small number of weak-willed enemy troops may rebel. Unless he is a commander like Wuchi who can guarantee the legion support for his general, he will be completely unaffected by Himihu's charm. On the contrary, if there are some mediocre generals, their troops may rebel in batches due to the influence of Himish. The legion of the English Lord Charles had many famous English and Scottish generals, but there were still hundreds of soldiers who were bewitched by Himish and drew swords against their companions. However, this is just a myth after all. The range of the English longbow is the truth. Charles quickly organized the next round of offensive, and the English army once again stormed the city of Himihu, constantly consuming Himihu's troops. England also has famous generals who are good at running the army. They led the army to attack the city fiercely and invested 80,000 high-level and low-level soldiers. The Black Prince of England continued to lead the English longbowmen to suppress the defenders. At the same time, several English generals led swordsmen and knights to climb up the ladder, and the trebuchets were roaring. Take this city! Charles personally supervised the battle, and all the elites from England and Scotland came out to flood the city. Queen Himihu drew her sword and killed more than a dozen English swordsmen in a row. She was actually very powerful. However, she, a not-so-powerful legendary king, fought alone. No matter how powerful one person's force was, it was impossible to stop an army of 80,000 soldiers with all types of weapons. Blood splattered on her face, and an arrow from Edward the Black Prince wounded her shoulder. The number of troops in the ancient Eastern dynasties, Metai Kingdom, became smaller and smaller with each war, and they were already less than 20,000. There are at least 70,000 to 80,000 English troops under the city, which is a huge gap. Soon, Himihu's recruitment order will be mine. As the Lord of England, Charles also dreamed of one day restoring the territory of the empire on which the sun never sets. Although the English civilization did not show a strong momentum in lords, it has no dreams and is no different from salted fish. Queen Himihu was hit by an arrow again and relied on her long sword to support her delicate body. At this time, on the horizon, the Third Army appeared in the sight of the English Kingdom Army and the Yamatai Kingdom Army. Chapter 924. Stealing the rewards from the English. Your Majesty the King, a cavalry army is approaching us. The English cavalry returned to report to their lord, King Charles, that a cavalry of unknown origin had intervened in the battle between the English Royal Army and the Yamatai Kingdom Army. Where did this cavalry come from? Charlie's face darkened. He paid a high price to defeat Queen Himihu of Yamatai Kingdom. Now that Himihu's main city was about to fall, a second lord came to snatch his reward.
This made Charlie shocked, but also angry.
William the Conqueror, you lead 10,000 cavalry to hold off the enemy. We must take this city.
Charles of England fell into a state of hysteria. Sent William the Conqueror, and ordered a storming of the main city of Bemihu. He was sure to win the main city. But the Han army appeared and wanted to intercept it, causing an unexpected change in the originally one-sided situation. William the Conqueror led 10,000 cavalry to intercept. But the Han army on the opposite side had a larger number of cavalry. The cavalry army launched a frontal attack with great momentum. The light cavalry on both wings attacked William the Conqueror in a roundabout way, causing William the Conqueror to lose sight of one thing and retreat backwards.
This is the flag of the Han army.
The English cavalry were no strangers to the banners of the Han Empire, and their expressions changed when they discovered that it was the cavalry of the Han Empire who entered the battlefield. Boom! The gates of the main city were breached, and English knights and heavily armored swordsmen entered the city, while Himihu trapped the inner city. After the Han army entered the battlefield, the English army became a little crazy. If Himihu was not killed as soon as possible, Queen Himihu's city might be taken over, which would be equivalent to the price paid by the English and become someone else's wedding dress. Some anxious English heavily armored swordsmen even used long swords to hack at the city gates in an attempt to break into the city. Generally, a city is divided into an outer city and an inner city. It is basically impossible to capture the inner city in a short period of time. Charles witnessed the defeat of William the Conqueror and was unable to capture the inner city for a while. If this continued, his army would be besieged here by the Han army and then annihilated. Although he was unwilling to do so, Charlie gritted his teeth and said, "Let's retreat." Tens of thousands of English soldiers had to retreat like a tide, leaving the city in a mess. The English generals were all resentful that Chu Tian had successfully offended another civilization, in order to grab extra rewards and gain military exploits. It was easy to offend others. Chu Tian had offended many lords, so he didn't care about one more. The rewards he received were the most practical ones.
The English also have something, but they can only exert their greatest strength on the sea. On land, there may only be English longbowmen and Cromwell's new model army.
Chu Tian expelled the English Lord Charles and formed a siege on Himihu city. Himihu still could not escape the fate of being annihilated. Seeing that the situation was not good, the English turned around and fled, giving up their original city. The Han army came to the inner city, and there were only 10,000 soldiers from the Yamatai kingdom in the city.
Damn it! The Han Empire's army took advantage of someone's danger.
The English Lord Charles was angry that the city he was about to take over was taken over by the Han army. He took off his helmet and threw it to the ground. This national war was not without lords being attacked by surprise. Even Chu Tian failed under the Arab Empire's surprise attack and missed the opportunity to annihilate Darius I. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Heshi. It was Chu Tian's turn to attack Charlie secretly, and Charlie lost all his money. The Black Prince Edward said,
"Your Majesty the King, we must be patient. Otherwise the losses will be even greater. I have been very forbearing towards him. Otherwise why would I give him this city that I am about to acquire? It must be Chu Zimu, the first lord of the Han Empire. Only his cavalry can defeat William the Conqueror cleanly. Don't give it to him in the future. I found an opportunity."
No matter how generous a person is, he will probably become furious if he sees the reward he is about to receive being taken away by someone else. Charles of England was no exception. He began sending out cavalry to find out what other lords were around. Chu Tian had offended many lords, and Charlie believed that he might find similar lords, and then join forces to attack Chu Tian. Charlie alone cannot be Chu Tian's opponent. After expelling Charlie, Chu Tian was observing the defenders of Yamatai Kingdom. Yamatai Kingdom was a kingdom during the Three Kingdoms period, and was still in a semi-civilized state. The weapons and armor of its soldiers were different from those in the Oda Nobunaga era.
Yamatai Kingdom appears in
Three Kingdoms,
and Himihu has contacts with Chao Wei, so he can be regarded as a legendary figure.
Chu Tian was no stranger to the character Himihu.
I wonder if it is possible to surrender. But according to the rule that neither Moon Guardian King nor Basil II surrendered, the king of Yamatai Kingdom should not surrender either.
Despite this, Chu Tian still persuaded people to humble Mihu. Sometimes, if you try something, you may have unexpected results.
This king will not surrender.
After being injured, Queen Himihu stood on the wall of the inner city, looking down at the people below, and coldly refused the Han army's persuasion to surrender. The soldiers of the Yamatai Kingdom also have the fierce character of the Japanese. There are only 10,000 people left, but they would rather die than surrender. Himmahu did not surrender, which was as expected by Chu Tian. It seems that the only way to destroy the flower is to destroy it with a little help. When fighting for hegemony, even if the opponent is a beautiful woman, she must be ruthlessly destroyed. Xueragui has already taken off the bow and arrow between the saddles. Chu Tian had no trouble in his heart and winked at Xueragui. Xueragui bent his bow and shot an arrow, and a stream of light shot towards Himmahu. As soon as Himmahu dies, the soldiers of Yamatai Kingdom will disappear. A long sword blocked the stream of light, and Himiko had to take a few steps back. Xuerangui's archery skills were almost beyond what she could bear. Himmahu had no choice but to use her abilities again. With a wave of her sword, she believed in ghosts and gods, and had powers similar to Zhang Jiao and others among the Han army, except for the Wei Wu soldiers commanded by Wu Qi and the Yinxiang Sijia army. The other cavalry showed pained expressions. About 100 cavalrymen swung their swords at their companions inexplicably. There was a small-scale chaos in the Han army. Get them! Chu Tian frowned. A few soldiers in his legion killed each other. Most of them were affected by Himmahu. This may be a special ability of Himmahu. Each legendary king has his own abilities, and Himmahu and Zhang Jiao are the same type of heroes, under the command of various generals. The out-of-control cavalry was quickly controlled, because most of the generals brought by Chu Tian were famous generals, who had strong control over the legions. So Himmahu's ability had little impact. The fate that awaits Himmahu is death. The Han army used the siege equipment left by the English to launch a final offensive against the inner city guarded by Himmahu. Groups of Wei soldiers and low-level infantry climbed up the city and started a final fight with the soldiers of the Yamatai Kingdom. Han cavalry guarded the perimeter to prevent Charles of England from coming back, or other lords coveting Baimihu. Himmahu's legion was extremely fierce, fighting from tens of thousands to only a few hundred people. Himiko was seriously injured. She took out a token from her arms and had to admit that she had been defeated.
This is your reward. I don't want to see you again.
The defeated Himmahu and the last few hundred Yamatai guards disappeared on the battlefield, leaving only an ancient Japanese recruitment order.
Ding! You defeated Himiko, Queen of Yamatai Kingdom, and received an additional 5,000 merit points. Ding! You have obtained 10,000 low-level soldiers from the Yamatai Kingdom to help defend the city.
Chu Tian received a prompt from the system the moment Himmahu disappeared.
Why do you only have 5,000 additional battle merits?
Chu Tian remembered that when he defeated Basil II and King Yuehu, he received 30,000 extra military merits. However, the extra military merits for defeating the Queen of Yamatai Kingdom was only 5,000. Maybe it's because Chu Tian is taking over. Charles of England had already annihilated most of the Yamatai troops, and Chu Tian had to face only 10,000 Yamatai troops. No matter what, Chu Tian's men had already obtained the captured Gu Dongying recruitment order. Except for Himmahu, Chu Tian's knowledge of ancient Japan was limited. At most, he knew about the sporadic history of Emperor Tuigu and Daikakaisen. What generals or civil servants can be recruited with this recruitment order? Chu Tian held this recruitment order and fell into deep thought. Boom! The wooden door of a cottage was breached, and the Shiliang cavalry rushed into the cottage. The javelin in their hand shot out of the air, penetrated the chest of Huang Zhongyi's soldier who, and nailed him to the door panel. Ma Chao once again wielded his iron gun and killed everyone in the cottage. Huang Zhongyi waved the ghost head sword in his hand from Li Wenhou, the leader of the Hu army, and was still trying to resist. Since his rebellion with Bei Gongboi, he has been in Shiliang for more than 10 years and repeated many times. Now he is finally liquidated by the Shiliang army. Cai, dressed in white, walked into the village without haste, and the pungent smell of blood filled the village. Su Fengnian will never show mercy to the rebels. Those who resist will die. But the small and medium leaders of the rebels are not allowed to surrender. Marquis Li Wen wanted to surrender, but was unable to do so. So he could only resist desperately.
General, Marquis Li Wen doesn't dare anymore. I have a high court above me, and a wife and children below me. I can't die.
When Li Wenhou saw Cai, the former governor of Shiliang, and now the military advisor of the Shiliang army, he immediately begged Cai to surrender. In his opinion, Su Fengnian is crazy, while Cai is relatively normal. Ma Chao had already entered the stronghold, and his martial prowess was the best among the three armies. Li Wenhou thought that he would be killed by Ma Chao if he did not make 3 moves. Cai said,
If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? General, save me!
Before Li Wenhou finished speaking, Ma Chao's iron spear had already been thrust out. Li Wenhou still underestimated Ma Chao's force. In fact, without using 3 moves, Li Wenho was knocked away by Ma Chao with 1 move. His sternum was broken, and he was killed directly by the second shot.
Military advisor. We found the military talisman token of Yi Songhu in Huangzhong.
A Xiliang army soldier found the military talisman of the special military unit.
Huangzhong Yi Songhu.
On Li Wenho's body. Siet, I took over the bloody soldier talisman. Huangzhong Yi Songhu once made a lot of contributions to the Han Empire, but they often rebelled due to various dissatisfaction, and were an army that was difficult to control. But in the Chutian force, this is not a problem. After Su Fengnian purged all the officers of Huangzhong Yi Songhu, there was basically no possibility of rebellion by Huangzhong Yi Songhu in the next 10 years. Chapter 925. Recruit Japanese Hidden Generals. Han Sui Xiliang cavalry was besieged by a group of Chong cavalry, surrounded by Chong traces. The Chong leader Yao Yizhong personally led the Chong cavalry to ambush Han Sui. Han Sui's general Liang Xing was besieged by Chong cavalry, and was shot dead by Yao Xiang, son of Yao Yizhong. Han Sui's troops were shocked, and tens of thousands of people retreated their defense lines, waiting for other Xiliang troops to come for reinforcements. Ma Tang and Han Sui were merged into one legion. Although they are one legion, Ma Tang and Han Sui actually lead a group of soldiers and horses to check and balance each other. Han Sui commanded approximately 20,000 men. 20,000 Xiliang cavalry chased the Chong cavalry, but were ambushed by Chong generals Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang. At this time, dangers arose one after another. General Liang Xing died in the battle with the Chong people, which was a huge blow to Han Sui. Han Sui had realized that if he wanted to quell the Xiqiang rebellion, Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang would be more difficult to deal with than Yi Songhu in Huangzhong. Han Sui now pursued him deep into the mountains and old forests. The Chong people occupied a favorable location and set up an ambush, making it impossible to guard against them. Han Sui's troops had already lost 3,000 people in battle. This was the battle with the most losses, since the Xiliang army marched thousands of miles to conquer the Xiqiang tribe.
As the first legion of the Xiliang army, we cannot live up to the title of the first legion. We must send people out to deliver messages no matter what. Who dares to break through and ask for help?
Han Sui glanced at the group of Xiliang generals in front of him. So far, Han Sui's generals, Cheng Yi and Liang Xing, have been killed, and there are still a number of generals left. General Ho Xian and Cheng Yi replied,
General, we are willing to lead 50 cavalry to break out.
Han Sui's men gradually developed a sense of honor for the title of the First Legion of the Xiliang Army. Chu Tian treated the troops extremely well and established a hierarchy of real power in addition to traditional official positions. Xiao Wang, Military Commander, Military Advisor, Deputy Military Advisor, Legion Commander, Deputy Legion Commander, General, equivalent to a captain of 10,000, Deputy General, Captain, equivalent to a commander of 1,000, and other levels. Han Sui was the deputy commander of the First Legion of the Xiliang Army and had many generals under him. If they have made enough military exploits and Han Sui advocates the throne in the future, they will have the opportunity to replace Han Sui as deputy army commander. General's candidate and Cheng Yi were ordered to lead 50 Xiliang cavalry in a desperate attempt to break out of the encirclement. The Chong cavalry were besieged layer by layer, and they used the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare with the Xiliang army in the deep mountains, old forests, and high plateaus. Once the ambush was successful, they would try their best to annex the Xiliang army. Chu Tian consumed the ancient Japanese civilization recruitment order in his hand. It would be better to use this kind of prop as soon as possible.
Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of Himiko, Queen of the Hidden Yamatai Kingdom.
With a clear system prompt, Chu Tian's pupils dilated. This actually forced Himihu to recruit him, who had just disappeared. Generally speaking, this kind of character cannot be recruited. But Chu Tian relied on the characteristics of
Tut of the Plain
to forcefully recruit Himihu. This is a bit much. A woman dressed mainly in red and white appeared in front of Chu Tian. There was a mysterious aura in her demeanor, and she felt very similar to her God Stick, Zhang Jiao and Himihu. One is a leader of Taiping Dao, and the other is a leader of Ghost and God Dao. They are not perfect counselors, but they have a detached temperament. If the Japanese knew that their hidden general was recruited by Chu Tian, they would probably be furious. Compared with Himihu's appearance, Chu Tian paid more attention to Himihu's ability. During the crusade against Himihu just now, Chu Tian had seen that Himihu had the ability to confuse people's hearts, causing a few soldiers and horses in Chu Tian's army to rebel. although it had little impact on Chu Tian's legion, who was strict in running the army, and Wu Qi's legion was not affected at all. Sometimes, this ability can also have unexpected effects. Name, Himihu. Civilization, Ancient Japan Yaya era. Talent, Hidden Generals. Unable to be divided. Level 80. Identity, Queen of Yamatai Kingdom. King of the Japanese Kingdom of Wei. Loyalty, Commander, 91, Force, 92, Intelligence, 93, Politics, 94, Charm, 95. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability, Characteristic 1, Way of Ghosts and Gods, SS level exclusive characteristic. Non-resident effect. Only lasts for a period of time. Can only be used once a day. Can only be applied to one's own legion being protected by the power of ghosts and gods. Falling into a state of fanaticism. All attributes of the legion plus 25%. Pain minus 25%. Morale immediately restored to 30. Soldiers risking their lives to fight. Soldiers recruited from the Japanese region. All attributes are increased by an additional 20%. Pain is increased by minus 20%. After the frenzy ends, it enters a sluggish state, and attributes and morale decrease. Characteristic 2, Captivating People's Hearts, SS level trait. Has a probability of causing enemy troops to rebel. The effect is related to the enemy general's command value. Legion morale. An army management effect. It can only be applied once to the same legion. Characteristic 3, Lord of the Japanese Kingdom, SS level trait. When Himiko is alive, the people's hearts on the 4 Japanese islands will not decline easily, reducing the probability of rebellion and peasant uprising. Characteristic 4, Close to the Japanese King of Wei, SS level trait. The influence of Han culture on the Japanese region plus 25%. The assimilation effect plus 25%. Special unit, Miko, hidden unit. Not opened. Opening conditions. Kyushu Island in Japan is your territory, and the source of troops must be girls from Kyushu Island. Special equipment, Chow. Chu Tian was shocked when he saw the characteristics of hidden generals for the first time. Moreover, Himihu also comes with its own hidden unit, Miko. Himihu is an explosive general, and his ability against the Legion cannot be compared with that of an Imperial commander. After all, although the effect of Ghost God Wei is powerful, it can only explode once a day, and it can only be effective against his own Legion. Secondly, the ability to confuse people's hearts is completely an auxiliary effect. As for the Lord of the Japanese Kingdom, he can effectively rule the 4 Japanese islands. And Pro-A Japanese King is conducive to the sinicization of Japan. The attributes of hidden generals are quite amazing. Chu Tian knew that in Lord, there was some delicate balance between various civilizations, since Japan had hidden generals. So, ancient China also had hidden generals? Who were the hidden generals of ancient China? One or several? Chu Tian was very curious. As for the hidden unit Chu Tian was somewhat curious about what the was capable of. But if you want to activate a special unit like a Miko, you must occupy Kyushu Island, the territory of Yamatai Kingdom. Currently, the daimyo occupying Kyushu Island is the Shimazu family. Players who are familiar with history know that Kyushu Island has a glorious history. The Satsuma clan that collapsed during the movement is on Kyushu Island. The Imperial Navy of the Meiji Restoration was controlled by Satsuma samurai. The original allegiance of this group of Satsuma clan warriors was to the Shimazu family. If you want to occupy Kyushu Island, you will have to go to war with the Shimazu family, which will even alarm all the daimyo in Japan, including Oda Nobunaga and Yasuji Kenshin. Is it worth it to attack the Shimazu family specifically for a hidden unit? Chu Tian thought it was worth it. Anyway, maybe we will soon conquer Japan and seize an island in Japan. Isn't that too much? I don't know if the hidden military commander is strong or not, but it is very practical. Chu Tian also couldn't distinguish the levels of Himihu. It turned out that Himihu was the legendary king and the queen of Yamatai Kingdom, but she was recruited by Chu Tian. What's a little more troublesome is that Chu Tian can't see the loyalty and favorability of the hidden generals at all. Baimahu and Chu Tian stared at each other. She didn't know what to call Chu Tian. She is a queen after all, but she has some resistance in her heart when she becomes someone else's subordinate. Just now she said she didn't want to see Chu Tian again, but it turned out, I was defeated by you just now, but from now on, you are my lord, and Himiko is willing to serve you. Himiho was silent for a while, and finally chose to surrender. Do you still have the memory of just now? That's all. You stay with me for now.
As one of the strategists, Chu Tian is now unable to recruit hidden troops such as witches for Himehu. The Miko unit has two restrictions: occupy Kyushu Island and use the unmarried girls of Kyushu Island as its troop source. As a hidden unit, Chu Tian believes that its special abilities are no worse than other high-level units. And because the number of soldiers is scarce, the number is destined to be small. In addition, Chu Tian believed that the witches were a special auxiliary unit, rather than conventional units used for frontal fighting such as the Xuanjia Army, Wei Wuzu, and Silver Spear Army. In fact, Chu Tian's judgment was correct. The specific attributes of the Miko can only be seen after occupying Kyushu Island. In order to recruit hidden troops, Chu Tian later launched a war against Japan. Later historians called it the Witch War, a war triggered by a hidden military unit. This is a story for later. Chu Tian was very satisfied with the effect of this recruitment order. Ever since he had the Thought of the Plain trait, Chu Tian could even find hidden generals and turn the legendary king into his subordinates. Lu Xiu's SSS level characteristic, Thought of the Plain, is really too strong. Therefore, Child of the Plain is an SSS level characteristic with the highest upper limit and the lowest lower limit. No one knows what effect it will trigger, or it may not have any effect. A top metaphysical property. Suddenly, there was a chill behind Chu Tian, and the eyes of Xiao Liang, Yekaterina, Xiao Chua, Joan of Arc, and Hua Mulan were cold. It was obvious that Chu Tian had recruited another heroine, who was also the queen of Yamatai Kingdom. His political ability is not low, and his charm is not low either. Chu Tian looked at Himiko carefully, and only now did he realize that Himiko was also a beautiful woman, with a hint of the aura of a holy witch in both body and clothing. There is a sword on Himihu's waist. He seems to be a sword-wielding general. And Lord, the female heroes, who are somewhat famous, actually look the same. Ahem. Chu Tian coughed lightly. There may not be such a good opportunity in the future to easily obtain a recruitment order. Let's take a break for the time being and restore the military strength before attacking other legendary kings. Chu Tian obtained 3 military generals from other civilizations, and no longer regarded the legendary kings as legendary kings, but regarded them as walking hero recruitment orders. No wonder Caesar and Constantine would rather give up attacking themselves and attack other legendary kings, because the general recruitment order is sometimes too good. And even Constantine is very satisfied with the generals he obtained. The lords of various civilizations are desperately attacking the legendary kings, plundering the civil servants and generals of other civilizations, and even taking great pleasure in hiding generals. As for the life and death struggle between lords and their personal grievances, most of the lords are waiting for the last month to come. When the national war is about to end, they will fight to the death and vent their anger. Chu Tian continued to ask people to inquire about the locations of the legendary kings around them, trying to defeat 1 or 2 more legendary kings and recruit 1 or 2 generals from other civilizations before the national war ended. Until now, Chu Tian has not seen any generals from his own civilization. But according to Chu Tian's estimation, there are at least 3 or 4 kings from the ancient Chinese civilization on this national war battlefield. Chapter 926 The Roman Emperor Trajan. At the end of the 4th month of the national war, a war broke out between the Han army and the Roman army. After Chu Tian defeated Darius I, destroyed Basil II, King Yuehu, and Queen Himehu, eliminated King Li Chunggui of Kanxian of Goryeo, and severely damaged the 6th heaven demon King Oda Nobunaga, he again set his goal to Rome. Trajan, one of the 5 wise emperors, according to the rules that Chu Tian had learned in the past. If he defeated Trajan, he would be able to obtain a recruitment order from the Roman civilization. Trajan was the authentic emperor of the Roman Empire, expanding Rome's territory to the largest extent in history, and his legions were quite powerful. In order to obtain the recruitment order from the Roman civilization and obtain military exploits, Chu Tian's army did not hesitate to go to war with Trajan. A fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides on the plain terrain. Trajan personally led the Roman army to resist the Han army in Chu Tian. The 2 armies were at odds with each other, and the battle was extremely fierce. It is extremely difficult to defeat the talented overlord of the Roman Empire in history. After severely injuring Oda Nobunaga and subduing Himehu, Chu Tian and Catherine joined forces to attack Trajan, and fought back and forth with Trajan's Roman legions on a battlefield that was dozens of kilometers long and wide. Trajan not only had Roman legions, but also cavalry from North Africa and other places. Trajan was not only an emperor, but also an excellent commander. Chu Tian rode a war horse
and stood on a high place to watch the tragic battlefield. The legion of Roman Emperor Trajan was almost the pinnacle of the Roman Empire, and Trajan himself served as its commander. Compared with the emperors in the east, who mostly stayed behind, the emperors in the west tended to go out in person to fight. So many emperors themselves were famous generals, and the military exploits of the emperor's generals were occupied by the emperor. However, even if the opponent was Trajan, who expanded Rome's territory to the largest extent, Teution had to find a way to wipe it out. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the recruitment order.
Use the Hongi cannon!
Teution did not hesitate to use the Hongi cannon to bombard the tightly packed Roman legions. The solid bullet fell into the Roman legion, like an iron plow plowing a field, clearing several passages in an instant, leaving dozens of Roman soldiers bloody and bloody. The denser the square formation, the greater the lethality caused by the Hongi cannon. Teution once again brought the bed crossbow for use in field battles, and continued to attack the Roman legions, trying to disrupt the order of the Roman legions. The Roman legions used a large number of ballistae and bows to counterattack the Han army. The famous Roman generals risked their lives for their emperor, and braved the rain of arrows to command the Roman legions to fight the Han army. The battle between the two sides lasted from early morning to noon. The soldiers' physical strength was almost exhausted, and they took turns to fight. Schwerengue fought into the Roman army 7 times in a row, riding a superb horse, wielding a painted halberd. With his own force, he led 300 white-robed cavalry, and almost defeated a complete Roman legion. A complete Roman legion may have 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers. It can continuously attack the Roman legion with force, and bring a complete Roman legion to the edge of collapse. It can be described as a real fierce general. Even the Romans were full of fear of Schwerengue in silver armor and white robes. After entering and leaving the Roman army 7 times, Schwerengue's physical strength was exhausted. Hua Mulan tried to lead the attack on the Roman legions 3 times, but was no more powerful than Schwerengue. She could no longer hold on, and was slightly injured. Teution did not let Hua Mulan continue to charge into the formation. Xiaochuo also once attacked the Roman legions. The Han generals took turns attacking the Roman army, and the Roman army was gradually on the verge of collapse. Jiasu's ability is to reduce the defensive power of the Roman legions, which he served as the backbone, carrying Trajan's army head-on. Catherine's light cavalry harassed the Roman legions from the flanks, and from time to time made gestures to attack the Roman army. So Trajan had to guard against the threat from the Russian cavalry. Not only that, the Tsarist guards were also preparing to go into battle. The various generals cooperated with each other, which led to the initial defeat of the Roman legions. Joan of Arc waved the holy flag, and the holy flag rustled, boosting the morale of the Han army. And the Han army went into a frenzy.
Himihu! It's time to use your abilities!
Teution recruited Queen Himihu of the Yamatai kingdom. She has a special ability to confuse people's hearts. Himihu pulled out his long sword, pointed it forward, and muttered something. This ability can have a greater effect when the opponent's morale drops. Among the Roman army that was originally on the verge of collapse, about 900 Roman soldiers could not control themselves and turned against them. They held the short sword in their hands and attacked their companions. The number of 900 Roman soldiers was not large, but it still caused a lot of panic among the Roman army and became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Trajan has a strong commanding ability and the ability to run an army, even if his morale is very low.
That's all I can do.
Himiko used her SS-level characteristics to trick 900 Roman soldiers into rebelling. This was her limit.
This shows that Trajan's commanding ability is already very high, and he did a good job.
The defection of 900 Roman soldiers was almost insignificant compared to the tens of thousands of Roman troops. But when the Roman army was crumbling, 900 people suddenly turned against each other in the army, which was definitely a disaster for the Roman army. It can be said that Himiko, the hidden general of the Japanese civilization, can also be regarded as an auxiliary hero, giving Teution an additional means to restrain the enemy. This ability of Himihu can only be used once at most on a legion. That is to say, it cannot be used on the same enemy repeatedly, otherwise it will be too invincible. As the Han army gained the upper hand, Gung Yan led the Yuzhou cavalry, and Yang Dian led the cavalry to once again charge the Roman army. The Tsarist guards lined up in a musket formation and shot at the flanks of the Roman army, filling the air with smoke. The Roman legions changed from a small-scale rout to a large-scale defeat. The army was defeated like a mountain. The Roman Emperor Trajan had to lead the remaining legions back to his city. The Han army pursued Trajan closely and besieged Trajan's city. Chu Tian counted the losses and fought with Trajan. He and Catherine lost a total of 80,000 troops. This was an unexpected loss for Chu Tian. Trajan was indeed one of the most courageous Roman emperors. However, his alliance with Catherine was no worse than Caesar's alliance with Constantine. The recruitment order from the Roman Emperor Trajan is about to be received. Chu Tian sent out scouts to prevent other lords from snatching the recruitment order from Trajan. In the city where the Roman Emperor Constantine was located, several lords from the main world gathered. Basically, all of them were lords from the western continent. Except for Oda Nobunaga from Japan. All these people have issues with Chu Tian. As the national war gradually approached its 6th month, most legendary kings were defeated, and various lords began to fight against each other. But this time, the lords of the western continent had more or less problems with Chu Tian and thought it was necessary to teach Chu Tian a lesson in the last month. Chu Tian had always been unhappy with most of the western lords. If it weren't for the fact that the royal family of the Tsarist Russian Empire had half of his blood, Chu Tian would have beaten the Tsarist Russian Empire as well. Chu Zimu stole an ancient Japanese civilization recruitment order that should have belonged to me. If you are willing to join forces with me in the last month, then we will destroy Chu Zimu together. Charles, Lord of England, was furious. He was probably the most angry and frustrated of these lords. Chu Tian snatched away the reward he was about to receive. For Charlie, the gaming experience was extremely poor. So he took the initiative to find Caesar and Constantine, hoping to form the Western Kingdom army at the last moment of the national war to teach Chu Tian a lesson and suppress his arrogance. Chu Tian was now on the same level as the great demon king in the eyes of the Western lords. And he had almost offended all the Western lords, terrorized Queen Isabella of the Kingdom of Spain, attacked the protectors of the Roman Emperor, and steal the rewards of King Charles of England. This does not include all the evil deeds Chu Tian had done before, abducting Frances Joan of Arc, recruiting England's Knights of the Round Table, and turning the Roman legion's eagle flag into dust. In short, Chu Tian had a bad record for the lords of the Western continent. If you look at it from the standpoint of the Western kings, Chu Tian is the biggest villain. Chu Zimu of the Han Empire has not taken anyone seriously recently and has gone his own way. It is indeed time to suppress him. He happens to be surrounded by our city. To the northwest is the Umayyad of the Arab Empire. The Umayyads also had a feud with Chu Zimu. It is said that the Umayyads attacked Chu Zimu in the desert. Our relationship with the Arabs is not very good. As long as the Arabs do not help Chu Zimu, he will not be able to withstand our attack. How dare Chu Zimu provoke so many people? Does he think he is God's protection? Anyway, in the 6th month, our 3 lords joined forces to attack Chu Zimu. Caesar, Constantine, and Charles were finally settled. Queen Isabella of Spain. Is she willing to join our Western army? She still seems to be choosing to remain neutral. Remaining neutral will only make Chu Zimu more and more arrogant. When Chu Zimu becomes more powerful, who can check and balance him? We, the Shogunate army, are willing to join forces with you. Oda Nobunaga came in with Takanaka Hanbei and Tokugawa Ieyasu. They were also considered one of Chu Tian's enemies. Why don't you take me with you for such an interesting thing? A big lord appears here. Whether it was Caesar, Constantine, Charles, or Oda Nobunaga, they all looked at the person arriving, who turned out to be Alexander of the Kingdom of Macedonia. Alexander and Chu Tian also had a feud, but there was no mortal enmity. However, Alexander regards Chu Tian as the most dangerous opponent. And facing the most dangerous opponent, the most rational approach is to find ways to suppress his development, or destroy his self-confidence instead of killing him one by one. Once a lord loses self-confidence, he may be constrained when making decisions. In this national war, no lord will really die, so these lords can act unscrupulously. Alexander the Great was enough to make Caesar, Constantine, Charles, and Oda Nobunaga fear him. It is said that the Roman Emperor Trajan once aspired to be a conqueror like Alexander. Later, he came to the ruins of Babylon, which Alexander conquered, and lamented that the result of the conquest was just a pile of garbage, stones and ruins. Alexander joins the provisional army of the Western Kingdom. Alexander glanced at the people in front of him and corrected their plan. You are all wrong. If you want to oust Chu Zimu from the number 1 position, it will be too late in the 6th month. It is better to send troops to attack him next month. As for Chu Zimu's resignation, from now on, we will compete fairly for the number 1 spot. To the north, the territories of Tolii and Ogidi finally bordered Chapter 927 Recruiting Roman Generals. Touray. I heard that you defeated Emperor Abbas of Persia, and you must have gained a lot of benefits from him. Ogdi met his brother Tualay and Timur, whom he set out to hunt down Catherine. How many recruitment orders have you obtained? Tualay looked at his brother Wikwatai. Temujin chose Ogdi as the heir to the Mongol Empire, and left Tolai with a group of Mongolian commanders such as Subutai, Gibi, Mawali, and most of the troops. He was not partial. With the Khwarezm kingdom rewarded by Temujin and his own operations, Ogdi conquered Central Asia. The relationship between the two people is relatively subtle. The mind-traveling Ilkhanate was actually not under Ogdi's control. However, Tualay had no intention of turning against Ogdi and supported Ogdi as the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Without Ogdi as an ally, Tualay might be pushed back by the Persian Empire. Wikwatai said, "It's just 3 recruitment orders. I only have 2. In order to defeat Emperor Abbas, I wasted too much time. 2 months. The battle with him lasted 2 full months." Tualay shook his head. The legendary kings on this battlefield have almost been wiped out. There are still a few legendary kings who are extremely brave and difficult to deal with. I need your power to deal with a legendary king. Is there a king that you can't defeat, brother? Tualay was a little surprised. Wikwatai plus Yeludashi, Timur, Mahmud and other heroes. There are almost no legendary kings that cannot be dealt with, unless the opponent has a military advantage. This legendary king is more powerful than me and more powerful than you. Who? Li Shimen. This is the reward you deserve for defeating me. But don't think that the Roman legion is that. Trajan stood in front of Chu Tian, threw a recruitment order to Chu Tian, and then disappeared. Chu Tian held the recruitment order in his hand, which was metallic and slightly excited. The recruitment orders of the Roman civilization were different from those of the Byzantine Empire. This is the 4th general recruitment order that Chu Tian has obtained. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of Publius Quinctilius Varus, the king-level commander of the Roman Empire. Chu Tian couldn't help but have a headache when he heard a series of extremely long names. Full names in the West are indeed too long. Chu Tian had no impression of this man and called him Valus. Chu Tian directly looked at its panel and origin. Name, Valus. Civilization, Roman civilization. Talent, king-level commander. Level 80. Identity, governor of the Germanic provinces of the Roman Empire during the Octavian period. In the Battle of the Teutonic Forest, 5 Roman legions were defeated by the coalition of German tribes, and 3 Roman legions were completely annihilated. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 90. Force, 76. Intelligence, 62. Politics, 44. Charm, 45. Character, reckless. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, return our legion, S-level exclusive feature. When commanding the Roman legion, all attributes of the Roman legion are plus 10%. When commanding the 17th, 18th, and 19th Roman legion, the legion's defense power is additionally plus 20%. Characteristic 2, cruelty, A-level trait. When suppressing barbarians, damage to barbarians plus 15%, but barbarians' hatred towards the empire plus 30%. Characteristic 3, Roman nobleman, A-level trait. Varus is the grandson of Antony, a soldier from Rome, and his loyalty to the general is increased. Characteristic 4, forest shadow, negative trait. When fighting in forest terrain, the legion's defense power is minus 25%, and it is easy to be ambushed. Special arms, Roman legion, 7th level heavy infantry. Not activated. Activation conditions. Possession of eagle flags. The upper limit of troop strength is the number of eagle flags. Each eagle flag can form a Roman legion. The flaws of this Roman general named Varus seem somewhat obvious. A general with a reckless character will either win a great victory or suffer a great defeat. And there is another negative characteristic in forest combat. Valus is the weakest king-level commander, even weaker than a diamond-level commander. This man turns out to be Antony's grandson. Antony Chu Tian knew it. Caesar had 3 important subordinates: Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus, who were called the last 3 giants of Rome. At least king-level. Varus was naturally the grandson of Antony. Antony's grandson is actually working for him. However, once you have Varus, you can recruit Roman legions, which seems not bad. In Chu Tian, 2 Roman eagle flags were covered in dust, and were still gathering ashes in the warehouse at home. Now, Chu Tian seems to be able to consider forming a Roman legion. The Roman legions also needed Roman soldiers.
I don't know which two Roman legionary eagle flags the Roman eagle flags I captured before were from. It seems that different Roman legions have slightly different strengths and abilities. Scythia's, Caudilia, Himmahu, and Varus. Chu Tian counted the 4 obtained generals. Caudilia and Himmahu were of the highest quality. But Scythia's and Varus could recruit new special troops. Which is also okay. Now Chu Tian is still ranked first. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. I just want to farm well. 425,912. Second place, Marshall, Governor of the United States. 387,187. Third place, Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire. Ajadai. 371,021. Fourth place, 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Constantine. 369,045. Fifth place, King of Macedonia. Alexander. 358,795. Sixth place, Holy Roman Emperor. Hohenzollern. 341,219. The seventh place, Caliph of the Arab Empire. Umayyad. 328,373. Eighth place, 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Caesar. 301,924. Ninth place, King Wu of the Han Empire. Tong Kai. 289,782. 10th place, Khan of the Ilkhanate. Tolai. 278,215. 11th place, Duke of Shu in the Han Empire. Liu Bei. 272,327. 12th place, Prince of the Mughal Empire in India. Brahmin. 254,125. 13th, Marshal of the Kingdom of Sweden. Gustav. 233,258. 14th, Emperor of the Amazon Empire. Pedro. 211,244. The battle achievements between the various lords are very close. And the gap between Chu Tian and the lords behind him is relatively large. Liu Bei's ranking also began to rise. The lords of England were unable to get in because they were attacked by Chu Tian. After all, Ekaterina's early development was affected and she only ranked 20th. After meeting Chu Tian, Yekaterina's mood improved slightly. But she did not continue to worry about whether she could enter the top 10 in the national war rankings. Huan was still on the national war ranking list. And his points had changed, which made Chu Tian certain that Huan was still wandering around the national war battlefield somewhere. Tong Kai and Liu Bei, as the princes of the Han Empire now second only to Chu Tian, still squeezed into the front. After all, the Han Empire was too big. After the army rests, we will continue to attack the next king and see if we can defeat another legendary king in the 5th and 6th months. The time left for Chu Tian was only 2 months. To attack the legendary king, you have to restore your troops after the battle, which is quite time-consuming. Chu Tian can obtain 4 recruitment orders, which is considered to be at the front. The third-place player, Wakwatai, only received 3 recruitment orders, one of which was from the civilization of the Turkic Khanate. The surrounding situation is not very fast. Our city is sandwiched between the 4 forces of the Arab Empire, the Kingdom of Spain, the Roman Empire, and the Kingdom of England, as well as tens of thousands of Oda Nobunaga's remaining soldiers. Among these people, only Isa from Spain Bella remains neutral. Xiao Liang reminded Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian suppressed all forces, it was equivalent to offending these forces. Xiao Chua almost shot and killed the Umayyads of the Arab Empire in the national war. Chu Tian stole the reward of Charles of England. As for Oda Nobunaga, he was Chu Tian's mortal enemy. These forces may counterattack. Strive to increase the number of troops to 300,000. Even if they all come to attack, I will ensure that after being eliminated by them, I will maintain the number 1 position in combat merit. Chu Tian didn't mind being besieged. When being besieged, you could also gain military merit by defeating the armies of other civilizations. Even if you are eliminated, your achievements will not disappear and you will still remain on the ranking list, making it difficult for those behind you to surpass you. What's more, it may not be that easy for these lords to completely annihilate Chu Tian's army. Chapter 928, 5 Lords Alliance A. In the 5th month of the national war, the 5 lords of Macedonia, Rome, England, and Japan joined forces and began to suppress Chu Tian among them. Chu Tian occupied about 10 cities in the middle, And after several battles, he worked hard to increase his strength to 300,000 to withstand the pressure from the 5 major lords.
Reveal to the Arabs that we are going to besiege Chu-Zimu, and they will know what to do.
Many Western lords and Arabs disliked each other. But Alexander deliberately gave the Arabs the news that they would let the Western lords besiege Chu-Tian.
It's been a long time since I've fought against him.
Alexander got on his horse and led the Macedonian army southwards. Belisarius, the first general of the Byzantine Empire, Seleucus, the founder of the Seleucid dynasty, Antigonus the One-Eyed, Eumenes the secretary, Leonidas the king of Sparta, Aristotle the Greek sage, King his close friend Hephaestion, and other heroes followed Alexander. The Spartan warriors commanded by Leonidas were physically strong, wearing red cloaks, holding spears, and their muscles were like bronze. The number of soldiers in the Spartan civilization was sparse, but each Spartan warrior was a high-level heavy infantryman and had a large number of slaves as auxiliary soldiers. Until now, few Eastern lords had seen the prowess of the Spartans. Among Alexander's army, there was also Bleda, the surrendered general of the Hun Empire.
I want to see how Chu-Zimu breaks the situation this time.
Alexander witnessed the Macedonian army marching south from a high ground, with a forest of spears, and the Hunnic Empire's light cavalry as flank cover. The army was strong. Among the top 10 lords in the rankings, 3 big lords joined forces to sweep them away. Such a military situation was disappointing. Alexander appears to the north. The Macedonian army passed through the territory of Queen Isabella of the Kingdom of Spain. Isabella did not move, unwilling to offend the Eastern or Western lords, and remained neutral as always. Although the situation was favorable to the Western lords, Isabella believed that it would be of no benefit to her to intervene in the war. It would be better to wait until Alexander and the others severely damaged Chu-Tian and determined that Chu-Tian could not come back before Isabella planned to enter the battlefield. Isabella and the Spanish general Cordoba led the Knights of the Order of Santiago to observe the military situation of the Kingdom of Macedonia as the Macedonian army passed through her territory.
Alexander deserves the name of the great emperor. With such a military strength, even if my legions are tripled, they still cannot resist the joint efforts of Macedonia and Rome. Chu-Zimu of the Han Empire is probably no exception. We can join after the defeat of the Han Empire.
Siege.
Isabella saw that Alexander's army included Greek, Hunnic, and Byzantine troops, as well as generals and soldiers recruited from the battlefields of national wars. Based on Alexander's military strength, Isabella judged that Chu-Tian was at a disadvantage and would probably be defeated. The combined military strength of the 2 Roman emperors may not necessarily be stronger than Alexander's in the main world, but on the battlefield of national wars, the combined military strength of 2 lords is generally more powerful than the military strength of 1 lord. Even Alexander's army was like this. With Caesar and Constantine joining forces, their army would be extremely powerful. Cordoba, the famous general of the Kingdom of Spain, served as the leader of the Knights of Santiago and also commanded the Spanish Grand Square. He also had to admit that Alexander was very strong in this national war. However, Chu-Tian still ranked first, which no one dared to look down upon.
You dare to threaten me. It would be best if you let him suffer.
Isabella was somewhat resentful about Chu-Tian's intimidation of her, and hoped that Alexander could give Chu-Tian a good beating. Caesar and Constantine of Rome had also sent troops to march towards the city where Chu-Tian was. The strength of the 2 lords reached more than 300,000 in the 5th month, and the 20 Roman legions were repeatedly reorganized. Knights Hospitaller, Genoese crossbow corps, Venetian hoplites. The eagle standard of the Roman legion stood tall and moved with the slowly moving legions. Chu-Tian has always been ranked first, which caused the lords in the rear to become jealous of the first place. They wanted to suppress Chu-Tian in the 5th month, and then in the last month, they would attack each other to gain more military exploits and surpass Chu-Tian's position. This is why Alexander proposed to besiege Chu-Zimu in the 5th month. Attacking the army of the Han Empire can also gain military merit. The first position should belong to me. Constantine's personal expedition was the first time that the Western lords faced Chu-Tian head-on since the Third National War. In the Third National War, Temujin captured 1 Roman eagle flag, and Chu-Tian captured 2 Roman eagle flags. The eagle flag captured by Temujin was recovered by Constantine because Crassus fled back to Rome. However, the 2 Roman eagle flags captured by Chu-Tian were always thrown away by Chu-Tian in the warehouse of Prince Xia's palace. The Romans could not retrieve the 2 Roman eagle flags. There are currently 33 Roman eagle flags, corresponding to 33 Roman legions. The 3 Roman emperors controlled a total of 31 Roman legions. In this national war, the Roman emperor was unable to kill Chu Tian and regain the lost Roman eagle flag. In the eyes of Caesar and Constantine, if they could defeat Chu Tian, they would at least be relieved. In the eyes of the Western lords, Chu Tian jumped up and down, constantly bullying the Western lords, and must be punished.
I was attacked by Chu Zimu for no apparent reason. This revenge must be avenged.
Oda Nobunaga stayed under the fence,
leaving only tens of thousands of remnant soldiers. Chu Tian can give a city to Yekaterina to replenish its troops, because the two people have a close relationship. However, it was impossible for the two emperors of Rome to provide any supplies to Oda Nobunaga. They could not wait to concentrate all resources on themselves. In their view, Oda Nobunaga was just a tool used to deal with Chu Tian. Tens of thousands of Japanese remnants also participated in this siege of Chu Tian. If he does not regain some face from Chu Tian, Oda Nobunaga's prestige will be ruined and his suppression of various daimyo will be insufficient.
Chu Zimu robbed my recruitment order. I don't know which Japanese general he obtained by using the recruitment order from Yamatai Kingdom. No matter which general he recruited, he took away the reward that should have belonged to me.
The great lord of England, Charles, was furious and led Edward, the Black Prince, William the Conqueror and other English heroes to march towards the city occupied by Chu Tian. The two core heroes of England, King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, Cromwell and the New Model Army, are currently absent from Charles. However, Edward the Black Prince and William the Conqueror are already the top heroes of English civilization.
The coalition of 5 lords is marching towards this place.
The city where Chu Tian was located quickly learned that Macedonia, Rome, Japan, and England, a total of 5 major lords, had sent troops to attack. Chu Tian's territorial position, after its brutal expansion, was right in the middle of these lords. If Chu Tian were in the position of a Western lord, he would most likely choose to attack the strongest one and eliminate him so that he could have a chance to ascend to the top.
Prepared to transfer.
Facing the attack from various forces, Chu Tian did not choose to fight, but abandoned all the cities. The city provided soldiers, horses, food and grass. Chu Tian transferred almost all the soldiers to professional soldiers. Those who did not have time to transfer to high-level units were all transferred to low-level units to serve as cannon fodder. At the same time, the Han army took away all the weapons, food and grass. Chu Tian and Yekaterina's troops reached 400,000, which was more than the 300,000 that Chu Tian had imagined. Of course, the disadvantage of crazy explosive troops is the high proportion of low-level troops. The 400,000 strong army left the city and marched south to avoid the coalition forces of the 5 major lords. To the north were Alexander and Isabella. To the east were Caesar, Constantine, and Oda Nobunaga. And to the south were Charles. Chu Tian avoided the strong and attacked the weak, using Charlie as a breakthrough point for the 5 major lords coalition. 400,000 troops marched south, with endless carriages.
There seem to be 2 or 3 legendary kings still surviving in the south, and no lord can defeat them. If the coalition forces of Alexander, Caesar and others are introduced into the territory of these legendary kings, they will choose to attack the coalition forces of the Western lords first.
When facing a large number of powerful enemies, it would be foolish to defeat them with one's own strength. Chu Tian chose to drag the legendary king into the war with the Western lords' alliance. Chu Tian probably discovered that the legendary kings would take the initiative to attack the most powerful enemies who entered their territory. So he chose to take advantage of this rule. When the English Lord Charles led his army to the north, he did not expect Chu Tian to have such courage and directly abandon 10 cities. The English legion had not yet joined up with Alexander, Caesar and other great lords, and encountered densely packed Han and Tsarist Russian armies on the way. Charlie's scalp was numb. Chu Tian gave up all the cities and went south, breaking the situation in danger.
Go back and defend the city.
According to the information reported by the scout cavalry sent by Charlie, Charlie judged that the number of enemy troops may be 300,000 to 400,000. Now Charlie only has 100,000 English soldiers, which is no match for the 2 major lords of the other side. The humble Charlie immediately retreated to the nearest city and worked hard to reinforce the city. He was waiting for Alexander, Caesar, and Constantine to join him. Edward, the Black Prince, led the English longbowmen to garrison the city and set up layers of defenses in the outer and inner cities. 400,000 troops soon surrounded the city.
If you want to besiege me, you must be prepared to die in battle. when Chu Tian's troops came to the city. He knew that this was probably the most brutal battle since the beginning of the National War. And it was more dangerous than the last time he encountered the camel cavalry of the Arab Empire. So we can only try our best to break the situation. In order to save time, Chu Tian had to use the human wave tactic to immediately attack England's Charlie's city without even preparing the siege equipment. The new model army of Cromwell, the legendary hero of English civilization, has not yet appeared. Therefore, Chu Tian is not very afraid of the firearms corps of English civilization. At present, the long-range arms of English civilization are still longbowmen. The sound of war drums echoed outside the city. Tens of thousands of low-level troops use simple ladders to forcefully attack the city and use their lives to capture the city. Chu Tian's points also increased rapidly. On the other side of the National War battlefield, two descendants of the Golden family, Waquitai and Tulei, led more than 20 generals and 300,000 troops to invade the territory of the legendary Emperor Tang Taizong Li Shimin. Chapter 929, Five Lords Alliance B.
Li Shimin. How did his army grow to be so terrifying?
Mingguan broke the arrow shaft that was inserted into his body and felt severe pain. Opposite, Li Shimin's Tang Legion was extremely terrifying. After killing several lords who came from the main world, Li Shimin's troops became more and more powerful. Waquitai and Tulei joined forces to attack the legendary King Li Shimin, but ended up in a bitter battle. This situation is even more difficult than that of Abbas the Great who dragged thunder to attack Persia. One of the hidden rules of this national war is that after the legendary king kills the lord, his military strength will increase. The destruction of several lords fattened Li Shimin's Tang army. Waquitai, Tulei, Timur, Subutai and others joined forces to attack Li Shimin's army. For a time, they were unable to capture it. Many generals were killed in the battle. Injured, General Mu Huali was killed by the Tang army and returned to the main world. Mingguan had to contribute to Tulei and was also injured in the battle. The terror of the Tang army made Waquitai, Tulei, Subutai and other Mongolian generals unwilling to face it. Li Shimin's Tang army had the military god Li Jing, who was enough to compete with Subutai, and even had an advantage in the art of war. Not only that, Li Shimin also has many powerful generals under his command. If the lords of the Han Empire did not bring these fierce generals from the main world, then Li Shimin's Tang army would have generals such as Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin. These fierce generals cooperated with Li Shimin's strong army and remained unmoved no matter how Waquitai and Tulei attacked. Waquitai and Tulei became very powerful after joining forces. In addition, they successively recruited civil servants and generals from other civilizations. Together, their power was more powerful than in Temujin's era, and they could challenge Li Shimin's Tang army. The two forces fought fiercely.
As expected of Li Shimin, I have been in the western regions for many years, but it is difficult to defeat him.
Waquitai was deeply moved when he saw his Xuanjia army disperse Qishua's army. The Xuanjia army only has more than 1,000 people, but with the same number, it can defeat the Qishua army. However, the number of Qishua's army was greater than that of Xuanjia's army. Li Shimin personally led about 100 cavalry, and he was trapped in the Mongolian army 3 times and retreated unscathed. The cavalry following Li Shimin were extremely brave, and their force was comparable to that of thousands or 10,000 households of the Mongolian army. One person killed dozens of people. 100 cavalry attack can kill thousands of people, overwhelm a team of 10,000 people, and easily break through the formation and return.
It is said that they are Li Shimin's 100 knights. 100 knights were selected from the Xuanjia army. Their grade may have reached the 10th level.
Mingguan participated in the
Battle of Umqi City
in the First National War, and saw Li Shimin's personal guard Baiqi. The Xuanjia army is already a 9th level unit. So if the advanced unit of the Xuanjia army is not a 10th level unit, Mingguan may not be able to believe it. Hundreds of cavalry charge into the battle, which is equivalent to 100 platinum level and diamond level generals joining forces to attack, as well as the bonus of the chief general Li Shimin.
Take a short rest and continue the battle.
Waquitai and Tulei became angry. They represented their father Genghis Khan and fought against Tian Khan Li Shimin. Both the Golden family and the Tang dynasty army were powerful, and now they met their opponents. On the other side, the army commanded by Chu Tian and Catherine stormed the city trapped by the English Lord Charles. The war on this side did not show a trend of equal strength. The English Lord Charlie was completely suppressed by Chu Tian and Catherine, and relied on the solid city to resist. England under Charles's rule was not an empire on which the sun never set. It was also land rather than sea.
The only way to kill the siege troops was with the help of the Black Prince's English longbow corps. Chu Tian and Yekaterina recruited more than 200,000 low-level troops. With the human sea tactics, the city that Charlie held on to was crumbling. When the cannon fodder attacked the city, Hongyi artillery was set up under the city and used solid bullets to bombard the city wall in an attempt to open a gap. Charles could rule England and Scotland, and he also had some courage, risking being shot, to come to the city walls to fight alongside Edward, the Black Prince. Edward the Black Prince is a rare bow and arrow general, similar to generals such as Liang Hongyu and Li Ling in the Eastern Han Dynasty. He is famous for defeating the French Legion during the 100 Years' War. With the Black Prince's bonus, the armor-piercing damage and range of the English longbows have been improved. If the low-level troops of the Han army are shot, they will basically be killed instantly. The corpses of soldiers who died in the battle were piled up below the city. While Chu Tian watched the battle, he remained indifferent. In order to achieve the goal, some price must be paid. It is not an empty saying that one general's success will lead to tens of thousands of dead soldiers. There were as many as 1 million soldiers who died fighting for Chu Tian. Chu Tian's military exploits were on the rise, and he tried his best to capture the English cities before Alexander and Caesar arrived. The city occupied by the English lords was similar to a medieval castle. The castle walls were majestic but lacked thickness. They were bombarded by red barbarian cannons and had spider web-like cracks. The Han army and the Tsarist Russian army attacked the city for 3 consecutive days. Chu Tian estimated that at least 30,000 to 40,000 English soldiers died while defending the city. According to this speed, Chu Tian believed that he could win this city if Chu Tian was given another 2 or 3 days.
My lord, Alexander's light cavalry is approaching quickly. They are less than 120 miles away from us. They will arrive in a surprise attack within a day. Alexander deserves to be one of the great emperors.
Chu Tian had always regarded Alexander as a player lord. But in fact, Alexander himself was a legendary king and one of the most famous emperors in Europe. Alexander learned from Caesar that the city that Oda Nobunaga was guarding fell because of the late arrival of the Roman legions, and then inferred Chu Tian's siege ability. If Charles of England and Nobunaga Oda had similar troops, then Charles of England would not have lasted less than 10 days. Therefore, Alexander believed that the best strategy was to lead the light cavalry to attack Chu Tian, forcing Chu Tian to relieve the siege. And then the infantry and archers of the Western Continent Kingdom army arrived from behind, and then fought Chu Tian decisively. Alexander's strategy had an insight into Chu Tian's reality, and was more accurate than the previous judgments of Constantine and Caesar. Alexander led the light cavalry from the Hungarian Empire's homeland, and the most elite cavalry companions from the Kingdom of Macedonia to attack. Constantine learned of Alexander's judgment and understood it, so he asked the Roman legion to stay behind and led the Hospitallers, Carthaginian light cavalry, and Eastern light cavalry to march straight in. Caesar led the Roman cavalry among the Roman legions to advance rapidly. Oda Nobunaga's Japanese army mainly sent red cavalry to contain Chu Tian. The cavalry of these lords was not enough to defeat Chu Tian's army. But the purpose of the light cavalry is not to defeat the enemy, but to contain and pull it. Alexander's strategy made Chu Tian's situation even more dangerous. Once, it was restrained by the cavalry troops of Alexander and other legions, and the main forces of Alexander and Caesar's legions arrived from behind. Chu Tian's retreat became a luxury. All lords are not mediocre. They guess the opponent's actions and then take advantage of them.
Alexander has 200,000 troops. Caesar and Constantine have 300,000. And Oda Nobunaga has 50,000. The total number may be 550,000. And the proportion of low-level troops is even lower.
Chu Tian speculated on the strength of the opponent's troops, and in a head-on decisive battle, the probability of his own failure was very high. In order to severely inflict heavy losses on England's Charlie, Chu Tian lost 50,000 of his lower-level troops, leaving 350,000 of his total troops. But Chu Tian still had one last resort. To the south of Charles's territory in England, there was still a legendary king from the east who still existed.
Try to introduce Alexander and the others to the territory of that legendary king, so that they can see the terror of the Eastern King.
Chapter 930 Battle of the Seven Armies.
Capture Chu Zimu alive.
The light cavalry of Alexander and other Western lords finally caught up with the army of the great devil Chu Tian in the south of Charles's territory in England. This big devil, who often provoked the Western lords, became the shadow of many Western lords. Even Queen Isabella was threatened many times. Alexander led his companion cavalry to fight with Catherine's Cossack cavalry, and defeated Catherine's Cossack cavalry. One-eyed Antigonus held a spear in his hand, and killed the Cossack leader Yermak in the battle, and nailed him to the ground. Catherine gathered the remaining Cossack cavalry and took command personally, remaining indifferent. The dead in this national war can still be resurrected. So the parties are fighting more recklessly than before. And it can even be said to be desperate. It doesn't matter even if the Lord is killed. A black Eastern cavalry tried to attack Chu Tian's army from the flank, but was discovered by Schwerengue, and the two cavalry fought. Alexander also seemed to have recruited generals from other civilizations during the National War, and the number of cavalry was far larger than in the Third National War. Bleda, the surviving royal family of the Hungarian Empire, led the Hunnic cavalry and fought alongside Alexander. Chu Tian once defeated Bleda in the Eastern European plains and plundered a large amount of wealth from the Hunnic Empire. This time Bleda followed Alexander and fought against Chu Tian again. He suddenly gained courage. If Bleda was alone, she would have a psychological shadow on Chu Tian and would not dare to fight Chu Tian. However, following Alexander gave Bleda the confidence to fight Chu Tian again, thinking that she was okay again. The king's close friend Hephaestion walked almost side by side with Alexander. He had already seen the Han army and the Russian army stretching for hundreds of miles. A lord asked the king to join forces with others to deal with it, and there was no one else but Chu Zimu. Alexander snapped his fingers, and a Polish civilized general appeared next to Alexander. This was the general Alexander obtained from the carving up of the Hungarian Empire. Attila plundered many generals from the western continent, but in the end, most of these generals returned to the hands of the Western lords. Your Polish hussars, defeat the enemy, as you command, King. The Polish general led a group of Polish hussars to attack the cavalry of the Tsarist Russian Empire head-on. The super long lance appears and dominates the battlefield. Catherine also had a Polish hussars under her command. The military generals of the Kingdom of Poland were divided up by various surrounding civilizations. The Polish hussars generals owned by Macedonia and Tsarist Russia fought each other. The two almost identical cavalrymen stabbed each other with extra-long lances. The cavalry owned by Catherine's General Bathory was at a disadvantage when fighting the opponent's Polish hussars. Stand in camp and form an array. When Catherine, Schwerengue and others were restraining Alexander and Caesar, Chu Tian had to form a formation because Alexander's cavalry was already very close to Chu Tian's main force. If the light cavalry is defeated, Chu Tian's main force will not have time to form a formation, and may be attacked by the cavalry of Alexander and others, and be scattered to pieces. Chu Tian looked around, and he was already very sure that he had entered the king's territory. Chu Tian admitted that he was taking risks because he was not sure whether the king of the East would send troops to participate in the war. He only relied on his previous experience and his intuition from many battles to judge the legendary king's actions. The nearby city is stationed with the legions of a legendary Eastern king. Originally, Chu Tian planned to defeat this king and obtain the general recruitment order from him. However, when the 5 major lords' coalition forces arrived, Chu Tian had to change his strategy. Among the 5 major lords, Charles of England and Oda Nobunaga of Japan have been severely damaged by Chu Tian. Chu Tian's biggest enemies are still Alexander of Macedonia and the 2 emperors of the Roman Empire. The main force of the Han army relied on mountains and rivers to ensure sufficient water sources, which he commanded all the infantry, dug trenches, and fortified layers of defenses. According to Chu Tian's idea, as long as he persists until the legendary king sends out troops, then maybe time will turn, and he can take advantage of the chaos to launch a massive counterattack. The premise is that the Han army can hold on until the legendary king sends troops. Even if my judgment is wrong, I will kill their legions as much as possible and gain more military exploits. Yekaterina, Schwerengue, and other cavalry generals led the light cavalry to join Chu Tian. Alexander also has the Polish hussars and the Hunnic guards of Breda, coupled with the Spartan warriors and the royal cavalry. This time it is considered a desperate situation. Ekaterina dismounted and wiped the blood-stained sword with a handkerchief. Although Yekaterina was hunted by Timur and Tuul lay before. This time Yekaterina felt a little relieved when she stayed with Chu Tian. Every civilization has some foundation. Chu Tian deployed 350,000 troops, most of which were low-level troops. However, with the blessing of the commander-in-chief Wu Qi, if he wanted to annihilate the 350,000 troops head-on, it would depend on whether Alexander, Caesar, and Constantine had such a big appetite. The Han army was finally restrained by us, and they had nowhere to escape. Alexander led about 70,000 cavalry in pursuit, and successfully delayed Chution. The place where the Han army chose to defend was a valley with almost nowhere to escape. The Macedonian army behind Alexander also arrived one after another. To be precise, Alexander arrived with 240,000 troops, including a large number of low-level troops. The Macedonian army was powerful, and together with the Roman army, the Japanese army, and the English army, they blocked the Han army in the valley. For the Roman army, Caesar sent 170,000 troops and Constantine sent 220,000 troops. A total of 390,000. Oda Nobunaga only had 50,000 troops left. And after Charlie of England was beaten violently by Chution, he had 60,000 troops left. The 5 major lords came from 4 civilizations, with a total army of 740,000, which was much more than Chution estimated, because Alexander also recruited a large number of low-level troops as auxiliary troops. The Han army and the Tsarist Russian army relied on the terrain in the north of the mountain, while the Macedonian army, the Roman army, the Japanese army, and the English army entered the valley. The 7 armies faced each other, and their combined strength reached an astonishing 1.09 million, and many of them were elites from 6 civilizations.
Damn it! Take away my reward and severely damage my legion. This time you will be unable to fly.
Charlie of England was beaten violently, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he finally intercepted Chution. According to Charlie's estimation, there is no possibility that the coalition of Western lords will fail no matter what. The Western lords' coalition forces were twice as powerful as Chution in terms of generals and troops. Charlie already knew that Alexander the Great's ability had reached its peak and was not inferior to which he brought by Chution. The coalition forces of the Western lords are under the command of Ryun, as well as Oda Nobunaga from the east.
Alexander, Seleucus, Antigonus, and Ptolemy of Macedonia, Leonidas and Mediata of Greece, Bleda of the Hunnic Empire, Scipio the Major, Marius, and Phadion of Rome, Spartacus. The Big Three, the father of Hannibal, the Knights Hospitaller, Edward the Black Prince of England, William the Conqueror. How many people did Chuzimu offend?
As a player, Takeda Tadayoshi is familiar with the Western Lords Alliance. In addition to these Western generals, Japan also has Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Yasuji Kenshin and others. The Tokugawa shogunate ruled Japan's tens of millions of people for hundreds of years in history. And the old turtle Tokugawa Ieyasu also had some tricks. It's just that Tokugawa Ieyasu is now younger than Chution, Alexander, and Oda Nobunaga. Tokugawa Ieyasu looked at the big shots gathered around him. His victory rules were the same as Sima Yi's. As long as the big shots could survive to death, he, Tokugawa Ieyasu, would have a chance to become the overlord. Alexander, Caesar, Constantine and others met to discuss how to attack the Han army on the opposite side. The Han army formation on the opposite side is like an iron hedgehog. If you want to completely annihilate the Han army, you will have to pay the price of at least 300,000 troops. Or even more.
The troops on the battlefield cannot be taken away. It is already the 5th month. There is no need to cherish your wings and just attack with all your strength. Chuzimu must be defeated in this battle.
Alexander became the commander-in-chief of the coalition and arranged the troops. He has always regarded Chution as his most powerful opponent. Behind Alexander, King Leonidas of Sparta said in a dull voice,
"Please fight."
Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Charlie and others all looked at the Spartan king who was as strong as a dragon. In Lords, there are also a group of fierce generals in the west. King Leonidas of the Spartan civilization, which is famous for its proficiency in warfare, is the best among the Western generals. Leonidas may not be good at commanding an army of 100,000 people, but his bonus to the Spartan warriors is even higher than Alexander's bonus to the Spartan warriors. Moreover, Leonidas has the military power to look down on the coalition forces. Tokugawa Ieyasu believed that even Honda Tadakatsu might not be Leonidas' opponent.
It is said that Spartans receive military training from an early age. The weak will be abandoned at birth. Everyone is a high-level soldier.
Tadayoshi Takeda is no stranger to the Spartans. The Spartans can be called a fighting nation in the classical era. Unlike everyone's impression of the glorious Athenian civilization defeating the barbaric Spartans, historically, the Peloponnesian League established by Sparta defeated the Delian League formed by Athens. It was not until Sparta declined due to internal factors, such as the gap between rich and poor, and encountered the rise of Alexander that Sparta fell. No one among the Western lords present doubted the Spartans' prowess. The Spartans are also the only civilization in Lords, where all young men and women are high-level soldiers. There is no need to change professions. The Spartan warriors themselves are high-level soldiers. The current city-state of Sparta was conquered by Alexander, and Leonidas became one of Alexander's kings. Alexander glanced at Leonidas with his peripheral vision. He had no doubt about Leonidas' bravery, because Leonidas was one of the most powerful people in the western continent. Paladin Roland, King Leonidas of Sparta, and the legendary Roman gladiator Spartacus, who were present, possessed powerful weapons. Alexander said calmly,
"There is no need for the Spartans to go into battle yet. Use low-level troops first to consume their military power."
Chapter 931 The Only Chance.
Kill!
Schwaragui waved Fong Tian's painted halberd with both hands and rode into the enemy's formation. Behind Schwaragui, 7,000 white-robed troops galloped on horseback, hunting in white robes. Although Qinqingji failed to arrive, his white-robed army was borrowed by Chu Tian and temporarily handed over to Commander Schwaragui. In front of Schwaragui and the white-robed army, there is an endless Western army, with a total number of 700,000. The battlefield of millions of people is extremely vast, covering the entire valley with darkness. Arrow rain covered the sky, and soldiers filled the mountains and plains. However, this not only made Schwaragui fearless, but also aroused Schwaragui's bloody nature. Schwaragui and 7,000 white-robed troops marched straight into the enemy's formation and defeated the Huns' light cavalry. The brother of Attila, the Whip of God, Bleda from the Huns tribe took charge of Attila's Shanyu guards and led 50,000 Huns light cavalry to fight Schwaragui, but was unable to resist Schwaragui's advance. Schwaragui was killing all sides. The Huns' cavalry were stabbed by Schwaragui's Fong Tian Huaji, and they were often killed instantly with one move. A dense rain of arrows came, and dozens of white-robed soldiers were hit by several arrows and shot dead by the Hun civilized Shanyu guards. Fong Tian's painted halberd danced wildly in Schwaragui's hand, knocking away the arrows aimed at him.
"This is the elite cavalry of the Huns."
Schwaragui could clearly feel that the mounted shooting power of the Shanyu guards was much greater than that of the low-level Hunnic light cavalry. There is a huge difference between high-level arms and low-level arms. The Shanyu guards, which Bleda inherited from King Attila of the Huns, are the highest-ranking arm of the Hun civilization, and their cavalry and shooting capabilities also pose a threat to powerful generals. Schwaragui reined in the reins of his horse, changed direction, and led the white-robed army to kill the Hun Shanyu guards, hoping to severely damage this cavalry.
Isn't he afraid of death?
Bleda had always had a psychological shadow against the Chutian forces. When he saw a fierce general of the Han army bravely defeating the three armies and galloping among 50,000 Hunnic cavalry, he was immediately frightened and completely forgot about the Hunnic Shanyu guard beside him, and not inferior to the white-robe army. Boom! A Han army grain cart was blown away, rolled several times in the air, and then crashed heavily, crushing more than a dozen low-level soldiers who had no time to escape. King Leonidas of Sparta showed amazing force and destroyed the enemy with force. Array! This barbaric way of breaking the formation was also done by Chutian's guard Dian Wei. Leonidas is as rough as Dian Wei. The low-ranking pikemen of the Han army formed a pike phalanx to attack Leonidas. Leonidas held up his shield and short spear and collided head-on with the phalanx of 300 Spartans. The phalanx of spears that was originally attacking seemed to have been hit by a truck. The spears were broken and they were retreating. Leonidas stabbed him with a spear in the Han army. The low-level infantryman who was hit seemed to have been hit by a boulder. His thin light armor was easily pierced, and his body was stunned. The Spartans faced low-level infantry and crushed them directly. In the rear, there were low-level infantry composed of Spartan slaves helots. Tens of thousands of helot soldiers participated in the battle. They followed the gap opened by Leonidas and broke through the car formation. Thousands of Jianyan crossbowmen behind the chariot formation concentrated their crossbow arrows and fired at the gaps exposed by the chariot formation. Thousands of Hilo soldiers fell to the ground, and the surrounding Han troops counterattacked, trying to block the gap in the car formation again. However, the low-level Han soldiers could not resist Leonidas' Spartan warriors. The Spartan warriors who entered a state of war were extremely powerful and attacked fiercely all the way, while the Han army retreated again and again.
"Yang Dian, you lead the cavalry army and drive out the Spartans."
Chu Tian watched the battlefield from a high place. The bravery of the Spartan warriors gave Chu Tian a headache. They were born war machines, warriors born from a Spartan education. The only way to punish the Spartans is to use sheer force to kill them.
or to crush them with a cavalry army formed from high-level heavy cavalry. Yang Dian was ordered to lead the cavalry to support the exposed gap in the Han army's chariot formation. Boom! Another grain cart was blown away, and the gladiators in the Roman legion, under the command of Spartacus, broke through the cart formation from another direction. Roman gladiators were like wild beasts, fearless of life and death. Spartacus killed hundreds of Han troops by himself. His eyes were empty, and he could only keep fighting. His performance is not inferior to Leonidas. The Roman commanders Scipio the Great and Scipio the Younger joined forces to command 10 Roman legions. Julius Caesar joined forces with Octavian to command 10 more Roman legions. 20 Roman legions attacked Wuqi's Wei soldiers and Silver Spear troops head-on. These 4 people are all legends in Rome. Wuqi was able to carry 20 Roman legions by himself and felt unprecedented pressure. Perhaps it was a bit beyond Wuqi's tolerance. However, Wuqi still relied on his chariot formation to block the advance of the Roman legion. The Roman legion, Wei Wuzu, and Incheon Sijia army used the chariot formation as the front to see and fight back and forth. In addition to high-level units, a large number of low-level light infantry also participated in this battle, and a large number of soldiers died with every breath. Edward, provide support to the Roman legions. Only with the help of the Romans can we avenge our shame. Charles of England found that 20 Roman legions could challenge Wuqi's Wei soldiers head-on. So he pressed on the English longbowmen led by the Black Prince Edward, and used English longbows to suppress the Wei soldiers and put pressure on Wuqi. The knights led by William the Conqueror repeatedly attacked the Han army's vehicle formation from the flanks, putting Wuqi under greater pressure. This time Chu Zimu is doomed. Iron Artillery Team, suppressed the Shinji battalion opposite. After Shimazu Yahisa was killed in battle, Oda Nobunaga temporarily merged the Iron Artillery brigades of the Oda family and the Shimazu family to provide firearm support to the Western lords. He and the Shinji battalion fired at each other across the chariots, and the smoke filled the air. Oda Nobunaga knew that there was not much chance of getting on the list this time. His only goal was to defeat Chu Tian and gain as much military exploits as possible. Silver Shields, support Leonidas. Alexander sent Eumenes, the secretary, and the Silver Shields. Countless high-level troops are fighting fiercely in the valley. The Hospitallers participate in the battle while treating the injured high-level troops. They have healing skills that can quickly return the injured high-level troops to the battlefield. As for the low-level cannon fodder units, the Hospitallers believe there is no need to waste limited healing skills on them. The ability of the Knights Hospitaller made Alexander jealous. The Knights Hospitallers have high defense and healing capabilities, making them highly survivable on the battlefield and can also serve as auxiliaries. The 3 major knight orders in Europe all have their own special abilities more or less. The 3 major knights were controlled by the great lords of Germany, France, and Rome respectively. This made Alexander feel regretful that he did not control any of the knights. But that's all. In addition to the companion cavalry, Alexander also has a new shock cavalry, the ironclad paladin cavalry of the Byzantine Empire, led by Belisarius, the king of bad soldiers. The so-called king of bad soldiers. Even the weakest soldiers can still exert certain combat power in his hands. Chu Zimu's cavalry army has been dispatched. Belisarius, your cavalry, keep an eye on them. Alexander witnessed Leonidas breaking through the Han army's vehicle formation, and the Han army used the cavalry army with the most powerful assault capabilities. So they pressed the Byzantine Empire's super heavy cavalry. Belisarius, the first Byzantine general, appeared for the first time before the Eastern lords. As for the Byzantine armored holy cavalry, Chu Tian had already seen it in the battle with Basil II. But the armored paladin was even more terrifying in the hands of Belisarius. Countless high-level troops are thrown into the battlefield, because the lords are not worried about the loss of troops. They devote all their troops to the decisive battle. The military exploits of these lords are also rising rapidly. Yang Dian's war horse galloped towards him and stabbed King Leonidas of Sparta, but was blocked by Leonidas' round shield. The material of this round shield is extraordinary. Yang Dian's horse blade rubbed against the round shield, leaving only a white mark. Leonidas' short spear pierced the belly of Yang Dian's horse and tore it apart. Yang Dian was thrown off his horse and had to abandon his too long horse, and drew his sword to fight Leonidas. So far, I, King Leonidas of Sparta, have never faced a decent opponent. Leonidas attacked Yang Dian fiercely, his strong muscles trembling, and the sound of breaking the air broke out when the short spear was thrust out, forcing Yang Dian to retreat step by step. The cavalry army came, and the black armor army trampled the Spartan warriors with their iron hoofs. A Spartan warrior was trampled into a pulp by the cavalry. After all, Spartan warriors are made of flesh and blood, and they will still be trampled when attacked by high-level heavy cavalry. As soon as the cavalry army moved, Belisarius's armored holy cavalry rushed in from the breakthrough of the Han army's chariot formation and competed with the cavalry army. The two steel torrents collided, and the armor made a harsh sound. "Hongi cannon is ready!" Chu Tian's expression never relaxed. The situation was too unfavorable for the Han army and the Tsarist Russian army. Without external force, their own army would be annihilated sooner or later this time. The generals and troops on the opposite side were about twice as many as him. It was not easy to defeat the many with less under the joint siege of Alexander, Caesar, Constantine, Oda Nobunaga, and Charles. Although Constantine and Charles are players, like Chu Tian, they have the characteristics of the legendary kings of their respective civilizations. Constantine inherited traits from Roman emperors such as Trajan, Nero, and Hadrian, while Charles inherited traits from several English kings and even Queen Elizabeth. Alexander and Caesar's own characteristics are already very powerful. Oda Nobunaga mastered some of the characteristics of firearms. The Carthaginian war elephant legions controlled by the Romans are about to enter the battlefield. Therefore, this was one of the few battles that Chu Tian thought he could not win with his own strength. However, Chu Tian was still waiting for a chance. "If you persist for a day or two, maybe things will turn around." Chu Tian had faith in the legendary king of his civilization. Although the legendary king on the battlefield of the national war regarded everyone as his enemy, Alexander and the others who were besieging Chu Tian were on the periphery, and would definitely be the first to be attacked by the legendary king. On the outskirts of the tragic battlefield, a legion was approaching the battlefield. The legion was led by a legendary king from the east. Chapter 932 Battle with Alexander. The Chixiao sword in Chu Tian's hand killed a fellow Macedonian cavalryman. But it was a bit difficult. Chu Tian had to go into battle personally, and led the cavalry army to join the tragic battlefield. The decisive battle between the two sides has become fierce, and Chu Tian will devote all his troops to the decisive battle, because he could be resurrected. Chu Tian dared to fight in person. Only by going to the battlefield in person, Chu Tian discovered that the force of the high-level troops was not low. He wanted to kill Alexander's cavalry companions with more than 80 force. But it took a few moves. High-level heavy cavalry such as the Tiger Guards, Knights of the Round Table, and Chixiao army followed Chu Tian, trying their best to protect Chu Tian and prevent Chu Tian from being killed by the Macedonians in the melee. "Chu Zimu!" Alexander held a spear in his hand, and he saw his lifelong enemy Chu Zimu from the east among the rebels. The companion cavalry was Alexander's imperial guard, while the cavalry was Chu Tian's imperial guard. The fact that the two kings' guards were in close combat was enough to illustrate the brutality of the battle. "Alexander!" Chu Tian also saw this king of the west. Although Chu Tian and Alexander did not have a mortal enemy, both of them regarded each other as their formidable enemy. If there is a chance, they will not let each other go. This time, Alexander found his chance. Chu Tian also hated Alexander. The king of the west was undoubtedly a powerful enemy. Chu Tian estimated that his strength might not be as good as Alexander's, because Alexander could kill ferocious beasts with his own strength, while Chu Tian's strength was estimated to be above 90 to be able to fight Alexander alone. However, Chu Tian did not need to fight Alexander alone. He had an elite cavalry army in his hands. The cavalry army can be divided into several troops during the battle. Chu Tian left the Tiger Guards, Knights of the Round Table, and Shue troops beside him, and launched an attack on Alexander. If he wants to annihilate Chu Tian's army, Alexander will have to pay a high price. Chu Tian fell into madness, and Alexander was also a crazy conqueror. The cavalry army fought with Wang Hua's army, and two sharp-edged cavalry fought in a melee. The Knights of the Round Table thrust forward with their lances, using the impact of their horses to serve as the vanguard to open the way and pierce the armor of their fellow cavalrymen. The Shue army raised their spears and launched an attack behind the Knights of the Round Table, scattering the companion cavalry. Alexander's spear provoked a cowardly Shue army, which had no resistance. Chu Tian followed the cavalry army to advance and avoided fighting alone with Alexander. On the battlefield, the Hongi cannons roared, and countless crossbows and individual crossbows fired arrows. The English longbowmen fought for 6 consecutive days. Even the strings of the English longbows broke and had to be replaced with new ones. Cries of killing echoed in the battlefield. Tens of thousands of soldiers were killed, and the valley was full of broken battle flags and scarred shields.
After one charge, the cavalry and their fellow cavalry turned their horses around and started the second round of fighting on the huge battlefield. Chu Tian wiped the blood from his face with his arm. Alexander's partner cavalry was considered the most powerful cavalry in the Macedonian civilization, and one of the few cavalry qualified to confront Chu Tian head-on. Chu Tian is now crazy and just wants to take Alexander away before the army is destroyed. As long as Alexander is taken away, Chu Tian feels that he is not at a loss. Alexander was also hysterical. This was one of the few opportunities he had to kill Chu Tian. Back in the main world, with Chu Tian's army of 2 million men, Macedonia and Rome together may not be enough to fight. Only in the national war could Alexander have such an opportunity. Die! King Leonidas of Sparta killed a black armored soldier with a spear from the front, and the spear penetrated directly through the head of the war horse. Leonidas raised his round shield and struck it. The way soldier who was hit by him flew backwards several meters, knocked down his companion, and broke his ribs. 300 Spartans fought until the third day, with less than 80 remaining, and almost all of them were injured. Leonidas left a sword mark on his bronze-like chest, which was injured by Yang Dian, and Yang Dian was seriously injured by Leonidas. Hundreds of arrows were shot at Leonidas, but Leonidas blocked them with his buckler, moving very fast and airtight. The black armor army attacked again and fought with the last Spartan warriors. The number of Xuanjia army was also reduced to less than 100 riders. Belisarius's Byzantine armored holy cavalry attacked the Zhongxiu army, Heloti army, and Huban army among the cavalry army. Behind Belisarius, there was a group of low-level cavalry to cover them. In order to destroy the cavalry, Belisarius's cavalry was almost exhausted. The armies are fighting more and more fiercely. Whoever withdraws from the battle will lose everything. Belisarius, the #1 leader in the Byzantine Empire, wiped the blood off his face, and the Eastern cavalry showed their terrifying side. Chu Tian's cavalry bonus, coupled with official positions and military books, is not inferior to Belisarius. The cavalry army applies Chu Tian's cavalry bonus, so in order to consume part of the cavalry army, Belisarius uses iron armor. The paladins and the cavalry exchanged casualties. Belisarius believed that exchanging casualties with the Han cavalry was completely within the acceptable range, as long as the elite legions of the Han army are annihilated. The remaining low-level units will be unable to withstand the coalition of Western lords. At this time, another Byzantine cavalry attacked Belisarius, who was also a general of the Byzantine Empire. 2 Byzantine cavalry were obtained by 2 lords of different civilizations. The heavy cavalry of the Byzantine Western Teaching Corps of Cepheus attacked Belisarius' remaining troops, hoping to push Belisarius to a desperate situation. Although Belisarius' command value was much higher than that of Cepheus, Belisarius' cavalry was suddenly attacked by the relatively complete Western Teaching Regiment. Hundreds of cavalry in front were killed, and Belisarius had to retreat. Gather more troops. Alexander's general Seleucus led the horse archers to join Belisarius and fight against Cepheus. Cepheus held the long sword. Not long after he served Chu Tian, he fell into an unprecedented desperate battle, with Macedonian cavalry everywhere. The defense line which he devoted all his strength to defend it consisted of Caesar's 20 Roman legions, Miltiades' 30,000 ancient Greek heavy infantry, Macedonian Eumenes' 10,000 silver shields, William the Conqueror's 5,000 English knights, and the Black Knights. Under the fierce attack of Prince Edward's 20,000 English longbowmen, the army lost its strength and was already on the verge of collapse. Wu Qi could cooperate with Liang Hongyu under the attack of this group of people and defend for 6 days, which was already quite strenuous. The Roman legions were not only Caesar the Great, but also famous Roman generals such as Scipio the Great and Little, Marius the Reformer, and Fabian the Procrastinator. Caesar sent Lepidus and Antony out to command the Roman cavalry against the Han cavalry. Leonidas and Spartacus used force to break through the Han army's chariot formation. In 6 days, 200,000 soldiers were killed. Only 150,000 Han and Tsarist Russian troops remained, and the defense line had been severely reduced. After all, it was difficult for Wu Qi to take care of the dozens of miles of battlefield alone, because the Han army's defense line was already tending to be divided. The end of a legion after being divided is often not good, and the whole army will be annihilated if not careful. Catherine was attacked by Constantine's Hospitallers, Carthaginian light cavalry, and Eastern cavalry. Catherine overwhelmed the opponent's cavalry, but her own losses were extremely heavy. Constantine mobilized Genoese crossbowmen to cooperate with the cavalry to shoot Catherine's cavalry, and Catherine had to use the Tsarist guards. Both sides fought to the end, and even threw in the war elephant army. After Chu Tian defeated King Yuehu, He obtained a group of war elephants, and Constantine had a group of Carthage's North African war elephants. In the melee of countless people, neither side had time to prepare supplies to deal with the war elephants. So the war elephant army slaughtered all sides in the opponent's military formation. Thousands of soldiers were trampled or injured by war elephants. After Chu Tian entered the war, Xiao Liang, Xiao Chua, Bei Mihu and others also led the cavalry or Shinji battalion to fight against the coalition forces of the Western lords. Xiao Liang's face turned pale. The black powder of the Shinji battalion was exhausted in the fierce battle, and a group of musketeers had to draw their swords and fight in close combat with the Japanese warriors. The brutal battle continued, and the number of soldiers killed in the Chu Tian camp increased from 200,000 to 210,000, 220,000, and 230,000. At this time, hundreds of thousands of troops are just numbers, and the generals on both sides have even become numb. They only care about destroying the other side at all costs in order to recover their losses.
Chu Zimu, you will definitely die by my hands today.
Alexander and Chu Tian, the leaders of the two camps, continued to consume each other's troops. The guards from both sides fought until the end, with only 1,000 riders left. Alexander had never experienced such a brutal battle. His fellow cavalrymen have only been around 1,000 or so since the battle. Alexander was injured in the battle. Although his force was reduced, he still desperately attacked Chu Tian, hoping to eliminate Chu Tian and return to the main world. Chu Tian's vision has been obscured by blood, and the current situation is already a fight to the death. The cavalry army and Wang Hua army charged towards each other again. This time Alexander kept a close eye on Chu Tian, rode his horse towards Chu Tian, and stabbed Chu Tian with his spear. Chu Tian realized that the danger was coming and raised his sword to block it. Chu Tian's wrist shook, and the red sky sword almost came off. His force is not as good as Alexander's, but Alexander is injured, and the Qishao sword has a blocking bonus, so it can stop Alexander's spear. The two sides fought wildly, charging back and forth 7 times, with only a few hundred cavalry around them. In the end, Alexander knocked away the Qishao sword in Chu Tian's hand, and Chu Tian punched Alexander in the face, making Alexander dizzy. Alexander subconsciously stabbed Chu Tian with a spear. Chu Tian held the spear and wanted to grab the blade with his bare hands. The two lords pulled, rolled off their horses, and tussled together, turning from fighting on the battlefield into a gangster fight, rolling on the battlefield and smashing each other's fists into each other. Alexander fought back, hitting Chu Tian in the head with his fist. Chu Tian endured the pain and punched Alexander hard. While Alexander is injured, Chu Tian can also fight with him hand to hand.
Damn it! I asked you to come and beat me! And I asked you to steal Attila's saint-level recruitment order.
Chu Tian beat Alexander hard and violently at the same time. Chapter 933 Meet Emperor Guangwu again.
King!
Alexander's close friend Hephaestion saw his king fighting with Chu Zimu, the great lord of the east, and the injured Alexander was pushed to the ground and beaten wildly by Chu Tian. So he stabbed Chu Tian with a spear. A long sword blocked Hephaestion's spear, and Himihu came to the rescue on Xiao Liang's orders. As a hidden military commander, her strength was not low, and she blocked Hephaestion's thrust. However, due to the impact of Hephaestion's horse, she had to take a few steps back to relieve her strength. The Macedonian cavalry had discovered that their king Alexander was in trouble, and came in droves. Chu Tian had to separate from Alexander and retreat under the protection of Himihu. Alexander's original strength was not low. Even if he was injured, Chu Tian would not be able to kill him with his bare hands before he could pull out his spare weapon. The two men met their opponents in chess and fought hand to hand. Almost all of them had bruises on their noses and faces. Alexander the Great of the West stood up with the help of Hephaestion and vomited a mouthful of blood. In the hand-to-hand fight just now, because Alexander was injured, Chu Tian actually had a slight upper hand. He punched Alexander more than 30 times in total, and Alexander punched Chu Tian 20 times.
As expected of a lifelong enemy, I have rarely felt such intense pain.
Alexander wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling pain all over his body. If Hephaestion hadn't come to save him, he might have been killed by Chu Tian with his fists.
Antigonus, Chu Zimu injured the king. Kill him for me!
Hephaestion instructed the Macedonian general, the one-eyed Antigonus, to attack Chu Tian. He was a close friend of Alexander and had an extremely close relationship. When he saw that Alexander was seriously injured, he was very angry. Chu Tian's side was not much better. Baimahu supported Chu Tian and fought and retreated. The number of Han troops around was getting smaller and smaller. The one-eyed Antigonus led a Macedonian cavalry to attack, like cutting through thorns and thorns, approaching Chutian and Bimahu. The cavalry around Chutian also tried to turn the tide. Antigonus thought this was an opportunity to make a contribution. So he attacked desperately, mobilized more troops, and even went into battle himself. The long sword in Himahu's hand was like a stream of light, killing dozens of cavalry. However, Himachus was still besieged by more and more Macedonian cavalry, and could not escape.
First Lord of the East. Remember, the one who takes your head today is Antigonus of Macedonia.
Antigonus caught up with Chutian in order to fight Alexander. Chutian exhausted all his energy. In front of Antigonus, Chutian had no power to resist. A figure stood in front of Chutian. Xiao Liang held Moc's sword and tried to block Antico's blow.
No!
Chutian knew that Xiao Liang's body was weak, and he followed the civil service route. His strength was barely in double digits, and he could not withstand Antigonus's blow. Xiao Liang may also know this, but still has no hesitation. However, something unexpected happened. Xiao Liang actually swung away Antigonus's spear with the sword, grabbed the spear with one hand, pulled Antigonus off his horse, and then killed Antigonus with a sword.
How can it be?
Xiao Liang was also startled by his sudden burst of power. Seeing that their general was killed, the Macedonian cavalry retreated. Chutian escaped with his life. Compared with the retreat of the Macedonian cavalry, Chutian was even more shocked that Xiao Liang, who had always been weak, actually killed a Macedonian general on his own. Even with Chutian's 80% strength, Chutian didn't think he could kill the one-eyed Antigonus. Antigonus was one of Alexander's generals.
It seems to be its effect.
Xiao Liang turned around and took out the jade pendant in his arms. The jade pendant was hot. This is the Yufeng that Chutian spent 100,000 points to exchange for during the Fourth National War. Until now, Chutian didn't know what effect this prop had, so he gave it to Xiao Liang as an amulet. Looking at it now, this prop can temporarily increase the force?
It is indeed a prop worth 100,000 points. It may have more effects, but it cannot be identified.
Chutian probably already knew that this prop might be effective only when he was in danger. Xiao Liang supported Chutian and returned to the rear, despite repelling this Macedonian cavalry. The overall situation of the battle has not been reversed. The number of Han and Tsarist Russian troops killed in battle has reached an astonishing 240,000. The fierce General Yang Dime was killed while leading a cavalry assault and returned to the main world. The Roman General Varus recruited by Chutian was killed by the Roman Legion and was also sent to the main world. The number of casualties in the Chutian camp is still rising. Xuerengui, Liang Hongyu, Joan of Arc and others were all injured.
It is said that Alexander of Macedonia was seriously injured in the battle with Chu Zimu. Chu Zimu was really ferocious. He was able to resist for a long time despite our huge force. And he persisted until the 6th day. But that's all he has.
Caesar and Constantine were surprised by the persistence of the Han army and the Tsarist Russian army. The coalition forces of the Western lords also paid a similar price when they annihilated the Han army and the Tsarist Russian army. They attacked the Chutian camp with at least twice as many generals and twice as many troops, and paid a similar price. In fact, they had already lost, and it would be more normal to pay half the price. Daimyos such as Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Takeda Tadayoshi participated in the war one after another. During the battle, the Japanese daimyo Yasuji Kenshin was killed. This shows that the war situation was tragic and anyone could die in the battle.
Chu Zimu is doomed.
Oda Nobunaga had never experienced such a tragic battle. In other words, there has never been a war of this scale in the 4 Japanese islands. The number of soldiers killed on both sides currently reaches 500,000. Even the lords of the main world. Not many people can bear such a huge loss. Tokugawa Ieyasu squinted his eyes. And now he had a chance to win.
The Han army may only number 100,000. And they can all be annihilated tomorrow.
Hattori Hanzo, who led the IGA ninjas, came to Tokugawa Ieyasu.
There is an army of about 200,000 people approaching the valley here. How could this be?
Tokugawa Ieyasu was shocked when he learned this information. When the two camps merged, a legion of 200,000 people suddenly appeared. It was unclear whether they were enemies or friends.
Tell everyone immediately.
Tokugawa Ieyasu spread the news. And the Macedonian and Roman scout cavalry also learned one after another that there was a legion outside the valley and was besieging them. The current situation is that Chu Tian and Yekaterina are in the innermost position. The Western Lords Alliance is besieging them. The army of the Eastern Legendary King has appeared and has surrounded the Western Lords Alliance and wants to annihilate all the lords.
We have fallen into a trap. Chu Zimu led us here to use the Legendary King's troops to flank us.
Takanaka Hanbei, the Japanese army's military advisor, quickly understood. The armies of the Macedonian, Roman, and English lords also fell into panic. The Legendary King considers all lords enemies, and they bear the brunt of it.
Can the English and Japanese stop each other? If we hold on for a day or two, we can completely annihilate the Han army.
After Alexander was injured, Constantine commanded the Western Allied forces, dispatched the English army and the Japanese army to resist the Legendary King, and stepped up the attack on the Han army. King Charles of England and Shogun Oda Nobunaga of Japan now have a combined force of less than 100,000, and they are attacked by the Legendary King. An emperor led an army of 200,000 to attack the remaining soldiers of the two legions of England and Japan. If Chu Tian met this person at this time, he would definitely recognize that this person was Emperor Guangwu Luxiu, whom Chu Tian had met in the
Battle of Kunyang.
Emperor Guangwu Luxiu led 28 generals from Yutai to march personally. They entered the battlefield in the afternoon and fought until night, defeating the English and Japanese armies.
My lord, War Eagle has discovered an army of 200,000 men. It seems that Luxiu's army has arrived.
Hua Mulan was injured and reported to Chu Tian, who was also injured.
Sure enough, Luxiu will not sit idly by and ignore us. He will definitely attack us.
Chu Tian already knew that the south was Luxiu's territory. Chu Tian was no stranger to Luxiu. Luxiu himself is an excellent commander, and he also has the 28 generals of Yutai under his command. Fighting with Luxiu, who commands the 28 generals of Yutai, is not a good choice. But only with the help of Luxiu's power can it be possible to win in danger.
Luxiu will definitely attack Caesar and the others tomorrow. We will cooperate with Luxiu to attack the Western Coalition forces, and then avoid Luxiu.
Chu Tian was not very willing to fight Luxiu, especially after being severely damaged by the coalition of Western lords. If Chu Tian had the military strength before the war with the Western lords, he might be able to compete with Luxiu. On the seventh day, when the coalition forces of the Western lords besieged the Han army, Emperor Guangwu Luxiu's army attacked the coalition forces of the Western lords from the south, while Chu Tian attacked from the north. This time it was the turn of the Roman and Macedonian generals to engage in a bitter battle. The coalition forces of the Western lords suffered heavy losses, with 120,000 killed in one day.
Failed.
Oda Nobunaga cut off his family flag.
Withdraw troops.
Caesar and Constantine had to give up the opportunity to annihilate Chu Tian and retreat to the north. The military power of Chu Tian, the military power of the Western lords, and the military power of Emperor Guangwu Luxiu were three pillars.
I didn't expect to meet Emperor Guangwu Luxiu again in this way. But this time it's the enemy. Let's withdraw our troops.
Chu Tian's vitality was severely damaged, with only 100,000 people left, and he did not want to fight anymore. After Emperor Guangwu Luxiu intervened in the battlefield, the coalition forces of the Western lords were also severely damaged and were unable to fight anymore. At this time, a huge force came out of the desert. The Umayyads, the lords of the Arab Empire, joined the war.
Chu Zimu and a group of Western lords are both in trouble. Just take care of them all. I will become the #1 in the national war.
The Umayyad Arab Empire's army reached 300,000 and intervened in this melee. In the southern part of the national war battlefield, more and more forces are involved in the melee. When Umayyad arrived, he discovered that there was another Emperor Guangwu Luxiu. The crisis in Chu Tian has not been resolved yet, and the four forces are confronting each other.
The Arabs want to be enemies with Luxiu. I'm afraid they don't know Luxiu's ability. It's better for us to leave here.
Chu Tian had seen the abilities of Emperor Guangwu Luxiu, and he preferred to withdraw his troops temporarily. Chapter 934 Great Magister Luxiu.
There is another legendary king here, and his recruitment order is mine.
The Umayyads, the lords of the Arab Empire, originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that both the Western lords and Chu Tian were harmed, and once again reap the benefits. When he found that Emperor Guangwu Luxiu of the East was nearby, he gave up the idea of attacking the Western lords in Chu Tian, and instead thought of Emperor Guangwu Luxiu. Luxiu had a recruitment order in his hand. Even if the Western lords in Chu Tian are destroyed, Umayya may not be able to reach the first position and defeat Luxiu, but he can get a recruitment order and gain military exploits.
Wait until you defeat this person. Then destroy the Western Lords and Eastern Lords.
In Umayyad's view, these three forces can be defeated one by one. The Arab Empire army confronted Lu Xiujuan, and Chu Tian took this opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, capture a nearby city, and rest. This battle was extremely brutal. When Chu Tian went south, there were 400,000 troops. Now, only 100,000 troops are left. Yang Dian, Valus, and Scythias were killed in battle and returned to the main world. Chu Tian and Alexander were injured at the same time, and Xiao Liang was temporarily responsible for recruiting troops and trying to restore their strength. They no longer worry about the comeback of the Western Lords, because the losses of the Western coalition forces are even more severe.
The Arabs seem to be at war with Lu Xiu. Do you think it is possible for the Arabs to defeat Lu Xiu and obtain the recruitment order from Lu Xiu? If so, the Arab Empire may recruit a general from our ancient Chinese civilization. Just like same as Constantine.
Xiao Liang fed porridge to Chu Tian, who was lying on her knee and was seriously injured, while explaining the situation after the retreat of the Han army.
Lu Xiu has not been destroyed by any lord until now, and his military strength is gradually growing, which is enough to show his luck and strength. Instead, I am worried about the Arabs. This is not a desert, and the strength of the Arab Empire's army will be reduced by at least 20%, 30%.
Chu Tian was in a calm mood at this time. Although he was seriously injured, the crisis of the Han army was relieved, and he still had a beautiful woman on his knees, so he seemed to have nothing else to ask for.
Yeah.
Xiao Liang did not participate in the Battle of Kunying, so he naturally could not feel the shock when the meteorite fell into Wang Meng's army, which caused Chu Tian to marvel at Lu Xiu. Even if he was an enemy of Tang Taizong, Chu Tian was not very willing to be an enemy of Emperor Guangwu. Once Emperor Guangwu's luck comes, all the troops and horses may be in vain. Although the battle with Tang Taizong Li Shimin was almost as difficult, at least it was a battle with real swords and guns, and there were fewer uncertainties. The coalition forces of the Western Lords were attacked by Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu and suffered heavy losses. They retreated to a city in Charles, England, to rest and recuperate. The English and Japanese armies were almost completely wiped out, with less than 10,000 people, which was equivalent to being directly eliminated. Alexander was seriously injured. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, which shocked all the Western Lords. Alexander was an emperor who was even older and more famous than Caesar, but he was beaten up by Chu Tian himself. Of the 740,000 coalition troops, 280,000 were killed when they attacked Chu Tian. After Emperor Guangwu intervened on the battlefield, 50,000 and 120,000 were killed successively, equivalent to 450,000 killed, leaving only 290,000 troops. Of the 290,000 troops, basically everyone was injured, with varying degrees of severity. Taking into account the low morale and physical strength of their respective legions, the Western Lords were completely unable to fight anymore. Although there are only 100,000 people left in Shutian, if the city is defended, the Western Allied forces will not be able to capture it for a while, while Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu and the Arabs are coveting it from the side. Then it will be a real snipe and clam fight, and the fishermen will get the benefit. Even Westerners know something similar. Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu's 28 Yutai generals and the Arabs' desert scimitar were both extremely threatening at this time.
I didn't expect Chu Zimu to have such skills. We must retreat.
Constantine and Caesar briefly discussed it and found that there was no way to fight anymore. With their current morale and physical strength, they could not even intervene in the battle between Lu Xiu and the Umayyads.
Chu Zimu.
Alexander barely supported his body and was even more eager to defeat Chu Tian. However, he had no chance to fight Chu Tian again this time. It seemed that both Alexander's Western Allied forces and Chu Tian suffered losses. In fact, Alexander took the initiative to launch a massive offensive, but failed to achieve the desired results and had already lost.
In the future, he will become a threat to the Western continent. This is a battlefield, and victory or defeat does not matter. But if we return to the main world, who can guarantee that one day, Chu Zimu will not attack from the east to the west? By then, he will have a population advantage. Who can resist him? This is by no means alarmist. It's time for us to consider the future of the Western continent.
The English Lord Charlie also had a psychological shadow on Chu Tian. Chu Tian just used 400,000 men to resolve the offensive of 800,000 men. This was still on the battlefield of the national war. If it were in the main world, it would most likely be Chu Tian. Not them. Who would have the advantage in military strength? Constantine said.
Perhaps when Chu Zimu threatens all kings, there will be a movement similar to the Crusades to completely defeat Chu Zimu. At least this time it also proves that as long as the troops and generals are enough, we will also have a chance to win. He's not invincible. Agree.
A group of Western lords proved that Chu Tian could also fail. But they might have to make more rigorous plans in the future to defeat Chu Tian. This time, the Western coalition fell short because they failed to take Lu Xiu's actions into account. After the failure of the Western Allied forces, Alexander, Caesar, Constantine, and others disbanded. At the same time, the Western lords became more worried about the threat from Chu Tian, and the idea of a new crusade sprouted for the first time. A war broke out between the two armies of Umayyad, the lord of the Arab Empire, and Lu Xiu, the emperor of Guangwu. Chu Tian concluded that one of the action patterns of the national war lords was that the legions of the legendary king would choose to attack the strongest legion first, which was actually correct. After the Arab Empire's army arrived, Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu really gave up attacking the Western coalition or Chu Tian, and instead attacked the Arab Empire's army with all his strength. Lu Xiu's legion numbered 200,000, and about 50,000 were killed when attacking the Western coalition. Lu Xiu had 150,000 left. After a day of fighting with the Arab Empire's army, another 50,000 were killed, leaving 100,000. The Arab army lost 60,000 people, leaving 240,000. The Arab Empire army left the desert and was unable to obtain additional terrain bonuses. Khalid, the first Arab general, still displayed superb commanding abilities. If this consumption continues, the Arab Empire's army may annihilate Lu Xiu's army with its superior strength. 10 of Lu Xiu's 28 soldiers were killed in the two ongoing battles.
Soon, the recruitment order for the legendary king of the East will fall into my hands, and I will also recruit a general from the Eastern civilization. I will attack with all my strength tomorrow and destroy him in one battle.
Seeing that victory was within easy reach, Amada was confident. A war broke out between Lu Xiu's army and the Western Allied forces. They suffered some losses, and their physical strength also declined. The Arabs reaped the benefits. At night, Lu Xiu inspected the camp, and there were only 18 of the 28 generals in Yutai. He couldn't help but sigh.
People are miserable and never satisfied. After leveling long and returning to Shu, every time they send out troops, their hair will turn white.
Ma Wu and other generals said,
I am willing to follow your majesty to the death and fight to the death against powerful enemies.
A group of Han soldiers stood up. They were the elite divisions of the Eastern Han dynasty. Even if they fought to the last soldier, they would follow Lu Xiu. In the city where Chu Tian was, military advisor Jia Su was watching the sky at night. Observing the sky at night is the ability of many top strategists. They try to obtain some secrets revealed by the system to increase their own probability of victory. Suddenly, Jia Su's expression changed slightly.
The secret has changed, but it has nothing to do with us. What is that?
Catherine was patrolling the city wall. She saw a stream of light piercing the sky in the night sky, and this stream of light fell into the battlefield where the Arabs and Lu Xiu were. Ekaterina seemed to understand something and showed an incredulous expression.
It is said that there is an emperor in the east who can summon meteorites. Is there really such a setting?
On the battlefield where the Arab army and Lu Xiu's army faced off, the Arab army also saw the meteorites approaching the battlefield, and they all showed frightened expressions. Khalid, the first general in the Arab Empire, fell into despair. Lu Xiu's ability has exceeded the scope of what he can handle. The meteorite rubbed violently with the air and fell into the camp of the Arab Empire army. Boom! Along with the dazzling fire, the earth shook and the earth cracked. Thousands of Arab soldiers were instantly killed by the falling meteorite. Both the camel cavalry and the Mamluk cavalry were wiped out the moment they were hit by the meteorite. Hot air waves swept across all directions. The surrounding Arab soldiers blocked the air waves with their robes, and their morale dropped significantly. The meteorite indirectly caused the valley to collapse. Rocks slid down, and the Arab Empire army fell into chaos.
How can it be?
The lord of the Arab Empire, Umayyad, was not hit directly by the meteorite, but he witnessed a meteorite hitting his army. At least one general and thousands of camel cavalry were wiped out by the meteorite. Khalid, Abu and other famous generals in the Arab Empire tried their best to regain control of the chaotic army. Umayyad couldn't believe that Lord, there was a hero with such terrifying abilities. Almost like the great magician in Western fantasy novels. No lord can bear the consequences of a meteorite hitting his army. The direct damage caused by the meteorite is secondary. And the chaos caused is an opportunity for the enemy to take advantage of. After the initial shock, Liu Xiu's army, led by Liu Xiu, launched an attack on the Arab Empire's army. Umayyad, Khalid, Abu and others were defeated by Liu Xiu's army. The Arabs wanted to defeat Liu Xiu and obtain the recruitment order owned by Liu Xiu. But they ate a meteorite and were counterattacked by Liu Xiu. After suffering 130,000 casualties, they fled in embarrassment. Perhaps in Lord Liu Xiu's legion's combat capabilities are not as good as Li Shimon's legion, but its special abilities are unique. Umayyad completely gave up the idea of annihilating Liu Xiu's army. This time he gained nothing, because he did not know whether Liu Xiu could still summon a second meteorite. Chapter 935 Huan's Reunion.
Liu Xiu has indeed summoned meteorites again. Who can withstand this?
While Chu Tian was recovering from his injuries, he couldn't help but sigh when he learned that Liu Xiu had used meteorites to severely damage the Arab Empire's army and successfully defeated the Umayyads, the lords of the Arab Empire. This was the second time Chu Tian saw Liu Xiu summoning meteorites. A man who cannot be messed with.
Why can't I summon meteorites even though I have Liu Xiu's characteristic Son of the Plain?
Chu Tian compared the gap between himself and Liu Xiu, and speculated that
Son of the Plain
and summon meteorites did not have the same characteristics. After all, the ability to summon meteorites to attack the enemy is simply too much. Perhaps it is Liu Xiu's unique ability that others cannot even obtain. Hua Mulan, who was in charge of the investigation, reported to Chu Tian.
My lord, after Liu Xiu defeated the Umayyads, there were only less than 70,000 people left. Maybe this is our opportunity.
Xiaochua shook his head. She learned that Liu Xiu could really summon meteorites and believed that this ability was unmatched.
If Liu Xiu can still get help from God, even if he only has 10,000 troops, we will not be able to defeat him. Indeed.
Chu Tian was frightened for a while. If it weren't for the unlucky Arabs, perhaps Chu Tian's army would have been hit by the meteorite, etc. Chu Tian seemed to have thought of something. For any powerful feature, the limitations are very obvious. Without exception, then it is impossible for Liu Xiu to continuously summon meteorites. This ability is too unbelievable. In other words, it is very likely that Liu Xiu can only summon a meteorite once in his life. The Battle of Kunyang and the National War are two different spaces, and Liu Xiu's abilities have just been reset. If Liu Xiu's ability to summon meteorites has been used to attack the Arabs, then Liu Xiu's army, which has less than 70,000 people left, is actually not difficult to deal with. Of course, the premise is that Chu Tian has enough troops. The current strength of Chu Tian's troops is not enough to defeat Liu Xiu's remaining troops. The Fifth National War is about to end. Where can we recruit an elite division in a short time? It would be a pity if Liu Xiu was let go just like that, and couldn't get the recruitment order he had. Chu Tian racked his brains, and couldn't think of how to obtain additional troops. To the north of the city where Chu Tian was resting, a large cavalry force was heading south. Huan, who has been wandering, appears in the southern part of the National War battlefield. After being defeated by Caesar and Constantine, Huan never quit the National War, but was looking for opportunities to restore his troops. Finally, Huan captured an empty city, recruited troops, and gradually expanded his power, restoring his strength to 100,000 men. He learned that Caesar and Constantine were heading south, and later learned that Caesar and their targets were Chu Tian. So he immediately led 100,000 troops south to support them.
I don't know if it's still too late. For my sister's future, it won't be okay if I don't come to support her.
Huan's sister Huaqing is also one of King Xia's concubines. In theory, Huan is also Chu Tian's brother-in-law. Therefore, if Chu Tian is in trouble, Huan will definitely come to rescue him. It's just that Huan got the news a little late. When he went south, the decisive battle between the Western Lords' coalition forces and Chu Tian was over. Huan avoided the coalition forces of the Western Lords and continued southward. Although Huan knew that his news was lagging behind, and he didn't know how Chu Tian was doing now, he still looked for Chu Tian's location.
Iron Eagle Scouts War Eagle. It seems that Chu Tian is still fine. He is marching in the direction of the War Eagle.
When Huan continued to go south for 100 miles, he discovered the War Eagle of the Iron Eagle Scout. So he marched with the War Eagle. The most surprising thing was Chu Tian, who knew that Huan was coming to help. Chu Tian thought Huan was on the verge of being eliminated. But Huan stubbornly survived the National War and raised an army of 100,000 people. With these 100,000 troops joining Chu Tian's forces, Chu Tian had the capital to compete with Lu Xiu. Now that Lu Xiu's abilities have been exhausted and his troops are severely damaged, this is an opportunity. At this time, Chu Tian ignored his own injuries and stood up to meet Huan, and integrated the two armies, bringing his strength to 200,000.
Are we going to attack Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu?
Huan heard that Chu Tian had changed his target to Lu Xiu and was eager to give it a try. This time, they are going to challenge the top emperors.
Although it's a bit embarrassing to take advantage of others' danger, Lu Xiu may not be able to defeat him when he is at his peak.
Chu Tian received reinforcements from Huan, so he chose to immediately march to attack Lu Xiu before the Western lords could react. Huan and Chu Tian knew each other in the first year of the Lord calendar, and the two sides cooperated well. So Chu Tian could use Huan's soldiers and horses with confidence. In addition, Huan's general Hu Xubing has not yet been killed in the national war, which is equivalent to getting help from another general. After Lu Xiu defeated the Umayyads of the Arabian Empire with less and more, he retreated to a city to rest. But Chu Tian and Huan's troops arrived soon after. Lu Xiu stood on the city wall, thoughtful, and seemed to have thought of something. He felt that Chu Tian's army was very familiar, and he did not show any panic. In the main world, Liaodong, the army sent by Chu Tian to conquer Liaodong successively occupied various counties, and at the same time sent officials to recruit the remaining troops of Mingguan to surrender. Only a part of the soldiers and horses followed Mingguan and left, and a part of the soldiers and horses stayed in Liaodong city. Taduan, the leader of the Wuhuan tribe in western Liaoning, begged for surrender from Liaodong city. After Mingguan left, the various tribes in Liaodong were leaderless. The Chu Tian forces occupied Liaodong city, so they naturally became the rulers of the various tribes in Liaodong. The Xia Palace agreed to the surrender of the Wuhuan people, but it must be an unconditional surrender. The Xia Palace must fully obey the orders of the Xia Palace. Remove all Wuhuan nobles from their real power. Send officials to monitor the Wuhuan people, and split the Wuhuan tribe. Migrated to various counties, and completely assimilated the Wuhuan tribe. The measures taken by the Xia Palace were actually the same as those of the Chao Wei regime in history. With the efforts of Chao Wei, the Wuhuan tribe was assimilated by other civilizations and then disappeared. Since there are already successful examples, Prince Xiao's mansion just needs to copy them. When the dignitaries of the Wuhuan tribe heard that they would be relieved of their real power, they immediately regretted it and were unwilling to surrender. Once you have been in a high position for a long time, you cannot give up power so easily. Some Wuhuan nobles took Taduan hostage, coerced Taduan to rebel, and put pressure on the Xia Palace to make concessions and retain the power of the Wuhuan nobles. However, it was impossible for the Xia Palace to give Wuhuan nobles power. The nobles of each tribe control the tribe, just like a country within a country. Once the world is in chaos, they will most likely rebel. Only through complete feudalization and the appointment of managers by the court can various tribes be assimilated. Yuan Xianbei tribe. Yuan Tai found Yuan Yadugi. They are not loyal to Mingguan, so they will not leave Liaodong with Mingguan. Instead, they are thinking about their future. Yuan Tai took the initiative to lobby Yuan Yadugi, the leader of the Yuan tribe.
The Wuhuan tribe rebels. If our Yuan tribe sends troops to attack the Wuhuan tribe, kill the rebels, and present their heads to the Xia Palace, then the Xia Palace will definitely give them preferential treatment.
We are the Yuan tribe. Today, the only one who can unify the four directions is the king of Xia. Even if you lose your position as leader, sir, you can still be granted the title of Marquis and General, and enjoy endless wealth and wealth throughout your life. There is no need to worry about it.
Yuan Yadugi listened to Yuan Tai's lobbying and couldn't help but say
that according to what you said, we attack the Wuhuan tribe, kill its rebels, and present them to the king of Xia. Who can be the general?
Yuan Tai said,
I am willing to lead 20,000 cavalry to defeat Wuhuan.
Chapter 936 Ancient Scientist Zhang Heng. Here's your reward. Maybe we've met somewhere.
Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu saw Chu Tian arriving with a group of soldiers and threw a recruitment order to Chu Tian. Chu Tian held the recruitment order in one hand. After he joined forces with Huan, he used 200,000 troops to attack Lu Xiu with less than 70,000 troops, and finally won. Seeing Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu again, Chu Tian felt a little sad. To be honest, Chu Tian was not very willing to attack the legendary king of his own civilization, especially when Lu Xiu helped him defeat the Western Allied forces and overthrew the Umayyads of the Arab Empire, thus avenging his great revenge. Chu Tian took advantage of the danger and defeated Lu Xiu, which was actually a bit of a defeat. However, in order to prevent his civilization's recruitment order from falling into the hands of others. Chu Tian still chose to attack Guangwu Emperor Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu didn't show any resentment about this. He just completed the tasks assigned to him by the system and acted according to the rules.
There is an additional reward here, and I will give it to you as well.
Lu Xiu took out another recruitment order. Chu Tian thought Lu Xiu was a little too much. Not only could he summon meteorites, but he also had 2 recruitment orders. Lu Xiu led his army and disappeared from the battlefield of the national war. Chu Tian holds 2 recruitment orders, which is equivalent to defeating 2 legendary kings. And he could also recruit civil servants and generals of his own civilization. Lu Xiu is also considered a noble person to himself. Chu Tian consumed one of the recruitment orders.
Ding! You have gained the allegiance of the diamond-level General Gong Gong. Gong Gong?
Chu Tian knew that this person was the protagonist of
13 generals returning to Jade Gate,
the nephew of Geng Yin, the 20th general of Yatai, and a captain of the Eastern Han dynasty. He was attacked by the Shanyu of the northern Huns in the western regions. After resisting the Huns for a long time, he swore to death. If they don't surrender, when they return to Human Pass, there are only 13 of Gong Gong's men left, which is very sad. Recruiting Geng Yin's descendants is not bad. The Han dynasty implemented the imperial examination system, and aristocratic families had great influence. Li Guang and Li Ling under Chu Tian are grandsons. Geng Yin and Gong Gong are uncles and nephews. And Wei Qin and Hui Xubing are uncles and nephews. Gong Gong appeared in front of Chu Tian, and Chu Tian could see Gong Gong's attributes. Name, Gong Gong. Civilization, Ancient China. Talent, Diamond Level General. Level 80. Identity, Captain Chan Shui. Loyalty 90. Commander, 88, Force, 79, Intelligence, 74, Politics, 51, Charm 89. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability 50. Feature 1, 13 generals return to human, S-level feature. When defending the city, the defense power of the defenders in the city is plus 12%. The morale decline rate is minus 13%. And the defender's rebellion probability is minus 25%. Feature 2, Gong Gong by Well, A-level feature. It is easy to find the location of groundwater in harsh terrains, such as deserts and gobies. Feature 3, Defeat the Chong, A-level feature. The legion's damage to the Chong tribe is plus 10%. And the damage to other barbarian tribes except the Chong tribe is plus 7%. Characteristic 4, Chang Shui Colonel, A-level trait. When commanding Chang Shui Camp of the 5th School of the Northern Army, all attributes of Chang Shui Camp plus 7%. Special Arms. The 5th School of the Northern Army Chang Shui Camp, the 5 schools of the Northern Army, to which it belongs has reached the upper limit and cannot be recruited. Because the troops from the 5 schools of the Northern Army recruited by Chu Tian have reached the maximum limit of 45,000. The upper limit cannot be increased. The Xisheng Battalion that Chu Tian obtained originally was also merged with Lu Ji's 5th School of the Northern Army. Gong Gong's Chang Shui Camp was also counted among the 45,000 people. Gong Gong just happened to be able to serve as the captain of Changshuang in the 5th School of the Northern Army, commanding the 9,000-man Changshuang cavalry. Chu Tian saw that Gong Gong had the characteristic of well worship and could easily find water sources in the desert and gobi terrain. This is a feature that is usually useless, but is very practical in desert terrain, and can reduce the risk of water shortage. Gong Gong was also a military commander from the Western Region Protectorate. The generals in the Western Region Protectorate are all more or less capable. Chu Tian had a grudge against the Umayyads of the Arabian Empire. If you want to conquer the Arabian Peninsula in the future, you will need a group of generals who are good at fighting in the desert. Chu Tian also has a recruitment order.
Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of Zhang Heng, a special talent.
This time it's not a general, but a special talent. Zhang Heng, a scientist from the Eastern Han dynasty, appeared in front of Chu Tian. Zhang Heng, who can make seismometers and armillary spheres, is also a famous scientist in ancient China. Name Zhang Heng. Talent, special talent, science saint. Commander, 30, Force, 25, Intelligence, 93, Not Strategy, Politics, 70, Charm 80. Favorability 50. Phaseality, Study. Characteristic 1, Seismograph, SS level trait. Can produce the Empire's only special treasure, Seismograph. Special effects of the Seismograph. Before an earthquake occurs within the Empire's territory, there is a probability of knowing the location of the earthquake in advance to facilitate population migration. Characteristic 2, Armillary Sphere SS level feature. can create the Empire's only special treasure, Armillary Sphere. The special effect of the Armillary Sphere increases the Empire's luck, and there is a probability of knowing special celestial phenomena in advance, and even a probability of predicting snow disasters, floods, and other natural disasters. Characteristic 3. The 4 Great Masters of Han Dynasty, S-level trait. Han cultural influence plus 10%. Chu Tian was somewhat shocked after seeing Zhang Heng's ability. Zhang Heng can single-handedly create the seismograph and the armillary sphere. These two treasures are equivalent to national treasures, and can effectively reduce the damage caused by natural disasters. The territory of the Han Empire was too large, so it faced various natural disasters, such as snowstorms, plague, and sandstorms in the north, floods, typhoons, etc. in the south. If there are seismographs and armillary spheres as treasures of the country, natural disaster losses will be reduced and people's satisfaction will increase.
Lucio is such a good person.
Chu Tian obtained a general and a special talent, and reorganized his troops in order to capture the city occupied by Lucio. Chu Tian paid the price of 70,000 troops. The Fifth National War is also coming to an end.
My lord, there is another legendary king in the south. His military strength may reach 300,000. I suspect it is King Qin Zhaoxiang.
During this period, Hua Mulan sent Iron Eagle scouts to investigate southward. Further south, there is another legendary king from the east, King Qin Zhaoxiang of Qin. King Qin Zhaoxiang defeated the lords of Daiyue and Taungu who tried to attack him, and the number of troops increased. Like Lu Xiu, there were not many lords who could defeat him. Lu Xiu had the 28 generals of Yatai, plus the ability to summon meteorites. So there were not many lords who were Lu Xiu's opponents. After 3 battles, Lu Xiuzai was defeated by Chu Tian. As for King Zhaoxiang of Qin, there is a reason why he can persist until now. Because the Qin army is led by Qin generals such as Bai Qi, Sima Qiu, Meng Wu, and Wang Lu. In Chu Tian's current state, he really can't defeat Bai Qi, Sima Qiu, and others who have 300,000 Qin troops. Unless Chu Tian can also summon meteorites, it is possible to defeat Bai Qi, who is in full condition. Until the end of the National War, several legendary kings continued to grow, but no lord could take them down. Chu Tian could only secretly cry out that it was a pity. Fortunately, other lords were unable to capture King Qin Zhaoxiang. King Zhaoxiang of Qin is also a legendary figure. He reused talents such as Fan Zhu and Bai Qi to repeatedly inflict heavy losses on the 3 Jin dynasties that posed the greatest threat to Qin. In fact, he laid the foundation for Qin to destroy the 6 kingdoms. Later, if Qin Shi Huang played a stable role, he could basically destroy the 6 kingdoms. In the territory of King Qin Zhaoxiang in the south, King Wu Tongke and Sun Jian of the Han Empire tried to attack King Qin Zhaoxiang, but the vanguard general Sun Su was defeated by Bai Qi and Sima Qiu. The Iron Eagle warriors attacked the Jiangdong soldiers recruited by Sun Su. A large number of Qin warriors came to kill them, and Sun Su had to retreat.
Stop attacking King Qin Zhaoxiang. Otherwise we will severely damage the Qin army and give other lords an opportunity.
Tongke concluded that he could not defeat King Qin Zhaoxiang. At most, both sides would lose, giving other lords the opportunity to destroy King Qin Zhaoxiang. So all the lords near King Qin Zhaoxiang avoided the Qin army. Bai Qi led the Qin army to patrol the surrounding areas, and no lord dared to approach this territory.
Father, I am no match for Bai Qi.
Sun Su lost 3,000 troops and was worried about being annihilated by Bai Qi. So he chose to retreat and admitted to Sun Jian that he was no match for Bai Qi.
Not just you. Even I am not his opponent. There is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. We just need to try our best.
Sun Jian thought that he could not fight Bai Qi. To the north, Waquitai and Tuolei joined forces to fight against Emperor Tai's only Shimin for a month, with blood flowing like rivers, and it was still difficult to capture Li Shimin.
Marshal, Lord of the United States, wants to join forces with us to defeat Li Shimin. What's the price? Marshal claimed that he wanted to be friends with the 2 Khans. There are only eternal interests in the world, but no permanent friends.
Waquitai and Tuolei looked at each other, and Marshal, the Lord of the United States, joined forces with him to definitely defeat Li Shimin. No matter how strong Li Shimin was, he fought with Waquitai and Tuolei for a month, and there were very few troops left. If Marshal's firearms corps joined the battlefield, plus Waquitai and Tuolei's cavalry, however, Marshal would not help for no reason. Ajidai thought for a while and finally said,
"Let Marshal come to see me."
"Yes. Soon." Marshal, the Lord of the United States, arrived. When Mingguan saw Marshal from the United States in the camp, his expression changed. On the battlefield of the National War, Marshal's territory was adjacent to Tu Lei's territory, and the two sides did not conflict with each other. However, at this time, Marshal appeared in Tu Lei's camp, which made Mingguan wary. Marshal recognized Mingguan.
"Isn't this the king of Liaodong of the Han Empire? Why is he in Tu Lei's camp?"
Mingguan's expression was cold.
"It's surprising that you appeared in Tu Lei's camp."
In Mingguan's view, the United States is not a good thing. If it wants to become the overlord again in the world of lords, it is also the biggest opponent of the Han Empire.
Tu Lei can't deal with Li Shimin, so he can only ask me to help. I think you want to profit from it. Who doesn't want to profit? In this national war, Chu Zimu of the Han Empire is still ranked first. But it's hard to say next time.
Marshal led a group of colonial musketeers into the Tomine tent. Mingguan fell into silence. Things get more complicated when Marshal joins forces with Tori. Chapter 937. The Fifth National War ends. In the 14th year of the Lord's calendar, the Fifth National War ended. Chu Tian lacked the troops to attack King Qin Zhaoxiang, so he had to give up this plan. Although the battle with the coalition forces of the Western Lords was brutal, it also allowed Chu Tian to gain a lot of military exploits. On the last day of the National War, Chu Tian once again checked his points. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. "I just want to farm well." 747,925. Second place, Marshal, Governor of the United States. 665,012. The third place is Wokuotai, Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire. 654,559. Fourth place, King of Macedon, Alexander. 599,921. Fifth place, three emperors of the Roman Empire, Constantine. 582,100. Sixth place, Holy Roman Emperor, Hohenzollern. 567,005. Seventh place, three emperors of the Roman Empire, Caesar. 529,830. Eighth place, Khan of the Ilkhanate, Tolui. 502,125. Ninth place, Caliph of the Arab Empire, Umayyad. 487,210. 10th place, King Wu of the Han Empire, Bronze Bird. 473,406. 11th place, Duke of Shu in the Han Empire, Liu Bei. 450,879. 12th place, Brahmin, Prince of the Mughal Empire in India. 444,125. 13th, Marshal of the Kingdom of Sweden, Gustav. 393,258. 14th, Louis, King of France. 371,244. 15th, Emperor of the Amazon Empire, Pedro. 345,437. After Chu Tian was sure that he was still ranked first, he felt relieved. Marshal and Wokuotai, an American overlord and a Central Asian overlord, were quite powerful in this national war, and they pursued Chu Tian fiercely. But because Chu Tian severely damaged the Western Allied forces, and the Western Lord's army gave Chu Tian a lot of points, they were not able to catch up.
There is no time to recruit troops to defeat King Qin Zhaoxiang. So this national war will be like this.
Chu Tian recruited 6 heroes: Siphias, Kautilya, Hemihu, Varus, Gong Gong, and Zhang Hung, covering military generals, civil servants, and special talents. In addition to the 6 recruitment orders, there are also point rewards, with nearly 750,000 points. It is estimated that you can exchange them for a lot of good things.
The feud we made during the national war will be repaid when we return to the main world.
In every national war, each lord will definitely enmity with other lords for their own interests. Returning to the main world, Chu Tian believed that he needed to start preparations for a great conquest. The coalition of Western lords also allowed Chu Tian to see the special arms of the Western continent. When these Western kings joined forces, their explosive strength was not weak. There are still 2 forces. Although Chu Tian has no chance to fight them in this national war, Chu Tian can already feel their threat. Marshal of the United States, occupying the fertile lands of America. Another force is Wokuotai, and Tualay of the Golden Family, which occupies Central Asia and West Asia between the West and the East, and even expand their power to South Asia. The specialty of the United States is the firearms branch, while the specialty of the Golden Family is the cavalry. In addition, there are scattered forces such as the Arab Empire, the Japanese Shogunate, the Koryo Kingdom, the Daevite Kingdom, the Persian Empire, the Egyptian dynasty, and the Amazon Empire. Sometimes Western civilization still pays more attention to alliances, such as the Crusades, or the allied forces of God that resisted the expansion of the Ottoman Empire into Europe. It was only a matter of time before the Han Empire was unified. Chu Tian must start preparing for the expedition. Chu Tian counted the civilizations, with a population of more than 10 million in the main world. In the eastern continent alone, there were the Han Empire, the Koryo Kingdom, the Japanese Kingdom, the Mughal Empire of India, the Mongol Turkic Empire, the Ilkhanate, and the Daevite Kingdom, Java, Luzon, Siam, Toungoo, Ottoman Empire, Persian Empire, Arab Empire, and Kingdom of Bengal. There are a total of 15 civilizations. In the Western continent, civilizations with a population of more than 10 million include the Russian Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Macedonia, the Kingdom of France, the Kingdom of Spain, the Kingdom of England, the Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Poland, and the Kingdom of Sweden. A total of 9 civilizations. The American Civilization Zone and the African Civilization Zone each have several civilizations with large populations. In other words, at least 30 medium-sized civilizations must be conquered to conquer the entire world of lords. Judging from the history of the Mongol Empire's expeditions, it was possible to conquer multiple civilizations at once and advance all the way to the west. The Mongols in history had already planned the expedition route for Chu Tian. So Chu Tian could basically refer to the route of the Mongolian Western expedition and make adjustments. The Mongolian expedition also had many shortcomings. For example, the Mongols were unable to conquer the ocean, and were not suitable for permanent residence in places with hot climates. One generation may not be enough time for the great expedition. Chu Tian's energy is limited, and he has already begun to train the second generation of generals. His eldest son Chu Wu was 8 years old at this time. According to the rules of Lord, after the age of 16, the panel is fixed, and you can basically go out into battle. Chu Tian believed that he would unify the Han Empire within 8 years, conquer the surrounding civilizations, and prepare troops for the Western expedition.
Ajudai is encroaching on the Indian Peninsula. Although I don't like Indians, I cannot let Ajudai conquer the Indian Peninsula easily. Our Western Region Protectorate needs to contain Ajudai a little from the rear.
Huan had nothing to do in the last few days of the National War, so he participated in the formulation of the Great Expedition Plan. The Great Expedition Plan was the beginning of Chu Tian and Huan's generation to prepare for the future. Huan originally planned to conquer Central Asia and West Asia. For the lords of the Han Empire, if they had the opportunity to conquer the entire main world, they would never show mercy. The existence of the teleportation array provides the possibility of the Great Expedition.
When we return to the main world, we must eliminate Liu Bei and Tao Ke as soon as possible and integrate their forces. To this end, we must start training the Navy. In addition, the elimination of Liu Bei and Tao Ke and the conquest of Korea and Japan may not necessarily be impossible at the same time.
Chu Tian pointed out the location of Korea on the map.
Ding! The 5th National War is over, and you will be transported back to the main world.
Suddenly, Chu Tian received a system prompt.
Let's go back to Xia City and continue discussing this matter.
Participating in national wars is just to obtain rewards and enhance strength. In the end, all parties will have to compete in the main world. On the battlefield of the national war, all the great lords were ready to return to the main world.
We will fight Chu Zimu in the future. The Roman Empire needs to be stronger. Caesar, after we go back, we will join forces to conquer Egypt.
Constantine reaped the benefits of joining forces with Caesar in this national war.
How to divide Egypt?
Caesar held a recruitment order in his hand, and Constantine kept the agreement and handed him the next recruitment order.
Divide Egypt into Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, and let one man rule one half. As for the generals of Egypt, they will plunder according to their abilities.
Caesar made a secret agreement with Constantine.
Chu Zimu, I will definitely remember the pain you caused me.
Alexander's injury improved, but there was still a dull pain in the wound. This was the worst beating Alexander had ever received. Chapter 938 Western Chang and Liaodong were pacified.
Have our reinforcements not arrived yet? If this continues, our entire army will be annihilated.
Han Sui was besieged by the rebellious Chang tribe in the deep mountains and old forests. And the Xiliang cavalry around him became less and less as he fought. Han Sui brought about 20,000 Xiliang cavalry. In many battles with the Chang tribes, he suffered 11,000 casualties, and was unable to break through the siege of the Chang cavalry. The morale of Han Sui's army has dropped to the bottom.
General, our reinforcements have arrived. Finally, the reinforcements are waiting.
Han Sui stood up. He had been trapped for a long time and was disheveled. If there were no reinforcements, Han Sui might be defeated and killed. Being annihilated by the Chang tribe would bring disrepute to Han Sui and was unacceptable. A galloping war horse hit the Chang infantry. Fubo General Ma Yuan held a long bow in his hand and led the cavalry of the 4th Legion of the Xiliang army to break through the siege of the Chang cavalry. The infantry of Wudong Feijun were running fast in the mountains and forests, shooting bows and arrows. From time to time, Chang infantrymen were killed by arrows. Qin Liangyu rushed forward on his horse, thrust out his spear, and shot the Chang cavalry in front of him like a forest of spear shadows. Qin Liangyu passed by like a gust of wind, and a dozen Chang cavalry fell from their horses.
Retreat deep into the forest.
When the Chang leaders Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang saw Han Sui's reinforcements arriving, they knew they were outmatched. So they broke into pieces and fled into more remote mountains and forests. According to the ideas of Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang, in order to conquer the Chang tribe, the Xiliang army had chased westward into the deep mountains and forests, consuming as much as 1 million taels of silver. The Xiliang army used 110,000 soldiers and horses to attack the Xiqiang. Both the soldiers and the horses needed to consume a lot of food and grass, and to transport the food, they also needed to recruit strong men. However, the Xia Palace paid tens of millions of taels of military salary a year, and was determined to completely quell the Chang rebellion. In order to gain military exploits, the generals of the Xiliang army did not want the Xiqiang tribe to surrender. Ma Yuan and Qin Liangyu pursued closely, but the Xiqiang army was defeated and fled.
General, we lived up to our expectations and successfully obtained reinforcements.
2 Xiliang generals, Ho Xian and Cheng Yin, were wounded and came to join Han Sui.
We, a group of Xiliang warriors, are not even as good as a female prostitute?
Han Sui couldn't help but sigh when he saw Qin Liangyu chasing the Chang people, and he had to wait for Ma Yuan and Qin Liangyu to come to rescue him. Qin Liangyu led the Wudong Feijun and bygone soldiers to kill tens of thousands of rebels, making the Chang people frightened. Qin Liangyu's 2 armies were good at fighting in the mountains, and the terrain advantage of the Chang troops was gone. The Chang people fled in despair. The Chang general Yao Xiang shot and killed a Xiliang cavalry who was chasing him and fled.
Father, let's escape to Qinghai Lake. For the current plan, we can only withdraw from Jinqing County and avoid the front of the Xiliang army.
Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang fled 200 miles west. However, the Xiliang army commander Su Fengyan, military counselor Cai, and fierce General Ma Chao had led the Xiliang cavalry to make a detour to intercept the Chang cavalry who wanted to flee to Qinghai Lake.
This time, Huang Zhongyi all died or surrendered. Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho's 4th army killed 17,000 rebels. Qin Liangyu killed 23,000 rebels, and the 1st army killed 18,000 rebels. In addition, among those affected, at least 100,000 young Chang tribesmen died in battle, and their vitality was severely damaged, as long as Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang's father and son were killed. And people spread the news to the entire western Chang tribe. Millions of Chang people could be forced to land to end the Chang chaos.
Su Fengyan launched a war against the western Chang. If we include the Yizhonghu and Huangzhong, the Chang tribe lost more than 100,000 young men. For the small Xiqiang tribe, the loss of 100,000 young men means that they have lost the ability to launch rebellions for a long time. Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang led more than 10,000 Chang cavalry to flee westward. When they saw Su Fengyan, Cai, Ma Teng, Ma Chao and Pang De arrayed in front, their faces turned pale. Su Fengyan had been a prince for many years, and Cai was a military advisor in white. They had already seen through the retreat route of the Chang cavalry. Ma Chao took the initiative to ask Su Fengyan.
Ming Qi is willing to take the enemy general's head.
Not to be outdone, Pang De secretly competed with Ma Chao.
With just a big sword, I will defeat the enemy in the midst of thousands of troops.
Su Fengyan had no doubts about the strength of these 2 men. So he said,
You all attack together.
Ma Chao and Pang De each held weapons, and led the Xiliang cavalry to attack the Chang cavalry. In the main world, Chang'an City, Xu Tian, who set out from here to participate in the national war, returned. 100,000 elites, who participated in the national war, regrouped without any losses. However, Siphias, Varus, Himahu and others recruited by Xu Tian from the national war all came to the main world and officially joined Xu Tian's forces.
The 7th Legion of the Praetorian Guard, headed by Joan of Arc, has jurisdiction over the Protectorate Army, the Hussite Army, the Byzantine Army, and the Roman Army.
Xu Tian incorporated generals from other civilizations into the Praetorian Guard, Jeshka, a master of chariot tactics in the Kingdom of Bohemia, Siphias, a famous border guard in the Byzantine Empire, and Valus, the governor of the German provinces in the Octavian era. The 7th Legion is commanded by Joan of Arc, but the commander behind it is actually Xu Tian. Kautilya and Xu Tian of the Mauryan dynasty in ancient India were temporarily arranged to serve as internal affairs staff. Kautilya will play a big role in the future march towards the Indian peninsula. Himahu serves as one of the counselors. When conquering the 4 Japanese islands, Himahu can be used to appease people's hearts. Himahu is considered the Queen of Japan, who is closer to the Central Plains.
My lord, the Xiliang army attacked the Xiqiang's 1st Legion, 4th Legion, and Qin Lianyu's Legion. They defeated the Xiqiang rebels and captured 100,000. The Chang leaders Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang were killed by Ma Chao and Pang De. Huangzhong, Li Wenho, the leader of Yizhonghu, surrendered, but he refused and was beheaded by Ma Chao. The Xiliang army lost 30,000 soldiers and horses in order to quell the Chang rebellion. It seems that Su Fengyan did a good job during my absence. At the last moment, he completely pacified the Xiqiang tribe.
Xu Tian also heard that Su Fengyan won the title of Butcher when he pacified the Xiqiang. Xu Tian now holds in his hand a military talisman of Huangzhong Yizhonghu. Huangzhong Yizhonghu, a 5th-level light infantry, comes from the Chang tribe in Huangzhong, Jincheng County. They are good at mountain warfare and crossbows. They have fierce folk customs and are brave and good at fighting. They can recruit up to 10,000 people.
This military talisman is for Su Fengyan.
Xu Tian knew that Su Fengyan was familiar with the terrain of Lianzhou, and it happened that Su Fengyan did not have special arms. So he gave this soldier talisman to Su Fengyan and asked him to reorganize Huangzhong Yikonggu. Su Fengyan was like a butcher in the eyes of the Chang people. The Chang people would not dare to act rashly under his supervision, recruiting the Yi from Huangzhong to join, who had little effect on Xu Tian. But pacifying the Chang rebellion was of greater significance to Xu Tian. In order to quell the Chang rebellion this time, the Xia palace spent millions of taels of silver, and the cattle and sheep they plundered were far from enough. In addition to learning that the Xiliang army had successfully pacified the Xiqiang during the national war, the military generals sent by Xu Tian to attack Liaodong basically pacified Liaodong and recruited a group of surrendered troops and generals, all waiting for Xu Tian to deal with. Prince Xia's palace summoned Taduan to surrender, but the Wuhuan nobles kidnapped Taduan to rebel in order to gain bargaining chips. Under Yuantai's persuasion, the Xianbei Yuan tribe took the initiative to attack the Wuhuan tribe. Yuantai led 20,000 Xianbei cavalry, defeated 100,000 Wuhuan cavalry, and killed 37 Wuhuan tribe leaders, which shocked Liaodong. After Yuantai captured Taduan and the 3 Wuhuan kings, he presented them to the Xia palace, and then persuaded his ancestor Yuan Ido to return and lead the Yuan Xianbei tribe to beg for surrender, willing to hand over power in exchange for the safety of the tribesmen.
Yuantai is worthy of being the prime minister of the Western Wei dynasty and the founder of the Northern Zhou dynasty. If he hadn't appeared so late, he might have had a foothold.
Xu Tian looked at Yuantai, a Xianbei man, with special eyes. Yuantai knew that the situation was over, so he actively looked for opportunities to make meritorious deeds and obtain preferential treatment for his tribe. There is no doubt about Yuantai's ability. He used 20,000 Xianbei cavalry to defeat 100,000 Wuhuan cavalry. Xu Tian did not refuse Yuantai's intention to surrender. After all, Yuantai was a smart man. He dealt with smart people and knew what both parties needed. What Xu Tian wants is loyalty, and Xu Tian has a large number of famous generals who can suppress Yuantai. Yuantai cannot survive at all with the basic base of the Xianbei tribe, unless Xu Tian did something sorry for Yuantai. There was no need for Yuantai to rebel.
If the Yuan Xianbei tribe surrenders, then officials will be sent to collect them and split into 4 groups. One group will be moved to the pass.
One group will be moved to western Liaoning. One group will be moved to Liaodong, and one group will be set up in Monan. They will set up separate pastures. In addition, before the population in the pass is moved, let's mix with them and develop Western Liaoning, Eastern Liaoning, and Monan at the same time.
Chu Tian planned to completely assimilate the Xianbei people and let Xianbei disappear from now on, just like what happened in history. So he split them up, mixed them, managed them according to the customs model, and forcibly assimilated them. Chu Tian was more concerned about Yu Wentai. As for Yuan Xianbei's leader Yuan Yadugi, he was only Yu Wentai's ancestor, so Yu Wentai regarded him as his leader. In fact, Yuan Yadugi's ability was far inferior to Yu Wentai.
Deploy Yu Wentai to the 3rd Legion of the Shiliang Army, in the same legion as Li Hu and Dugu Xian.
Yu Wentai was transferred to the unfamiliar Shiliang army by Chu Tian, reducing his influence among the Xianbei tribe. Yu Wentai, Li Hu, and Duguxin were all military generals in the Western Wei dynasty, Northern Zhou dynasty. Yu Wentai was also the lord of Li Hu and Duguxin. The relationship between them was like that between Cao Cao and the 5 good generals. As a result, the Shiliang army became stronger. If there is time, Chu Tian thinks it is necessary to invite Yu Wentai to get closer and pay attention to his loyalty. Yu Wentai's ambition should be higher than that of Cao Cao, and he is one of the most difficult people to control in Chu Tian's power. Chu Tian didn't know whether Xiao Chua's ambition was high or low, because Xiao Chua wanted to be in high position and had to rely on Chu Tian. If you want to control ambitious generals, you must stay strong and not suffer heavy losses. As soon as the forces of Mingwan and Lao Qin were frustrated, many generals launched rebellions, which is evident from this. In this way, he can also recruit and surrender the captured generals of Mingwan. Chu Tian thought that he seemed to have captured several generals from Mingwan alive. Not only that, the Xiao army captured Liaodong city, and the generals who were unwilling to leave the Mingwan forces chose to surrender to the Xiao army. These generals also returned to Chu Tian. Chapter 939 Self-Selected Type Recruitment Order.
Let Yu Wentai, Gong Sun Kong and others come from Liaodong to Chang'an City to meet me.
Chu Tian summoned the generals, who originally belonged to the Mingwan forces, but surrendered to Chu Tian. Not only Yu Wentai of the Yuan Xianbei tribe, but also Sun Kong, a native of Liaodong. During the 3 Kingdoms period, Gong Sun Kong dominated Liaodong. Unfortunately, under the suppression of Mingwan, Gong Sun Kong was only a general so far. Gong Sun Kong saw that the situation was not good, so he chose to surrender to the Xiao army. So Chu Tian summoned them.
Ding! The rewards for the 5th National War are being liquidated. You will receive the 1st place ranking reward and a recruitment order for imperial civil servants and generals of your choice.
Ding!
You can use the military exploits obtained in this national war to exchange for rare props. Please use your points carefully. The redemption period is 1 month.
Not long after Chu Tian returned to the main world, a lot of matters were waiting for Chu Tian to handle, and he received another prompt from the system.
A recruitment order of your own choice?
This was the first time Chu Tian saw such a magical prop. In other words, the range of generals to be recruited can be narrowed down. A recruitment order appeared in Chu Tian's hand. The types that can be selected include military generals, civil servants, and special talents. If you choose a general, you can choose a commander-in-chief or a fierce general. Military generals are divided into infantry department, cavalry department, bow and crossbow department, siege department, navy department, and firearms department. Civil servants can be divided into counselors and interior ministers. There are more divisions of special talents, such as literati, agriculturists, economists, dancers, etc. There were many options to choose from, but Chu Tian still chose a talent with a more commanding bent, and then chose the Navy department.
The Navy was needed to unify the Han Empire, and the Navy was also needed for the expedition to Japan. Chu Tian's naval generals included Yu Yunwen, Zheng Zhilong, Li Shunchen, and Su Sheng, but Chu Tian still believed that they were not enough to control the Yangtze River. To pacify Jiandong, the Navy is undoubtedly the key. Cao Cao's failure in the Battle of Chibi was probably due to his lack of familiarity with water warfare and weather conditions, and he fell into Huang Gai's trick. Chu Tian's current territory is equivalent to that of Chao Wei, but it is more powerful. In order to strengthen the advantage of water warfare, since it is a self-selected military commander, of course, you must choose a naval commander. In the infantry department, Chu Tian has Wu Qi, Wang Jian, Yang Shiho, Zhou Yafu and others. In the cavalry department there are Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Li Ji and others. In the crossbow department there are Liang Hongyu, Li Guang and Li Ling. In the siege department there are Geng Yin and Lu Yi. In the firearms department it's cool in summer. Firearms-based generals are also very attractive. At present, unifying the Han Empire and conducting expeditions to Korea and Japan are top priorities. Chu Tian had to choose between the firearms department and the navy department, and chose a general from the navy department. Without firearms, cavalry and crossbows can make up for it. There is a lack of naval generals, but there are no military generals to replace them. Chu Tian used this recruitment order.
Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of the Imperial Navy Commander Zheng He. Zheng He!
Chu Tian was shocked. Zheng He's 7 voyages to the west are probably unknown to everyone. In the Ming dynasty, Zheng He, Zheng Zhilong, and Zheng Chumgong all had the surname Zheng, which was closely related to navigation. This self-selected type of recruitment order is also worth the money. After narrowing down the choices, you can often get the military commander you want most. In Liaodong City, generals such as Yuantai, Yuan Yedudi, Taduan, and Gong Sun Kong were summoned by Chu Tian. They gathered in Liaodong City and headed to Chang'an City through the teleportation array in Liaodong City. The important leaders of the Duan clan in Xianbei were killed by Zhou Yafu and Li Guang, and they were destroyed in name only. The leader of Murong Xianbei is missing and seems still unwilling to give up establishing a kingdom belonging to the Murong tribe. Murong Xianbei's ambitions were greater than those of other tribes, but the severely damaged Yuan tribe and Duan tribe surrendered. The kingdom of Fuyu was destroyed, and the kingdom of Goguryeo surrendered to Liaodong, except for a group of people taken away by Mingguan, the Murong tribe, and Li Chunggui, who announced the restoration of the country. The other tribes basically surrendered.
I can finally see King Xia. He can defeat King Ming. I want to see if his appearance is extraordinary.
As a tycoon of his generation, Yuantai was very interested in Chu Tian.
It's not that I, Taduan, am unwilling to surrender, but that I am being held hostage by tribal dignitaries. Please be sure to inform King Xia.
Taduan was defeated by Yuantai and sent to Liaodong City, where he kept complaining. Yuantai said,
"How to deal with you? I will let him decide when I see King Xia."
Gong Sun Kong also had the honor to go to see Chu Tian. Zhu Ning, Sun Chuanting, and Zhu Dasho, who were captured during the battle in western Liaoning, were also sent to see Chu Tian. Chu Tian is considering establishing the Liaodong army, and the candidates for the Liaodong army have not yet been decided. Wei Qing counted the people who were about to be sent to Chang'an City from Liaodong City.
In addition to a few generals who continued to follow Mingguan, there was also a naval general under Mingguan, Chen Lin. Chen Lin was attacked by the Fubo army and fled to Goryeo. He took refuge, and later Li Chunggui declared the restoration of the country, and forcibly detained Chen Lin, who was good at it, and wanted to use Chen Lin to form the Goryeo Navy. If Chen Lin can be rescued, the Fubo army will be strengthened. There is no need to deliberately rescue. As long as the Goryeo kingdom is destroyed, Chen Lin can naturally return to the Central Plains.
Cao Cao was garrisoned in Liaodong City at this time. After defeating the Liaodong army, Cao Cao became more confident and became as angry as a tiger. Therefore, he was confident to conquer the kingdom of Goryeo. If the Xia Palace had not been cautious and waited for Chu Tian to return, perhaps Cao Cao would have led his troops to invade the kingdom of Goryeo. In Cao Cao's eyes, Goryeo was just a small barbarian country. But in fact, Goryeo also has a population of tens of millions. Sun Yu said,
"Whether and when to attack the kingdom of Korea depends on the Lord's decision. Perhaps the Lord does not just want to capture this corner of the kingdom of Korea." Emperor-level recruitment order.
South Asia, Delhi City. Wakutai holds an imperial recruitment order in his hand. The Wakutai one is not self-selectable. It is completely random, and is slightly inferior to Chu Tian's self-selected type. After the national war ended, another war broke out between Ajadai, Timur, and the Indian princes. In the kingdom of Macedonia, Alexander also received a completely random recruitment order. Each lord started a new round of expansion because they received new rewards. Alexander has already started looking at the list of props available for redemption. This time, many civilized lords obtained generals from other civilizations in national wars, which brought a new problem. That is, it was difficult to recruit troops for them. For example, the Roman legions needed Roman citizens as sources of troops. English longbowmen need English citizens as sources of troops. Alexander is also troubled by this problem. However, Alexander saw a special prop that could solve this problem.
What kind of prop should be exchanged to defeat Chu Zimu?
What Alexander wanted at this time was to defeat Chu Tian as soon as possible. Compared with defeating Chu Tian, conquering Asia Minor, where the Ottoman Empire was located, seemed boring. Secretary Eumenes came to report to Alexander.
King, the great pirates of the Ottoman Empire, the red-bearded brothers, Barbarossa Hayreddin and Orich Reis, are asking for an audience.
Chapter 940 Navigation Hero Zheng He. Zheng He, the protagonist of 7 Voyages to the West, stood in front of Chu Tian, who was in awe. If Zheng He's era had the idea of establishing colonies instead of a tribute system, perhaps it was Zheng He who started the age of discovery. In Lords, Zheng He seems to be positioned as a naval commander, a maritime hero like England's Drake, Italy's Columbus, and the Ottoman red-bearded brothers. Chu Tian immediately checked Zheng He's abilities to facilitate his location. Name Zheng He. Talent, Imperial Commander, Navy Department. Level 30. Identity, 7 Voyages to the West. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 90, maximum 97. Only applicable to naval battles. Force, 71, maximum 77. Intelligence, 74, maximum 85. Politics, 73, maximum 84. Charm, 91. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, 7 Voyages to the West, SSS level exclusive feature. Fleet sailing speed plus 1% to 40%. Arrow rain and fire blunderbuss damage plus 25%. Fire attack damage plus 25%. Additional plus 10% damage to pirates. The probability of the fleet being stranded, lost, or running aground on rocks is reduced when hit by a storm. The damage suffered by the fleet is reduced. The probability of crew members getting sick is minus 30%. Feature 2, Tribute Trade, SS level feature. The probability of damage to the goods carried by the fleet is reduced. It has a suppressive effect on Southeast Asian civilization. And the damage to the fleet and soldiers of Southeast Asian civilization is plus 15%. And the soldiers of Southeast Asian civilization are prone to fear occupation when occupying the territory of the Southeast Asian civilization zone. The influence of Han culture in the area is plus 20%. Characteristic 3, Enlightenment, S level trait. When commanding a servant army from Southeast Asian civilization, the damage of the servant army is plus 10. And the probability of betrayal is minus 10%. Characteristic 4, Fu Chuan, A-level characteristic. When leading Fu Chuan in combat, the overall performance of Fu Chuan is plus 5%. Characteristic 5, Incompetent in land battles, negative trait. During land battles, the commander attribute is reduced by 10 points. Special arms, soldiers of the Ming Navy, soldiers who followed Zheng He on his voyages to the west. 5th level arms. Upper limit of 40,000. Special treasure.
Zheng He's navigation chart.
Those who hold this chart will have their fleet sailing on the maritime Silk Road with a sailing speed plus 1% to 30%. And the probability of the fleet being stranded, lost, and running aground is reduced. The crew members, the probability of getting sick is minus 15%. The acceleration effect is limited to conflict. That is, the acceleration effect cannot be superimposed with general characteristics and treasures. Chu Tian was somewhat surprised when he saw Zheng He's amazing abilities. Zheng He actually has the exclusive characteristics of the SSS class. And they are also navigational characteristics. What Zheng He was best at dealing with was Southeast Asian civilization? It is said that during Zheng He's 7 voyages to the west, he often bullied the Southeast Asian countries, treating them as vassal states, and canonizing the king in the name of Zhu Di, the founder of the Ming dynasty. Zheng He made 7 voyages to the west, and occasionally destroyed pirates in Southeast Asia in addition to trade. In fact, Zheng He's ability to fight was not bad, different from the impression given by eunuchs who brought harm to the government, served as supervisors of the army and led chaos. Zheng He's ability and contribution made him one of the few positive figures among the eunuchs. At present, Chu Tian has Kautilya, who suppresses the Indian peninsula, Queen Himihu, who governs Japan, and Zheng He, who suppresses Southeast Asian civilization. At present, these legendary figures have not yet exerted their maximum value. But in the future, with the existence of this group of legendary figures, it will be much less difficult to conquer the Indian peninsula, the 4 Japanese islands, and Southeast Asia. Zheng He should be one of the top naval generals in the Eastern Han dynasty. Although he only got Zheng He, Chu Tian could already roughly guess that different navy generals focused on different abilities. Zheng He was good at sea navigation, Zhou Yu was good at fire attack, and Zheng Chunggong was good at firearms. The interesting thing about Lord is that although there are thousands of generals, most of them have some bright spots that distinguish them from other generals. Zheng He also brought his own special treasure.
Zheng He Navigation Chart.
The effect of
Zheng He's Navigation Chart
is equivalent to a weakened version of the SSS level feature.
7 voyages to the Western Seas.
Although the effects of treasures are not as good as hero characteristics, treasures can be passed down forever, and their value is no less than an SSS level characteristic. Recruiting Zheng He also brought his own treasures, so he gained blood this time. It is a pity that Zheng He, as the Sanbao eunuch, has no descendants. Otherwise a second sailing hero might be born. The so-called dragon begets dragon. Phoenix begets phoenix. Temujin's golden family and Sun Jian's Jiandong family all prove the importance of genes.
I hold this thing, but it has no use. I would like to present it to the Lord.
Zheng He presented
Zheng He's Navigation Chart
to Chu Tian. For Zheng He, who has SSS level navigation characteristics, the
Zheng He Navigation Chart
is really useless, and the navigation acceleration effect conflicts with his characteristics. Obviously,
Zheng He's Navigation Chart
will be more useful if it is used by other navigation masters. Chu Tian took over the treasure and discovered that the original name of
Zheng He's Navigation Chart
was
sail the ship from the treasure shipyard and leave the water from Longjiang Pass to foreign countries.
Chu Tian originally complained that Western names were long, but he found that his ancestors sometimes used very long names. The effect of
Zheng He's Navigation Chart
can only be triggered when sailing on the maritime Silk Road, which means that it has no effect yet. So Chu Tian planned to send
Zheng He's Navigation Chart
to his treasure house. Chu Tian's treasure house has a lot of good things.
Essentials of Qimen, Essentials of Taiping, Wei Gongzi's Art of War, along the river during the Qingning Festival,
as well as construction drawings of the Great Wall, Zhenyu, Weiyang Palace and other miracles. Any treasure is priceless. Chu Tian also has generals at Mo Xia and Qi Shaojian, as well as famous horses Juing and Sa Luzi. Once there were more treasures, Chu Tian didn't care much.
The Fubo army captured Ganghwa Island in Korea and is currently retreating to Donglai County. Qizhou to rest and recuperate. You go to the headquarters of the Fubo army in Donglai County.
Since Zheng He's commander value will drop by 10 points when he arrives on land, the bonus is basically only effective for the fleet. So Chu Tian sent him to Donglai County. Donglai County is one of the camps of the Fubo Legion. Zheng He soon went to Donglai County and joined the Fubo army.
Maybe it's time to expand the Fubo army into one army and divide it into 5 fleets.
Chu Tian raised the Fubo army to the same status as the Central Plains Army, Shiliang Army, and Huainan Army. Then, Zheng He, Yu Yuan, Zheng Jilong, Yi Shunchen, and Su Sheng each led a fleet to share power and balance. The estimated size of the Fubo army is 300,000 naval soldiers, with an average fleet of 60,000 people and about 500 ships. After deciding on Fubo army's expansion plan, Chu Tian checked the list of props that could be redeemed. The props that can be exchanged for this national war are different from those in the past. In national wars, there will usually be special props that cannot be obtained in the main world, and each prop is priceless.
Legion Troops Summoning Order?
Chu Tian saw an amazing prop. Name, Legion Troops Summoning Order. Level, Special Props. Effect, the corresponding troop sources can be summoned for the Legion, with a total of 20,000 points. Summoning 1-4th level troops costs 1 point. Summoning 5-6th level troops costs 2 points. Summoning 7th level troops costs 4 points. Summoning 8 it costs 8 points to summon a level 9 unit. It costs 16 points to summon a level 9 unit. It costs 32 points to summon a level 10 unit. When all points are consumed, the prop disappears. Points required, 10,000 points. Possession limit, 99 pieces. Chu Tian read the introduction of the
Legion Troops Summoning Order,
and immediately understood that the value of this item was extraordinary. Currently, the Knights of the Round Table, the French Protectorate Army, and the Hussite Army of the Kingdom of Bohemia are not fully staffed by the Chu Tian forces. This is because Chu Tian lacks suitable sources of troops, and sometimes needs to purchase population from Europe. However, if there is a
Legion Troop Calling Order,
you can recruit special units such as the Knights of the Round Table and the French Protectorate in your own territory. Not only that, the Roman Eagle flag that had been collecting dust in the warehouse for a long time could finally be used. for lords who have foreign military generals. This is a god-level item that can supplement the strength of foreign military generals. The disadvantage of this prop is that it is expensive. A summoning order has 20,000 points, and the Roman legion is a level 7 unit. A Roman soldier consumes 4 points, which is equivalent to 10,000 points, and can provide soldiers for a Roman legion of 5,000 people. This does not mean that 10,000 points is enough. A Roman legion must have at least 2 summonses. One is used to form the Roman legion, and the other is used to supplement the losses of the Roman legion when the Roman legion suffers losses. If we look at it from a more stable perspective, a Roman legion requires 3 to 4 summoning orders. After all, Chu Tian didn't know when he would get a recruitment order next time. Chu Tian has 2 Roman eagle flags, and can form a total of 2 Roman legions, which requires 6 summoning orders, which means that it consumes 60,000 points. The French Protectorate requires 2 points for each troop source. One summoning order can provide troop sources for 10,000 French Protectorate. Joan of Arc can recruit up to 30,000 French Protectorate troops. So 3 summoning orders are needed. According to Chu Tian's principle of caution, 6 summoning orders are needed. Siphia's Western Teaching Regiment is a 7th level heavy cavalry with 4,000 people. They follow the principle of caution. Chu Tian prepared 3 summoning orders for them. Chu Tian prepared 6 summoning orders for Jashika's Hussite Legion. King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table currently seems to have an upper limit of 200 people. So just prepare 2 summoning orders for them. The troops of Queen Himihu of Yamatai Kingdom are not unlocked, and there is no need to form a legion for her. Moreover, as long as the Kyushu Island of Japan is captured, the hidden military witches can be recruited for Queen Himiko without a summoning order. In total, 23 summoning orders are needed, and 230,000 points are consumed. Chu Tian still has almost 520,000 points left. Chu Tian checked other items in the list. Chu Tian's forces currently have no shortage of infantry, cavalry, crossbows, and trebuchets. He prefers to check out firearm-related props. Firearms in the Han Empire are relatively scarce. It is possible that Chu Tian will consider expanding the size of the Shinji Battalion and expanding the number of Hongi cannons. The system replenished Chu Tian's Hongi cannons that were lost in the National War. Chu Tian had 24 Hongi cannons, but was unable to obtain supplies. It is not only necessary to have firearms, but more importantly, a steady supply of supplies. Firearms without supplies are like scrap metal.